Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 7. And Carousel wanted footage. We made our way out to the nurse's station. I took a wide look around the room and tried to absorb every detail I could before closing my eyes and trying to remember what I had seen. Sure enough, Bobby and his dogs were standing there, waiting for us in my memory. I was never going to get used to that. Bobby was pointing for us to take a particular staircase. And who was I to argue? The question was, how was I supposed to attribute this knowledge? Oh, right. I was 1/4 psychic on my mother's side. Wait, I said, putting my injured arm in front of Camden. What? He asked. Bobby's here, Bobby? Camden asked. I couldn't remember if we had established that Camden knew who Bobby was or not. The security guard who got lost on the other side of time. Oh, right, Camden said. This way, I said, leading him toward the back exit just in time for the alarms to start going off. We ran downward, but the further we ran, the more smoke we found, and the hotter things became. I kept looking for Bobby because there was no way we should keep running. When I finally saw him down a flight of stairs, pointing for us to continue downward, I wasn't sure whether I could believe him or not. It was just so hot and smoky. But I made sure to get some footage of him, because presumably, he would show up in some way in the final cut. It's getting hard to breathe, Camden said. Just trust me, I said. And he did as we continued down. When we got to the first floor, it seemed that following Bobby's orders had been a dumb idea after all our escape was completely engulfed in flames. I could see the exit, not 20 feet away, but the ceiling above had collapsed, and all around was fire. Still, Bobby beckoned us forward. What are we supposed to do? Camden asked. I wasn't sure. I physically could not do what Bobby was asking me to do, to walk across a debris field with flames taller than me. Above me, I could hear creaking as the hospital teased its collapse. I closed my eyes and looked again into my memories. And sure enough, Bobby was putting all of his effort into getting me to walk forward. I didn't have that much farther to go before I'd start becoming a roasted marshmallow. But Bobby had to have a reason. Come on, I said, grabbing Camden and pushing him forward along with me. And that's when the damnedest thing happened. The path we were taking, the one engulfed in flames, was right below a gaping hole in the ceiling where things had collapsed. And just as we were about to reach it, just as we were about to find ourselves unable to pass, a large water cooler, the kind with the big blue jug on top, fell from the gaping hole above and blasted water every which way, clearing a path for us to walk on. How long had Bobby been planning our escape? We quickly took advantage of the temporary reprieve and ran across the wet floor toward the exit. Thanks, Bobby, I said aloud. We ran out into the parking lot, but we couldn't go too far. There were only 2 types of jumping points in Carousel: the kind where you get your ear ripped off, and the kind where you witness a huge mass death event that causes a notable divergence in the timeline. Seeing as we had one of those notable divergences happening right around us, there was no reason to resort to the other. I looked and looked, but I didn't see Bobby again. He must have left, having secured our safety. I had to wonder what things looked like from his point of view. I took my little shard of meteorite and held it up. The sparks that would eventually turn into a desaturated red haze had begun to flare within the jewel. You know where we're going, right? I asked. 2010, Camden said. To save your coworker. That's right, I said. I would never leave a coworker behind. But then, as I searched for Bobby, I saw someone in my memory, someone I had only seen before on film. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt with the sleeves ripped off and surfer shorts. He had shaggy brown hair and a shell necklace, a pair of rollerblades, their laces tied together, hung over his shoulder, and he walked barefoot. I didn't have to look at the red wallpaper to know who had just appeared in my memory. It was Gabriel Cano, the NPC playing Dina's son in this movie. I was wondering when he would show up. Stop Reco CT18, 2018-02. My meteorite necklace slowly stopped glowing, and I fell to my knees. 1,000 feet in front of me, I could hear the muffled cries of a construction crew being burned alive by molten asphalt that had fallen into the pit they were working in. I couldn't look. I had seen so much casual death in this storyline it was wearing on me. Beside me, Camden appeared, looking at me with a quizzical expression. "What was that about?" he asked. "Where did you go? What happened to you?" I looked him in the eye and grabbed the shoulder of his good arm. "What's the one rule?" I asked. "What's the one rule of time travel?" "What?" he asked, clearly confused. I pulled him closer. "What is the one rule of time travel?" I asked again. He must have heard the edge in my voice. It caught him off guard. "Event B happens," he said. I hugged him, then pushed him back and started trying to film the scene. "That's right," I said. "That's right." None of the other rules mattered. We were in the middle of a time anomaly that spanned uncountable timelines and hundreds of years within each of them. And all that mattered was that one thing: Event B must happen. With that single piece of knowledge, I began trudging away from the construction accident, away from the sounds of all those poor souls whose deaths were so impactful that they disrupted time. I looked around. There they were, Antoine, Kimberly, and Anna. They had been through their own troubles, while we had gotten more than our fair share of exposure to Generation Killer. He had stalked them through time, testing them at every turn. I could almost laugh, knowing that our entire time inside the broken dimension inside the casino hotel would probably only be a few clips in the final movie. The gripes of a minor character. In a way, things were headed in a good direction. We had complexity on par with Primer, a time travel movie that the truest nerds pretend to understand. But it wasn't our complexity that made the story work. In the end, it would be the heart. Every time travel movie could be placed somewhere on a spectrum between completely logical and overtly sentimental. In some movies, time travel seemed to care about human events, to revolve around true love and the tiny happenings of human life. Interstellar, anyone. When we were planning for this storyline, I knew that our best bet was to mold the rules of this setting to be sweetly sentimental. And it just so happened we had a secret ingredient for that. We had Dina. Dina, whose entire shtick was about losing someone and being haunted by it, being able, in some way, to communicate with the person she had lost in a story. It was a setup she had gotten when she first came to Carousel. Because of her real-life story seeking her son, even in death. And in this story, she was seeking her NPC son across time. Yes, Dina was the secret sauce. The rules of this storyline had to be sentimental just so her subplot could work. But we still had things to do before that came into play. "Riley!" Kimberly screamed as soon as she saw me. She, Antoine, and Anna came running. She hugged me. We were old friends, after all. "I don't know what to do," Kimberly said. "He's everywhere. There's nowhere to go that he won't show up. What do we do?" They had been stalked by the camera-wielding Generation Killer on the other side of time. He had filmed their part of the story and still did. I held onto her. "Everything's going to be okay." "How can you say that?" she asked, eyeing my left arm. The scars from the nails were pink, but the scabs were gone. And even my ear was well into being healed. Kimberly seemed to notice this but didn't have the words to describe it. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. "What did they do to you?" she asked. "Nothing compared to what we're going to do to them," I said. "We need to get to Carousel. They have some of the answers we need. They must." "We haven't figured anything out," Antoine said. "We haven't had time to rest. They just chase us constantly." I panned the camera over to where Camden and Anna were embracing as old friends. When Camden realized he was on screen, he turned away from Anna's hug and said, "We learned more than we ever wanted to know. Let's go," I said. "We'll explain on the way." Stop. Was there ever a more powerful phrase in storytelling than "we'll explain on the way"? Even without a camera, you could go off screen to relay information if you earned it. You could take a break and make a plan. Of course, if you took too much advantage, Carousel might get angry. It turned out that Camden and I weren't the only ones who got physically damaged. Antoine had a broken hand, something about getting it caught in a door. Kimberly had some superficial cuts on her abdomen, ugly but not too dangerous. All of it was to protect Anna, and their stats reflected that. Protecting Anna gave you a buff. It was right there in her heart trope. Yes, Anna was also the heart of the story, but I wasn't sure if it would turn out that way. The truth was, better actors surrounded her. That was dangerous, though. because as the official main character, all the drama would aim toward her. Kimberly was there to help deflect it. But at the end of the day, Carousel was going to make us earn every inch. Luckily, we knew exactly where the Carousel facility was. And Bobby, the rock star he was, had been scoping the place out for an amount of time that was literally not measurable given his current state. As soon as we arrived at the giant facility, he was there in my memory, waiting for us. In the same way he had helped us escape the hospital, he was going to help us break into a quasi-governmental facility where nerds in white coats studied meteors, or time travel, or something. Rec October 18, 2018, 2 hours 39 minutes and 2 seconds 20%. This way, I said, ushering everyone toward Bobby. We got to him, and he raised one hand, gesturing for us to stop. As we did, stopping right there on the sidewalk next to the facility, a group of guards passed by us. They weren't too dangerous, I assumed, because they were NPCs. It was exhausting, constantly scanning the area and trying to remember what I had seen. But I had to. I didn't know when Bobby was going to usher us to the next place. His dogs were clearly very happy to see us. They had grown fond of us, and apparently, the script wasn't keeping them in line. Even though they existed on the other side of time, whatever that meant, they really wanted pets. Shasta could take being ignored, but Doughboy, it was breaking his heart. While in this storyline, they were semi-psychic. In their hearts, they were dogs. Eventually, Bobby's plan became clear. We had to hide inside a large container that was about to be loaded into the building and lowered down to the basement level, but only after it had been inspected. The place also had a security system with cameras everywhere, so our chances of sneaking in seemed very slim at first. Luckily, someone was willing to act as a distraction. Down the street, I could hear a horn honking, probably from a large van. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I heard it crash through a fence. Who was that? Kimberly whispered, though she already knew. It was an ally. We had someone who cared deeply about helping her son. Lost in time. Dina, or at least a variant of her character. It got complicated. We all looked at each other, realizing our opportunity. At first, we scurried behind the large container as guards ran past it to check out the noise. Then, on Bobby's signal, we ran inside the container and hid in the back behind some large wooden crates. Not too long after, I felt the container shift. It was closed up and then hauled by a ceiling-mounted crane. We were set down on what seemed like an elevator built into the floor, lowering us deep into the Carousel facility. I knew this was where the plot was supposed to go, but dang, did it not feel safe. When we finally reached the destination, we had to wait around until the doors opened again. Bobby signaled that the coast was clear. When we stepped out of the container, we found ourselves in a massive storage area, probably within spitting distance of the Ark of the Covenant. Towers of wooden boxes filled the giant underground warehouse. Luckily, there weren't many guards. The area was dimly lit, and we did some sneaking, mostly for the footage, until we found a door that was supposed to lead to the actual facility. Wouldn't you know it, Bobby knew the password. It was only numbers. If they had mixed in some letters, we might have been in trouble. I simply glanced in Bobby's direction, and then remembered the numbers over and over again until I had the 10 digits I needed. How are you doing that so quickly? Antoine asked. Maybe it was easier for me because of my psychic background. Who knew? A lifetime of daydreaming has made me powerful, I replied. After we got the door open, we left the dimly lit storage area and found ourselves in a classic white-walled underground facility. I was amazed at how similar it looked to the facility in the subject of inquiry before realizing it probably was the same place, just repurposed. I didn't bother narrating what we were doing. The audience would know, and I doubted we'd spend much time in this scene unless, of course, we failed and died here. But that was true of every scene. Bobby led us through a maze of tunnels, hallways, and doorways, none of which required any identification to pass through. They were basically begging to have their security breached. The place was strangely empty. We kept following him until we found where they were keeping Logan. He was in the staff lounge sitting on a couch, having a heated discussion with a couple of scientists. He wasn't bound or locked up. As we entered the room, he noticed us. Look, this is them, he said. On a giant dry erase board behind him, he had written out everything he knew about time travel. The two scientists turned to look at us. Their names were Dr. Black and Dr. Garvin. Dr. Black was an older woman with gray hair and a fierce look. Dr. Garvin looked like he might have been younger than me. Perched in the corner of the room was someone named Agent Locke, the detective I had heard interviewing Logan. I assumed. You told them everything? Antoine asked. No, look, Logan said. They're on our side. They're not the enemy, they want to help. How do you know that? Antoine asked. Being locked up here for the rest of our lives isn't any better than. We don't have time for this, I interrupted, stepping further into the room. It was true that Carousel weren't the good guys. In fact, the red wallpaper labeled these two scientists as enemies. But they also had a trope, the enemy of my enemy, whose description text read simply, is my friend. It quickly became clear that Carousel weren't the primary bad guys in this story. If anything, they were just here to help with the body count. Stop on screen. I didn't have to record. We would be on screen anyway. And I was getting low on battery. We stood in the faculty lounge, pleading our hearts out so that two scientists and one detective of some kind might try to help us. It was time for everything to fall into place. If a serial killer were traveling through time, I think our organization would have detected it by now, Dr. Black said. She was a serious woman, but she held a spark of curiosity to her that made me think we might get through to her. You have, I replied. Then I looked at Camden so he could take over with the explanation. I didn't know how much of our journey to the Carousel Casino Limbo timeline would end up in the final cut, and I wanted him to have some on-screen time. Grant Leitner has come under Carousel scrutiny before, Camden said, in other timelines. I love that excuse, Dr. Garvin scoffed, clapping his hands together. He was young and cocky, with long blonde hair, probably drove the secretarial pool wild. If we ask for evidence, you can simply say, we left our evidence in another universe. He stood cross-armed at the front of the room, his every effort designed to display how skeptical he was. It's true, Camden replied. Carousel started hunting them down, keeping an eye on the timeline. We're not quite sure how it happened exactly, but we do know how Generation Killer solved that problem the same way they solved every problem. They just started killing you, eventually. They killed enough of you that every timeline where Carousel discovered them got called. The killers themselves probably got dragged to the other side of time just for doing it. But they didn't care. They're terrified of you. And if they find out that you know about them, they're going to do the same to your timeline. He was doing a good job, but I could tell he was at the end of his rope. That seems improbable, Dr. Garvin said. The way you describe it. There are a finite number of these serial killers, but there should, theoretically, be an infinite number of universes where we are capable of detecting their presence, assuming that we share a common history that they've traveled to. That was a good point, or at least, it would have been. Yes, an infinite number of universes in theory, Camden said, but in practice, that's not how it works. Dr. Garvin furrowed his brow. Do explain, he said. Logan took over. While he didn't have expertise in physics, he did have a more direct connection to the subplot regarding this particular topic. It's what I've been telling you, he said. These meteor fragments, they each have a unique signature. We're talking about not just a signature in this universe. You said it yourself that these individual stones are unique on a multiversal scale. Your own math says that each stone has a unique arrangement of particles and that, theoretically, there is no fragment of a meteorite in any other universe with that exact same signature. You were so excited to tell me about it. He was very personable, as if he had gotten to know them well over the last few days. That was all in theory. We have not confirmed any of that, Garvin said. Our ability to detect anomalies across universes is impressive, but we haven't proven it. We are the proof, I said. I pointed to the whiteboard where Camden had drawn out the diagram of the timeline, all the branching lines between Event A and Event B. He even drew a map of Carousel, with all the squiggly lines to help explain the serial killer phenomenon. We are inside a temporal anomaly, I said, but there aren't infinite timelines inside here with us. There are only as many timelines as there are unique arrangements of fragments from the original meteorite. That would be an unfathomably large number, Dr. Garvin said, but not infinite. Logan replied. We had much of it figured out, Camden and I. It was a theory, but it started to make sense. Every unique timeline had at least one unique cutting of the meteorite within it. That was why timelines only diverged at huge Devastating events with lots of human casualties because there simply wasn't enough meteorite to go around if it diverged in the normal way with every decision anyone made. We didn't go into that, though I figured we'd lose the audience, and frankly, we really just needed to move the plot forward. This is all very interesting, Dr. Black said, unable to believe us. And I really do want to help you. But you have not provided any proof. Look, I said, I'm going to make a prediction. And I hope you'll prove me wrong. My prediction is that we'll give you all the evidence you need. We'll do everything we can to convince you. And in the end, you still won't help us until the last minute. Why not just skip to the part where you are on board? It wasn't the best prediction, but it might be just enough to trigger cinema seer. It wouldn't be a huge buff, but hey, telling people the future could get dangerous. All right, let's see if I understand this, Dr. Garvin said. We, and a finite number of other universes, are trapped within a temporal anomaly caused presumably by the collision of a meteorite into the Carousel River Valley. Due to the unique position in which the meteorite struck, a strange sort of trap formed that collected a massive amount of time-traveling serial killers within our group of timelines. And if we don't help you by giving away our top-secret research, we are going to get killed as children. Have I successfully summarized your pitch? That's about it, Logan said. Though we said it with a tone of earnest desperation, not elitist condescension. Thank you. That was a very helpful note, Dr. Garvin replied. But you cannot expect us to give away our life's work for that story as entertaining as it is. I was about to go off on them, but Logan wasn't done yet. Have you never questioned how weird it is that you have this huge underground quasi-governmental facility with 6 employees? Where is everyone? It seems like there are staffing issues. Heck, there are more guards outside than there are scientists in this building. Have you not noticed that? Dr. Garvin and Black looked around. This is an ordinary amount of staffing, Dr. Black said, though she seemed confused now that it had been pointed out. Look at the mail slots, Logan said. There are like 50 of them, but only, 10 are being used. Does that seem normal to you? That was a nice observation. It's already started, I said. What, Doctor? Garvin asked. They know we're here, I replied. I started looking around the room until I saw him. Of course. I already knew he was there, but I needed to be dramatic about it. I scanned the room and then closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I looked behind the row of couches where my friends were sitting. He's there, I said. Kimberly, Anna, and Antoine jumped up and looked to where I was pointing. It took them a moment to see him. He's filming us, Kimberly said. Of course, he was. It was a thankless job. The doctors and the detective in the room were not so convinced. This is getting pathetic, Dr. Garvin said. I almost forgot there was a separate killer trapped on the other side of time who, for some reason, only cares to film you. So strange. You'd think he'd run out of tape. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. That was a joke I should have made. All right. These guys are useless, I said. Maybe the only way forward is to go near Event B, but there may not be a way back from that, Camden warned. Wait, when is Event B supposed to occur? And what is it? Kimberly asked. Good questions. We didn't even have to rehearse. We think it happens in 2025, Camden said. The killers were terrified of it. They would never travel that far. That's the furthest date in the book. We don't know what the event is, only that it has to happen. There was a brief pause in the conversation. We stared at each other. Did you say 2025? Dr. Black asked. Yes, why? Camden replied. Dr. Black looked nervously at Dr. Garvin and then at the detective. She shook her head, off screen. Well, there weren't a lot of doctors in the house, but they still had security. And we were not equipped to fight them. So they led us to some cells similar to the ones we had seen used for the Mercers. Nobody took our stuff, which felt like a huge oversight. But I supposed if they took it, we would just retrieve it. And none of that would end up in the final cut anyway. Kimberly and Antoine were happy to finally have a moment to spend with Camden. Meanwhile, Logan lamented that he felt he was about to convince them, but he just couldn't. You never convince them. Even if we spend a lot more time going over everything again, it won't work. I said, the fact is, this is a scene in every movie. The authorities aren't going to believe us until it's too late. And, well, We're nearly there. You're sure? Kimberly asked. Yep, I said. Besides, we got the message to the person that needed to hear it. She stared at me for a minute, as if pondering what I had said or how I had said it, and then nodded. The downside was that we really were trapped inside that cell. The upside was that even the floor was padded. And because of the trope that allowed us to have an extended break, we knew that we had 4 hours uninterrupted, and personally, I could use the break. I found a bunk with some shade from the light, curled up, and took a nap. I didn't need my lights out trope to fall asleep and screen. Dr. Black arrived at our cell just as our 4-hour break timer ended. She had a stern but concerned look on her face. You said 2025 was the date of Event B, right? She asked. Yes, Camden said. We think that's the date. It's our best guess. Dr. Black thought for a moment. Can you explain to me what you meant when you said that it's already starting? Are you really telling us that we had coworkers we don't remember? How could that possibly be true? I keep thinking about it logically, and it makes sense that they would never develop a facility of this size for as few scientists as work here. I rolled out of bed and walked up to the door where she was standing. Behind her, I looked into my memory and saw the cameraman Generation Killer on the other side of time. He was talking on his radio, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. They're going back in time and killing all of your coworkers one by one. But those changes aren't instant. It takes a while for time to fix things, for the changes to reverberate, I said. It's possible that soon more scientists will start appearing, scientists who you will remember as always working here. Or not, I don't know. But it's also possible that Generation Killer is killing them so fast, cutting so many threads, that time can't correct things quick enough. And we're about to end up in a very messy situation. Dr. Black, whose actress was phenomenal, was doing an excellent job of fighting through her altered memories using stone-cold logic. We were currently in the middle of a temporal makeover as time tried to set this timeline back on track on its way to Event B. While the Generation Killer tried to prevent that, I had a fragile grasp on the complete rule set of this story, and I felt that if I scrutinized it too much, it would only confuse me. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she reached over, pressed a button, and opened the cell doors. Approximately 11 years ago, she began. Upon experimenting with fragments of the meteorite, we began receiving a mysterious signal using the fragments as a sort of antenna. We were able to translate the signal easily. What did it say? Hannah asked. That's right, Tana was the main character. Oops, she hadn't talked in a while. It was from us. From Carousel. We were receiving a message from the future. It was unbelievable, but there it was, plain as day. They claimed to be from the year 2025. After she said that, she started walking away, but she did it in a way that was pretty normal. It meant we were supposed to follow her. We were going to do a walk and talk. More like a fast walk and talk because she was booking it. Look, they told us that over time, the quantity of available meteoric material diminished. They couldn't explain it. But by the year 2025, they had less than a pound remaining. They believed it diminished naturally, that it was decaying, not just from radioactivity, but in some other manner. Interesting. Every time a timeline splits, the amount of material reduces by a small amount, Camden said. So, we were going to talk about that, because there has to be at least one unique stone for every timeline. Logan added. He picked up on this very quickly, and it annoyed me because he didn't even have to get tortured. That sounds right, Dr. Black said. They claim they found a way to produce more of the material, or rather, to attract more of it, but they never explained how they were going to do it. Just as she said that, an alarm started going off, turning the white hallways of the facility red. All of my teammates got a point buff in savvy and grit. Not the best showing of cinema seer, but I would take it. They've started the head-on assault, I said. Look, Kimberly asked, is there anything you can do for us? Anything you can give us that might help? Dr. Black racked her brain as she led us into a room with a large antenna. I immediately understood that device to be their communication relay. I don't know, she said. We were years away from the technology that our counterparts claim to have in the year 2025. But I do have a couple of things I can give you. She paused. There's a man outside my house, she said. What? Kimberly asked. Dr. Black looked forward, horrified. When I was a girl, There was a man that would come and stare outside my house. He wore a hat and a long coat. I remember it. Hurry, I said. It sounds like he's about to take you out. Dr. Black looked very afraid, but logic prevailed. Here, she said, handing a large rolled-up piece of paper to Logan. These are the preliminary designs for the device they wanted us to construct across the multiverse. Trying to communicate schematics through time has been difficult. We don't know its purpose yet, but I did take a guess. She walked up to a computer and started typing rapidly. Sometimes we have special guests from corporate people whose names we are not meant to know. We don't say anything because they fund our research. But they use these passes. She pressed enter, and a small device next to her computer started to slowly print out laminated badges with nothing on them but barcodes. I don't know if they'll work in the future. I don't know if they'll work in another universe. Dr. Black stopped speaking, and then she just stopped existing. What just happened? Kimberly asked. She died long before she got her job here, I said. Generation Killer really was scarier the less you saw of him. But why can we remember her? Logan asked. Plot convenience, I replied under my breath. Maybe because we're time travelers. We're not from this timeline, so the reverberations haven't caught up to us. The little device continued to print out 6 of the laminated badges. Looks like Bobby's out of a job, I muttered under my breath. We were still on screen, so I knew we were still being followed by our phantom cameraman. Just after we pocketed the badges, I heard a voice yelling at us from the hall. What are you doing here? Dr. Garvin asked. Why aren't you in your cells? Dr. Black brought us here, Logan said. Who? Garvin responded. He looked very confused, not just because we were in the room, but because he was clearly under distress. He lifted up his right arm. His hand was missing, and he was still confused about it because his memory hadn't caught up. Before he had a chance to react, he vanished, just like Drive. Black had. I was going to let the others react emotionally. I had to look for a way out. We have to be quick here, I said. Pretty soon, this whole timeline is going to be broken. When that happens, there won't be any more scheduled disasters for us to use as a jumping point. What do we do? Kimberly asked. We have to get out of here, I said. What if they do that same thing to us? She asked. Go back and kill us as children? That wouldn't be fair. I think it would be a lot harder to do to us, I said. We've traveled around quite a bit. I think we're disconnected from our original timeline too much for it to hurt us. I don't know, maybe if they went back and killed every version of us as children, if they made sure they found the right timeline. But I don't think they have the time. Even if there are only finite timelines in this temporal anomaly, so they can still do it, she asked. I don't think it would happen like that, Camden said. It's more likely that if they managed to prevent us from existing, we wouldn't die, we'd just get swept away to the shores of time. Thank goodness. Logan said. I was worried we were going to get the bad ending. The truth was, we didn't know exactly what would happen. And as much as we wanted to nail down and understand everything, we weren't dealing with that type of time travel. We were dealing with cosmic entity time, not physics club time. And I just knew that Carousel liked having a little wiggle room. Still, we weren't exactly helpless. Because even if the math was hard to nail down for the rules of time travel, figuring out where the story was headed would be a bit more manageable. It looks like we need an injury, I said. My ear ached as I said the words. Right on time. I heard words come yet again from the hallway. Hey you fellas. Came the common refrain from the emotionless, expressionless Generation Killer just outside. That'll do, Antoine said as he started walking toward the hallway. Logan followed him. You know, we got a lot of smart people here, but there's one thing I haven't figured out, Logan said. Why do all of these adult men dress alike? As Logan was speaking, Antoine punched the Generation Killer in the mouth. Between comedic timing and class clown, Logan could basically paralyze an enemy while quipping. At first, I thought they were like clones or something, but they're not. This is a choice they're making, he added. They think their matching outfits look cool. Antoine grabbed the Generation Killer around the neck. You all better get over here. I can only do this once, and we have company. We all hurried over as I held out a copy of the Carousel Tragedy History book, open to the last page, making sure everyone knew where we were going. There were dozens of Generation Killers coming. 2025. Event B, I said. It was risky. But it was also the only way forward. Rec October 18, 2018 15. 147 100%. Finally got the battery charged, I said, moving the camera around the dusty office where we used to work 7 years prior. I've got internet up too, Antoine said, not through legal means, obviously. I don't really care if we get arrested at this point, Kimberly said. It would be a nice change of pace. We were back at the Museum of Crime, back at the old jailhouse. It's nice to know that after our mysterious disappearances they didn't just replace us. Logan said. The year was 2025. We had finally found a place to hide where we were relatively certain Generation Killer would not come looking. Who were we kidding? He could be right around the corner. He may not like the idea of coming to 2025 to look, but his counterpart on the other side of time might have already known we were there. Do you make anything of those plans? Kimberly asked, looking at Camden, who had the large roll of paper on which the designs were detailed spread out over a table. This isn't the base communication device, he said. It's something else. If you look here, you're meant to put one of the meteorite fragments inside the device. Kimberly was looking over his shoulder, and I moved the camera to get a good view. The device looked handheld. Of course it was. That was more convenient for what was coming. Do you think you could make one? Anna asked. Camden shook his head. No, these plans are incomplete. And even if they weren't, I don't have enough time. He pointed to an execution date on the plans for days in the future. To my eye, the device looked like a fish finder. As silly as that sounded, one of those devices that used radar to detect schools of fish underneath a boat. Except this was a handheld version with a strange handle. We have to assume that this is related to Event B, right? Antoine asked. Camden nodded but didn't respond otherwise. So, if we can't make one, I said, we have to steal one. Camden replied. I know just the place, Logan said. I'll show you around. We can safely assume that this timeline doesn't know about us. In fact, this appeared to be our own timeline, or at least a later branch of it. Camden nodded his head. All right, I said. You keep looking at those plans. The rest of us need to be time thieves. Stop on screen, perhaps not wanting to retread old ground. Much of our trip back to Carousel headquarters was off screen. I had left the camera behind. My reasoning was that the entire place had security cameras. It would be unrealistic for me to have my camera there this time. We were going undercover as actual employees, or whatever it was the badges we had been given signified. And if Carousel needed footage, well, pick a camera, any camera. The only time we were on screen was when we used our new fancy anonymous key cards to get into the facility, followed by a few shots of us making our way down the hallways. When the security guard saw our super convenient secret badges, he got wide-eyed and super polite all of a sudden. It was me, Kimberly, and Logan. Simple and sleek enough hustle to get in and out. Enough moxie to talk our way out of trouble. What else could we ask for? We knew the way to the lab with the device we were looking for. We stopped by the employee lounge to pick up some white lab coats so we'd look the part. But honestly, I wasn't sure those were even necessary. We played it cool. How well that would work on our way out, I wasn't so certain. We were walking down one of the long, white hallways when we passed a group of scientists, including a much older Dr. Black, this version of whom had not died as a child. She saw us and had a funny look on her face for a moment, not one of true recognition. Yet she certainly had that look, as if she had seen us in a dream sometime, and perhaps she had. She continued talking with her colleagues as we passed by. That was a close one, Kimberly said after we were clear. She didn't make us. She's never met us, Logan said. I'm not sure you're right, Kimberly replied. She definitely noticed something. We had sought to make time travel sentimental in this storyline, and we had definitely succeeded, because Kimberly was right. Even though I didn't have her social awareness trope, I had sensed that faint glimmer of recognition in Dr. Black's gaze. Using the power of my two human eyes, we made our way to the secret room, which was in the exact same location as before. We keyed our way in with no complications, and that's where we found a much more sophisticated version of the communication relay we had seen before. We must have gotten there at lunchtime because the room was empty. How convenient. This wasn't going to be a high conflict scene unless we screwed up. After a few moments, Logan ushered us over to a computer screen near the relay. Check this out, he said, as he pointed at the screen. I saw the computer was processing the very messages we knew Carousel had received from itself in the past. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. We could change the message, Logan said. We haven't thought it through, I replied. We need a plan. Any change that we create will have ramifications. And we don't know how large. I thought you and the one-armed kid said that changes don't echo through time, that time tries to heal itself. Logan countered. Yes, which is another reason why you shouldn't change the message. It may have no effect at all, not unless we find a really good one. He shrugged his shoulders. So, where is this device we were supposed to pick up? He asked. You mean this one? Kimberly asked, pointing to the device we had only seen schematics for. It's just lying on the desk, Logan said. The device that somehow destroys the Earth is sitting next to the paper clips. It sure was. I was struck by how small the device was. If we didn't know what we were looking for, we might have never even noticed the thing. How do we get this out of here? Kimberly asked as she picked it up and examined it. There's no way they would let us just walk out of here with it. Well, I said, we can either have a huge standoff, barely manage to escape through the vents, with one of us getting shot, or what? Kimberly asked. I walked to the other side of the room and picked up a cardboard box that had contained some kind of specialty-made part. I dumped it out and then held it up. I have an idea. I said .off-screen .on-screen. The way out was a lot more stressful than the way in. Not only were we on screen the entire time, but security had been beefed up because, like deja vu, woman in a van had just rammed the outside fence to distract the guard looking at the camera feed. It just occurred to me that Gabriel had not merely recruited the Dina from our starting timeline, but had apparently branched off to other Dinas from other universes within the time anomaly. Those Dinas had lost their sons, but not in time. Their sons had died in the sinkhole at the roller rink. I had no idea what this story looked like from Dina's perspective, but I had a feeling that she was helping from the background in more ways than I knew. We were in a line with everyone getting individually checked as we left because of the security threat. To our knowledge, no one knew that the device was missing. But if they caught us with it, they would probably figure it out real quick. Up ahead, I saw a woman with gray hair, handcuffed and sitting in a chair. We made eye contact for just a moment. It was Dina. She must have been around 70 at this point in time. That had to be the most that any one of us had been aged up. Ahead of us in line, a security guard was apologizing, saying that some loon had put in a bomb threat and they had to go through procedures. We had no identification other than our little blank anonymous key cards. Needless to say, we were a bit nervous. Logan was first. He held up his blank key card. The security officer scanned it, then patted him down and sent him through toward the exit. The officer apologized even more profusely to him. Did he think we were executives? Kimberly was next, and she received the same treatment. I was allowed through right after. No hiccups. No problems. No mysterious device. We had found another solution. I wasn't even sure we needed one after that treatment. There is no way they don't check outgoing mail, Logan said. So what if they did? I replied. Like the mail guy is going to know which devices are allowed to be mailed out. After he saw our badges, he would have mailed a human heart if we told him to. We walked down the street at a quick pace, getting as far away from Carousel as we could. My solution to get the device out of the building was simple: wrap it up, box it, and send it via courier to the coffee shop across the street from our museum. I sent it to my own name because, if they tried to look me up, they'd find that I had gone missing 7 years prior. I refuse to believe it, Logan said. There is no one whose job it is to stop classified material from getting out. Of course there is, I replied. They just assume that no one without a top-secret executive ID is going to get into that building. Security is built on assumptions, and most security plans don't have the time traveler contingency. Although if one did, it should have been them. But still, they're like a multi-billion-dollar corporation, he said. You shouldn't be able to steal things just by taking it to the mailroom and telling the dude there that it's urgent. Of course you could, because I had high savvy. And ultimately, the retrieval of this device wasn't a big source of conflict in the movie. We had already snuck into that place before. Sneaking in again would be kind of boring for the movie. I wouldn't be surprised if Carousel cut that entire trip from the final cut. So I thought a humorous, anticlimactic theft might work better than a clever plot and sneaking. Besides, if Carousel thought it was too cheap, it would have let us know off-screen. Moments later, we were sitting in the cafe when a courier showed up, a much older version of the same courier who had dropped off a videotape and gotten manhandled by Antoine. He stepped into the cafe, called out my name, and I gladly took the package. Luckily, we had managed to get the package sent before Dina made her threats. Everything worked out. Perfect timing. We were past the midpoint and right before Second Blood, which, in traditional storytelling, is the point where the good guys have a few successes. The hard part came next. Reco CT 180 2018 18 hours 25 minutes and 14 seconds 100%. I didn't know if Carousel was going to use my silly method of obtaining the device. So when we went back on screen and presented it to the others, we made sure to add some lines that Carousel could use in place of that entire sequence. The next time somebody has to sneak into a secret quasi-governmental facility to steal a world-ending device, it won't be me, Logan said as he placed the device on top of the schematics Camden had been studying. My heart can't take the stress. Camden immediately grabbed it with his one arm and began pressing through the menu screen on the device. Did you run into any trouble? Antoine asked. Nothing we couldn't handle, Kimberly replied. Luckily, the key cards worked. The employees there looked at us like we were their bosses the moment they saw them. That much had been true. Still no closer to figuring out what Event B is, though, I said. We looked around the facility, but it's not like they had a big poster up labeling how they were going to destroy reality. Anyway, I'm going to go film around the building, that way we can rewatch it to see if there are any generation killers. While it was hard to picture the logic of what I had said, it made sense within the rules we had been given. If Generation Killer did end up showing up, it was very likely he would be caught in any filming that I did. I went outside the museum. It was another beautiful day, which in this story usually preceded terrible things. I simply circled the building, intent on getting footage for Carousel to use. I also got some shots of the building, basic establishing shots, the kind of things Carousel really needed for the final cut. I made sure to get a good view of the large ancient stone that served as the cornerstone of the building. It was the same one that had been a part of the original jailhouse hundreds of years earlier. Upon it, there was a plaque which read, "Cornerstone of the Carousel River Valley Jailhouse." This cornerstone was part of the original jailhouse, destroyed by the Carousel River Valley meteor in the mid-1740s. Recovered decades later, it was placed in the rebuilt jailhouse 40 years after the disaster. Now preserved in this museum, dedicated in 2018, it stands as a symbol of the town's resilience and renewal. I made sure to get that plaque in high detail. Then I went back inside. As I walked into the office, everyone was in an uproar. "What is it?" I asked. Everyone quieted down and turned their heads toward Camden. He looked at me, then at the camera, and then back at me. I figured out what the device does. "Well, what does it do?" I asked. "It coordinates signals across timelines, every timeline within the anomaly. I'm guessing. I don't understand all of the math yet, but if I'm right, I finally figured out what Event B was." "And?" I asked. He picked up the device with his one hand and turned it to face me. I stared at the screen and zoomed in on it with my camera. "Select impact site coordinates," I read aloud. I shrugged my shoulders but then suddenly realized. "Wait," I said. "You don't mean..." He nodded. Their goal was to find more of the material from the meteor, remember? So they could use it in their experiments. They found a meteor with exactly the right properties. The original meteor existed across many timelines all at once. All of its different permutations of fragments existing in different timelines. Right. "Oh my God," I said. "Are you telling me that Event B was Carousel sending out a coordinated signal to attract the meteor to Carousel?" He said. "But they messed up. They attracted a meteor all right, but not a new one. Event B caused Event A, and that was why we were in a time anomaly. Carousel sent a meteor back in time, creating the ultimate paradox, the one that swallowed up all of the others. Event B had to happen, because Event A already did." Reco CT 190 2018 5 hours 12 minutes and 55 seconds 100%. So as soon as you fire that thing up, Event B happens. And we sail right out of this time anomaly back into a world that makes sense. Right, Antoine asked. Something like that. Camden said. Double quotes great. I single quotes LL get the champagne. Antoine responded, of course. There's a very real chance that outside of the time anomaly, time travelers like us walking paradoxes like us will suddenly stop being able to exist, Camden said. He was still working on the device. He had managed to enter developer mode so that he could scan the underlying code to try to learn from it. You should have led with that, Antoine said. Wait, Kimberly said. Are we sure that we can't just get to the other side of event B and this will all be over? Camden looked at me. So, I decided to take the question. All we know for sure is that any generation killer who ever lived past event B never returned. I said, at the very least. That means that time travel is no longer possible. At the very worst. That means that they just got swept away. Heck, maybe they just stopped existing. There was silence amongst the group. We were all spread out around the office area, taking turns sleeping. So where's our happy ending? Anna asked. What do we have to do? Happy endings might be asking too much. We need to discuss risk mitigation, Logan said. The way I see it, we either go back in time and try to live our lives, waiting for the sociopath brigade to find us. Or we risk traveling into the future, past event B, and hope that we still exist on the other side. Which choice is the safest? Those are pretty bleak options, Kimberly said. Well, there might be a third option, Camden said. Looking up from his studies at the table, he looked around the room, and we all waited for him to explain. I've been looking at the functions of this device, and I think I understand a little bit more about how it was used. Yes, it does have the function of coordinating across timelines to attract the meteor to Carousel. I guess the plan was they were going to let it touch down in the mountains and then go dig it up. Of course, they didn't know that it was going to touch down 300 years in the past. But that's not important. That's not the only function of this device. What else can it do? Kimberly asked. Camden scratched his head and prepared his speech. Logan and I had looked through it with him, but we felt it would be better coming from our scholar. Well, it seems they weren't sure about their math. That's why the first reality that came up with this device ended up sending the plans to all the other realities. It's because they had an equation they couldn't balance, or something. So they sent the device and the equation to all of the other timelines. And whichever reality figured out how to steer an interdimensional meteor was supposed to send out the answer to all of the others so that they would all have the solution. Carousel crowdsourced from the multiverse. Pretty cool concept. Which is to say what? Antoine asked. Well, we have the answer to the equation now, Camden said. It was sent out by another reality back in 2020. They figured out how to make the meteor hit specific coordinates, right? And then, when they sent that out, they also sent out a list of ideal coordinates for other realities to try. I have that data right here. I said. So the first reality to figure out the math to make the device work got to choose the coordinates for all of the different meteor strikes around the multiverse. Basically, yeah, Camden said, communication is really hard. So as soon as someone got the right answer, everyone else, I guess, fell in line. I don't see where anyone's corrected their math. I think this works. The cost of saving Camden was that the story took a sort of sci-fi route. But what does that mean for us? Kimberly asked. Well, it means that if we can go back to before 2020, we could send out the answer ourselves. But we could probably change it. We could make it look like our reality was the first to figure out the answer to the equation. Camden said, change it. Logan asked, what could we change? If we give them the wrong answer, they'll just reject it. I'm sure they could get a supercomputer to disprove anything we mess up. He sat in a spinning chair with his arms crossed. Okay, Camden said, but what if we don't change the actual answer to the formula? What if we just change the coordinates of the meteor strikes? Kimberly said, finishing his sentence. If we were the first timeline to send out an answer to the imbalanced equation, we could take control. Or we could make the meteor hit in the far future, long after we're dead. Antoine said. Camden shook his head. No, they didn't anticipate that the meteor would travel back in time. I think that's baked into the physics. I'm not at all qualified to change when the meteor strikes. That would be too easy. Okay, So we can't change when the meteor strikes, I said. Can we change if the meteor strikes? Can we make the meteor miss? Of course. That might throw a kink in the whole time anomaly thing. They could still check to see if the meteor would miss, Logan said. There's no way we could trick them like that. Besides, if the meteor doesn't hit, our timeline doesn't exist. We probably don't exist, most of us, at least. There was a moment of silence after that. So how does that help us? Kimberly asked. If we can't choose whether the meteor hits, and we can't choose when the meteor hits, how does choosing where it hits help us? That was the golden question. We sat and talked back and forth for a moment, trying to discuss if there was some optimal strategy. Wait a second, Logan said. If the coordinates where the meteor struck were planned out and sent to every timeline, why in the world did the meteor hit the center of town in our timeline? Did we just get the math that wrong? Or is our timeline's carousel suicidal? Camden, who was tired and worn down to the bone, actually started to laugh. It's not a math error, he said. I looked at the underlying code. He started flicking through the screen on the device as if to show us his findings. But the screen was dense, and I couldn't even get it to show up very well on the camera. What does it say? I asked. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings, he coughed. So when they were making this device, they started by programming it, right? Not just the advanced math, or the physics, or the time travel, just the basic program. You know. What do you need this device to be able to do? You need to be able to enter coordinates and execute them, right? But they messed up. He scrolled the screen to a spot at the top. There was no way the audience would be able to see it. It wasn't a math error, it was a programming error. When they were developing the original program, they created a dummy variable that contained coordinates they just happened to have on hand. They used it so they could check if their program itself worked. But then, at the end, they forgot to switch the variable. So even though you can enter in the correct coordinates and it appears as if the meteor is supposed to hit somewhere in the mountains, the actual coordinates used in our timeline were still those old dummy coordinates. And I bet you can guess what random coordinates they used to test their code. Would that be the coordinates for the town of Carousel? Logan asked. Yep, Camden said. So our entire lives, our entire timeline, everything we know exists because of a programming error, I asked. Honestly, that sounds about right, Logan said, letting loose a snort. That's what I was thinking, Antoine added. We had a quick laugh. But if we fix the error, doesn't that mean that we don't exist anymore? Anna asked. She had been very quiet. I could tell she was worn out. I couldn't ask any more of her, but it was nice to hear her add something to the conversation. I would suppose so, Camden said. But there's no way to know. Inside the time anomaly, most ripples in time get fixed because similar timeline collapse in on each other. So it's possible that even if the meteor never strikes the original settlement, a lot of Carousel would end up being the same. But I wouldn't roll the dice on it. I got up, started pacing, then took a seat at the back of the room. I just feel like there's a solution here that we're not seeing, I said. Logan, can you give us a rundown of the history of this meteorite in our timeline? Just refresh my memory. Logan did that thing that smart people do in movies. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Meteor hits in the 1740s. Town is rebuilt in the 1780s. The Carousel Adventure Society starts looking for the meteor, which at this point is just a legend, in the 1930s. They find it within a decade. It gets turned into a necklace. Necklace gets put in a museum. Necklace gets stolen in the 1960s. But you know that part. I thought for a moment. Wait a second, I said. Camden, do you have a map with all the little impact crater squiggles? Not on me. Camden said. Can you recreate one? Do you remember where the impacts were? He thought for a moment, then said, yeah, I can make one, sure. He flipped over the schematics for the meteor finder device and started drawing a crude map of Carousel, along with several dozen different squiggles placed around the Carousel River Valley. You remember this exactly as it was? Logan asked. I remember everything, Camden said as he continued to mark up the page. He had a trope for it. Soon enough, a full map started to be revealed. with dozens upon dozens of little squiggles signifying where the meteor had hit according to the memories of the many generation killers from their home timelines. So there are a ton in the mountains to the west, the hills to the north, the fields to the east, the rivers and canyons to the south. All of the craters were carefully placed away from town except, of course, for the one from our timeline. This space right here is blank, Anna said, pointing to a spot in the west that indeed had no craters. It sure was. That's Dyer's Lake, Logan said. He went and got a proper map of Carousel pulled up on his computer. Yep, it would seem that the only place the meteor never struck was the lake. Camden stopped drawing. Wait a second. We need to check something. For the next 15 minutes, Camden fed coordinates from the device to Logan, who would type them in and mark them on the crude map Camden had drawn. That's interesting, Logan said after they had finished. They had marked about 60 different coordinates around the Carousel River Valley, most of which matched up with at least one crater as reported by generation killers. However, there were 3 different coordinates within the area of Lake Dyer that no generation killer had reported from their timeline. Wait, I said, when was the dam at Dyer's Lake built? The early 1900s, 1915 or so, Logan said. He paused, then added, and in those realities where the meteor struck in the area where the lake would one day be. Their impact sites were covered up by the water and they were never recovered. Do we have a lake depth map somewhere? I asked. No, but I can find one, Logan said, returning to his computer. Soon enough, it was discovered that the 3 coordinates on Lake Dyer were right above very deep parts of the lake. Okay, but what does all this mean? Kimberly asked. Don't you get it? Logan asked, unable to conceal his excitement. Help me out, she responded. If we can tell every other timeline what coordinates to send the meteor to, we could just tell them to send it to the lake. And if they send it to the lake, the meteor never gets found, which means generation killer never steals the necklace, which means all of the generation killers bothering us would stop existing. Or at the very least, they'd get swept to the shores of time. No, Camden said, it won't work. If they don't find the meteor, then Event B can't happen. The excitement we had built got deflated all at once. Damn it all to hell, Logan said, realizing the fault in the plan. Okay, I said, but that's because the coordinates are at the deepest parts of the lake. Logan nodded and started reviewing his depth map again. So what if we found coordinates at shallower parts of the lake? He asked. But then we'd have to hope that they found the meteor at exactly the right date to ensure that generation killer never gets a hold of it. I mean, they'd have to find it after the 1960s, right? How do we ensure that? Silence. And then the dam, Anna said. She got it. Last year, they had to drain half the lake so they could fix the dam. I was a counselor at Camp Dyer. We had to go home early. I didn't even have to hint it to her, she figured it out. Last year, Logan asked, oh right, you're from 1992. That sure is an idea. Oh, he pulled up information based on what Anna had just said. She's right. The lake was drained to about half of its normal depth, and covering a lot of land. Even some historical settlements from the 1800s found a few bodies to. So that's it, right? He got up and started to think aloud. If we can find coordinates that would hit the area that would one day become the lake at the right elevation so that they'd become uncovered in 1991 when the lake is drained, it would ensure that generation killer never gets a hold of the time-traveling jewel across all timelines. And it would allow for Carousel to have time to find the meteor in order for Event B to happen. We would be eliminating generation killer outright. Does that accomplish anything for us right now? Kimberly asked. If generation killer never comes to our timeline, does that prevent us from ever time traveling or what? Camden sat and thought for a moment. No matter how you slice it, this one is risky, Camden said. There's a chance that even if we do manage to fix the timelines, the generation killers that are already time travelers will stick around. Or maybe they'll get washed away to the shores of time. But then, so will we. It was a hard decision. But another version of us will survive, I said. A version that never knew anything about this. If we tell every other timeline to send their meteorite into a relatively shallow part of Lake Dyer, they'll probably think that's a logical choice, like maybe sending it into the water is safer. They probably won't even argue. I think it would work. But we have to make sure that our timeline doesn't fix its programming error, which should be easy enough. Seeing as we are in control of our little meteor magnet device. Wait a second, Logan said. If Generation Killer never gets trapped in our timeline, do any of us end up getting born? I know he was trying to be careful not to attract Carousel. But do we know that he actually succeeded with that in our specific timeline? Because it's possible that by getting rid of him, we're basically wiping out our own existence. It had to be said, not me. My family moved to town when I was 4, Antoine said. That got a laugh. Candon stood up. Generation Killer was being careful, but more than that, time itself resists change. It resists change at every level, so much so that it ignores paradoxes just to make things happen how they should so that event B can come to pass. He turned in a circle, looking at each of us in turn. Look, I don't know if we'll all exist after we do this. It's a roll of the dice, like I said. But everything we do is a roll of the dice. We sat solemnly for a moment. We just have to choose which dice, I said. And I'll always choose the path that involves getting rid of those psychopaths. I wasn't the only one. We were going to end up on the other side of event B no matter what. We might as well go out destroying Generation Killer and preventing some version of us from this fate. So what do we have to do to make this work? Logan asked. Candon thought for a moment. We have to go back before 2020, before any other timeline sent out its solution to the equation. I can modify the information I've got and send out the solution, but instead of giving a range of coordinates for the meteor to be fired at, I'll just give them one. The thing is, it takes half of a rotation of the Earth for this thing to send a message. That's 12 hours. So wherever we go, we need to be safe. Logan immediately grabbed the book with all the different tragedies from Carousel's history and opened it. Here, he said. There was a plane crash in 2018, about 2.5 weeks before the dance disaster. It happened at 6 in the afternoon. So we travel there. We go to the jailhouse, which is just about as fortified as anything we could ever dream of, and you send the signal. Hopefully, Generation Killer won't be able to stop us before the signal is sent. That was quite a plan. We'll have to survive for 12 whole hours. And it will be survival, I said. There's no way he doesn't find us if we go back before 2020. We'll have to be prepared for a fight. That's the only way we're going to survive the night. But of course, not all of us were going to make it that far, because we were just coming up on second blood, and in my memory, I could see Bobby standing at the door, waving his arms. We're not alone, I said. Looks like Generation Killer overcame his fear of traveling to 2025. Stop. RECOCT 190 2018 7 hours 2 minutes and 45 seconds 100%. We put a lot of planning into this storyline. But there was only so much we could do before we actually entered it. Even the best plans could be rendered moot the moment you entered a story. And sometimes the best plans couldn't be made until you got there. One observation I had made, one that would end up being crucial, was that there were only 2 main cameramen in the entire story. Yes, sometimes we would go on screen through security cameras or something like that. But the bulk of all screen time was recorded on either my camera or on the camera of the Generation Killer on the other side of time. Ever since I figured that out, all I could think about was how I might be able to use that knowledge to our advantage. And as Second Blood approached, I was confident I had found an opportunity. Another observation I made, or perhaps a connection I made, was that as long as you were watching for the Generation Killer on the other side of time, filming from his untouchable oasis in your memories, you would always be able to find him immediately. It was a quirk of the underlying system. The moment he entered a scene, you could pick up on it, assuming you were willing to do what it took. And what it took was trying. It was natural to me because I brought in a background trope that made me kind of psychic. And that was a big part of being able to see him. In this storyline, psychic abilities meant being able to perceive the time nonsense going on better than normal people. Psychic abilities, both in trope form and in lore, were Moxie-based. Generation Killer always lost Moxie checks. He had a trope for it. Normally, that trope was designed to ensure that if you tried to interrogate him, you'll end up getting freaked out by how weird he is. But it still applied to psychic powers. All of this to say, if you tried to sense him psychically, by continuously scanning your memories, you would always succeed, because he always lost Moxie checks. So, The moment he started standing in the doorway filming us, I knew about it. I signaled the others. "One of us has to get injured," Logan said. "That's the only way to get out of here." Moments later, banging could be heard from all around the building as generation killers fought to get inside. The place was boarded up, but they could still break windows. They could still try to break through the shutters, the locks, the doors. Eventually, they would get in, and we didn't have many weapons here to fight them. I slammed the door to the office closed, and we started piling desks up in front of it. There were 2 large street view windows on the side of the office that had luckily been shuttered, but we could hear generation killers on the outside, banging on them, striking them with tire irons or some other metal implement. "We have to stay and fight," Antoine said. "How else are we going to survive? Even if we go to the past, they'll just follow us there. We need to take some out and hope to lose them." "No, they won't follow you," I said, speaking as confidently as I could. "What? Why not?" Kimberly asked, looking over in the direction of where the generation killer on the other side of time was standing and filming. I said, "They know I lied to them. They know I didn't tell them the real way to go back before the meteor struck." After I said that, the room was silent, but in my memory, I could see Generation Killer talking on his radio. "What are you saying?" Kimberly asked. "I think they want to punish me more than they want to punish you. Plus, they have all the time in the world. Maybe I can give you a head start," I said. Stop on screen. I turned off my camera, knowing that Generation Killer had his camera running. I quickly opened it up and pulled out the memory card. I handed it to Kimberly. "Take this," I said. "People need to know what happened." I didn't want to say why. I didn't want to give Generation Killer even more motive to chase down my friends. But I really needed an excuse to take the memory card out of my camera. I needed an excuse to stop filming altogether. Because if I wasn't filming, someone else had to be. And the only other cameraman was Generation Killer himself. And if he was filming me, he couldn't be following my friends around to see where they went. Even if he could travel on the other side of time, I knew he wouldn't be able to get to them right away. Otherwise, Bobby would always be where we needed him. There would be a delay. He would have to search for them. I wasn't sure how it worked, but it would. I stuck my camera in the pocket of my hoodie. "Go," I said. "Go now." The best part about this was that I didn't have to act very well because it wasn't me acting. It was my character laying a trap. And Generation Killers, well, they tend to fall for traps. Always. Over in the corner, in my peripheral vision, I could see our phantom cameraman talking on his radio. Around us, the banging continued. We heard glass breaking, boards being busted. "There's no time," I said. "I wish we could come up with another plan. But maybe if I can help them get back before the meteorite hit, maybe they'll just leave you alone. They've got no need to hurt you." Maybe I was playing it too naive. "Riley, what if it's a trick?" Camden said. "What if they don't actually care about that and they just want to torture you? They could just be messing with us. These guys, they're crazy." "I'll just have to risk it," I said. "Just go now." From a storytelling perspective, I knew that this was a little weird. My character hadn't been set up as a hero, or as someone who would fall on his own sword, or at least, that was what it seemed. The others gathered around each other. "What's the one rule?" I asked, looking at Camden. "Event B happens," he said. I nodded. I didn't look at them as they left. I didn't see who drew the short straw and got injured enough to trigger their jump into the past back into 2018, where they could trigger Event B and eliminate all of these Generation Killers. But as soon as I stopped seeing the red glow of Anna's necklace, I looked directly at the spot where the Generation Killer on the other side of time was. I made eye contact with his camera to show that I knew what I was doing, that my melodramatic acting was all for show. The Generation Killer himself didn't seem to notice or care, despite being older. He still had that blank look in his eyes. He still had that strange half smile so polite it made you wonder if he was just enjoying freaking you out. After all, whenever he failed a moxie check, it would send a jolt of fear so strong it could incapacitate someone. How much of his behavior was an intentional ruse, how much was scripted, and how much of it was just to him, it didn't matter. We were only standing there for seconds before they started breaking in. It was almost sad to hear them destroying it. The building was old, but many of its features were really interesting. Maybe I was just nostalgic for a past I was never a part of. But there were standing columns in the center of the room, a relic of the past. But kind of cool, actually. They weren't aesthetically beautiful, but they were old. And it looked like you could see the building's bones directly. I'd seen them so many times, in so many different eras. I almost felt like I knew this building, like it was an old friend. They were in the building now, running down the halls. There must have been dozens of them. The shutters on the windows broke, and I could see legs and arms reaching in, squeezing through the splinters and the shards of glass just to get to me. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. I grabbed onto the column nearest to me with all my might, keeping the jewel from my necklace in one hand. "Hey, ya fella," one of the generation killers said as they burst through the door, shoving the desks like they were cardboard. And despite them all being virtually identical, I recognized him as the mastermind of my torture. Of course he was, you know. "We weren't done talking to you," he said. He had said something similar to Camden. "Yeah, I know," I said. "What are you going to do? Take me back to your little hideout?" "Oh, I don't know about that," he said cheerfully, causing a shiver to go down my spine. I looked over to where the generation killer on the other side of time was still standing, filming us. He was unable to leave, unable to track down the others. He had to stick around. After all, Carousel could never miss second blood, and he was the only person around to film it. I hoped I was buying my friends time. There were 7 or 8 of them in the room already, at least a dozen more in the halls outside, waiting to come take me. More and more were piling in. I suppose they would all fall for this trick, entering the building and sealing their fate. All of them, except the ones who had seen Camden's similar trick back at Camp Dyer. I knew there were a finite number of these guys, even if that number was still huge. So the longer I waited, the more of them there were, the better all of this would work out for my friends. Finally, as the generation killer approached me slowly, letting me savor this last moment with all of my major limbs intact, I knew it was time. I looked back at where I knew the cameraman to be, and I laughed quietly. I reached into my pocket and pulled out that small revolver, the one that had been in the museum as a set piece, the one we had decorated the jailhouse with, the one we had bought from the pawn shop. I aimed it at one of the generation killers and shot him in the head. "I hope you brought a lot of bullets," another one of them said. It wasn't the ringleader, but the more of them there were, the more they all started acting in unison. "No more bullets," I said. "Would you believe we didn't keep a lot of ammo around the museum? But I only needed one." The red jewel in my hand started to glow. Generation killer, the ringleader, the one who had overseen my torture, said, "Wherever you go, we're going to follow you. You can't escape us." I nodded and said, "You have no idea how right you are." I held onto the column with all my might as the red light began to envelop not just me, but the entire room. Then it spread further until the entire building, maybe even part of the street outside, was swallowed in the crimson glow that permeated everything. For the first time, a look of worry washed over generation killer's face. It reached his eyes. He was truly caught off guard. "You see, to go back in time, you need a document of a past tragedy," I said. I started to laugh. "And did you know that this building was built on the exact same cornerstone as the original jailhouse of the Carousel settlement? There's a plaque on the side of the building that says so." For a moment, generation killer and all of his clones just stared at me. Then realization struck his face. He grabbed inside his coat for his book, his fingers clutching desperately at his own jewel, hoping to activate it. But by then, it was too late. Normally, they might have stood a chance. Normally, he could have used the exact same death to trigger his amulet as I had. But this wasn't the normal storyline, because in this storyline, willpower is magic, and willpower was based on grit. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake as pain radiated through my stomach. Yet I held onto the column with all my strength. The building was slipping through time, taking all of its inhabitants with it. I wasn't going to let them go. I looked over at the cameraman, who was now visible to the naked eye, of a little bit transparent. He was getting the best footage he possibly could. This time, since I was inside a building, I didn't expect to see the shores of time. I didn't expect to see the different rivers running around us. I didn't expect to see the event horizons on either side of the time anomaly. And yet, despite being inside, I could. The fourth dimension was weird that way, and as I looked, I could see all that ever was, all the sad endings, all the miserable people trapped in Carousel, whether they knew it or not. And I was left with one final question. How do you beat the game at Carousel? A question I was intent on finding the answer to. Around me were all the possible timelines my character could have lived. Hell, I could see my own real timeline. I saw myself as a kid again. I saw myself growing up. The many worlds of Carousel were all visible to anyone who knew how to look. And there were too many. They were too vast for my mind to comprehend. Staring into the immensity of it all turned my legs to jelly. Yet I held firm to the column. Finally, the building stopped moving. It wasn't on level ground anymore. I could hear wood snapping as the foundation began to break. There were screams outside. I ran and jumped out of the hole in the window, one of the very windows the generation killers had broken. Around me was a simple wooden palisade. Old-timey buildings stood neatly. Not just lean-tos and shacks, but stone structures, the kind that would normally stand the test of time and become landmarks. We were in Town Square, Carousel, in the 1740s. I could tell it was Town Square because of the public gallows. Townsfolk began to surround us, some bearing firearms, others holding pitchforks. As soon as I landed upright and started to stand, I noticed the generation killers pouring out of the building. I must have gotten to dozen, maybe more. What did you do? Generation killer asked. You know what I did, I said. I took you back to before the meteor. Then I pointed up. A glowing red light filled the sky, and any second now I would simply stop existing. The generation killers started panicking, fighting with each other, trying to trigger a time jump to escape back to the future. They weren't going to have time. Even the townsfolk had stopped paying attention to the building that had just appeared out of nowhere. They, too, stared up at the sky, at the red light consuming everything. My grit jumped 5 points. Dead man walking boosted my grit whenever my death became inevitable. There wouldn't be many traces of us left. Certainly not anything that would tell people what had really happened. Because when the meteor hit, I woke up sitting in the theater. Back again. The generation killer on the other side of time must have found his way back to my friends. He was filming them. It appeared they were several hours into their 12-hour wait for the signal to broadcast. I had gotten them the head start they needed. I also took out some of the horde to not to bed. I smiled, having waited for that moment ever since I started planning it after the end of Stray Dawn. It all came down to this. I watched the screen for a moment. Michael had made an appearance. I really wished I had been around for that. He was dressed in a security guard outfit, wielding a giant gun on his back and a confused look on his face. We had set him up to be a security guard who had gotten fired, and it just so happened that the finale we planned occurred before his character got fired. So whenever Leela had gone to get him, and he was allowed to join our storyline because of his new aspect trope, which permitted him to join fights in other storylines, he had joined the fray, bringing with him a lot of firepower. See, the beauty of time travel is that we could plan out exactly when and where the finale would be. Funny how things like that worked out. Everyone was busy setting traps. They were in for a long night, and while the odds weren't perfect, I would never bet against them. In fact, I had bet everything on them. And they, by trusting me, had bet it all on me too. I couldn't see any other people inside of the theater. I didn't hear anyone behind me. Weeks earlier, I had told the others that I could overhear the strange employees at the theater, and I told them in detail the things I had heard, all in hopes that when I came here the next time, maybe the employees wouldn't be here, and it had worked, as far as I could tell. But that wasn't really the only thing I needed to work. Around my neck was a magical ticket that somehow gave me a temporary fake body but also froze me in place. So I couldn't use it for anything but watching the movie. The magic was so powerful it felt completely uncontestable, like it was just a rule of reality. And I would never have thought otherwise. Except for the last time that I was in the theater. I had somewhat accidentally used my insert shot ability on a hole puncher carried by one of the employees here. And it occurred to me that my tropes would work in the theater, but not just in the way they were meant to. Insert shot was supposed to allow me to get a close-up shot of some MacGuffin or useful item in a movie and send that image to all of my allies while also increasing the narrative power of that object. It should never have worked on an object that wasn't in the movie. And yet, it did. Kimberly had seen the hole punch and had dismissed it at the time but still remembered it later. Though I never really wanted her to talk about it. Had to keep a low profile. So if that trope worked in the theater, what others might? I took a deep breath, and my hustle jumped up to points. If I could have laughed, I would have. My escape artist trope had activated. It gave me extra hustle whenever I came up with a plausible plan to help escape bondage. For the most part, it wasn't that useful for the act of escaping. I didn't really need the extra hustle. But the confirmation that my plan would work was very convenient. And with that, I started to push against the magical restraint that held me perfectly still. And I started to plead with my muscles to just work. And something strange started to happen, where normally I didn't even seem to have control of my muscles. Suddenly I felt them tense. I felt my bones start to ache as my muscles and tendons pulled. At first without success. To get my body to move, I paused for a moment, listening intently. Not for the employees, no. I was listening for heavy breathing, because surely this was against some rule. And there was a rule keeper, right? An axe-wielding maniac who would cut you in half if you tried to leave the game. And yet, I heard no breathing. I hadn't heard breathing when I had planned this either, which intrigued me. How could this not be against the rules? If these were the people in charge, how could what I was planning not get me a death sentence? Because if it would, I would hear breathing. My heartbeat would quicken. I would start to hear him walking toward me. And yet, I heard none of that. I started pushing and pulling again, getting my limbs to move. It felt like I was encased in invisible concrete. But I didn't let that stop me. I had gotten as much grit as I could, choosing tropes and step point assignments in preparation for this one moment. This one moment where the rules that bound me were not the dominant force in my destiny. Because in this storyline and in this theater, willpower is magic. Antoine's trope was working here too. And it was a match for whatever forces the people of the theater used to keep me still. I pushed and pulled and forced my muscles to respond to me. And in one burst, I ripped up from the seat. And all at once, the spell that had kept me still had shattered. I bounded forward and tripped over the row of seats in front of me, landing on the ground beneath them. I lay looking up at the ceiling in amazement that my plan had worked as I saw smoke rising from something on my chest. I quickly moved my hands to see what was happening. The ticket that they had placed around my neck, that made all of this possible, had a small cigarette burn-like hole right through a word written in fancy lettering. The word was attention. There were other words on the ticket too, like illusion, disillusion, vacation, flattery, and other random words that I didn't have context for, other than to know that disillusion would send my soul back to my real body at the end of the movie, just as it had in the diecast. I didn't have time to worry about that just yet. I poked my head up above the seats to see if there was anyone in the back of the theater. There wasn't. My plan had worked, but I couldn't stay there, because this room, despite being fascinating in its own way with its old-fashioned style and faint popcorn smell, did not hold what I needed. What I needed was answers. And those lay beyond one of the several doors leading out of the room. I looked back up at the screen. My friends were still prepping for a fight. I could not fail them. We had spent so long trying to figure out a way forward. Afraid we were going to fall into another trap, or that we were going to do something stupid without knowing it. I had to get answers. I needed answers for them. I needed answers for myself. I stood up and found a door leading out into an empty hallway. It looked like a fire exit of some kind. It led backstage, behind the screen. There were many other doors in the hallway, which meant I should be able to find another way out into the main part of the structure without attracting too much attention. I just had to play it cool. I took one last look at the theater. And then I walked out to the other side. To find the answers, whatever they may be. After I stepped into the long, dark hallway behind the theater screen, it only took a moment for my base instincts to trigger a fear response. Megalophobia, the fear of gigantic things. I didn't even know I had it until I looked up. The theater had a high ceiling, but this hallway put it to shame. I couldn't even see the ceiling. The hallway was like a long, dark crack in reality, with many doors spread along its walls. The art style was Art Deco. Why I was thinking about that at that moment, I didn't know. I didn't even realize that my art history classes had sunk in. But as I looked at the satin-draped walls and the gilded moldings, I recognized it. The hallway extended in both directions as far as my eyes could see. with a slight curve that led me to believe the building was one enormous circle. It was wide enough for 10 men to walk through shoulder to shoulder. But since the hallway had been used as a storage area for large wooden crates filled with props, the place was much more cramped than it should have been, given its size. I stared up at the back of the screen from the theater I had just exited. The image could be seen cast upon the fabric by an invisible projector. But now that I looked at it from behind, I realized that the image was practically paused out. Of course, it was. There must have been some spell designed to make someone in the theater perceive a fairly polished rough draft of the final cut in real time. The only way for that to work was if the theater itself made time slow down or at least altered your perception to make you think it did. The real image on the screen was moving very slowly as Carousel gathered keeper footage of my teammates preparing for the coming battle. I couldn't focus on that right now. I didn't have forever. And I needed to get answers. I needed to get a solid direction for us to move in. I stared down the hallway to the left and right. There was no indication of which way I should go. But before I could make that decision, my eye caught something hanging on the wall behind a stack of crates. How had I not immediately seen this? The wallpaper along the hallway was red. Even in the darkness, I could see it. Normally, I only saw this pattern and color in my mind's eye, but here I was, looking at it for real. It was red wallpaper. The red wallpaper. I quickly moved the stack of crates as best I could. Luckily, they weren't filled to the brim and seemed to be mostly padded with straw. It looked like there was Egyptian pottery inside. Probably pretty valuable stuff in the world it was from. There it was, sitting in a box in a hallway. Once I moved the crates, I saw that there were lamps mounted on the wall to separate lights that both pointed at the same space on the wall. I reached out and touched one of the lights, feeling around to find some sort of knob that would turn them on. And then I found it, a pull chain. The hallway was mostly dark, and as I pulled the chain, I found myself so shaken that I forgot to breathe. As soon as I heard the click, the lights, both of them, started to flicker on. These were the type of light fixtures meant to brighten up things like paintings at a museum or, in this case, posters at a theater. I saw a familiar image of an Asian American woman holding a flashlight and walking through a dark alley. The outline of an axe could be seen dropping into frame from above as the woman stared, not in abject terror, but with a healthy dose of fear. Valerie Choi is the final girl. VLORIE. It was her poster. This was the red wallpaper. Not just like the red wallpaper, this was it. When I had met Valerie on my first day in Carousel, this spot on the wall had been what I saw in my mind's eye. Now, it grew dusty from disuse. None of the variety of things that might appear on the red wallpaper were apparent here. There were no tropes, no stats. Below the poster and its gilded frame was a copper panel filled with lights, although only one of them was lit. The panel looked like it might belong on some sort of elevator at an old-timey hotel, except, of course, for the labels. The labels had things like mutilated, unconscious, and incapacitated. The only one of the lights that was lit was the one labeled dead. Valerie, like so many others, was dead. I stared left and right down the large hallway with impossibly high ceilings and realized that there were dozens upon dozens more of these little nooks, no doubt devoted to various players. I couldn't see any that were lit up properly, but I could see the faint glow of dozens of little dead indicator lights, other than some very dim light fixtures that looked like seashells and the backs of the occasional movie screen. Those little dead indicators were the only source of light at ground level in the hallway. As my eyes started to adjust, I began to understand more of the design of the building I was in. Up above, there was a network of elevated walkways crisscrossing from one area to another. I didn't see anyone on these passageways, but they looked thin and haphazard, meant for workers to scurry from one place to another and seen. I was convinced that there was some kind of large window on one of the walls up high, as there was a diffuse glow coming from above that didn't quite reach the hallway where I stood, but it did cast highlights on the metal walkways. It must have been night outside in Carousel proper. I had spent so much time on sound stages that I had no concept of day or night. All I knew was that I had to find a way out of the hallway with all of the posters of my fellow dead players. I started moving quickly. I just picked a direction at random. I had no idea where I was going. It didn't take long for me to get out of the area dominated by the backs of theater screens. That was just as well, because I had no intention of finding my way back into a theater. The screens were replaced with yet more doors and more darkened posters of players. But I tried to ignore those as I went along. I noticed that many of the doors were labeled. And while I wasn't sure where I needed to be going, I had to start turning doorknobs soon. I stopped running. How had I not managed to see a single person in all my time in the hallway? I spotted the nearest door and its simple label. Deli on 4th was all it said. Apparently, this place I was in had a deli. And I wasn't going to complain. I approached the door, put my hand on the handle, and turned it cautiously, pulling the door toward myself. As I opened it, a small amount of light flooded the hallway. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. I didn't dare step through the door, but I peeked through and saw a dining room of sorts, with chairs stacked on top of tables like they had closed up for the night. I quickly looked at the back of the door I had just opened and saw that it was labeled maintenance. Looking around, I noticed that to my right, there was an oven, and to the left, past the tables, there was a large window opening up to a street. 4th Street. That was not too far from Kimberly's loft. Quickly, I closed the door, and the hallway grew dark again. I took a few steps to the right and found another door. This one was labeled Muriel Price, retirement. I opened the door just a bit to peek through, and on the other side, I saw a woman, or at least the back of her head, as she sat in a rocking chair, watching an old-fashioned television. A flickering image played on the screen, a cowboy riding a horse across the desert. She was in a small apartment, or, as the door suggested, a retirement suite. And the back of her head was all I needed to see to know that she was an enemy. Only a few seconds later, my mind started doing backflips as I pictured the woman in the chair getting up and turning her head to look at me. This wasn't happening in real life. She was just sitting there, watching the television. But in my mind, I could see her getting up and looking at me. Just an old woman with a wear-upon shawl and piercing cold blue eyes, and naturally blue. I couldn't stop picturing it. My mind was sick with the image playing over and over. I blinked. She was doing something to me. I quickly closed the door, and whatever it was ceased immediately. Moments after I did, something bumped up against the other side of the door, but it didn't open. Suddenly, I noticed there was something different about the doorknob. There was a wire wrapped around it, and hanging from it was a thin wafer of metal wrapped in red paper. It had been there before, but for some reason, I had ignored it. Somehow, I knew that Muriel, the woman in the chair, had something to do with that. I backed away from the door and continued down the hallway, one doorway at a time, ensuring not to open the ones with the little red tags on them. One of the doors was labeled Subway Substation. As I opened the door, I could hear the screech of a subway car start to sound through the hallway. I immediately closed the door. I didn't want the sound to carry too far and attract attention. Another door said Hal's Castle, basement, but it had a red tag, as if I would need to be told not to open it. There was another door that also said Hal's Castle, South, but it didn't have a red tag. Not that that made a difference to me. I ignored it. In total, I must have opened a dozen doors. Most of them open to nothing, just empty buildings without NPCs because it was nighttime. Still, others opened to homes that were clearly occupied. This was how they did it. This was how they moved around and set up scenes right under our noses. Lila's trope for traveling from soundstage to soundstage looked like child's play compared to this. If I was right, the building I was standing in was on the other side of the mountain, across the lake. That was what it appeared to be when my spirit had been sucked away back toward Carousel proper in the diecast. This was the location of the red wallpaper, and when lightning struck this side of the mountain, the large window up above me would let in a burst of light that could be seen on the red wallpaper in our minds. This was the place across the mountain. And all this time, they had a way to get to us, even though we could never get to them. Maybe the vets were right to set their sights on this place. I continued on, but I didn't open any more doors. That wasn't what I was here for. The hallway intersected with other hallways as I moved along, but because I had no idea where I was and there was no sign to point me in the right direction, I just continued down the path I was already on. That way, I could find my way back if I had to. Eventually, I found the end of the enormous hallway. I was starting to worry that the hallway was one big circle and that I would eventually find myself right back where I started. Luckily, it was more of a crescent shape. At the end of the hallway was an exit, propped open by what looked like a cannonball stolen from a nearby crate filled with them. Cautiously, I pushed open the exit, and my view opened up to a beautiful courtyard the likes of which I had only seen in pictures of the Palace of Versailles. I didn't know if leaving the building was a good idea or a bad one, but part of me wanted to. I wanted to look at it to see how massive it was to get some understanding of this place. I stepped outside, hoping that whatever spell it was that gave me this fake body wouldn't break suddenly, and it didn't. I walked outside into the vast courtyard and stared up at the building. It was crescent-shaped, or at least, that's how it looked to me. Standing at one end of the crescent, just beyond the building, was the backside of the mountain, as I had predicted. And in the center of the crescent was a large tower, large compared even to the outer crescent that I had just walked through, whose ceiling was so high I couldn't even see it. The building was comparable in size to the mountain itself, so big that it would have to worry about atmospheric conditions on the top floors. I thought. The tower was built up the mountain so that the building and the terrain were one, with the crescent-shaped wings of the building wrapping around the courtyard. I didn't have time to stop and stare, because I was bombarded with a collection of important sightings. First, I noticed that this courtyard was not abandoned like the hallway had been. There were people out walking in it. They were talking, laughing. They stood in different social groups. Their clothes looked like they had been robbed from the props department without regard to any particular era, mix of Victorian sensibility with a flair from styles all the way up to the new look of the 1950s. I wished that Kimberly was there. She might have had a better grasp. The funny part was that it was literally possible that these people had dressed themselves from the props department, but I didn't think that was the case. Their style, despite being a mishmash from my perspective, did seem consistent among themselves. Some gentlemen wore suits and nice coats, but instead of neckties, they wore scarves. They laughed and joked, warming themselves against the cool night air by standing next to large gas heaters that had been spread around the courtyard. I was lucky to have my hoodie, although I didn't quite fit in, or at least, I thought I wouldn't. A woman was wearing a dress, but she was also wearing a red hoodie, exactly like mine. It didn't go with her outfit at all. I didn't know what to think of it, so I just kind of ignored it. There were several others amongst them, all wearing my hoodie. How strange. My hood was still up, and it was bright enough outside with the lampposts that I could put my sunglasses on and hope that these people didn't know who I was. And if they did, maybe they wouldn't recognize me immediately. None of them were registered on the red wallpaper, so if they were enemies, I didn't know it. Still, I would try to use oblivious bystander, though I wasn't hopeful. As I moved about the courtyard, trying to get a lay of the land, I noticed that many of these people were checking their various timepieces as if they were waiting for something to happen. Not that I could ask them, because I had exited at the end of the crescent. I was already near the far edge of the courtyard, and as I moved further away from the large tower, I got a better look at the building and a better look at its most striking feature. More striking than the fact that it was literally on par in size with the mountain itself. At the very top of the central tower at the center of the crescent there was a large penthouse, and the outside of that penthouse was surrounded by giant spotlights, purple spotlights. The light wasn't cast downward at the courtyard but instead up into the air, creating a faint purple glow in any direction they pointed, but mostly, the purple light was cast upon the penthouse. A giant display was affixed to the outside of the penthouse, which read, "The Town of Carousel." It was far too high up for me to see any level of detail through the windows, but a certain crossroads demon whose word I felt I could trust had implied that there was a man in that penthouse who had some answers. I was in awe of the size of the building, so large that the courtyard within the crescent shape was big enough to contain a forest large enough to get lost in if it wasn't so manicured and well lit. I didn't know if I could physically get to that penthouse within the time limit I had. I didn't even know what that time limit was. I had to assume I had at least 6 hours of real time. In the theater, I would have had less than 30 minutes because I would have been watching the movie, with its time condensed by the magic of that room. But my best guess was that since I had left the theater, I was experiencing time at the same rate my friends were back in the storyline. Heck, I might have been experiencing it even slower. A healthy dose of time dilation would make a lot of the movie magic we experienced seem more feasible. After all, How else did the carousel seem to have sets prepared for subplots that we improvised? I couldn't possibly know how long I had. I had hoped that Death Watch would let me watch the film on the red wallpaper once I left the theater. That's what happened whenever my character died, but I didn't, such as when I used cutaway death to move about off-screen after my character's demise. Since I was basically breaking the game, I couldn't exactly complain that it didn't work exactly as I had hoped. I kept to the edge of the courtyard and hoped not to get noticed as I observed all the various food stands and fountains that attracted people. It was so strange seeing these people buying sandwiches and coffee, like they were just normal people. Heck, I wondered if that food stand even took the money that I had earned through storylines. I felt so out of my depth. Beyond the food stands was an entrance gate of sorts. It was built across the only main path into the courtyard toward the building. It had those little spinning gates, the kind you might expect to pass through to get onto the subway. No one was over there. The entire area was roped off and unlit. In my gut, I knew what I was staring at, but it took a few moments for my brain to keep up. There was a row of Silas the Mechanical Showman in front of the turnstiles. There was a sign above with letters cut out and covered in light bulbs. They weren't lit up, but I could still read them, even if they were backward from my vantage point. "Welcome players," the sign said. "Welcome players." I almost started to laugh. When my friends and I came to Carousel, we had entered an area with a large parking lot and nothing around but a big building with a sign that said employees only. We didn't even come through the entrance. My entire world was connected to Carousel through a back way. Yes, as I stood in the courtyard, planning my next move, I felt so insignificant. There were no security guards, no real fences. Nothing to protect the building from someone trespassing except, perhaps, the remote locale. The paved trail leading away from the building disappeared into the inky darkness of the woods. For a moment, I just people-watched as I planned my next move. The ironic part of this stealth mission was that I had just the item that should have made it easy. I had the magical masquerade mask I had taken from the strings attached. It wouldn't make me indetectable, but it would make people ignore my face. And fortunately, magical items from one story did not work in another unless the second story was also magical. Post-traumatic. For all of its hand-wavy physics, was not a magic storyline, the mask wouldn't work. It didn't even seem to have the strange mystical quality it usually did when I looked at it. It was just a mask. I shoved it back in my pocket. Since there were people wearing my hoodie for some reason, I felt a lot less worried about getting caught. Maybe that was foolish, but at the very least, the sight of me in the distance wouldn't trigger any alarms unless, of course, they could see me on the red wallpaper where I couldn't see them. This whole endeavor was a risk. I just had to make it worth it. A whistle blew, loud and clear, across the courtyard, and all the masses of people, the huddles of social groups, started to move back toward the various doors leading into the building. It occurred to me that, the way these people walked, it didn't look like they were headed back and after some intermission in for the film they were watching, as I had first suspected. Instead, I got the impression that they were just going back to work. It didn't make a difference to me. I started following along at the back of the pack. I couldn't just re-enter the backstage area. I would get lost quickly trying to explore it. I needed to enter the main building. Now that I knew this was the entrance to Carousel players were meant to take, I had hoped there would be some information booth or something similar that could explain our situation in ways that hadn't already been done. As I walked along, I observed a man throw a newspaper into a garbage receptacle. A newspaper could be very useful. I casually followed behind and quickly reached down into the receptacle, grabbing the paper. Before I unfolded it, I noticed a section of the paper titled Carousel by the Numbers, which read as follows: 455 years since first contact, 387 years since colonization, 138 years since the first game, 68 days since Carousel's revolt, 34 years experienced by current players to resets, 280 for resting dead, 5 rescued souls, 13 players left alive. I read those numbers twice, trying to digest them. 68 days since Carousel's revolt, 34 years to the players. I knew time was inconsistent here, but that was an overwhelming disparity. I felt like I was kicked in the chest. Before I could get a good look at the paper, I heard a voice from behind me call out, "Young man, do you think you might help an old woman to the entrance?" I froze. My first thought, Did she just see me pull that newspaper out of the trash can? My second thought, does she recognize me? Has all of this been for nothing? It's strange how priorities can be out of order before you have time to think about them. My instincts were more concerned about looking like a hobo. I shoved the newspaper into my pocket, where it fell into the subspace along with everything else I carried. This body really was a good duplicate. I turned and saw an older woman with dark gray hair almost black put up into a bun. She wore a tan overcoat and a silk scarf. And while I was expecting a feeble woman, that is not what I saw. She stood tall with an air of confidence. Still, I weighed my options. Running away might not have been the best move. I didn't know if she recognized me, and if I did run well, that would create suspicion. But how could she not recognize me? She was standing so close. I had to make a judgment call based on nothing but my own people skills and moxie, which was to say, I had to make a judgment call based on my moxie alone. Would moxie even work against these people? Certainly, I said. She was a young 60. I determined not the age that generally needed assistance. When magic was involved, I needed to be prepared for anything. She walked closer to me, and I extended my arm for her to grab onto. I noticed that she did have a slight stiffness in her walk, but nothing close to a disability. Otherwise, how would she have gotten to where she was? The building was so huge, and when she said the entrance, she meant the large entrance at the center of the crescent, which meant we legitimately had a mile to walk. A lovely evening. She said matter-of-factly. Double quotes. Yes, I said. I'm glad to have picked up this sweatshirt. Smooth. We started to walk. I saw that they were selling those in the gift shop, she said. Do you know why? People will spend money on anything, I said. By that point, I was confident that she knew who I was, but I also, strangely, felt at ease. If she was going to sound the alarm, wouldn't she have already? She didn't seem threatening. She seemed curious. Would there even be an alarm for this sort of thing? Was I actually breaking any rules? I had spent a great deal of my life back in the real world paralyzed by imagined social red tape. Was I being dramatic to expect these people to respond poorly to my presence? Yes, they do love memorabilia, she said. I tell you, that is all our culture cares about anymore. We are obsessed with the worlds that could have been. Carousel has never been more popular across the Manifest Consortium. It would seem that this recent crisis has made celebrities out of low-worlders who have no idea what it is they have stumbled into. She spoke with a reserved manner, a pleasant manner. I'll say, I said. We walked across the cold grounds. I was ready at any minute to flee. There was no point in being clever. I had no idea what I was up against. Were these people sorcerers? They had to be something like that. Running felt pointless. So, I would try to use my words instead. I imagine the worst part is just not knowing what is going on, I said. Even if she knew who I was, I wasn't going to admit it first. You imagine? She asked with a smile I could see out of the corner of my eye. Yes, I imagine the same, she said. Normally, players arrive in Carousel through those gates behind us. For them, it's easy. They arrive and are immediately met with explanations and guidance. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. What kind of guidance are they given? I asked. They're told that they're in a game, first of all, and often they are given a choice of narrator to follow. You see, that is the true gift. Narrators have their own aspiration and ambitions. So when they recruit players, they can help them as they see fit. The company cannot help players, not especially. That help would be seen as unfair. It is quite a conundrum. She was talking about Carousel's weird rules. Why would the company's help be different than the narrators? I asked. The woman didn't speak for a moment, but then she asked, why do you think that might be? Because the narrator is getting help from the players. So helping them in return isn't unfair, not by Carousel's standards, I said. But that's just my guess. Does the company not benefit from the players' help? She took a soft breath. It certainly benefits from the players, the woman said. But I wouldn't call it fair. Look at this, she said, pointing to a large statue in the center of the courtyard. The statue was enormous and featured a man in Victorian clothing, at least as best I could tell, standing amongst a sea of monsters. We walked closer until we could see the plaque commemorating it. The plaque simply said, "The proprietor tames the evils of Carousel." I stared up at the statue and saw the various monsters depicted. The man, the proprietor, apparently held out his hand as if telling them to stop, as if he were directing traffic. And all of the monsters backed away in anguish and fear. I recognized some of those monsters. One of them was Benny, the haunted scarecrow, the proprietor, the man in violet lights. "Have you met him?" I asked. "Oh, yes," she said as she stared up at the statue. "Yes, this captures his likeness, if nothing else. Come along, dear. It is quite cold." We walked around the side of the statue toward the doors. As we got closer, I started to notice large posters had been placed around the walls near the entrance. She noticed I was looking at them. "You'll recognize Silas Darkin," she said. Actually, I hadn't. But moments after she mentioned his name, I found the poster. He was unmistakable with his dark demeanor and strong features. The poster wasn't a movie poster. It actually reminded me of freak show posters, strangely enough. It showed an image of the subject along with their name and a blurb at the bottom describing them. There were about a dozen of them posted on the wall. Silas Darkin, the original Carousel. When the Manifest Consortium first called to the dark void known as Carousel, Silas Darkin was the voice that answered. A skilled MBWR and the original narrator with the company, Mr. Darkin wanders the town of Carousel, searching for clues about his ancient past. His through lines focus on long-forgotten history, revenge, and cosmic horror. I didn't realize that narrator was a paid position, but these posters almost made them seem like wrestlers in the WWE. "He tried to recruit the players," I said. "Well, recruit isn't the right word." The woman smiled. "Yes, Silas has a weakness, you see. He believes that he is alone in the many worlds. He could never conceive of a true ally, someone he could trust, and who would trust him. So was he trying to trick the players? Or was he telling the truth?" I asked. "Of course he was trying to trick the players," she said. "Why should that mean he wasn't telling the truth?" At the end of the tutorial, Silas had said that by tricking us into servitude, he was somehow giving us a layer of protection through sympathy. And as much as I wanted to believe his logic, how could I have? "Tell me, Mr. Lawrence," she said. "Did you want to believe him? Did you want guidance and structure? And if you did, why did you not accept it?" There it was. "We're abandoning our little charade. Then, I guess," I said. I thought for a moment and then said, "I suppose Silas isn't the only man who has trouble believing he has allies in the many worlds." She laughed. "I was worried you were going to accept," she said. "You have so many better choices. Silas, for all of his genius, for all of his drive, he has led many a player to ruin in his pursuit." I turned to look at her. Then I scanned the posters on the wall. I read a few of them as we walked. Osric Rimith Collector. Osric Rhyme is obsessed with completion. All he can think to do with his eternity is to fill it with loot. He scours Carousel for rare and forgotten artifacts, be they objects, memories, or even people. If something is missing from the grand puzzle of existence, he will stop at nothing to claim it. The question is, what happens when he finally has everything? His through line deals with obsession, hoarding of the arcane, and the dangers of collecting knowledge best left untouched. Nathaniel Cross devoted. Nathaniel Cross was there when his world died. Like most of Carousel's narrators, Cross was gifted complete immortality by the sweepstakes, a gift he could not share with his beloved Gertrude. Her existence was swallowed into nothingness. But whispers in the dark say Carousel is where the lost can be found, and Nathaniel has made it his mission to prove them right. He will traverse every nightmare, pay any cost, and tear through reality itself if it means holding her once more. His through line explores grief and dying love, and the horror of searching for something that may not want to be found. Professor Elias Voss ruined Seeker before the Manifest Consortium, before even the sweepstakes. There was another multiversal civilization, one so vast and powerful that its collapse has fueled speculation for millennia. Professor Elias Voss has spent his life piecing together the remnants of this forgotten empire, a civilization erased from history. If he can understand why it fell, perhaps he can prevent the Manifest Consortium and the many worlds themselves from sharing its fate. But Carousel is not kind to historians. Some knowledge is buried for a reason, and if the ruins of the past still whisper, it's only because something within them still listens. His through line revolves around ancient mysteries, forbidden knowledge, and the creeping horror of uncovering a truth no one was meant to know. Lucien Gravis Gambler. Carousel is full of desperate souls trying to escape. But Lucien Graves isn't one of them. He's here to win money, power, pleasure, whatever Carousel offers. Lucien is first in line to take it. With his devil-may-care charm and uncanny luck, he treats the game like a high-stakes casino, playing every angle for maximum profit. He has no grand mission, no hidden pain, just an insatiable hunger for more. But in Carousel, every deal comes with strings, and sooner or later, even the luckiest man learns the house always wins. His through-lines revolve around greed, high-stakes gambles, and the terrifying moment when you realize you've played the game for too long. Dr. Aldrich Rossith, Exorcist of Worlds. Dr. Aldrich Rose was a healer once, a man of medicine who believed in science and reason until the day his world fell to pure evil. A vast, collective entity slithered through the cracks of reality, taking minds, wearing faces, whispering in thoughts that were no longer their own. His people called it the manifold hunger. By the time he knew what dangers he faced, it was too late. His world was consumed, but Aldrich escaped, and he will not let it happen again. The sweepstakes didn't offer him the cure, but it did give him an eternity to find it. And Carousel is different. If there is a remedy for what took his world, it is here, buried beneath the horror and the chaos. His players just have to survive long enough to find it. His throughline focuses on body horror, mind control, and the desperate search for a cure to an infection that wants to spread. Reverend Lys Morcant Harbinger. Reverend Lys Morcant does not preach salvation, she delivers warnings. Once a priestess of a forgotten faith, she has seen signs others ignore, heard whispers in the silence, and traced the patterns that coil through Carousel like veins beneath skin. Her sweepstakes won immortality has only stood to affirm her belief, even as all of her fellow believers perish. She believes the town is not just a game, not just a nightmare, it is a prophecy unraveling. A slow descent toward something far worse than what anyone here has yet imagined. The town shifts, adapts, changes. But she sees the threads that bind it all together. Something is coming. Something that will rewrite the very fabric of existence. And yet, no one listens. Her through-line explores apocalyptic horror, cults and prophecy, and the terror of knowing too much, where faith and madness blur and those who see the future can never turn away. Luthien Ranethi, retired architect. Luthia's reign built worlds. As the former director of MBW development for the Manifest Consortium, he shaped reality itself, bending MBW to corporate will. Then, he retired rich, respected, and unsatisfied. One anomaly still haunts him, Carousel. No matter how many models he ran, no matter how many rules he imposed, it refused to be mastered. Now, in the twilight of the 1,000-year life, the sweepstakes gave his family line. Rain has one final ambition: to crack Carousel before time takes him first. But some things were never meant to be controlled, and Carousel does not forget those who try. His throughline blends existential horror, corporate dystopia, and reality-bending mystery, following a man whose obsession with control leads him into a battle against an unknowable force that refuses to be mastered. Finally, I found one that looked familiar. Dr. Masha Strigath, scientist. Dr. Masha Strigath's world was one of the first to encounter the sweepstakes, and her lineage stretches back further than any other high world narrator. A relentless scholar of the unknown, she believes that Carousel holds the answers to the universe's greatest mysteries if she can survive long enough to extract them. Where others see terror, she sees data. Where they recoil, she dissects. Every anomaly, every impossible occurrence is another variable in her grand equation, another piece of a puzzle she must solve. But knowledge is not without cost, and Carousel does not appreciate being studied like a specimen in a lab. Her throughlines explore scientific horror, dimensional instability, and the consequences of pushing discovery too far, where understanding the truth may be far more dangerous than remaining ignorant. It was her. "You're a narrator," I said. "I was once," she said. "And I would like to be again. Your last name is not really Striga, right?" "That seems a little on the nose," I said. She smiled with her eyes. "It's a stage name. We all like to play pretend." That was interesting, although I wasn't sure how Striga had anything to do with the type of stories inside of her throughline. "So what happens now?" I asked. "I appeal to your mind," she said, staring me in the eye. Maybe I can make you see logic. I can become your narrator. You give me your pitch, I said, but I want answers. We stopped to sit at an ornate bench. She smiled. She must have been quite the looker in her younger days. Whenever that was. She still was. I have answers, she said. It feels so silly to have to tell someone about the Barker. Dr. Stryga said. It is quite hard to conceive of a world that does not know the sweepstakes. But you'll find we do dream of such a place. Perhaps our obsession with worlds like yours stems from some subconscious desire for the lives we were never allowed to live, the blissful ignorance. But to understand the Manifest Consortium, you must understand the Barker. We sat on the bench, and as she spoke, the cold air stopped bothering me. I felt a gravity in what she was saying even before she got to the details. I instinctively knew I was hearing something important. She grabbed my hands. He appears in places you would not expect, she said, her eyes drifting off into a memory. Places that are not quite themselves in the moment, that do not have their usual soul, schools after ours, condemned hospitals, malls that have closed down, areas of transition. Sometimes, a place can lose its spirit for a moment and appear completely alien. Have you ever noticed the liminal spaces where a piece of your mind wakes up, a piece that senses something strange? My first time, it was a street in the middle of the city where I grew up. Normally bustling with people day and night. It had just snowed, and I was out trekking my way to work at a diner. I was a young woman, and the gift of long life had not yet made me wealthy. I saw him there. No one else was around. Snow had painted the entire place white. It was an entirely new world that would only last a night. I breathed deeply, lungfuls of air that belonged to another plane. She had told this story before. Whatever she claimed, she knew it well. He calls out to you, she said. And he speaks to you like he's known you your entire life. And you think maybe he has. You can't help but get close. It isn't merely because you've heard rumors of his existence. My entire family legend started when my grandfather met him back in my home world. For a moment, you forget what you know about him, and you're struck with an overwhelming curiosity. You feel you were meant to be at this place, at this time, and he's been waiting for you here. This place and this time will never exist again. Strange realization, but it feels visceral as you walk nearer. He smiles warmly. The Barker. Apparently not even able to feel the cold, though he is dressed for a summer carnival. And he tells you the price. For me, it was all the money I had in my pockets. Not much, but still precious. They say that he will only ask a price that he knows you will eventually pay. But I'm not certain that's true. It's just that if you've seen what he offers, there's hardly anything you wouldn't give. She paused for a moment to reflect. And then I, perhaps because of my innate maturity, felt the need to interject and ask a question. Did you give him your soul? I asked. That was definitely the vibe. He has never asked for it, she said, as if considering whether she would. She let go of my hands and produced a small stack of tickets from nowhere. She was using the same trick we used to make our tropes disappear and reappear, except the tickets she brandished were not tropes at all, though the design was somewhat familiar. She handed one of them to me. It was red with gold leaf and thick stock. I could hardly read the calligraphy, but when I made out what it said, I handed it back to her, not quite comfortable holding something I didn't understand. The quiet meant. From Lumavir Remedies, cures for the heart of unruly soul. This ticket does not erase love or loss, nor does it dull what mattered. It simply lifts the weight, eases the tightness in your chest, and lets you wake without the pressing in first thing. One day sooner than you think, you'll laugh. And it won't feel borrowed. No side effects. No forgetting. Just the quiet relief of moving forward. Lumavir Remedies, because some hurts need more than time. There were others. Some for little things, like a traditional feast from some culture I didn't recognize, and a pair of glasses fit to your vision needs. Some were for big things, like an apartment in a box or 5 years off your face wrinkles. They were products, magical products, but products all the same. I don't understand, I said. This is the sweepstakes. I thought that was for immortality. The posters of the narrators made it seem. She studied my eyes. You aren't impressed. My rare tickets are in safekeeping. They are very valuable. They are the backbone of our commerce. I've already had my quota for surprise today, I said. But somewhere in the back of my mind, Anger started to form as a picture of this society began to develop. Go on with the rest of your story. I didn't mean to interrupt. The Barker came to my world in the late 1800s. Until then, our worlds were sisters. My grandfather won my family near immortality. That made us famous. Also, we left when I was 5 years old. I don't even remember my first language. After the destruction of my world, there were so few left to speak it. I ended up on a world that diverged from yours in the 1980s. That was when the Barker had found it. It was a wonderful place to grow up. A place where the sweepstakes was still mysterious and exciting. I loved it. But eventually, those of us who lived long lives realized we had more in common with each other than we did with the people of the places where we were raised. So, we found our way to the Manifest Consortium with others like us. I was educated in the consortium and decided to pursue what many thought to be a silly area of academics, the hard sciences. Why would you ever need to understand the fabric of reality when you can manipulate it so well with MBW or with tickets won or bartered? No, it seems there is a very real lack of curiosity for the pure sciences in the Manifest Consortium, and many worlds where such inquiries were valued are long gone. Yes, I was confident that she had given this exact speech before, perhaps to players of games past. So I came to the one place where I might find like minds, even if they had been lost to time. She continued, I seek to understand the nature of reality and of consciousness, cures for every disease that don't rely on luck of the draw. I want to understand what happened to my people and to perhaps get a grasp of multiversal travel down to its physical roots. Not just granted through magic. Her cadence picked up. She spoke from her chest of her grand ambitions. I knew Carousel's potential when I first stepped into this world. We found it alone, broadcasting its nightmares to an audience we knew not, attempting, we think, the very thing it hopes to accomplish with its new through line, to an audience. I said, interrupting, so you're not the audience? She looked at me like I was stupid, though I was certain she didn't mean to. We are part of the audience now. But asking who the audience is, you might as well ask who founded the sweepstakes. Okay, I said, or at least tried to say. I couldn't make my voice box work. I spent years trying to understand what happened to my home world, she said. Getting back to her speech, the consortium had no answers. MBW had no answers. But on the very first day I stepped into Carousel, a song started to play over the radio, one I had not heard in 0 years. It took Carousel less than a day to find my world and to mock me with it. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. I have some experience with that part, I said. Yes, she said. Carousel is filled with wonder and promise. For many years, we tried to understand its aptitude with MBW. It is able to do things that should not be possible. The magic between worlds is not magic in and of itself. It is a practice designed for enforcing and balancing rule sets. And yet Carousel, which bursts forth with MBW, seems to have no need to balance things. It took me a moment to realize that what I heard as MBU was her pronouncing MBW. The magic between worlds. A bit obnoxious, but maybe it would grow on me. Well, there's balance in its narratives. From what I can tell, I said. Yes, its rules are balanced to some degree, but its power appears not to be. Did you know that in the very storyline you are running, Carousel is using real-time manipulation in order to simulate make-believe time manipulation rules? Oh, right, the storyline. I had some idea, I said. Though I was very disappointed to know that jumping between mass casualty events using bodily injuries to dislodge you from the time stream was not real-time travel. How does it use time travel with such ease? Low-world time travel is but multiversal travel blindfolded, but Carousel is more adept. We have been fascinated for some time. These secrets are valuable. And Carousel holds the answers, she said. The way she spoke about it, it was pure fascination. I didn't feel like she was deceiving me, because if she was trying to pull the wool over my eyes, she should have known better than to speak about Carousel with such a dreamy tone. Carousel is bloodthirsty, I said. It's a torture world. A death game. In much the same way that she couldn't ever imagine having to explain who the Barker was. I could hardly imagine having to explain why Carousel was a bad place. Every world is bloodthirsty, she said. You're too young to know that. I wasn't here to argue. That was pointless. What is Carousel trying to accomplish? And why are you helping it? I asked. Again, that look as if she couldn't believe how it wasn't obvious. Maybe it was. But I was just too narrowly focused, too oblivious to understand. Carousel's ends appear simple. Ours are more practical and honorable. When you meet the barker the first few times, he tells you the price. But if you live long enough to see him more than that, he stops naming the price. And you have to start naming your offer. Offer, I repeated. And this is what we offer, she said. From the stack of tickets she had produced, she pulled one that I hadn't yet seen. You offer tickets to play the game at Carousel, I said, guessing where she was going with it. That's how you guys acquire all your magic coupons for your economy. You sell trips to a horror world. I can't imagine people cash those in too often, though. I guess you could also just sell. Wait, she handed me a ticket. Admit one. A special engagement of the strings attached. A featured selection from the town of Carousel with behind-the-scenes exclusives with the Party of Promise. The strings attached follows 5 intrepid gossip reporters as they infiltrate the most exclusive masked ball of the season, an event glittering with power, beauty, and secrets no outsider was ever meant to uncover. But when an impossible murder shatters the evening's fouade, the society turns its masked gaze inward, searching for intruders. The rules of the night have changed. The dance has begun. And those who do not belong must play their part perfectly, or be unmasked. Starring Christian Stone, Kimberly Madison, Antoine Stone, Riley Lawrence, and Grace Varga as the detective. This selection captures one of Carousel's most elegant and sinister games yet. Will they get the truth out? Or will they become part of the story forever? Your seat is reserved. The curtain rises with the punch of this ticket. My heart started to race, and I had trouble breathing. It wasn't that this was a surprise. We obviously knew that this was happening, but we thought it was done purely by some dark, demented, cosmic voyeur, and we had come to terms with that horror. But this was different. This was mundane exploitation. This was somehow darker. Whatever evil Carousel was, whatever a noble audience it served, I was prepared for that. But this was different. So what exactly are we talking about here? I asked. I know that you're clearly helping Carousel. We'd been told that even before we knew who you were. At first I thought you were like servants or slaves, postered players, missing film buffs, NPCs, something. But you're doing this so that you have something to offer the barker, in exchange for magic tickets. Why did the barker sound familiar? I couldn't shake the feeling I had seen him somewhere. Yes, Striga said. Funding for our research was limited. But once the proprietor came up with the idea of actually helping Carousel instead of merely observing it, this operation became far more profitable. 2 decades worth of hiding my feelings had trained me not to show what I was feeling on my face. But I was really struggling. In Carousel, I had felt emotions like desperation or despair or abject terror. But I was rarely angry at Carousel. I conceived of it as some cosmic being that saw me as nothing but a source of enjoyment, something beyond my mortal comprehension. I might as well have been mad at God or the universe itself. But these people were people, immortal, but still human. Perhaps I wasn't hiding the emotions on my face so well, you know. We never force any players to come, she said. And we didn't bring you here. That was Carousel's doing. We help with the logistics to keep the game running. We added the red wallpaper so that players could stand a chance at survival. We made physical tickets to make the spells easier to understand. There was a time when they had to hunt and find all of the information if they even knew to do so. It couldn't have been called a game when we arrived, what Carousel did. But now you and the others have a fair chance. This is how you repay us for that. I was staring at the building. I didn't want to look at her. By starring in a movie of me beating myself to death to rid my body of a sorcerer who was possessing me, I asked. That's how we repay you. Have you ever slammed your face into the ground so hard your teeth broke just because you wanted your friends to live? Have you ever forced your arms to twist until your tendons snapped? Calm down, she said. All players are like this at first. Just think rationally. Did you never think to try to rescue the players trapped here when you arrived? I asked. She looked so offended. Dear boy, those poor souls trapped here when we arrived could hardly be called players. And if we were to curse them with the ability to remember the trials and tribulations they had been through, it would be a greater evil than anything Carousel had done to them. We couldn't save them. You understand that? Do you not? Carousel's rules are quite clear. We couldn't just sweep in and rescue everyone, even we aren't powerful enough to do that. Not here. Not until we understand Carousel's system better. Carousel did have its rules. Deus ex machina. I said. She was right. You can't be saved by random outside forces in Carousel. You have to save yourself. Or get friends. Yes, exactly, she said. We even presented the idea of paragons, those who exist in both worlds. Both players and observers who could intercede. We broadcast your films to expand the audience. We do help. She truly didn't understand why I might not be on board with this whole arrangement. Simply watching the films you're in and paying attention is an act of service toward you. Do you know how much of an uproar our world is in right now? You and your friends are all anyone talks about. They know that if we can't find a way to rescue you, the company's stock is practically sunk. We may have to shutter our Carousel operations permanently. That's why we have spent years away from our families to come here and resolve this crisis. If you die, it would do damage to our image even after we've got these problems fixed. We won't be able to continue our explorations into Carousel's origin or any of the wonders it contains. Our fates are tied together in many ways. Toward the end, I could tell that she realized her version of logic wasn't quite working. And to her credit, she did hold out 5 of her tickets to me. Take this, she said. As a token of goodwill. I was angry, but I knew my mission. And a friendly narrator, even one so callous that she couldn't see the evils of the system she had become complicit in, was a valuable asset. I grabbed the tickets and put them in my pocket without even reading them. Thank you, I said. I hope this won't affect your decision, she said. Decision? I asked. About joining my throughline and helping find the answers to questions hidden throughout the many worlds. She said. Right, I said. My mind was a million miles away from that. I have to talk to my teammates, she nodded. I assure you, Mr. Lawrence. Riley, we are not responsible for your situation. And we have only helped you. I understand, I said. There was a pause. Nearly 20 seconds of silence. Then I said, I came here to explore this building, to try to see if there are any solutions for my people. I went through some trouble to get here. And I can't waste this opportunity. There's narrative momentum being wasted. Yes, she said. You should find the control room. If you really want to understand the nature of your existence, or at least confirm what I suspect you've already deduced, a trip there will help you. But be warned. You have one of the most famous faces in the many worlds. It isn't likely you'll get far without being noticed. Well, I have to try, I said. Please promise me you won't tell anyone. I won't, she said. We don't have any specific rules about this situation. It's never happened before. So, I am under no obligation to report you by company policy. That's great to hear, I said. How generous. I walked to the entrance of the building, which consisted of a large row of glass doors. My hood was pulled up. My sunglasses were on. And for the first time in so long, a white-hot fury burned through me. I briefly worked at my university's football stadium during my freshman year of college. I was selling sports memorabilia, and I was bad at it. It didn't really matter. All I had to do was stand there and restock. It was a student job, not a real job. I had no ambition to stick around longer than I was contractually obligated to. But still, I remembered my amazement at realizing exactly how massive our football stadium was, not just the field or the stands, but the area behind the stands where the stores and concessions were. It was like a giant tunnel that went on forever, and on game days, it would be filled with people walking shoulder to shoulder. And yet, there were more tunnels that even the sports fans didn't know about, the ones we could walk through in the back to load goods or just hang around. I worked that job for 3 months, just one semester, and I dreaded every single game day. But I will credit that experience for giving me a fascination with the internal workings of buildings, even massive scary ones like this. The last time I had been in tunnels underneath a stadium, I had gotten stabbed half to death. So, I didn't really get a chance to appreciate how big it was. Walking into the enormous crescent-shaped building in front of me made the stadium from my college days feel tiny and cramped. The lobby was at least the size of 3 football fields, and it was abuzz with people who I had to assume were fans or tourists. And although I could not hear, it did appear as if they were being separated into tour groups. Many of them wore my hoodie or had a Walkman like mine. The girls had scrunchies in their hair, and there were so many baseball bats in the hands of those tourists that you would think we were at Yankee Stadium. It wasn't just stuff that my friends and I wore. I saw someone wearing Arthur's hat, which he rarely took off. There was a store that sold memorabilia on the left side of the lobby, and once I realized that people weren't noticing me, I decided to go scope it out. Not only was this store huge, but it had pretty much every outfit that Kimberly had ever worn for sale. For 500 tokens, which I had to assume were the same coins we won at the end of a storyline, you could buy your own copy of the Atlas. Although the shelf had it labeled as the Survivor's Bible, I hadn't heard anyone call it that for the longest time. I flipped through it. It was highly abridged and edited. Gizmos, swords, guns, all claiming to have been used in various storylines, were lined up. Masks like those at the masquerade ball of the strings attached were for sale, with one being modeled by one of the enemies from that story. There was a whole wall of clothing for the University of Carousel fighting torsos. All of our experiences and torments had come to this. I wondered how Carousel felt about how its hellish world had been commodified and turned into a theme park. Maybe it didn't care. Maybe it was incapable of caring. As I walked through the aisles of merch, a tour group passed by. I noticed because the tour leader called out, "Here is one of our most famous residents." And I nearly started running because I thought I had been spotted. She was gesturing away from where I was, though. Dr. Aldrich Rose, our newest narrator and longtime researcher, she said, gesturing toward the man. "Dr. Rose, do you think you have a moment to talk to our lucky sweepstakes winners? They came from all across the many worlds after being granted refuge here." I hunkered down behind a shelf to listen in. They were selling t-shirts with my face and the face of Mrs. Cloudburst from the strings attached on them, with a heart. That was almost enough to distract me from what was going on outside the shop. "As you know," the man said, "I was brought to Carousel just like you after the sweepstakes pulled me out of a world already lost to the manifold hunger. I have a grant from the company now to research a cure, and I've been approved as a narrator. It becomes easier to get approved when most of the others flee. Do you all know what the manifold hunger is?" He wore glasses and was dressed in a blue shirt and one of those 10 vests with lots of pockets. His outfit almost threatened to look normal. "A disease," one of the children said when called on. The tour guide whispered something in his ear, and suddenly, he looked embarrassed. "Kind of. Yeah," Rose said. He took a moment to think, pushing up his glasses. He spoke softly with the children. "It's a hive mind, a collective entity. It has a great deal of biological control. A really bad deal for human populations. On planets without a human presence, it can cause an ecosystem to flourish remarkably well. It just doesn't do well with us. Some of you know that better than I can describe. I'm glad that I can be part of the company's outreach efforts. I know many of you were probably nervous about taking refuge in a place like Carousel, but I can assure you, this is a good place." A little girl woefully said, "Is it going to come here too?" This little girl had definitely heard of the manifold hunger. Dr. Rose got down on one knee and said, "While the hunger does exhibit the ability to follow its prey throughout time and space, you are in Carousel now, and trust me, you have never been safer from the manifold hunger. If it came here, Carousel would eat it for breakfast." He smiled, and the little girl nodded, though she still seemed scared. Some of the kids laughed. In fact, Dr. Rose continued, "I think Carousel already has eaten up the manifold hunger several times. I just can't prove it yet. When I do, the company, myself, and some brave players are going to run through Carousel's hidden streets and back lots until we find a cure. There's nothing out there that Carousel can't handle, right? Sometimes allying with the ultimate evil has its perks. All it takes is finding the way forward." He stood and smiled. "What about the party of promise?" someone asked from the crowd. He paused and thought. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe we can get them to help. It's a lot to ask. But even if they don't want to help, we'll be getting more players from the many worlds soon enough, and someone will be willing to do what it takes." He took a deep breath. "That's the thing most people don't realize about this place. Carousel takes in the worst people, but it also grabs the best." He was putting on a brave face, and like many of the members of the Manifest Consortium, he almost seemed like he could have been a guy named Alan from Ohio. Just a normal guy. Maybe that was because he was an immigrant to their society. Say goodbye to Dr. Rose, the tour guide called as he walked away. Off towards some other corner of the lobby. They brought refugees here. What was it? Some kind of work program. Come work backstage at Carousel. Or stay and get assimilated into the hive mind. Were they being as charitable as it seemed? I just couldn't wrap my head around these people. Did they really think Mrs. Cloudburst and I were a thing? I didn't spend much time inside the souvenir shop. I didn't need souvenirs. The workers there barely noticed me. They were busy with real customers, or, as I had done when I worked at the stadium as a student. The employees here were avoiding eye contact and hoping no one would talk to them. Some things were universal, I guess. I needed to find a way to the main part of the building up into the tower at the center of the crescent. I knew that if I ended up backstage again, I would get lost. Fortunately, this building was not designed like a maze. And like many of the structures in Carousel. It was pretty straightforward. There was a sign with an arrow that said offices, leading up a large row of red stairs. Or, of course, I could have taken one of the many elevators, which had the exact same fixtures and design as many of the things I saw on the red wallpaper. I decided on the stairs, and while I wasn't the only one traveling up, no one seemed to notice me. Maybe they simply didn't expect me, so they didn't care to look. Once someone glanced inside the theater and realized I wasn't there, they would likely raise alarms. Or maybe the bureaucracy was just tangled enough that no one would know what was going on. And when they saw the empty theater, they would just assume I wasn't supposed to be there. I was playing it by ear. On the second floor, there was a flock of what I realized were reporters standing in front of a row of desks where people worked tirelessly. There were other things, hallways leading in every direction, but I couldn't afford to search every inch of this place. There wouldn't be time. I looked at the group of people over. They were the Carousel press corps. I knew that because there was a big sign on the ceiling that said so. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. This world had many different news outlets. I had to expect as much. For all I knew, it had many times the population that Earth did, but I couldn't say. All I knew was that I saw a lot of attractive, well-dressed people holding microphones. And yet, I didn't see a single camera person. Amazingly, they didn't notice me either. I was just another person wearing souvenirs in a massive room with lots of distractions. Did hustle help me be unnoticed? I knew it was good for sneaking, but this felt a little bit too much. I listened to the scuttlebutt as I passed by them to find another set of stairs at the other end of the room. There was a person, presumably someone who worked for the company and not the news outlets, giving remarks about the current storyline. At least one member of the Party of Promise will be tortured, she said. Yeah, I thought. I continued on. As much as I wanted to hear how they talked about us. Dr. Striga had mentioned something about a control room, and so, when I got to the other end of the room, I found another large red staircase, this time going toward the right, which I assumed meant the stairs wound upward with each set turned 90 degrees until you got to the top. Maybe I should have taken the elevator. Oh well. Fortunately, the next set of stairs was nearby after I got to the top of the set leading away from the press corps. But I didn't immediately start ascending, because the third floor only had one room if my reading of the map on the wall was correct. One massive room. Scripting. That was all it said. There was a large, beautiful door, not the kind you would normally see in an office building. More like something that would open up to a ballroom. Scripting. Was that exactly what it sounded like? There was a red velvet rope stretched across the front of the door, and a sign was stuck on it that said, "Do not enter until we figure this out." There was no way I could resist peeking after reading that. I snuck around one of the stanchions holding up the red velvet rope and tested the door. It wasn't locked. Were these people that trusting? The massive door creaked open just enough for me to slip through. Then, I found myself in a room bigger than any I had ever seen before, filled with desks, typewriters, and hundreds of different screens with live feeds of the storyline. The typewriters were clicking away with no one sitting at them. And yet, they weren't normal typewriters. They didn't have single pages inside of them. Instead, they ticked away on long, unending rolls of paper that spread out and littered the entire room. No wonder they didn't want anyone in here. The place was covered in scripts typed onto long rolls of paper. I looked up at the live feeds. Generation Killer had not yet made it into the museum, but he was bombarding them with rocks, breaking windows. And it was clear they were going to try to ram the building with a stolen car. I went to a typewriter close to the screen, where I saw one of them revving the engine. I looked down at what was being typed. "Stay on your mark." That was the message to the Generation Killer behind the wheel. They were waiting for the right timing. Were my friends aware of this? I wasn't sure. They would be eventually. No. Could I just type something like "turn off the car and go jump off a building"? Would they do it if I did? These were the scripts, after all. Would that be a legitimate move for me, after all? Everything about my being here was an extension of one trope or another. Would that be a permitted action to take? I had my doubts. I continued to look around the room. There were so many typewriters, most of which were not in use. Even with all the Generation Killers, they didn't need all of these typewriters, especially since there was only one storyline being run. As I read through them, I realized that some Generation Killers were being controlled by one script as a group while others got their own script. Interesting. It was an amazing and awesome sight. This giant room. I found some typewriters up at the front. They were for Bobby and Leela, who, as wallflowers, were capable of viewing the script or at least a version of it. I could roughly track what they had done. Leela had done her best since being killed, or at least since her character was killed, but there wasn't much she could do without appearing on screen. The script tracked her trip to recruit Michael while showing her everything she had seen along the way. The script must have been really useful. Surely film buffs would get access to it at some point in time. Bobby's script was so long it formed a stack of paper at least a foot high in front of his typewriter. There was a viewfinder of sorts right at the place above where the letters were being typed. And I had to imagine that the area inside the viewfinder was what Bobby could see at any given time. While instructing the Generation Killers to stand down was certainly something Carousel would frown upon, talking to Bobby didn't seem like it would be. I took a risk. I had to assume that if I wasn't allowed to do this, I would be stopped. "Car set to ram eastern wall. Be ready. RL," I typed. Bobby couldn't communicate easily with the others, but it was still possible. He had been coordinating between the rest of us ever since he got stuck on the other side of time. After all, up on a nearby display, on a camera that was currently off screen, I could see Bobby standing inside the museum but on the other side of time, with a surprised look on his face as he stared into his mind's eye at the script. "Riley," he asked aloud. It was strange being able to hear his voice after spending so much time playing charades with him. The camera followed him as he traversed fourth or fifth dimensionally outside until he saw the car himself. I didn't dare say anything else. As interesting as this room was, I didn't think there was much else for me to learn. I left the way I came. Luckily, there was no one in the hallway because, at least then, surely they would notice that I wasn't just someone wearing a Riley hoodie. I was Riley himself. The nearest person had passed by and was headed up the stairs, and I decided to follow. The fourth floor held many things, and the map was complicated. It looked a lot more like a normal office map, at least. In fact, I could see a bullpen with stressed workers handling something or another as I passed by. There were too many people on that floor for me to dare explore around, and they weren't all distracted like all of the reporters had been. I decided to go up to the fifth floor. While the control room was not on that floor, something else that interested me was a large room simply listed as invitations. This entire floor seemed mostly abandoned. There was a man sweeping, wearing a copy of my Walkman, listening to music that I had to hope was not from Carousel. Invitations could be an innocuous designation, or it could be exactly what I feared it was. Dr. Striga had said that the company didn't invite players themselves, and yet I knew there was something called an invitee, which is what Dina and Logan were. Curiosity compelled me to check it out. I snuck across the polished stone floors until I found the room that matched the one I had seen on the map, the room labeled invitations. Like the scripting room, this one was closed off with a red velvet rope, though there was no sign on the door. Luckily, red velvet ropes were no match for my curiosity. I simply unhooked the rope, opened the door, and moved inside. The room was dark, so I reached around and found a light switch, one of those old-fashioned ones that had a loud click when you turned it on. For such an advanced, magical society, their basic technology was stuck in the past. It took me a while to understand what I was seeing in the room. It largely consisted of one desk with a microphone, an old-timey microphone, at that. The kind where you could see springs attached inside, hooked up to two large machines that could have been power generators for all I knew, but might have also been some sort of antenna. They were the size of a car. Beyond that, there were rows and rows of filing cabinets. Something I had not noticed until now was the pneumatic tubes that ran along the walls inside of the building. I had assumed that they were electrical conduits of some kind, but I had yet to be inside of an office. There were rows of tubes, all leading from different places around the building. Some letters that had clearly come from inside of the pneumatic tubes were laying out on the desk next to the canisters that they had been retrieved from. I examined the large machines more closely. They had dials, bulbs, and all kinds of controls. I felt stupid looking at it. There was so much I didn't understand, just down to the basic terminology. There was a printer on one of the machines that spat out a stream of paper that dangled down from the side of it, almost reaching the floor. Being as nosy as I was, I grabbed it up and looked at the end of it. I didn't understand what I was looking at. Not at first. It was an exchange of direct messages on Instagram between Kimberly Madison and some influencer named Rachelby_something. Kimberly had reached out to her. I glanced at a few of the important messages. Rachel: Kimberly, I haven't heard from you since you said you were taking a break from social media. I saw those pics you uploaded from that weird masquerade ball. Have you been in Europe? Kimberly Madison: honestly, Rachel, this past year has been exactly what I needed. No pressure, no expectations, just time to breathe. I feel like I finally know what I want, and I'm ready to start the next chapter of my life. I've been thinking about creating something different, a content house, but not like the ones you see all over This would be something exclusive, private, where we actually control the narrative. No managers pulling the strings. No brands treating us like products. Just real creators, working together on our own terms. They went on to discuss the idea for dozens of messages over weeks. The exchange included phone calls and emails, all of which were on the transcript. Rachel: okay, Kim, I've talked to a few people, and they're in. Even Kevin says he'll come, though I'm not sure why you would want him. We're heading to the Ozarks next week. I can't wait until people find out what we're planning. This is going to change everything. There were a few more exchanges until finally, another came. Hello, this is Damon from Instagram Security. We need to inform you that the account you've been communicating with has been compromised. Please disregard any messages from this user. We apologize for any confusion and appreciate your cooperation as we work to resolve this issue. This Rachel person reached out a few more times, trying to confirm things with Kimberly and asking for specific directions, but Kimberly never answered. Strange. This whole setup was exactly what I feared. This machine, somehow, was sending messages through Instagram back in the real world. That wasn't what I pictured. What did I picture? I didn't know. Immediately, my mind turned to the rows of filing cabinets. They were not arranged, I came to find out, by alphabetical order, but rather by chronology, which made it easy to find a certain exchange with an Antoine Stone. I also found the letters that Andrew had sent Isaac and Cassie. I couldn't make myself read them. Instead, I went to find the letters on the desk that had been sent through the pneumatic tubes. One letter placed prominently on the desk explained that a man named Damon was instructed to disrupt any attempt by Carousel to attract new players. From the office of the proprietor to Damon Fleming, invitation subject, no new acquisitions. Mr. Fleming, per the company-wide memo regarding the flagging prospects of the Party of Promise, I have this command: shut it down. All of it. No new players. No exceptions. If Carousel tries to recruit, cut it off at the knees. If it wants to recruit, let it create its own relay. Without players, the beast will be quelled. Handle it while we finalize strategies for a proper reset. The proprietor Vince St. Dictated but not read. The level of arrogance these people exuded was unbelievable. I had seen the awesome and horrifying power of Carousel. Were they really that confident in their ability to contain it? Did they not realize that Carousel would play along with their attempts to dominate it just to set them up for a bigger fall? I was starting to get a picture of what was actually going on. Flagging prospects of the players. They didn't think we were going to win. I had assumed that the warning I had received in the theater about us being abandoned was about the audience. What if it wasn't? What if it was about the company itself? Were they going to abandon us? When I left the invitations room, I left with my head hanging down. I knew that all of this stuff existed. I wasn't a fool, but picturing it as some arcane ritual, or the all-powerful will of a cosmic being made it more digestible in a strange way. The story of our entrapment, it was told on readouts and dials. These people of the Manifest Consortium, they may have been immortal, but they were people. Knowing that their ambitious little hands had some small part to play in our fate completely captured my focus and made it difficult for me to think about my mission. What was my mission? To find out if there was a way forward without any traps. I had gotten so distracted with constant revelations that I had forgotten my simple but impossible goal. We needed to figure out what to do next. Did we follow Carousel's through line, as the framers of Project Rewind seemed to intend, whether they knew that was what they were doing or not? Or was there another way? I didn't know if a satisfying answer existed to that question. If I was going to die over and over, curing a cosmic hive mind virus didn't seem like a waste of time. As I walked through the 5th floor, being ignored by the janitor, I saw where the storyline was on a display monitor. There was still time. I took the tickets out of my pocket that Drive.strig had given me, and I read through them. Dream of your choosing. From Lumiere Remedies or Purveyors of the Rare of the Necessary. This ticket grants you not just a dream, but the one you long for most. No fleeting half-images. No restless confusion, only a world of your choosing, held steady until morning. Revisit. Reimagine. Walk through a door that never opened. Stand beneath a sky that never was. Speak to someone you miss, or someone you've yet to meet. You will wake with the memory intact. And for one night, you will have exactly what you need. Lumiere Remedies, because some things are best left to dreams. Everyone's favorite casserole. A gift from Hearth the Home Syndicate. This ticket delivers the meal you have always loved, even if you have never tasted it before. The flavor shifts to memory, to longing, to the warmth of a home that may no longer exist. It is the dish set at the family table. The scent that fills a childhood kitchen. The bite that quiets an ache you didn't know you carried. Perfectly made, perfectly warm. Just for you. Hearth the Home Syndicate, no place like it. The Sieve of Time. Issued by the Bureau of Measured Moments. World moves on. But you don't have to, not yet. This ticket allows you to pause a single moment, not frozen, but lingering. The conversation doesn't end. The sun doesn't set. The touch of a hand doesn't slip away. Not until the last grain of time falls through the sieve. Stay. Breathe. Hold on to now. Just a little longer. The Bureau of Measured Moments, because some moments deserve more time. Getaway weekend at Eleanor Sound. An exclusive offer from Lumiere Retreats. Escape the crowds, the noise, the demands of the world by having a world entirely to yourself. This ticket grants you a 2-night stay at Eleanor Sound. A premier interdimensional retreat where the only guest is you. Lounge on untouched shores. Roam forests where no path has yet been worn. Or bask beneath a sky that has never had to share its stars. Your world will wait for your return. Until then, enjoy a place where you are the only story that matters. Lumiere Retreats, because sometimes solitude is the greatest luxury. Refurbishment of _____________. Brought to you by the hands that mend. This ticket entitles the bearer to the full restoration of a single object, no matter its age, condition, or the hands it has passed through. A childhood toy, battered but beloved. A book with pages too delicate to turn. A locket rusted shut. A clock that stopped ticking when someone left and never restarted. Whatever it is, however worn, it will be made whole again. Simply name the item. The rest will follow. The hands that mend, because some things still have life left in them. They were neat. In fact, they were kind of cool. It was strange to imagine that someone could be awarded a ticket like these that, in some goofy corporate marketing speak, informed them they would be immortal, that they would live long enough to become callous to the lives of others. Immortality and casserole. The spectrum of the sweepstakes was immense. I stuffed the tickets back in my pocket, where they disappeared just as my tropes did. I was numb, and all I knew to do was continue the climb. And so, I did climb, finding the red stairway up 10 more levels. I wasn't even close to tired. All of those buffs to my great hat practically made me superhuman when it came to simple endurance. Each level was very similar to the ones before it, covering some small but important aspect of the carousel experience. One floor had a bunch of beeping monitors that reminded me of a hospital, where I could see all the stats of the living players. But more than the stuff we normally could see on the red wallpaper, I could see their heartbeats. I could see how worried they were and their level of fear. And there must have been a dozen other things being measured that I didn't even understand. The next floor was devoted completely to the marketing department. Just as important, they were working on posters of Kimberly. Guess if you have to fund your spelunking adventures into Carousel in search of fundamental truth, you need to sell some merch. The floor above that was strange but enlightening. It had what appeared to be the world's worst hourglass. It was a large vertical tube filled with strange red sand. There was no bottleneck at the middle. Instead, much of the sand just floated upward. I had to stop and try to understand what I was looking at. There were only 2 workers in the room, and while one glanced at me, they didn't say anything to me for a moment as I read the various signage near the strange device. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. The gizmo was for detecting tension in a storyline, and there were many other rooms with devices just like it for other storylines when multiple were being run. Tension, the currency of storytelling. This vague thing that I had been using to try to decide what actions I could take in a storyline. You don't want the tension to go too low, or Carousel will do something to raise it. It was the fundamental reason why you couldn't kill the bad guy early on, as Adeline had impressed upon us multiple times. You had to maintain the right amount of tension for the part of the story you were in. There it was, being measured by red sand. It was strangely comforting to realize that this abstract narrative force, that I felt silly for talking about and trying to define, was not only real but had been defined so simply: tension. I must have stared at that red tube for too long because the 2 workers started to notice me. At first, I hoped that they didn't recognize my face. "Wait, what are you doing here?" one of them said, a shorter one with curly black hair, wearing a lab coat that was yellow with a gold trim. The other one was wearing a normal white lab coat. He was taller and wore glasses, and neither of them showed up on the red wallpaper. Strangely, I was so emotionally numb between the storyline and my recent discoveries that I didn't jump and run immediately. "Just taking a break," I said. "Sorry to bother you." The short, curly-headed one looked at his friend and then back at me. Then, as if unsure of his conviction that I was the Riley Lawrence, he asked, "Aren't you Riley Lawrence?" I had to hope that my high moxie would work on these fellows. "Yep, that's me," I said. "Just took a break from fighting old Generation Killer to come talk to you two." I tried to play it off as a joke, and it must have worked because I got polite chuckles from them. They both left their workstations and crept closer to me as if I was a creature being studied. "Wait a second," the tall one said. "I thought that Carousel red-tagged all of our non-combatant shapeshifters." Luckily, he was speaking English. And luckily, I just had to guess at what all those words meant together. "Yep," I said. "A real pain in the neck if you ask me." "Well, you're not a clone being controlled by the script," the shorter one said. "The scripting room is off limits. Carousel's gone haywire, it's taken back the pen. That's just a rumor." The taller one said. "No, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes." The shorter one argued back. "So then, how do you look like Riley Lawrence?" Identity theft wasn't balanced last time I checked. More English words in strange orders. Identity theft wasn't balanced, alrighty. He said that with so much attitude, like he was saying something so obvious. "Potion," I said, as the word just popped into my mind. "Potion." The short one repeated. "You mean a magic potion?" "I don't believe it." "Well, you better," I said. "That was it, double down. We're resorting to low magic now. This is so embarrassing." He went on to say, "Yes, low magic potions. How embarrassing. But what were we going to do? Identity theft wasn't balanced." "Okay, but why do you need to look like Riley Lawrence?" the taller one asked. "It's painfully obvious," the shorter one said before I could explain, looking at his friend like he was an idiot. "If it's so obvious, then what's going on?" the tall one asked. He looked at me, but I redirected his gaze back at the short one, hoping for an explanation myself. "This is our exit strategy," said the one in the yellow lab coat. "I told you that we were working on one." We're going to give them a happy ending, or at least make the audience think they had one, and then we're going to let nature take its course so we can get a fix on our little problem." Listening to him saying that hit me right in the gut. "No," the taller one said. "That can't be what we're doing." Upstairs said we were supposed to continue helping the players as long as they were making progress. "We're just going to do our best, and if they die, they die. Of course, they're going to say that," the shorter one said. "That's what they're going to say right up until the moment they reveal the real plan. They aren't going to let people see players die from our screw-up. We'd lose our commission, and there is way too much work to be done in Carousel to risk that." And then, as I had feared, they both looked at me. I had very little preparation for this type of conversation. I had not really worked in a corporate hierarchy, let alone a magical one, but my grandfather had, and he always had a sense of humor about it. "Well, you know what they say," I said. "If you think you know what upstairs is thinking, wait 5 minutes." I had to hope that joke existed in their culture. For a moment, they just looked at me. But then, as the meaning of the joke dawned on them, they started to laugh. "Isn't that the truth?" the shorter one said. "Well, unless you've got any films that need buffed, I gotta go upstairs," I said. "Need to get this show on the road." I smiled and waved as I walked away toward the red stairs. They kind of laughed and stood there like they thought I was leaving too soon. But I didn't care. As soon as I made it to the stairs, I continued my way up. Those guys seemed friendly. It was strange what you could get away with when no one was on the lookout for deception. I continued my way up. Heck, I even took an elevator once I realized that no one was on the lookout for me. No one had figured out I was gone. There was only one explanation in my grasp: my savvy. I had made a plan. Savvy helps your plans work, though I had assumed it would stop having an influence once I actually got here. But was it possible that Carousel's magic was helping me along the way? That felt too easy. I didn't have time to think about it, but if I made it out of here, I knew it would be a constant topic of my meditations. The floor I ended up on was called Creative, and it was roped off and abandoned. As I walked in, something immediately caught my eye in the center of the room. There was a giant glass dome, almost as tall as I was. There was a large machine at its base with lots of dials and readouts, though the control panel had exploded. There was also a series of desks or tables that wrapped around the perimeter of the room, which also had lots of little glass domes lined up neatly. I thought maybe they were crystal balls or strange tube television screens set into the tables. I just didn't know. They all contained lights inside that immediately attracted my eyes. I started with the glass dome in the center and casually stared down into it. My blood ran cold as I saw what appeared to my eyes to be a miniature version of the bed and breakfast from Permanent Vacancy. They were looking at the piece of Carousel from my world. I didn't know if it was fake or real. It was very detailed. As far as I was concerned, it could have been a live aerial feed. I broke my attention away from the dome and started looking around at all the desks, which were covered in devices with dials and knobs. Like many of the other devices I'd found, if the dome in the center of the room contained the bed and breakfast, the glass that covered much of the tables surrounding the room contained, well, something very similar. They contained aerial views of Eastern Carousel. The desk that surrounded the room was divided into sections, with little plaques hanging from the side of the table. All those plaques said were Carousel 1825, Carousel 1826, Carousel 1827, and so on and so forth, until finally, it got to Carousel 2025. Each year had a small dome of its own. I glanced at them from above. All of them showed the same aerial view, but of course, the aerial view of Eastern Carousel changed as the years went by. More and more different buildings popped up. More and more different features like hills and ponderos. What was once forest and tall grass became farmland. And what was once a dark edge of nothingness on the far east became a parking lot, and a bed and breakfast, and a little building for employees only. And it became all of that in 1989. It took me a moment to figure out what I was looking at because of the enormity of it all and because of my racing heartbeat. This was where they had done it. This was where they had decided to incorporate my world into Carousel proper. I found a little note, written on a piece of paper covered in dust. The words Permanent Vacancy were circled, while several other options such as bed and bedlam were crossed out. Silas Darkin had told us about this, pretty much. He had been telling the truth. The Manifest Consortium had been in the middle of adding things when they lost control. Samantha had done her best to tell us about this, though the script fought her. But seeing this giant room, with its giant diorama of Eastern Carousel, it felt real. I stared down into Carousel 1989 and saw something I hadn't noticed before. There were little colorful dots moving on the ground. The view was too high up for me to notice at first. They were people. As I continued to explore the room, I found a dial labeled dilation. It was a few notches above zero. It sat on a control panel in the center of the room, the one that appeared to have exploded. But some of the other dials caught my attention, too. One looked like it could be used to input coordinates, and another seemed to be used to input year. As I let all of the little details play around in my mind, I started to question an assumption I had made. I reached into my pocket and took out the newspaper I had found in the trash. They said the Manifest Consortium had experienced nearly 70 days since Carousel rebelled. But to the players, it had been 34 years. I looked at the little knob that said dilation again. That must have meant time dilation. Were they able to adjust how much time passed relative to those of us trapped in Carousel so easily? The turn of a knob, and they could zoom through days of our suffering. How did they do that while still helping make storylines work? The level of control they had over the timeline of Carousel proper was awe-inducing. Staring at it all made me feel so small. And just as I was about to leave, I noticed something on the tables along the wall that marked Carousel 1989 through Carousel 2025. I noticed there was a strange sort of old-fashioned light that lit up from 1989 and stopped at 2023 and nowhere else. The only label for the light said, reverberation. The lights lit a path from 1989 all the way to the current year, or at least what should have been the current year in my home world. Reverberation. I stared more closely at Carousel 2024 and Carousel 2025. There was no parking lot. There was no bed and breakfast. The road ended in a dead end, with some trees, and beyond that, there was nothing. When they added the bed and breakfast so that they could get their perfect damsel, that change in 1989 didn't instantly change the future. It reverberated slowly. The change moved forward as the players from Earth did. Had they been watching us from this place on the other side of the mountain? Striga had said they spent years trying to help us. Maybe they did. But did they spend the same 34 years that players from my world had been trapped here? I was starting to think not. I was overwhelmed. But I continued forward, not because of my mission or even the implications of my findings on our survival. I moved forward out of pure curiosity. Having given up on the stairs as a method of ascending the tower, I found myself in an elevator, simply moving from floor to floor. No one really noticed. I got a couple of odd looks as the elevator doors would open, and I wouldn't get out. I was just peeking to see what was on each floor. It was the most efficient means of travel. There were lots of cool things to see, but if I investigated each of them fully, there was no way I would get to see everything. Magic aside, this place was a business. People were working, and largely so distracted that they never even looked in my direction. When I was about halfway up the tower, I came across a room labeled supplies, and I expected it to have lots of interesting things. I got off the elevator and found my way around. They were just normal office supplies. There were some different letterheads and stamps that I thought might have been magical, but for the most part, it was just mundane stuff very similar to what I might have found back home. I laughed as I went around the shelves and saw how ordinary everything was. I might have expected a society built on magic to be more magical, but the truth was that humans cared about convenience above all else. A lot of the superficial magical elements one might expect to see in a fantasy society would be awfully inconvenient compared to their mundane alternatives. Perhaps high magic, or MBW, the magic between worlds, was not really fit for the type of hocus pocus I was expecting. I only found one thing in the supply room that I actually wanted: a hole puncher. Everyone seemed to have one. Many of them carried them around like pocket watches, with chains attached to them as if they were afraid someone might steal it. In a world where magic was on tickets that you had to punch, that made some sense. I took one with me in case I ever wanted to use my tickets the proper way. As I was leaving, something happened. A portly fellow who was dressed rather sharply spotted me as I was leaving the supply room. He seemed like a nice enough guy. "Hey, you're Riley Lawrence, right? He asked with a smile. They said that you weren't in the theater. So they had noticed. I wondered how long it had taken them to check. Yeah, it's me, Riley Lawrence. Just wandering around the supply room, I said, trying to make it sound like a joke. What are you doing here? How did you get out of the theater? As much as I hated to be predictable, I thought maybe I'd try the same lie that had worked before. Oh, I said, I'm not really Riley Lawrence. Upstairs has me posing as him for a project they're working on. It's very hush-hush. He stared at me blankly. Oh, come off it, the guy said. He didn't even consider my lie for 1 second. Maybe I was getting greedy. I don't know, he said. I think I should report this. I'm sorry, I'm really rooting for you all. He started moving toward a phone on a desk nearby. Hey, do what you have to do, I said. I'm really surprised that you guys are still working right now, considering what's going on. You must be a really committed employee. That got his attention. He was a talker. Oh, we're used to Carousel misbehaving every now and again. We've been here for nearly 400 years. There's nothing we cannot handle. You should have been here back in the early days before the game first started. There were all kinds of problems we had to work through. Carousel is quite stubborn, but even it has limits. The proprietor is about to have a press conference about you in the control room. You know, about your people. He smiled warmly, as if he was glad to be talking to me, and then turned back toward the phone. I wasn't talking about Carousel, I said quickly. He looked at me, confused. What were you talking about? What's happening? The Barker, I said, trying to sound natural. Out in the courtyard. Honestly, I'm surprised that anyone's left up here. That's why I thought I could wander around. He was incredulous but clearly interested. You did not see the Barker out in the courtyard? Do you even know about the sweepstakes on your world? He asked. There was something in his voice. No, I just learned about it today when I met him, I said. Where else do you think I got these tickets? I pulled out the 5 tickets that Dr. Striga had given me and flashed them at him. Tell me, does the magic casserole really taste that good? He basically froze and stared at me as he considered what I was saying. They must have really been crazy about this sweepstakes. I've never had it, he said. I had a lollipop once that tasted like true love. Wish I'd never tasted that damn thing. Where did you say the Barker was? I just said what came to mind. The courtyard. At the very end of the crescent of the building there's this little nook next to the forest. It was dark. Guy nearly scared me half to death. The truth was, I didn't think this guy believed me, but sometimes, it's not the believability of the lie, it's the desirability. I could see it in his eyes. But if you've got to report me, I said, we could just wait here together. I hope you won't restrain me. I'm not going to fight, I promise. He thought for a moment. I'm not going to restrain you, he said. Well, you would have to, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm not going to stay here if you aren't. He looked back in the direction of an old-timey telephone, and then back at me. He was super conflicted. What colors was he wearing? The man asked, desperate for proof I was lying. What colors were on his shirt? The Barker, that is. I wasn't sure if Dr. Striga had told me the answer to that, but I did have an image in my mind, maybe something half-remembered. After all, the Barker did seem so familiar. Red and white, I said. That was it. That was all the permission he needed. Stay here, he said. You shouldn't be wandering around. Things can be dangerous for low-worlders. The truth was that guy did seem pretty reasonable, but his entire demeanor changed the moment I suggested that he might be able to play the sweepstakes. It was like he didn't even care if I was obviously lying to him. He had to check. And so he left me there, boarding the elevator and heading down. I boarded the elevator next to it, heading up. It took me a few more floors before I found the control room. And I knew I was in the right place before I even saw the sign for it because of all the reporters who had beaten me up here by using the elevator from the beginning. I slipped into the back, where there were some theater-style seats. That was appropriate because the entire control room looked kind of like a theater. What it actually looked like was NASA mission control like in the movies, except with an old movie theater aesthetic. Red velvet and gold trimming were everywhere. The place was flooded with reporters, all trying to get a look at a man standing in the center, down a grand row of stairs, past many different banks of desks with their own monitors and gizmos. Behind him, A big screen displayed live footage of what was happening inside the movie in real time. Things were tense. The entire block was burning because the generation killers had started fires and rammed things with cars. It was definitely a dark moment in the story. The man at the bottom of the stairs, however, was dressed to be the center of attention. He actually reminded me a lot of Silas Dyrkin in intensity, but instead of black, this man wore red and gold, similar to the way the room was decorated. He had a head full of auburn-colored hair and a playful, intelligent face. He was a bit taller than average, with a commanding presence. He might have been in his late 40s or early 50s in appearance. Immortality was hell on age guesstimation. Even though I couldn't see his name on the red wallpaper, I knew that he was Vincent St. Vane, the proprietor. The statue outside did look like him in the face but exaggerated his frame. He had a visible humor about him, like a Willy Wonka Santa Claus CEO. I sat in the shadows and watched. Not only did I watch the people, but I also watched the movie as it neared its end. But before too much could progress in the story, the press conference started. The many reporters went silent as someone made an announcement. Please welcome Vincent St. Vane, the proprietor of the game at Carousel. I heard their voice, but I didn't see who said it. It didn't matter. St. Vane was staring up at the throngs of reporters and various employees, but he wasn't basking in their attention. He was putting on a serious, if possibly morose face. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. You will have to forgive me. I have not prepared a speech. I have invited you here because a topic of conversation that has captivated audiences across the Manifest Consortium has finally come to bear. It would appear that the Party of Promise is on the very edge of defeat. A hush fell over the room. I didn't even know how that was possible when no one else had been talking much. But it was true, the air just seemed to leave the place. We have long discussed the possibility of sending home employees of the company whose roles are more related to supporting storylines here in Carousel, so that those who need to make repairs will be able to operate as needed. After all, our exploration into the fabric of Carousel and the excavation of its cosmic secrets is our top priority. This distraction, though entertaining and good for ticket sales, has caused a terrible disruption in our work. Before Carousel's rebellion, it did seem like we were close to finding another backlot in Carousel's depths, an inhabited one. We believe that there are many lives on the line with that discovery. If we can learn how the inhabitants of these backlots survived Carousel's wrath, we could create lasting peace and prosperity even here. These discussions have long been contentious, but it would seem that the time is appropriate. As the current storyline draws to a bloody end, whether the Party of Promise succeeds or fails, we need to face the reality of their potential failure and the promise of the wonders to come. Once we have these disruptions quelled, this story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. He took a heavy breath before continuing. It is with a heavy heart that I remind the viewers that the game at Carousel has never been beaten. Several through-lines have been successfully run, nearly 24 of them, but the game at Carousel has only ever ended in one way for the players of their ilk: death. And as hard as the party has endeavored, it does appear as if they are running out of narrative momentum, having never chosen a proper through-line. And now in their current storyline titled Post-Traumatic, it seems likely that their defeat is imminent, and any victory they achieve will be narrow if it is even possible. He cleared his throat as the reporters wrote down notes. I knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to use the difficulties in the finale of Post-Traumatic to implant the idea that we were inevitably going to lose and that the public at large should brace for that. More than that, he was trying to prepare them for the idea that they might start withdrawing workers so that repairs could be made. Images of blood and destruction flashed over the screen as he spoke. He was using our suffering in this story to create a soft landing so that maybe our deaths might not be so negative for the company's prospects, so that even though whatever went wrong was their fault, maybe the public at large would start to accept our fate. After all, we were just characters on TV to them. And like all the other characters that they had loved in the game at Carousel before, we were going to die. They just needed to accept it. He was trying to use the apparently pessimistic ending of Post-Traumatic to help his cause, given that the failure of the Party of Promise is all but inevitable. I have issued orders to begin a teardown of the current game so that investigations can begin. Images flashed over the screen of my friends, of the fights. Camden, Anna, Kimberly huddled together. wounded and afraid while this man talked about withdrawing, about abandoning us. The two workers I had seen in the tension room had discussed this very thing. It wasn't a question of if the Manifest Consortium was going to abandon us, it was when. And yet, another thought occurred to me. Why did this man think that we were going to lose this storyline? Yes, we had experienced some setbacks. Yes, the odds were overwhelming. Yes, there were few players left alive, it would seem, in the narrative. But had he not seen our plan? Did he not know what was about to happen? Was he going to deceive them? Or did he really believe our defeat was inevitable? Did he know something I didn't? It didn't matter. I had lost focus on whatever speech he was giving. Reporters were now asking him questions. Mr. St. Vane, one reporter asked, can you comment on reports that Riley Lawrence has been reported missing from Death Watch Theater? He waved it off. As I said, St. Vane continued, many different systems are going to be torn down and investigated. Everything that is happening is perfectly normal. He was lying. And if he was willing to lie about me and why I was missing from the theater, would he be willing to lie about what happened to my friends and me? Would he leave us to a terrible fate and then tell everyone that it was unavoidable, sending his workers home and letting us die the old-fashioned way? I wanted to yell at him. I wanted to scream. So much rage had built up in me without me knowing it from the moment I arrived at Carousel. It had taken the form of apathy. There was no point in being angry at an evil god or whatever Carousel was. But this was a man. I could be angry at a man. I stood up and screamed, that's not true. Before I even thought about what I should be saying, I was surprised to find that my voice echoed. St. Vane stopped talking and stared back up at the seat where I was sitting. The reporters, too, seemed shocked that someone would argue with the proprietor and turned their attention toward me. There was no backing down now, no escaping. He was trying to tell what might have been a large section of the audience that our defeat was inevitable and that he had every excuse to give up. I took off my sunglasses and pulled down my hood. But I barely even needed to do that. Everyone recognized me suddenly. How strange was that? I could sneak around all day, and no one looked me in the face well enough to know who I was. But the moment I spoke up, they couldn't miss me. Do not abandon us, was all I could think to say. St. Vane squinted up at me. He smiled when he realized who I was. Mr. Lawrence, I had heard rumors, but I couldn't believe they were true. He said, I didn't know if he was being honest or just covering for himself. Now that I was up, I was moving toward the field of reporters, down toward the stairs that led to St. I stopped halfway down. I'm surprised to see you, he said. I can honestly say that the days of players walking these halls feel too long ago, though they never made it further than the lobby. People in the room laughed. That just made me angrier. I came here to find a way forward, I said. IST. Vane said, many players before you have tried. In fact, I don't think any of the players from your world have ever made it this far, though one did make it close before he was swallowed by a lake monster. More laughter. What was it with these people? Tell us, St. Vane continued. Is it true that you found a way to break through your illusion? Some speculate it was Carousel that let you loose. It would seem they used the word illusion to mean spell, which was confusing unless my current body really was an illusion. But I didn't want to think about that too long. Yes, I said. How could I not be curious about the people I see in the theater? Well, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Lawrence, you weren't supposed to see them. I'll have to have a conversation with some of my staff. How exactly did you break the illusion? More jokey, humorous tone. I thought about keeping it to myself, but it seemed inevitable that they would figure it out. I might as well try to come across as clever. Willpower is magic, I said. He considered my words. I've always found that to be the case, he said with a smile. That's how I've come this far. Would that be why you put stat points into your grit? We were wondering about that. We thought it was because you feared torture. Nope, that was a good cover, though. I'm only afraid of the unknown, I said. Everything else, I can deal with. So, were you surprised when you got here and found us? He asked, in a tone that was far too friendly. We knew you were here, I said, but we didn't know why. We thought you were servants of Carousel, some type of NPC. Now, apparently, I was the one telling jokes because the entire room roared to life in laughter. They thought I was adorable. The proprietor laughed more than the others. I'm afraid you were mistaken, he said. No, we are not characters at all. We are not a part of this story. He was speaking in a puckish manner, but I was angry. I reached into my pocket and withdrew the camera from the storyline. Since I had put it inside my hoodie with my luggage tag, it, like everything else I own, had come here with me. Do you want to be? I said, lifting up the camera and opening the screen. For the first time, the humor left his face, and I think, just for a second, I saw the real man. Yes, you did take the camera with you. Such a powerful tool to deprive your allies of, he said. Perhaps that is why they are in such dire straits. I looked up at the screen. Things were not looking good. Did he really not know what happened next? I made arrangements, I said. I came here to find out a way forward, like I said. Tell me what I need to know, and I will leave. I wanted to give him the opportunity to be the benevolent leader that he so wanted everyone to believe he was. Absolutely. What is it you want to know? What can we tell you that would ensure your survival? What piece of trivia is there that can help the 3 remaining survivors in this storyline who haven't been written off or killed get to the end? He really thought our goose was cooked here. That's why he had called the press conference. Our throughline, are they all traps? Or was that just Silas Darkin? I asked. St. Vane seemed to think for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Oh no. Throughlines are exactly what they seem. Always. If you think on their nature, you'll know why. It took considerable effort on my old friend's part to try to keep you in the dark, he said. So Carousel's throughline, is that really a way out? I asked. It must be, he said. Everyone knows that Carousel wants nothing other than for the players to have a happy ending. There was laughter again, but this time, it was stifled. Maybe people could read that I wasn't entertained. Maybe they were afraid that I would click on the camera, press record, and suddenly there really would be characters in a story. I wasn't sure, and I wasn't going to bet anything on it. Anything else? He asked. If you understand the rules of Carousel, you'll know that our ability to help you is limited. Because if you help us, it will be a deus ex machina, and Carousel will punish us for it, I said. Maybe even punish you. Only a few people laughed. The rest must have been thinking about it. Yet they chose to be here. So they must not have considered it a real possibility. You're suggesting that Carousel might be able to harm us, he said. He looked around the room and laughed in that way that you would laugh at a child who made some silly guess about the world, something everyone knew to be false. I was an adorable child, just like before. A point of fact, Carousel does not consume people. It consumes worlds. My people come from many worlds, high worlds. We are masters of MBW. We are immortal, most of us. We are partakers of the sweepstakes. I understand that it may be confusing for someone like you. You see this unimaginable power and think it untamable. Your low world has given you no preparation for your voyage into the many. As I was saying in my speech, the only thing stopping us from wresting control back from the great beast is our compassion for you and your people. We cannot stop Carousel's bloodlust, but we refuse to contribute to it. We are mere observers. We have given players the tools that they need to win. Do not mistake our kindness for weakness. Do not mistake our casual demeanor in this hellish place for carelessness. We know what we are doing, for we have great experience across the many worlds. Carousel is not a mad world. It has rules that simply do not apply to us. As much as it might like otherwise, had it the ability, it would have swallowed us whole years ago. Fortunately, we are not a part of its food chain. You, Lawrence, have planned out this little adventure into the heart of our operations in Carousel. That is impressive. But I assure you your place is in Carousel proper. If you ever find a way to reach our grand tower in earnest, you and yours are welcome here. We will provide a generous respite on your path to freedom if you make it that far. But I must implore you, if your homeworlders manage to survive this storyline, do not devise to sneak here again. Many a player from your world has fallen from that folly. He walked slowly up the stairs toward me. What have you risked to make this visit possible? He asked. You chose tropes that would allow you to break our illusions. You made decisions in this story that will very likely doom your allies and yourselves so that you could die and come here. Look now at the screen. They have 2 hours left to survive, and their defenses have been destroyed. Their sanctuary is burning. Your athlete, soldier, and comedian are dead. How can those that remain hope to survive the night now? We are watching your doom. Did you leave your team to fail because you chose to prioritize coming here? Well, I hope it was worth it. You very likely doomed your team." On the screen, much of what he said was true. Half of the museum was smoldering. Antoine lay murdered, having been dragged out of the building. They might have been targeting Camden somewhere inside, but that didn't mean they would ignore a player that got in their way. There was no telling where Logan was. Kimberly, Camden, and Anna were holed up in the jailhouse basement with nothing between them and the killers but iron bars and some sleeping. Invisible and carrying ghosts. "Not exactly," I said. "Not exactly what?" Saint Vane asked. "You didn't realize that your indulgence might lead to their deaths. Underleveled and underplanned without their de facto leader. What hope did they have, knowing what I did?" I thought it strange for him to ask that. "Do you not know?" I asked, genuinely curious. He looked at me, and sure of what I was referring to. The whole room watched me. Had they not seen the whole movie? Had they not been shown what our plan was? What we had worked so hard to achieve? Perhaps it had gotten lost in all of the random footage. Maybe Carousel was hiding it from them. "Our Earth may not know what the magic between worlds is," I said. "We don't know about the sweepstakes. We don't even have low magic. As far as I can tell, lowly as we are, we do have something you missed out. We have imagination. We have movies. And we know the rules, the ones that matter here. The ones Carousel cares about." He smiled. "We have collected films from around the many worlds, child," he said. "It was our mastery of the tropes and turns of film that spurred our interest in this place." "Then you know the rule about found footage films," I said. Looking back to the screen, I was met with looks of confusion. Maybe I had timed things poorly. One of the techs working on the control panel turned a knob, and suddenly the footage sped up, skipping until it stopped, seemingly on its own. It stopped because new footage flashed onto the screen. Reco CT 180 2018 7:15 40%. The footage showed the fires raging around the historical downtown area of Carousel, where the jailhouse was located. There were dozens of generation killers about, maybe as many as 100, maybe more, spread out, enjoying themselves. Some waited in the street for something to do. Others gravitated toward a side alley where Michael had been fighting them. He had fallen. Generation Killer really was a threat. There were just so many of them. So many bystanders had been killed, whether civilian or police, that the Generation Killers had created a new mass casualty event. That was the very event I had arrived at with the camera. "Stop. Stop the feed," Saint Vane said. He turned to me, his voice cutting through the sudden hush in the room. "That can't be your footage. How are you alive in the finale? You died in Second Blood." He really didn't know. "Maybe you should watch the rest," I said. Everyone continued to stare at the screen as they pieced it together. They hadn't seen everything. Maybe it was because some parts hadn't happened yet. "This is a time travel movie," I said. "You see, I'm a bit of a control freak. Second Blood is great and all, but I thought I'd go to the finale first. I mean, that was the plan from the beginning. My plan. Go to the finale first. At a time we all agreed upon. Learn what I needed. Then head back to Second Blood." Took some convincing to get Carousel to go along with it. "I'm surprised you didn't know." Saint Vane didn't look angry or frustrated. He looked amused. Genuinely. "I told you," I said. "The rule of found footage films. The cameraman always survives to the end." He laughed. "A reporter, a woman dressed like a Victorian socialite, called out to me. But what can you do to survive? Just one player against all of those killers." "I guess you'll have to watch to find out," I said. Without even being ordered, one of the techs hit a switch. Suddenly, we weren't watching the various cuts of footage from the storyline. We were watching an edited cut, a cut by Carousel. The lights went dark, and the end was almost upon us. Rec October 5th, 2018 15:42 minutes and 11 seconds 80%. The hospital burned beside me. People cried for help. Gabriel Cano stood before me, and at first, I didn't know exactly why he was there until he reached up and grabbed his right ear. At first, it looked like he was scratching it, but then he gave it a subtle tug. That was the sign. That was the signal we had planned for when our overall strategy was to go into effect. It was supposed to be Leela who came to give me the news. Then I thought it might be Bobby because he got trapped on the other side of time. but it turned out to be Dina's character's son. Whatever. I could be flexible. I turned to Camden and said, I have to go. What? Why? Camden asked. I can't explain it, I said. I just have this feeling. Not my best work. But I was in a hurry. I handed him my necklace with the meteorite jewel on it, as well as the book containing the various mass death events. Where are you going? He asked. I'll see you soon, I said. Luckily, the meteorite had not gotten close enough to activating yet. Many people would lose their lives in the burning hospital, but they hadn't died yet, or at least not most of them. I still had time. I ran away, following Gabriel Cano in my memories. I knew where he was going before he led me there. With one last look over my shoulder at Camden, I put it into high gear and did my best to get around to the front of the hospital. Everyone was panicking as the place was being evacuated. An ambulance, which had just delivered a new patient, had been sidelined, and the patient was rolled out into the parking lot instead of into the burning building. It was a generation killer, the one we had seen with bullet holes in him. He was talking to himself, delirious from blood loss. Not this one, he said over and over again. I didn't spend any time talking to him. I grabbed his meteorite necklace from around his neck and reached into his overcoat to take his copy of the book of Carousel's horrendous history. Hey, that's mine, he said with absolutely no force or effect. He was too drained. I ran back, closer to the hospital, as the jewel from the generation killer's necklace started to get brighter. As it did, I set my mind on going to the moment in time we had all pre-planned to be the finale. After all, that was what we had all decided. Bobby had found that there was a plane crash a week or two before we discovered the tapes inside the wall that Anna had hidden there. We decided the finale would take place shortly after that plane crash. After all, if you had time travel, you could choose when the end of the story was. Of course, when we made those plans, we didn't realize how much Carousel went out of its way not to use real-time travel, even creating multiple copies of Carousel proper on sound stages to represent different years. But Kimberly had her contract negotiations trope, and we put all of our efforts into our plan. At first, we thought Carousel might like it. We sure had to work for it, given how much we had to improvise around the various elements of the story that we hadn't known about. It was looking like things were about to come together. As the fire raged, I could hear screams from inside, demoralizing screams that I never wanted to hear again. The jewel got bright and drained the saturation from all the color around me, turning everything a dull red. As I opened the book to the right page, I could see Gabriel in my memory waving his hands, telling me that's not where we're going, basically. But if I didn't know where we were going, how could I take us there? It turned out Gabriel had his own methods. He came close to me, and while I couldn't feel him, I could see him grabbing onto my arm. As the ground felt like it was falling out from under me, suddenly his hand became more real, and I could feel the grip as his fingers tightened around my bicep. He was still illusory, but he seemed to control my direction. As the world entered into the kaleidoscope and then into the impossible prism of rivers that I recognized as the shores of time, I noticed that we weren't traveling the normal way anymore. It honestly didn't occur to me that I might be able to talk to Gabriel, as I wasn't able to talk to Bobby. But Gabriel talked to me. We need to go see my mother, he said. Dina, right? I asked, recovering from the shock of hearing his voice. Dina Cano. He nodded. I read her letters, I said. They didn't make a lot of sense. She says she wants to help us. She does, he said. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but he didn't. I told her what that man did to me, how he threw me to the other side of time so long ago. I stared at his face, making sure to capture it in frame as time passed by around us. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. He had a stern look, tired look. Can we fix this? I asked. Is there a way out? I don't know, he said, but I think my mother can help. We stopped moving, but not in the way I was used to. We hadn't landed anywhere in time. We weren't at a mass casualty event. We were in a living room, Dina's living room. She was sitting down with a tape recorder, saying words that I couldn't hear well at first because of how much they echoed. But then I recognized them. I had seen this before, or rather, I had heard it. Gabriel, Gabriel, can you hear me? She asked through garbled sounds. She then recorded the ambient sounds of the room as Gabriel spoke. Mom, I'm right here. Gabriel screamed from beside me. I think I can help fix this. I think I can fix everything. As she played the tape and listened to its hissing and clicking, she seemed to understand what it had recorded. Oh, thank goodness, Dina said. After last time, I thought something terrible had happened. I've been gone, talking to the others. Gabriel said. I think I know what to do. The recording process repeated. I don't know what to do to help you, Dina said. I sent letters to the museum like you asked, but nobody ever showed up. No one believes me. Gabriel, who was crying by this point, said. They will receive them. Trust me. I know. I believe you. I have always believed you. Can you tell me more about what you were saying before? Can you tell me about the shores of time? Gabriel looked at me and then said, the shores of time are filled with broken things, broken like me, but they can be fixed. I promise they can be fixed. You just have to be ready when I send for you. I have a man coming to you, a man who can take you to me. His name is Riley Lawrence, and he knows how you can help. Dina doubled over into her hands and cried. She couldn't see us. Carousel really did know how to mess with time if you knew how to ask. Come on, Gabriel said. We have more stops to make. And so we did 7, maybe 8 more times. We arrived at Dina's house alone. She would get still, as if sensing our presence. Then, she would whip out her recorder and start a conversation. And with each conversation, Gabriel would tell her to wait for me to come get her. But these weren't the same Dina. Some were old, others young. Some lived in trailers and others in mansions. All of them had one thing in common. They had lost their son during the collapse of a roller rink years earlier, some to death. One had lost her son to time itself. We traveled from woman to woman until Carousel had gotten enough footage to set up our plan. Stop there, Gabriel said. That should work. Your friend Bobby told me your plan. Hope it works out for you. We had a lot of plans. I had a hunch about which one Bobby had told him about. I had stopped recording. But we didn't stop moving through time. We kept going until we found one more Dina. A very young Dina. To my eyes, she was lying in bed, her eyes puffy and red from crying. Letters were spread around the sheets. I recognized those letters and the envelopes they came in. They were Dina's letters from Carousel inviting her to come save her son. With that realization, I noticed that this Dina was different from the others. Because this Dina was not on the red wallpaper, Gabriel just watched, tears rolling down his face. That can't be, I said. Why not? Gabriel asked after a moment. Because that's back on Earth, I said. This is before Dina came to Carousel. This is a recreation, right? Haven't you heard? He asked. Carousel has a bit of everything. Sure enough, our world was attached to Carousel. But I had always wanted to believe that some things were off limits unless someone traveled to those arcs and found themselves trapped the way we had. They were outside of Carousel's grasp. Dina, lying on the bed, wiped her tears on a pillowcase. Then, suddenly, she turned around and looked at us without seeing us. Sean, she asked, desperation in her voice. Silence hung in the air as I looked at Gabriel and realized exactly how much he looked like Dina. The smooth curves of the face, the bronze skin, the black hair. Are you Sean? I asked. He didn't answer. He just stared down at his mother. We have to go, he said. Time and space started to move around us once more. I had never really stopped to think about it, but there always had to be another cameraman. I filmed myself and Camden at the casino. The Generation Killer cameraman, the one who filmed the torture scenes and the original tapes of mass death events, captured those things. And then, the Generation Killer on the other side of time captured a bunch of establishing shots and followed Anna and the others around when I wasn't there. But who filmed Dina? I knew she had scenes that were happening around the same time as ours. It turned out it was me who filmed Dina, her whole entire subplot. Gabriel guided me around as she discovered the news of her son presumed missing in a sinkhole. I filmed her slowly starting to realize that her son was still watching her. Of course, at first, she thought it was a ghost. But then she learned to communicate with him and found out what had really happened. I filmed all of this from the other side of time. Strangely, I thought it was a pretty cool idea because the audience would have no idea how they were getting such good, clear footage of this woman who didn't seem to acknowledge the camera at all in a found footage film. It took days to film Dina's whole subplot. But from the other side of time, it didn't feel like that. My meteorite necklace kept me from being swept away, but Gabriel seemed to be another balancing force, allowing me to travel freely. He had spent a lot of time out of time. I didn't question it. I just did the work filming as best as I could. Eventually, there was no more filming to be done. We found ourselves perched on the roof of a building outside the jailhouse, watching as the generation killers started to attack in the finale. One humorous side note was that Bobby could see us as he moved around time on his own, helping the others, signaling to them, warning them. We stood at the top of the building, just watching. The generation killers started destroying pretty much everything in sight: cars, windows, parking meters. They broke pretty much everything they could, and they did it with such glee. From this view, there were at least 100 of them. I could see their stats growing from all the carnage they inflicted on passersby. They had such bloodlust. We watched in silence. Gabriel and I. He was very contemplative. I could see him eyeing me. Dina, when she talked about Sean, had always said he was a quiet kid, but eventually, he did speak. "It's almost time," he said. "If the plan Bobby told you about is what I think it is, this is going to be a real drag," I said. "It's going to take forever." He shrugged. "Well, you have forever. Oh great. RECOCT 180 2018 0 hours 7 minutes and 15 seconds 40%. Over a week later, from my perspective, I stepped out into the middle of a rampage. I wasn't on the other side of time with Gabriel anymore. I was there in the flesh. I was in the finale again in earnest. The generation killers had been absolutely massacring everyone anywhere near the jailhouse. They had killed Michael, Antoine, and Logan. I didn't know who was still alive, but seeing as the end had not come, someone was. And the signal that would wipe out the generation killers could still be sent if we only made it to the end of the night. We had a couple of hours left, but time was prone to skip ahead if we finished the scene around me. I surveyed the death and destruction, the very death and destruction that made it possible for me to travel there at that moment. It was finally time. To my left, two people appeared. One of them was Dina Kano, carrying a familiar sawed-off shotgun. The other one was me from 1,000 trips ago. Quickly, that version of me disappeared again, using the very mass death event that had allowed me to travel to this moment in order to leave this moment. To my right, two more people appeared. This time, it was Dina Kano and me again. She was a bit older and carried a peculiar pair of head shears that made a shawshing sound when she held them up. Soon, that version of me disappeared as well. And then another group of me and Dina appeared. And then more. Me holding onto another version of Dina Kano. Each of them had some kind of weapon, maybe a gun, maybe a knife, whatever they could find. And so the process repeated 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, until the entire neighborhood was filled with Dina Kanos and generation killers. She outnumbered him 6-1. The killers watched in awe as the many mothers of Gabriel Kano appeared, summoned by their beloved son from beyond the grave. They had never been able to find justice in their own timelines, but they would find some semblance of it in this one. I watched as the smiles slowly faded from the generation killers' mouths as they realized what they were up against. The outsider had arrived. Rec October 18, 2018 0 hours 8 minutes and 48 seconds 40%. Watching over 600 Dinas fight the generation killers was almost an academic exercise. We had long speculated about how stats worked when multiple players fought against an enemy. It wasn't like your metal stats just added together, no. There was some other consideration. Something to prevent players from bum-rushing more powerful enemies. I watched as each generation killer fell, and the statuses that I would occasionally catch a glimpse of were quite interesting. They had the trope desperation, which allowed them to convert Sevi or Moxie into metal or hustle when they were in a desperate situation. When their Sevi or Moxie got low enough, I could actually see their statuses clearly. And yet, despite them having such good combat stats, a few Dinas could gang up on them, especially with a weapon. Since there were no hit points, what would actually happen was something more like this. Dina would attack, and the generation killer would be overwhelmed, causing incapacitation. The first blow would make him scathed, the second might make him mutilated or hobbled, depending on where she struck him. After that, the stat differences stopped mattering as much as multiple Dinas would pile in. I wasn't sure what was happening under the hood, but it all looked reasonable. Dina, on her own, only had 3 metal, but she was buffed by Anna's heart trope a few points. The copies of Dina that had my special head shears also got a boost, not to mention the powerful finishing move that a sawed-off shotgun could provide. Often, a generation killer would be distracted killing one Dina while the others managed to kill him. Either way, whichever one died would soon get swept away across the ground as they fell through time and space to the shores of time. The streets were filled with fighting. I would have joined. I packed a small bit of combat prowess for whole points of metal course through my veins, but I had to survive this altercation, which was hard enough considering I had such low effective plot armor. Luckily, Dina knew this, and somehow, all of the Dinas were the real Dina. Although trying to figure out how that worked made my head hurt. I had given her my "who you truly are" trope, which was an outsider trope. One of the tickets I had received after the grotesque storyline that I wasn't able to use. It slowly gave her more and more plot armor as the story went along. And as I watched them fight, I got this strange feeling that the fact that she had more plot armor than she had total stats actually gave her some advantage. But I didn't know the math behind what was happening. Did it mean that you had more capacity for things like a shotgun or teamwork to work in a fight? Maybe. All I knew was that I had to surround myself with Dinas just in the hope that I wouldn't get killed. After all, because of all her plot armor gains, she was now at a higher level than any of the generation killers, and there were tons of her. "We need to get into the museum and make sure the others aren't killed," I screamed. They were in there surviving the night, the win condition. I still wasn't completely sure how that could possibly make sense when the enemy had time travel, as I had very little knowledge of the main plot after I left it. The nearest 8 Dinas all nodded, and I swear they did it in unison. Dina avoided talking across all universes. That wasn't to say she was silent, she was cursing up a storm. It was a weird thing to see, with the generation killers being oddly polite and Dina being appropriately ticked off. I moved forward toward the museum as more and more generation killers poured out of it, realizing that they needed to join the fight rather than continue trying to break through the metal bars and get into the jail cells in the basement, which must have been their destination because the rest of the building was destroyed or on fire. All the while, I was trying my best to film everything, and I certainly got a few good action shots because the generation killers would target me if they could, and Dina would blow their feet off with her shotgun. That was a move she liked, and it was a bit clever, too, because a non-lethal attack was probably easier to successfully land with Carousel system. Then another Dina would jump on top of him and, well, not exactly decapitate him, but certainly try with a pair of head shears. One that got his feet mangled by a shotgun blast tried to activate his meteorite and travel away in time so that he could heal up. And fortunately, 3 Dinas grabbed onto him and were jettisoned away right along with him, which probably meant he wasn't going to heal up wherever he went. For as strong as his build was, that was a weakness. He automatically tried to time travel every time he got a non-lethal injury big enough to trigger a jump. When you had multiple players to throw at him, this turned into a liability because he was taken out of the fight and wouldn't actually get to heal. Headshots only was perhaps one of the most powerful enemy tropes, and yet now, it was his weakness. At first, 2 or 3 started to glow and disappear. Then, there were handfuls at a time doing it, and all of them dragging Dinas with them. He would be able to finish the job wherever they were going. And those were the ones that survived long enough to time travel. The rest just died the old-fashioned way and were swept to the shores of time. This battle made me regret that this story was a found footage narrative because there was no way I could do justice to all the showdowns going on around me. Dina was completely brutal. No joke. If she ran into a generation killer who was spec for impossibly high grit, she and her other selves would blind him. Literally, they wouldn't even try to kill him the moment they realized he was too tough. The audience could suspend their disbelief at a lot of injuries. But even the deadly basilisk and the mighty cyclops had jelly for eyes. There was no healing the types of injuries they were going for. We pushed forward into the hole in the side of the museum, the one the generation killers had made to get inside. I had Dinas all around me, and it was hard to keep track of them. But they seemed to have a pretty good idea of what they were doing. Maybe coordination was easy when all of your allies thought exactly the same way you did. On camera, it was a flash of carnage and destruction, not perfectly well lit. Yet the audience would not be confused about what was happening. The generation killers were doing fine. They could easily take out 4 Dynas before being taken out themselves. But that wasn't enough. Every time a generation killer fell, the remaining Dynas would go help other groups. I had nearly spent 2 weeks straight in real time recruiting these Dynas. And it was worth it. Inside the museum, the battle became scarce as the generation killers chose to hide behind corners and attempt surprise attacks, which would work, except they would usually only work on 1 Dina at a time. And that just wasn't going to cut it for them. Dina cut, shot, and dashed her way forward, creating a trail for me all the way down to the basement, where the generation killers were using power tools to try to get into the main jail block. They were almost in. The one holding a large saw and working his way through the iron bars didn't even hear us come in over the loud noise. Dina grabbed the saw and harshly jerked it so that the spinning blade found contact with the man wielding it, ending him right there. "Kimberly!" I screamed. "Kimberly, are you there?" There was silence from the jail cells beyond. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Then a head popped out from behind the barrier they had constructed in case the generation killers managed to make it into the cell block. Kimberly knew I was coming more or less, but her character wouldn't. If things worked out how I predicted, she had just seen me die, hopefully in a blaze of glory, but probably in a puddle, pathetically. But my character wouldn't know that. This was a confusing storyline. "Riley?" she asked, confused. "I'm here," I said. She stood all the way up. The entire left side of her face was mangled. No one had gone without punishment in this storyline. After she stood up, so did Camden and Anna. Camden was bleeding from a neck wound that had been hastily bandaged. He looked like he could pass out at any minute, pale, barely able to open his eyes, barely able to stand. Yet he held firm to a device that, to my eyes, looked like some sort of fish finder, except instead of being mounted on the steering column of a boat, it was in his hand. Strange. Anna, who had suffered many wounds herself, including, at the very least, a broken nose and jaw, quickly came from around their barricade to the metal doors leading to the cell block and opened them. She looked at me for a moment, confused. Yet, she was more puzzled by the presence of 5 identical Dynas with me. "I thought you died," she said, struggling through the pain of her shattered jaw. I looked at her, then at Kimberly, and said, "No, I just had some other stuff to do, but I'm here now. I'm sorry I took so long." I walked through the cell block door, and so did my guardian Dynas. Anna quickly locked it behind us. One of the Dynas grabbed the saw they had been using to cut through the cell door. I had to hope that would mean they wouldn't be able to break through, not in the time they had remaining. "How did you get away from all of those generation killers?" Kimberly asked. "Did Camden not tell you?" I asked. "We set up a trap to escape the casino and then went and healed up at a hospital." "No," Kimberly said. "I'm talking about when we were in 2025. All the generation killers, you stayed behind because you said you were going to buy us some time." "How brave of me." 2025, I asked. "I was with you in 2025, yes," Kimberly said. "After we found the meteor tracking device from Carousel and made our battle plan. You stayed behind to try and take out some generation killers. Somehow, I made sure to film her face because she was putting on a good performance. I only hope that I could come somewhere close to matching it." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Wait, did you say meteor tracking device?" I turned the camera to look at the device in Camden's hand. Despite his poor health, he was holding it tight, gripping it like it was all that mattered. "Why are we attracting meteors?" I asked. "It's complicated," Kimberly said. "He didn't stay behind to fight the generation killers," Camden said, struggling through his injuries. Silence came over the room. Only the sound of the fight outside could be heard. "Then what happened?" Kimberly asked. "He hasn't done it," Camden continued. "Not yet." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "When I left you at the hospital, I had to go recruit some help. This is Dina Kano. She's Gabriel Kano's mother, remember? From the letters." They looked at the various Dynas, but then their attention went back to me. Each Dina gave them a wave. She wasn't talking much. She had the awkward manner of someone who didn't know what to do with her hands. And she did have many pairs of hands. "After you left me at the hospital," Camden said, You came back to 2010 to help us rescue Logan. I thought for a moment. Oh, I said. Or at least, you will. Camden said. Does that mean we win? Anna asked, struggling with every syllable. Maybe. Camden said. Before we could continue. The device in his hand started to beep. The signal, he said. It's about to go out. We're almost out of this. What's happening? I asked. You're attracting a meteor. Camden limped over to me and showed me the screen. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just explain it, I said. He thought for a moment, then said, we're redirecting the meteors to hit Dyer's Lake across all timelines. If the meteors aren't discovered until after the point in time that a generation killer could steal one, then there will be no generation killer, not in any universe, or at least, not a time-traveling version. And you needed this device to send out a signal to make that happen. I asked. Yes, Kimberly said. But you had to survive long enough for the signal to go out. I said. You had to survive the night. Realization dawned on me about how the plot would turn out. Just as we broached the topic, a ray of light reached in through one of the windows at ground level, the same ones I had gotten electrocuted sticking my arms through so long ago. The beeping on the device continued until, eventually, a little tune played, signifying something had finished. Outside, the battle had been raging, but suddenly, all was quiet. The signal sent. Camden said, every other timeline should be directing their meteors where we told them now. I'm activating the traction phase for our timeline and setting the coordinates to the town of Carousel. Wait, what kind of maniac would put themselves in the path of a meteor? What? I asked, alarmed. You'll understand in a minute, Kimberly said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a memory card. If I wasn't mistaken, it was the same memory card that I currently had in my camera. Future knowledge for the win. Outside, a strange sound started to pour into the basement. It sounded like a river. We left the basement. I needed footage of what was happening outside. As I moved through the wreckage of the museum, I found no generation killers. There were only Dynas, still coursing with adrenaline but comforting each other. I walked outside through the hole in the wall, and that's where I saw them, the remaining 20 or 30 generation killers who hadn't gotten killed or maimed. They seemed to know what was happening before it did. To my ears, it sounded like a river was running right through the street, even though I couldn't see it, and one by one, the generation killers were taken away in that river, falling down into the ground as if beneath the water's surface and disappearing. They tried their old tricks. They tried to travel away using time travel, but somehow it just didn't work. Even when they maimed themselves to try to trigger their jewels, there was no red glow. In fact, all the various jewels they carried dropped from their hands as if completely intangible. So that's Event B, I realized. Camden, who was still struggling to remain upright, said, Event B had to happen. Remember that. No matter what the options, Event B must happen. He put his hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eye. Whatever you have to do, you have to make sure that we don't try to find another way. I looked at him and nodded, focusing the camera on his face. He was doing a really good job, though that might have been because of his injuries adding a sort of morbid production value. You saved us in 2025, Kimberly said. We were being chased by a huge group of generation killers, and they were going to just follow us here and stop us from being able to send out the signal. But somehow, they never did follow us. I don't know what you did to them, but it took a while for the others to show up. I'm guessing I didn't just appeal to their better nature, I said. I would have to figure out how I had managed to kill a bunch of generation killers. But if I had done it before, surely I could do it again. Kimberly looked at me. I mean, maybe he doesn't have to go back, she said, pleading with Camden. I mean, we already sent out the signal. The entire time anomaly is rewriting itself. Why do we need to send him back? Paradoxes don't matter, right? Not for the stable timelines, Camden said. They have so many different tributaries that even if you changed one of the component timelines within them, the consequences of that action would be overwhelmingly negated as the timelines collapsed into one. But a time traveler's personal timeline does have to make sense, at least when it comes to things like this. I paused to take this in. I had to go back and be second blood. That was within the possibilities of my plan. Still, dying was a bummer. I have to go back, I said. Where exactly? 2010, right? Camden nodded through much pain. Then, as if completely exhausted, he fell down right there in the street, barely managing to catch himself and land on his rear, like he was just sitting down. I guess I better watch this, I said, making sure to get a shot of the memory card. And like all of the generation killers, whose time travel abilities had apparently been sapped away conveniently, my necklace still glowed red from all the injuries of the people around me. Besides, I had to complete the loop. The rules of movie time travel demanded it. I'm sorry, Kimberly said. I wish we could do something different. I expected Camden to respond to what she said, but he was passed out on the ground, on the edge of death. He had pushed through, survived long enough to send the signal. Event B did have to happen, and he had devoted all of himself to making sure it did, you know, I said, just an attempt at humor, like the banter we had between us back when this storyline was still new and we were just co-workers. You really do have a way of making guys do favors for you. Don't say that, Kimberly said. She was crying. I guess if this all works out, it means that we get to live our lives, right? Like none of this ever happened. Versions of us. At that, I noticed that Anna was crying on the ground, over Camden's body. Not all of us, she said. And, of course, that was true. Because Anna was going to die anyway. So was Camden. Even without the generation killers, they died in the sinkhole at the skating rink. And yet, they had fought to make sure that it happened, so that others could live, and so that the timelines could be free of one very creepy and irritating serial killer. I'll see you on the other side, I said to Kimberly. She hugged me. I was sure to get footage of all the various diners sitting around the wreckage of the fight. The world was getting weird, not just in the way that the broken timeline the generation killers used as a home base got weird. Things were washing away: exploded cars, shotgun shells, dead pedestrians that the generation killers had terrorized. Everything was going away. In the distance, I could hear barking, and Bobby was running toward us. Apparently, breaking the entire time anomaly was enough to get him away from the other side of time. Or maybe we had just joined him there. Met him halfway, but he wasn't the only one. The older generation killer was there, but he wasn't filming. He must have realized the implications of what we had done, somehow eliminating him from existence, despite the stubborn rules of time travel in this storyline. And finally, Gabriel Kano made his appearance, and made the remaining 300 or so diners very happy, even though they didn't all get to hug him because, like all the generation killers, they started to get washed away in time. Gabriel was crying, and so was Dina. One day, we would make it real, and not just in a storyline. I didn't know why we needed an invitee, or why Carousel insisted on teasing Dina like this. But it all had to amount to something, right? I was worried that Carousel was trapping Dina, tricking her, and that whatever version of her son she rescued would not be him. Not really. But now, I started to wonder if it was possible that Carousel intended to go through with its promise. I hoped it would. But at the same time, if Sean Kano, or Gabriel, as he was called in this storyline, was really here, who else might be? What was waiting for me in the back rooms of the video store? I couldn't bear the thought. It was time to go while I could still travel. Apparently, the time anomaly was only collapsing locally because I still had the middle part of the movie to live through. It wasn't like I didn't expect it. See you soon, I said to Kimberly. She didn't say anything, but she nodded tearfully. It was time to watch what had come before and make sure it would happen again. Heck, I might even improve upon it. I just wanted to know if my plan to sneak around the theater was going to work. Probably not, surely. Carousel wouldn't want me to learn its deepest secrets or get too long of a look at its strange employees. But hey, maybe I would get lucky. Stop. The credits began to roll, intercut with footage from security cameras showing the characters from the story. It showed Anna, Camden, and Gabriel walking out of the roller rink safely because, of course, for every disaster, there was another reality where the disaster never happened. There was footage of Kimberly and Logan at some speaking event for the museum system. And then there was security footage of Bobby walking his dogs while on patrol. I saw footage I didn't understand at first of an older janitor in a museum sweeping up. He turned and stared up at the security camera curiously, as if he had never seen one before. It was Grant Leitner, a version of Grant Leitner who had never become generation killer, still working as a custodian at a museum. That was a fun way to show my Lake Dyer plan had worked. The meteor wasn't found in time for him to steal it. There were a few other clips, but I didn't have time to focus on them because as soon as the main film ended, a room full of immortals all turned their heads to look at me. I didn't know what to expect from them. Perhaps I was being naive when I hoped for them to be. I don't know. Impressed wasn't the right word. Maybe I just wanted them to realize they had underestimated us, to realize they were wrong. But they looked absolutely thrilled. No, it wasn't thrilled, that was the wrong word. They looked entertained. They actually started to clap. To them, we had not just overcome our destruction against all odds. I had just done some sort of flourish. For some reason, that really sat wrong in my gut. That wasn't a performance. I was fighting for my life and the lives of my friends, and yet they were acting like I had just made my assistant disappear or pulled a rabbit out of my hat. What was it they say about the banality of evil? For some reason, the applause caught me off guard, and I didn't say anything. Luckily, Vincent St. Vane was apparently always ready with words. "Riley Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen, the film buff," he said aloud, speaking over the applause. "Riley Lawrence," he repeated, staring into my eyes with a devilish grin. The worst part was that I didn't think he was faking it. I thought he was actually happy. In a strange way, not because he cared whether we lived or died, but because he found it fun to watch. He didn't feel defeated or proven wrong. "The party of promise, indeed," he said. The applause didn't last forever, but it did overstay its welcome. I was at a loss for words. "The next time we see you," St. Vane said, "I hope it will be after a long journey westward, filled with trials and tribulations and many more victories. But your time here is at an end." He wanted this whole thing to be over. I had ruined his press conference. So many things to say and so little time to say it in. "Do you have any last words?" he asked. The crowd laughed as if that was a joke. "What are you supposed to say to the multiversal immortal society that watches you struggle through a death game for their own entertainment and profit?" I must have been behind on the etiquette. Even Kimberly would be stumped here. I turned to the crowd of journalists behind me, each of them pushing their little handheld microphones out toward me. I put the camera back in my pocket and considered taking the hole puncher I had lifted from the supply room and using it on the ticket around my neck. But then I feared that I might not get to keep it if it was in my hand whenever my soul returned to my real body. We are real people. We're not characters, I thought to say to the journalists. But then I saw the nerving mosaic of their unsympathetic, aloof, yet cheery expressions staring back at me in each of those people. I stopped speaking and just stared for a moment. I realized, so suddenly, that I wasn't going to break through to them. It wasn't that they didn't recognize my humanity, it was that they thought humanity wasn't so big of a deal. These people had seen their own worlds end in tragedy or mystery. How could you say to the sole immortal survivor of a human race from an entire universe that they should care about a few measly humans from a world they didn't even know? That's what the Manifest Consortium was, right? The few winners of immortality from the sweepstakes from across an untold amount of worlds. They didn't see my existence as terribly important. They had seen my plight a million times in a million different ways. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. They were looking right through me. There was no convincing them. There was no reasoning. To them, I was just a character. And if I was going to be a character, I couldn't plead for mercy. That would make most of them dislike me. If I needed anything, I needed fans, not sympathizers. So, I decided to take a different tact. "Do not abandon us," I said loudly. "I know it may seem like the odds are unbeatable, but I just have one thing to say to you, whoever is watching this. Whoever thinks that victory is impossible, don't bet against us. If we have to beat the game at Carousel to go home, that is what we will do. Do not bet against us." People cheered around the room. These people would have liked the WWE. Voices started to ring out from around me, from employees and journalists alike, warning me that I needed to go back to my real body before the movie ended. The credits weren't going to last that long. Not wanting to use my own hole puncher for fear of losing it, I walked up to the nearest journalist, grabbed hers from her belt, and pulled it toward my ticket. It was attached by a retractable tether. The lady reminded me of April O'Neil. She looked me in the eyes while I did it with a strange smile, like she thought I was coming onto her. I gave one last look back at Vincent St. Vane. God, That could not possibly be his real name. Of course, it wasn't. He was the proprietor of a horror attraction. Vincent St. Vane was a good name for that. I moved the hole puncher over the word disillusion and hoped I had gotten enough information to satisfy our curiosity so that we could move forward. Then I clicked the hole puncher down. My body collapsed to the ground and rapidly began to deteriorate into stardust. Did it usually do that? The reporters around me excitedly started describing what they had just seen, what events had just unfolded. An incredible display of cunning, they said. A feisty scream against the dark eternity of Carousel, they said. Because, of course, it was Carousel who was the enemy, not them. They were just there to watch. To sell their merch. To search Carousel for the answers they thought mattered. I couldn't blame Carousel for being Carousel, but I could blame the Manifest Consortium. Whether they made my problems worse or not, or if they were merely exploiting us and our situation, it didn't matter. I loathed them. As I faded away, I heard one last murmur from the journalists. That was an improvised visit from the trap player, Riley Lawrence. The woman whose hole puncher I had used said, known for being an enigmatic foam buff, and in his home world, the only known survivor of the so-called Lake County pallbearer, a prolific. As everything went dark, it occurred to me that they somehow knew about my past. Of course they would. It wasn't just Carousel. They must have had ways to look in on us. They must have been so disappointed when I didn't go into the back area of the video store. Because something impossible was back there, something I never wanted to see. I could feel it. And I wasn't ready. I didn't know if I ever would be. To them, my personal tragedy was nothing more than production value. It was fodder for the tabloids, meant to be sensationalized. To their credit, it wasn't like things had been that different back on Earth. My parents were more famous in death than they ever were in life. Thanks to that guy and to the thousands who followed his every word. Who scoured the letters he sent to newspapers. Who let him become famous. See, there was one virtue in horror movies. They weren't real. That's what I always liked about them. The virtue of horror films. They were like fire you could touch without being burned. So it was ironic that I would come to this place. The place where horror films were very real. I woke up lying down in the middle of Carousel's downtown. NPCs had already returned and were just kind of ignoring me, other than a few curious children who stared at me, despite what the script must be telling them. I sat up and stretched my neck. Being back in my real body, without an aching ear or arm, felt nice. The sun shone down and warmed the cobblestones. I could have stayed there for hours. I stared forward and saw a plaque fastened to a small brick planter. At this site in 1699, 14 women were wrongfully accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. They have been pardoned in death, if not in life. May the many gods forgive us. For a moment, I pondered the concept of religion in Carousel, something that I tried to simply ignore because I didn't want to know the answers. Were there good gods in Carousel? When the NPCs prayed, who listened? Could the evildoers trapped forever in this hellish world find redemption? I had to assume not. I doubted that Carousel would waste its time acquiring forgiving gods. If it did, I didn't know what it did with them. Old gods, angry gods. Sure, gods of torment and storms, I could see. Tricksters, fallen angels, definitely. The others, not so much. The audience wouldn't care to see the stories of forgiving gods. I stood up and tried to pop my back by twisting back and forth, but I couldn't quite do it. Looking around to reorient myself, I saw the direction to the jailhouse and began walking there. Ever since we had the concept of a throughline introduced to us, it had been nothing but trouble. The architects of Project Rewind had intended for us to run Carousel's throughline, although they hadn't called it that. And they may very well not have known that's what it was. I remembered Silas Dyrkin saying something about it. What could Carousel possibly need to create a throughline for? Carousel's throughline was about escape. Wouldn't it be logical to assume it only created the throughline as a trap for anyone who tried to leave? That made sense. It really was a great trap. By trying to escape Carousel, you would unknowingly agree to the terms of its throughline, whatever that meant. Would it be like Silas Dyrkin's throughline that took place almost entirely on a sound stage? Or would it take place in Carousel proper? I had a feeling it would be the latter. I had gone behind enemy lines with the goal of learning enough so that we could make informed decisions about our future. As I walked through the pleasant bustling streets of Carousel without an omen in sight. Because we still hadn't collected our rewards, I knew, deep down, that I was ready to join Carousel's through line if that is what we decided to do. As I thought back to the Manifest Consortium, I knew in my heart what it was Carousel might actually want. Escape could come in so many forms. Did Carousel want to escape the Consortium? Why not just kill them or absorb them? They seemed confident in their safety. Could Carousel really not break free? But then, Carousel would never just destroy its enemies if it even thought of them as enemies. That would be a waste. Because to Carousel, the Manifest Consortium was itself production value. Just like I was. Somehow, they had missed that. They hadn't understood it. Their immortality and long history of superiority had blinded them. They had spent 400 years here safely, and that had confirmed their self-assurance. Carousel wanted to tell a story about escape, and I wanted to help it. I really did. One good part of Carousel dividing different moments in time up on sound stages was that Carousel proper didn't need to be repaired at the end of the movie. It was just a pleasant walk back over to the jailhouse. No bodies, no debris, just sunshine and passersby, and fortunately, that also meant our looting opportunities were limited. But we didn't come here for loot. We came here for Anna and Camden. Around the time the jailhouse came into my view, they were coming out of the front door. We had done it. So much time planning. So much anguish. And it had finally happened. When I got to them, we all did a group hug. Sure, we had reunited in the movie, but we had reserved most of our excitement for after the film was over because we didn't want to jinx anything. Go into the finale first, Camden exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me that's what you were doing? Had to keep it a surprise, I said, but of course, not from him. Most of us had died in proximity to the jailhouse, so it was a pretty quick reunion. Logan was actually bubbly with excitement when he had died. He probably thought it was the last time. Funny enough, he probably died a lot more than he knew. Antoine and Kimberly, of course, were there. Dina, just one of her, had stuck around after the finale and was lying on top of a car, staring up at the sky as one normally does after experiencing hundreds of timelines and meeting one's deceased son. I didn't see where Leela came from, but the gang was all there. Bobby had never really left, and his dogs, who had apparently been very good dogs on the other side of time, had been leading Bobby around to where he needed to be, helping him find people with their apparently supernatural sense of smell. We took a few moments just to pet them, after having denied it to them for so long because we couldn't physically touch them before. Right on cue, the phrase we were waiting for. Congratulations, you've won a ticket, Silas, the mechanical showman said, situated right behind us, appearing just when no one was looking. While the others crowded around to get their tickets and rewards, of which we were sure to get many, I hung back with Bobby. I looked him in the eye, and I saw much of what I was expecting. He was tired and stressed out, worn sick. And like the rest of us, Bobby had seen everything. Pretty much. So how'd we do? I asked. He took a moment to answer, kicking a piece of gravel under his foot on the sidewalk and watching as his dogs sniffed around the grassy areas where some overgrown weeds had been painted blue with that chemical spray landscapers often use. All's well that ends well, he said eventually. I bit my lip. That bad? How? I asked. We really cut it close there, he said. I thought there was no way we were going to win. I nodded. How many times did it take? I asked. 40-something, he said. It was pretty bad at first. I figured as much, I said. Our plan to go to the finale first and then to Second Blood was supposed to create a miniature time loop, where I could learn from our mistakes and then go back and do better each time, improving until we eventually made it all the way to the end of the story. It was an ambitious and fun concept that would allow even an underleveled team like us a chance at beating Generation Killer. But of course, Carousel always gets the final word on plans and improvisations, and it was not going to allow me to just freely loop around until I got all the answers and created the perfect run. So, it made it so that I could not have access to any memories of previous loops. Honestly, that was fair. Within the time travel rules of post-traumatic time loops, the ones we had planned didn't make sense. Go to the finale, learn what happened before, go back to rebirth, become Second Blood if it makes sense for the story. Carousel made that Second Blood part mandatory. From what I could tell, our little loop plan couldn't work here, not perfectly. There really was no way for me to remember what happened between Second Blood and the finale. We had hoped that we could make it work, though. Instead, I arrived at the finale and tried to piece together everything that had happened before. If I could find Kimberly and the others, I would talk to them. If all I could find was Bobby, I would try to get him to communicate something. Eventually, I found a way to give myself the literal footage so I could watch it and go back. I didn't remember any of it. From my perspective, everything worked the first or maybe second time, depending on how you look at it. But Bobby saw it all from the other side of time. And without him there was no way we would have worked it all out. There would have been no chance of meeting with Gabriel Cano. There would not have been many Dinahs descending on Generation Killer for revenge. It had been close even if the other players didn't know it. Even if the audience didn't know it. If you had died just once in the finale, it would have all been over, Bobby said. You have no idea how close it came. I can't imagine, I said. I really couldn't. I didn't want to. Discovering the meteor magnet device, figuring out a plan that would work, using it. All of that came with a price. And the price was many near defeats. That's the game, I said after a few moments of silence. I see you got your aspect. He whipped out his aspect ticket. And I took a look. That could come in handy, I said. I hope so, he said. Then he got all curious. Did you talk to me on the script? He asked. I looked at him and smiled. I sure did, I said. Now, Bobby wasn't exactly the most self-assured person, but he was smart. You found a way to get out of your seat. That was your plan at the theater? He asked. Not quite sure enough to say it confidently. Yep, I said. He smiled hesitantly, then asked, did you find out what happened to Jeanne? I shook my head. I'm sorry, I said. I was sneaking around the whole time. I only got to see what I happened to run into. The mystery of the ex-murderer lived on. And for Bobby, the mystery of his wife gone missing did. Can you talk about what you saw? He asked. Good question. I think I can, I said. When we get back to the loft, there's a lot to say. We're going on Carousel's through line, aren't we? He asked. When I didn't answer immediately, he added, I mean, that's what we should have done. That's what Project Rewind was about. We're just scared. Yeah, I said. It's time for us to get a move on. He looked down at the sidewalk, still never making eye contact. That's where I left him. Our plan to beat post-traumatic, despite our disadvantage, was risky. But everything was risky. The only thing I was left not understanding was how the Manifest Consortium didn't know that's what we were attempting. How could it be possible that they knew so much about us both in and out of storylines yet didn't know the thing we had been planning nonstop? I understood why they didn't know about my plans to visit. I never told anyone. I couldn't. That made sense. But we weren't trying to keep it a secret that our plan was to send me to the finale first. I mean, we even spoke about it, assuming others were listening in, hoping we wouldn't be judged if it turned out that was a death sentence. And yet the look on the proprietor's face when it was revealed, he thought it was terrific. It was a revelation. And the only thing I could think of to explain it was something that existed on the status panel, the most mysterious and unknown of all the statuses. Something like incapacitation or fight scene was pretty easy to figure out. And when they came on, it was all you could pay attention to. But what about planning? We had a whole status for when we were making plans. And it clicked on exactly when you might expect it to. But why? Were there tropes that only activated during planning? And even if there were, why would you need an indicator to tell you what you were obviously doing? Was it possible that planning prevented the audience or the consortium from seeing what you were doing? How could that make sense if they were supposed to help you enact your plans? I just didn't know. I didn't have answers. I walked to the line in front of Silas, the mechanical showman, and hit the button when it was my turn. It sounded like I had just hit the jackpot at the casino. I got a lot of money, at least as much as everyone else had combined, because it was my rescue. And I had apparently done pretty well on it. I'd like to think that it was just my pay for having to film the entire thing, or at least most of it. Apparently, Carousel had a union for that sort of thing. The coins came into the receptacle so fast and so heavy that some fell on the street. I picked them up and tossed them into my pocket, a handful at a time. I would count it later. As I was putting the coins in my pocket, I noticed there was something in there I had forgotten about: a newspaper. My luggage tag. It allowed me to put an item into my pocket in my fake body, and it would still be there when I returned to my real body. At least I had something to show my friends, and I was looking forward to reading it myself. I grabbed my tickets from the receptacle and was pleased to see that there were quite a few of them. I got 5 stat tickets. Darn, these rescues really paid off. I was already the highest level player. Apparently, I had nearly died at least 40 times without knowing it and without remembering the crucial information between each potential death, so good rewards made sense. I got for TROPS. No special tickets, but we usually didn't look for anything out of the ordinary. Behind the camera. Type, ruler chat type, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used. Directors are known to cameo in their own films. Maybe it's their ego. Maybe they just can't stand to let others have all the fun. The user can relay plans and improvisation directions to allies off screen. When the ally enacts or adopts those ideas on screen, they will do so using the user's moxie or savvy stat. The user's level and contribution will not be considered during the calculation of allies' rewards unless the user makes themselves more than a side character. The user will only get credit for their on-screen contributions. The mark of a great director is not their presence on screen, but their ability to elevate the performances of others. As best as I could tell, this was a trope I achieved because I was higher level than the rest of my friends. It would allow me to interact and help but limit my rewards. More importantly, it would allow me to help without hampering the rewards of my allies. A huge bonus. With those 5 extra stat tickets, I was officially over plot armor 40, which was where storylines started to jump up in difficulty. Call sheet type, insider chat type, aspect, stat used. In cinematic storytelling, characters don't just appear, they're placed. The player receives a brief forewarning before becoming on screen. The more coherent the story and the higher the player's savvy, the earlier the signal will come. Lights up, you're on. Roxy had this same trope. It was a great one. Just like this. Type, buffer chat type, film buff aspect, filmmaker, stat used. Behind every great fight scene is a choreographer making it look real. Sometimes that means stepping in front of everyone and throwing the first punch with perfect form and cinematic flair. In a fight scene, if the user joins in on a fight scene that they coordinated, they will get a temporary medal buff. And so will the allies they made the plan with. If you're going to fight like it's a movie, someone has to direct the scene. A rare combat trope for filmmaker. The raw scene type, insider chat type, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used. In editing, what's shown isn't always what happened, but the director sees everything: the missed glances, the background movements, the parts the story tried to hide. While on Death Watch, the player sees the raw, an edited version of the current scene instead of the final cut at their choosing. Sometimes, the real story is what didn't make the screen, undeniably useful, but I had to wonder if I could spare a spot in my loadout for it. Of course, I had killed at least one Grant Lightner, and for it, I received a souvenir enemy ticket. Lots of these tickets tried to paint enemies in a sympathetic light, but with a true sociopath. That was kind of hard. Grant Lightner generation killer. Grant Lightner was just another name in Carousel, a grifter with a fake smile and a talent for poor decisions until the night he shattered history. A quiet museum, a stolen meteorite amulet, a police officer bleeding out on the floor, and then a blink, a lurch, a tear in time. One moment he was there, the next. Now, where most might recoil at the discovery that time travel demands a terrible cost: pain, blood, the kind of suffering that leaves a stain. Grant took it in stride. Violence, after all, has a certain rhythm to it. He doesn't hesitate to kill. No deliberation, no guilt, a scream, a snap, and he's off again, slipping through the cracks. It's not personal. It's just the toll. Although he does like the look on the faces of witnesses when things get ugly. Many generation killers have taken to time travel now. They're all trying to get home, or so they say. Each version of Grant, scattered like shattered reflections, running from Carousel, reaching for a yesterday that probably cannot exist again. And when one of them falls gutted in a stairwell, vaporized mid-jump, eyes wide with betrayal, he doesn't blink. He never really believes the next one will be him. Kimberly had done her job as well as we could have asked. But at the end of the day, She was mostly there to help Anna and eventually Camden get their bearings. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. She did contribute to group conversations, and her character was technically the linchpin that held some of us together. But in the final cut, it wasn't clear how big of a deal she was. She got 3 stat tickets based on her acceptable performance and the fact that this was a rescue. I had to assume that in at least some of those different finals, she had probably suffered the ultimate fate but would never remember it. Flashbulb phobia type insight. Archetype, eye candy aspect, celebrity stat used. Celebrities in film are never truly alone, there's always a lens nearby, waiting to catch something unfiltered. The presence of paparazzi, surveillance, or an unseen camera crew is a familiar weight, even when it's invisible. The player can instinctively sense when they are near a camera or recording device, regardless of whether the feed is on screen or off screen. This awareness includes security cameras, handheld devices, or say cheese. And despite the fact that she hadn't gotten many stat tickets compared to the rest of us, she had received perhaps one of the most useful tropes any of us had for the coming trials, a way to find out if we were on camera. And from the text itself, it appeared that it would work even when we were outside of a storyline. Everything was building toward our confrontation with the Manifest Consortium. Did you forget about me type rule buffer type, eye candy aspect, celebrities that used metal. Big stars don't stay quiet forever. In stories, when the audience starts to forget them, they come crashing back and louder, flashier, and more unforgettable than ever. If the player has not landed a hit or taken direct action in at least 2 consecutive scenes, they may activate this trope by performing a flashy, over-the-top attack or using a dramatically large or absurd weapon. Powerful temporary buff to metal. It's not just a hit, it's your moment. The camera loves a comeback. I had to imagine that Kimberly had had her fair share of showdowns in the finale, and maybe before then. Kimberly also got an enemy ticket for Generation Killer. It was identical to mine. Anna, who had just run through 2 storylines back to back from her perspective, got 5 stat tickets. She probably would have gotten more if we'd found a way to make her more central to the plot. But at the end of the day, we were going high speed, and it was a precarious situation. She was just along for the ride. With her low level, she got the same amount of tickets I did. Tastefully omitted type, ruler chit type. Final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. The girl next door represents innocence, relatability, and trust. In horror media, this often translates to a kind of narrative protection where her dignity is preserved, even when others are exploited for shock or spectacle. The player cannot be filmed in any capacity during indecent or exploitative moments that are not directly tied to the plot. Situations that would otherwise be framed voyeuristically or gratuitously will either cut away, obscure her, or narratively reroute. Don't show too much skin. Not while she's wearing it, at least. While at first glance this seemed to be a bit of a tease from Carousel, I realized that it was a lot like the one Kimberly had received and was probably another way for us to avoid being seen by the Manifest Consortium. Although how to trigger it was a separate question. Lead in linotype, action, buffer type, aspect. Stat used, in film. Exposition often drags unless it's cleverly framed. When a character poses just the right question, they seize narrative control, making the info feel earned, not handed down. If the user takes an active role in the verbal exchange where a savvy-based ally relays exposition, the performance will not get docked for being an info dump, and the user will gain narrative momentum and perceived importance, and their savvy will be buffed. They will get subtle boosts when using the information. If applicable, ask the right question, and suddenly you look like the one with all the answers. There it was, Carousel commenting on one of the principal flaws in Anna's contribution to the story. She didn't have to have all the answers, but she definitely could have asked the questions. If we had prepared better, I was willing to take the blame for that. But at least she got a decent trope out of it, not hers to bleed. Type to buff archetype, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used, in horror. The girl next door is a symbol of innocence and an earned trust, someone the audience instinctively protects. When harm comes to her, it's not just violence, it's a violation of the genre's moral fabric. Any enemy that directly injures or sheds the blood of the player will receive a temporary debuff to moxie and grit. The effect is stronger if the injury is unprovoked or occurs early in the story. Hurting her doesn't just cross a line, it redraws the whole script, a great defensive trope. Though I noticed that no one cared when a film buff pled, a tight squeeze. Type, ruler type, aspect, stat used, hustline horror. Hiding spots are only safe if there's a way out, and even safer if the enemy doesn't know it exists. But narrow escapes often come at a cost. When using a hiding spot, the player may declare an unseen or unlikely exit. This exit cannot be used by the enemy and will not be discovered by them. However, the space will not accommodate the entire group. Someone must be left behind, either by choice or necessity. There's always a way out, just not for everyone. This could be used really well if it was set up properly. In many ways, Camden did a better job at the task he was given than most of us did, which is why he was so well rewarded, especially combined with his low level to begin with. He got 7 stat tickets. I was starting to wish that I was the one who died and got to be rescued. It made sense. We had been careful to make sure that he, as our scholar, was able to provide as much information as possible. Not only did that seem like an organic way for us to receive exposition, but it was also his job and no doubt contributed to his success and rewards. Sweat, blood, and chalk type, buffer type, scholar respect, strategist that used in many stories. The scholar's greatest breakthroughs don't come during quiet study, but in moments of pain, urgency, or desperation. The player's savvy is temporarily buffed when unscathed, hobbled, or mutilated is triggered. The buff is good for one scene. Their grit will also be buffed to help them utilize this new savvy. A cracked rib sharpens the mind like nothing else. One of the most impressive aspects of Camden's feat was that he didn't really have a whole lot of grit. When he was in pain, he was actually in pain, and yet he was able to think and analyze the situation anyway. Red thread theory type, percarcha type, scholar respect, sleuth stat used. Some investigators don't wait for answers, they chase instincts. In film, their theories are often visualized, laid out in string and scribbles long before they're proven right. When the player begins forming a theory or connection, red threads will appear on the red wallpaper, linking relevant elements visually. If the user is missing a connection or has made an intuitive leap that is illogical, the threads can convey that. It will be reorganized as the investigation goes forward. Links with all known information. Sometimes you don't need answers, you just need to know you're close. This could be good or not depending on how it actually worked out in a storyline. A lot of scholar tropes revolved around helping the player appear smarter than normal people would be by giving them information right there on the red wallpaper. Even if it wasn't new information, just organizing it and reserving it for them was useful. Trap montage type, ruler type, scholar respect, strategist that used. Stories often feature sudden bursts of tactical genius, a montage of trap setting and preparation that the audience sees. But the enemy does not. It's the setup before the ambush, hidden in plain sight. The player may initiate a trap montage scene in the finale. While this scene plays out, the player and present allies are safe from enemy interference and cannot be targeted while they set traps. The trick isn't setting a trap, it's setting a ton of them. This was a very powerful and useful trump, and Camden had earned it. The author is still alive type, rule insider type, scholar respect, sleuth stat used in stories. It's never just the book, it's who wrote it. Incomplete texts, vague notes, or outdated references can all point to someone still out there, waiting to fill in the blanks. When the player finds a book or document that offers useful but partial information, they may attempt to locate the author or referenced expert, if the narrative permits. This will trigger a scene where the player can speak with that source directly via phone, in person, or through other means. During this interaction, the player and their allies cannot be attacked. The book gave you a lead. The author gives you the truth. For a little while, nothing else matters. Anytime you could create a scene to gain insight. It was great to do so, and having a nice interview with someone who had intimate details of the case you were working was a great scene. Antoine was useful, but his character was not exactly central. Most of what he did was fight a very useful role on the team and enough to earn him 3 stat tickets. I couldn't blame him. He kind of got sidelined by the casting department. As far as I could tell, his character had no subplots related to him, or at least none that we felt necessary to pursue. Fight or fly type, buffer type, athlete spect, health nut state used. Fitness isn't just about muscle, it's about survival. Characters who take care of their bodies often know when to push and when to run. In horror, those instincts can mean the difference between life and death. If escape is blocked and a fight is unavoidable, the player gains a temporary buff to mettle. If survival in combat is clearly impossible, they gain a buff to hustle when attempting to flee. If neither is possible, buffs mettle anyway. There's no shame in running just and waiting too long to try. The caretaker type, buff insight. Archetype, athlete spect, health nut stat used. Caretakers, in horror, rarely carry the spotlight, but they carry people. Their strength isn't in showy heroics, it's in refusing to let anyone be left behind, while actively working to get an injured or endangered ally to safety. The player gains a temporary buff to grit and mettle. The more at risk the ally is, the stronger the effect. Health monitor. This trope gives the player the ability to see allies' health-related statuses on the red wallpaper, even without looking at them or being nearby. Don't run toward the fight. Run toward whoever's still breathing. The tropes Antoine got were good for allowing him to play his general role as melee, but with some added support. He killed many a generation killer and got a ticket to show for it. Logan was a very good actor. I wasn't even sure if I had fully captured how good he was in my filming, but he was. He was an asset to every scene he was in, and he made everyone else better just by being there. By arguing with them, by joking with them, he felt very natural. He was also incredibly necessary for us to unlock information about the meteor itself and all the related lore. He did research like crazy, and not just using insight tropes, but actual research. So when he got 5 stat tickets the same as me, I wasn't going to complain. He was a lower level than me to start with. Every man for himself. Type, action archetype, comedian aspect, stat used. Cynics in horror stories often predict the worst and then act accordingly. When things fall apart, they don't always stick around to help pick up the pieces. Sometimes, they just leave. The user may abandon their allies on screen anytime after first blood. Their plot armor will steadily drop after they leave. They will not be written off. If used during a fight scene, the fight will follow the user. Stories often punish the ones who run. This was a versatile trope, and I was sure Logan could find a way to use it. Told you so. Type, puffer type, comedian aspect, stat used. He said the plan was foolhardy. He said it would never work. He said everyone was going to die. And he was right. Now, he's got one last thing to say. If the user advised against the current course of action on screen, and is proven right after at least one player death, they can go on a loud angry rant, venting their rage at being ignored. While on the rant, enemies will not target lethal attacks against the user. All enemies will receive a debuff in grit, and their defensive tropes will become less effective. As allowed by the narrative, naysayers rarely get to gloat in the movies. I was surprised at how combat-centered comedian as a whole was, or maybe that was just what I had seen so far. It made sense, to some degree. There's an element of comedy in horror combat, especially the cheesy stuff. Bitter medicine. Type, insider type, comedian aspect, stat used, sometimes. The worst part isn't what's coming, it's not knowing. In stories, it's often the blunt and sentimental character who quiets the panic with one clear truth. Not hope. Just clarity. Once per storyline, the player may deliver a stark, realistic assessment of the situation to an ally or group. If the delivery is grounded and not overtly pessimistic, affected characters may calm down, resist fear-based effects and incapacitation, or regain focus. Saying the hard thing out loud doesn't make it worse. It makes it real and survivable. Gotta love those mental health tropes. Hate to say it. Type, insider type, comedian aspect. Stat used. Cynics often question everything, but in stories, the act of trying to disprove something sometimes leads them straight to the truth. Doubt sharpens focus, and irony loves receipts. When attempting to debunk or dismiss information gained through an ally's insight trope or other method, the player will instead find information to confirm it and potentially uncover an additional layer of truth. Looking for the cracks only made the shape clearer. That was a really useful insight trope, one that could turn a random piece of information into a nice, neat little scene and even enhance it and expand further on it. A great support trope. He also killed a generation killer and got a card to prove it. Leela got 3 stat tickets. She helped Dino a lot, and from what I understood, was hopping around from sound stage to sound stage whenever she could to make sure things were going well. Not only was she first blood, but she was also decent support, prop search type, buffer type, wallflower aspect, stat used. Those weapons didn't just appear in that scene, they were put there. The user can find weapons from throughout the movie's setting and put them in convenient places for allies to find. These weapons will buff the allies' metal depending on how natural their placement was and the user's savvy. I didn't realize Grandma had a crossbow collection in her sewing room. Now, that was fun and useful. Leela didn't kill a single generation killer. In her defense, she was dead most of the time, narratively speaking, as far as I could tell. Michael was only there for a flash, and I wasn't sure how often he made it into the finals. I'd have to ask Bobby. He did kill a lot of generation killers, but their numbers were too much for him to keep up with. He got one stat ticket. We could have done more to set him up and prepare the audience for his arrival, but I wasn't complaining. Cold Steel and Bare Hands type, Buffer type, Soldier aspect, stat used. When the ammo runs dry and the end feels close. Some characters don't beg or panic, they reach for whatever's left and brace themselves. It's not about winning. It's about facing the end with dignity. In a fight scene, when the player runs out of ranged weapons or ammunition and readies a melee weapon or prepares to fight barehanded, they receive a temporary buff to metal. No one's coming. No one's watching, but they'll still fight. I had to imagine that a situation like this had occurred in this storyline. He pocketed himself a generation killer collector's ticket. Bobby was the real MVP. Sure, he was stuck on the other side of time and unable to physically interact with anything, but he was in constant communication with all of us and the only person who was even able to perceive the many loops that our plan entailed. His ability to see time from a distance helped make sure that we survived everything from escaping a burning hospital to making it through the night. He got 6 stat tickets. No animals were harmed type, ruler type, aspect, stat used. Certain stories follow invisible rules, codes of conduct that shape what can and can't happen. And sometimes, the safety of animals is part of that unspoken contract. While this trope is equipped, animals present in the story cannot be intentionally harmed or killed by the player, their allies, or the enemy as long as the audience wants them protected. Animal deaths will be implied off-screen or through the use of special effects. The most important command a dog can learn is to play dead. The ultimate reward for his good work, finally. A way to ensure that his precious dogs would not get physically hurt even if within the world of the storyline they were. The bickering duo type, ruler type, wallflower aspect, recast stat used. Background characters are not always alone. Sometimes, they come as a duo. A comedic pairing whose personality clash can be a highlight of the whole film. The user will be paired with an NPC partner who will assist them, converse with them, and help with all manner of tasks. Their stats are an extension of the user's stats. They are designed to be the user's complement. Meet Jules. She is tall, short-haired, dry-eyed, and always dressed like she's here to supervise your bad decisions. Try not to waste her time. I couldn't wait to meet Bobby's comedic partner in crime. A lot of players back at Dyer's Lodge like using NPC summoning tropes. It could be really useful. Line whisper type, insider type, wallflower aspect, stat used. In film, extras sometimes feed lines off camera just enough to keep the scene moving without drawing focus. It's a quiet nudge, helping the stars hit their marks without knowing they were guided. The user can speak to nearby on-screen allies on the red wallpaper. The spotlight isn't on you, but the words still land. He would have probably killed to have this while trying to communicate with us from the other side of time. An act of kindness type, buffer type, wallflower aspect, underdog stat used. Stories often elevate side characters in quiet, human moments when they choose compassion over self-preservation. One unexpected gesture can shift the audience's gaze and change a nobody into someone who matters. When the player performs a generous or protective act for a main character or ally, especially when unprompted, they gain a temporary buff to grit. This moment may also draw narrative attention to the player, shifting their role in the story. Sometimes, the smallest voice says the bravest thing. Bobby got credit for killing a generation killer, though I was willing to bet it was one of his pups that actually did it. It was probably Shasta. Dina had lived many lives, though it turned out she only remembered one. She came in clutch when we finally found a way to bring many versions of her to the finale. It had started as just spitballing, but when Bobby and some version of me got it to work, she really came through. She also got her aspect. Like with Bobby, I didn't actually get to see her rewarded with it, and I understood her choice. Outsider had several good aspect options. She got 6 stat tickets. By the end of the story, she was nearly at plot armor 50 because of the who you truly are trope I had lent her. She was a powerhouse. She's owed 1 type, rule buffer type, aspect, stat used. Stories love a woman with a reason. When grief turns to vengeance, and the finale rolls in, nothing not pain, not fear stands in her way. During the finale, the player may activate this trope to pursue personal revenge. When activated, all other equipped tropes are unequipped for the remainder of the story. In exchange, the player receives a massive one-time buff to a killing blow, final action, or sacrifice. The moment will carry narrative weight, regardless of the outcome. She gave up everything else. All that's left is what she's here to do. I could totally understand how she got this trope as a nice finisher. Who is that type, ruler type, outsider aspect, newcomer stat used? Some characters don't always arrive quietly sometimes. The story wants everyone to know they've entered the scene. Their arrival becomes an event, and their presence impossible to ignore. When the player enters the story, their introduction scene and current location are broadcast to all allies. No matter where they are or what phase they're in, she just got here. And now nothing will be the same. Knowing Dina's current location at any time was going to be useful, although I suspected the location was closer by than any of us know. And she was hiding in a bush somewhere most of the time. But at least we would know. Who even called the cops type, action archetype, outsider aspect, criminal stat used, hustle. Police response time in horror movies is never consistent. Unless, of course, you're from the wrong side of the tracks. The user may attract police attention by committing a crime in the open. The scene will go off screen intermittently until the cops show up. Were you guys hiding in the bushes? There were numerous ways she could have gotten this trope, and there were many different uses for it. You could summon the police to help save you, or you could get them to arrest you so the enemy couldn't get to you. Lot of options. Initiation type, buffer type, outsider aspect, newcomer stat used, middle. There's always that turning point, the moment someone stops being a stranger and starts being part of something, when loyalty is earned, not assumed. When the player defends their new group from harm for the first time, they gain a buff to metal. I guess we owe you one. A nice combat trope. And then came the rewards on the advanced archetype tracker. I got exactly 1 more pip on the advanced archetype, which I still didn't know the name of. Dino, Bobby, and Kimberly all got 1 too. Strangely, so did Logan and Leela, who hadn't previously even had it on their tracker. Bobby and I also got 2 points in something called Time Looper. I wasn't sure I ever wanted that one. Throughline progressed Eternal Eve. The Geist's ancient past asterisk refurbished. For when you need to go back, Carousel loves to recycle Project Rewind. A second chance at escape. Carousel Thralleneth, only way home. Scret lore. Arm yourselves with knowledge. Advanced archetype tracker, monster hunter, mad scientist, Time Looper. All there was left to do was head back to the loft. We would have to send a group up to collect the other players from the cabin on the lake. I wondered if there was a way we could just make our cell phones work. But I knew that cell phones were powerful magic in a horror movie, and you had to unlock something like that. We walked back as I prepared what it was I was going to say to them about my adventures on the other side of the mountain. Bobby was seriously on edge. He wasn't showing it, but I could tell that having watched us almost lose so many times had stressed him out severely. And in a way, I was thankful that I didn't have to remember all the near losses we suffered on our way to figuring out how to beat Generation Killer. In a way, I was optimistic. We finally had an enemy I could imagine us possibly defeating. Even if it was an immortal society of advanced magic users, our chances at outwitting them felt 1,000,000 times more real than our chances of beating Carousel. No, beating Carousel would have to come later. Dinner's on me, I said. Everyone put on a purposeful smile because we were all trying to be happy, positive, and excited. And none of us wanted to show how worried we were about what was to come. Kimberly was surprisingly matter-of-fact as she described what she sensed. We were back in the loft, and we had already retrieved the players from Ramona's cabin. Kimberly had taken the time to walk through every single room in the loft and adjacent rooms attached to it. She walked around the restaurant downstairs and the stairwells, as well as the roof area, where Bobby was tending to his dogs. When she started out with this, she was flabbergasted, offended, ashamed. But the more she went along, the more numb she seemed to become. "They're everywhere," she said. "There's one circling around this table here in the dining room," she said. "It can't see me right now, but it will in just a second. There's one that follows you down the hallway when you walk past all the doorways. Several near the entrance. They're all over." The rest of us just kind of spread out and let her do her work. Bobby rejoined us as we watched. She had equipped her new flashbulb phobia trope that allowed her to see the location of cameras, whether they were on screen or off screen. We were mapping them out. "This whole dining room area is covered. This one right up above for an overhead shot," she said. "The kitchen, there's one right here," she said, walking over to the kitchen counter and placing her hands on it. "It's like it's facing down onto the counter, so it can film you preparing food." This had gone on for a while. There were cameras in all of the rooms, except for Ramona's little nook at the end of the hallway, which now became prime real estate. "There are cameras looking in the windows there, across the street," she said. "What about the bathroom?" Avery asked. Avery had not lost her softer side after coming to Carousel, and she was able to maintain her mental health through self-care, even without a trope. "The private space in the bathroom was sacred." "What about the bathroom?" she repeated. Kimberly walked from the kitchen over to the bathroom. "We only had one." We all stood outside as she made her verdict. "None on the toilet," she said. "That's the only real surprise so far," Isaac said. "Did you lift up the lid?" Kimberly ignored him. "There's one in the mirror at the sink that would face you if you were staring into it. And then there's one that appears right behind your shoulder, pointing into the mirror so it could see your reflection," Kimberly said. "What about the shower?" Cassie asked. "We were all nervous about that one." "There are two," Kimberly said, "but they only film above the armpit and below the knee." We were silent after she said that, but there was something so silly about how she said it in such a serious voice that I couldn't help but laugh a little. And I wasn't the only one. It was mostly the guys laughing, and not because we thought it was funny, but because there was a certain absurdity to it. We knew we had been filmed, but it was always such an abstract thing you could just ignore it. The girls looked horrified. "When we said that there are cameras, invisible cameras following us around," Logan said, "I always thought it was metaphorical or some sort of omniscient remote viewing. But actual invisible cameras of some sort, magical?" I said. "Well, obviously magical," he said, "but still, they aren't just clairvoyant, they have them set up at specific locations. Like we're on Big Brother." "Big Brother. Carousel does have a ring to it," Isaac said. "In truth, the cameras probably were just clairvoyant viewports. They weren't actual floating machines or anything like that. Still, it was a much more mechanical setup than I was expecting." The confirmation of invisible magic cameras fed into his particular worldview, and he was eating it up. He always hated it when we acted like life could be normal in Carousel, and he loved it when we discussed things like this. "Did you find a place without any cameras?" I asked. Kimberly had gone into a sort of trance, sensing all the cameras that were watching her at that moment. The trope was called flashbulb phobia for a reason. It was actually making her paranoid. That was the cost, likely meant to prevent her from just using it all the time. It was causing her distress. "The stairwell leading up to the roof," she said. "There are no cameras there." I let her response sink in. "That makes sense," I said. "Stairwells all look the same. No need to put cameras on every single level. That's where I'm sleeping," Leela said softly. "Why do they want to watch us right now?" Antoine asked with righteous indignation. "What do they get out of it? Does the audience need to know every detail of our lives? Why does Carousel care?" I had not told them about the Manifest Consortium yet, and they had sensed that I had something to say. They had been waiting for me to make a move, trusting me to make a move for quite some time. Bobby might have even let slip that I had sent him a message on the script. "I want to try something," I said. "Go along with me." I looked at everyone, and they agreed non-verbally. "We need to make a plan for our next storyline run," I said. "What was the name of the one we said we were going to do next?" That wasn't exactly a subject that people were interested in talking about, so it took them a moment to shift gears. "The one with the sunken cradle in the name," Andrew said. It was between that and by the slice, I believe. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Right, I said. Because we're looking for new rescue tropes. And those ones are supposed to get you some. Right, Andrew said. He started looking at a shelving unit where we normally kept the atlas. But Camden had already grabbed it and was skimming through it. It was probably a lot easier to manage the big book when he had both of his arms. He was sitting on a couch, not paying too much attention to our conversation about the cameras. He was wholly absorbed. His efforts to give us the atlas had paid off big time. He could look through it all he wanted. Right, I said. We're looking for more rescue tropes because once we use them, we have to grow like 10 levels before we can get them back. Dina, Antoine, and I had experienced that. Dina quietly pulled her rescue trope out of thin air. She had already grown to level 30 and now had access to her rescue trope You Don't Know Me But Again, which we had used on it to rescue Michael, Andrew, and Leela. Still, we needed more rescue tropes with more variety. Hers had its drawbacks, as we well knew. Why are we talking about this right now? Avery asked. We have all the time in the world to talk about this. Why do we have to constantly? The cameras are gone, Kimberly interrupted. What? Antoine asked, gently holding on to her. The cameras are gone, she said again. All of them. The planning status, I said. I could tell most of them had forgotten they even had it. That gets rid of cameras, Antoine asked, confused. Something like that, I said. You know, like when we're in a fight, and we're off screen, and we can talk to each other about what we're going to do next, and even if the enemy can hear us, they don't respond to it or even acknowledge that we said it. I think it's like that. I think the planning status blocks you from being watched when you're making meta plans. They let the idea churn for a moment. You mean Carousel can't see us right now? Cassie asked. I smiled just a little bit. I couldn't help it. I think Carousel sees everything. But the others, I don't think they can see us making plans. No one spoke. No one interrupted. They were waiting for me to tell them everything. And I did, finally. I could talk about everything short of the ex-murder. The reason I buffed my grit for post-traumatic wasn't the torture, I said. It was because I wanted to be able to use willpower as magic to break out of my seat at the theater after I got killed. In Stray Dawn, I realized that tropes affect the theater in ways that they shouldn't. So I thought I would break out of that spell and go take a look around. I even had Camden's attention because what I was talking about wasn't listed inside the atlas. You explored the theater? He asked. We had talked about it at length before he was killed. It was the biggest news at the time. I explored as much as I could, I said. I was at the building on the other side of the mountain. Out west, the one that the vets were trying to get to. Oh my God, Anna said. This was a huge development for everyone. But for Anna and Camden, it would be much bigger. Make sure we're still not being seen, I said, as best you can. I didn't know if Kimberly's trope could truly keep us out of view of the Manifest Consortium. But it was our best bet, and somehow, I thought they would underestimate us. I told them about my exploration of the backstage area, what little of it I had done, and then I told them about Dr. Masha Stryga, the scientist. There was so much I learned in so little time. I was afraid that I would forget something. Wait, so the sweepstakes is what now? How does that fit in? Logan asked. Apparently, it's some sort of multiversal lottery where you can win anything, I said. You can even win a ticket to watch one of the movies that we made. I saw a ticket to watch The Strings Attached, the one that we played through with my own eyes. I tried to explain to them everything I knew about the Manifest Consortium because I wanted them to feel the same way about those people that I did. And I was so frustrated because I didn't believe I had the storytelling ability to do it. They helped Carousel become what it is today. And they film us here. That's what they offer to the sweepstakes. So that's why they work for Carousel? Kimberly asked. That's not how they see it. They think they control Carousel. They think that it's a symbiotic thing. Somehow. They think they can stop Carousel from hurting them, but they can't stop it from hurting us. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the newspaper I had collected and threw it down on the dining room table. The headline read, "Time running out for trapped souls in Carousel." That created an uproar, as so many different people tried to grab onto the newspaper. The reason they think that we're doomed is because they think we can't win. They're trying to come up with ways to justify abandoning us or making it look like we won so that no one will notice when Carousel eats us alive. I said, they're doing damage control for their reputations. To them, this is a PR crisis. And I swear to God, they don't care about us. Not really. They're entertained by us. They're selling merchandise from the stuff we've used in movies. People were wearing my hoodie, or Arthur's hat, or Kimberly's scrunchie, or Kimberly's lead warmers, or Kimberly's basically everything Kimberly owns. They tore through the newspaper like piranhas, passing around every page, reading each unbelievable, out of touch, low-key horrifying article. Riley, Anna said. Riley, look. She was holding up one of the inner leaves of the newspaper, pointing at an article that simply stated, "An interview with Anna Reed's mother. Those heartless." I started to say as I skimmed the words, they had used magic to call Anna's mother and ask her about her missing daughter. Riley Lawrence, cinematic hero, or Carousel plant. Ramona read the title of another article. "They're onto me," I joked. "What are we going to do?" Kimberly asked, after we had passed her on the pages of the newspaper and I had finished my story. "Well," I said, "the reason I realized that the planning status gets rid of cameras is because they didn't know about our strategy in post-traumatic. They didn't know I was going to go to the finale first. They were shocked as hell. They literally thought we were about to lose. So they must be enemies," Camden said. "Whether they know it or not," I said. "Whether they would call themselves that or not. They say they're not characters in this story, but I think Carousel wants them to be." I let that thought hang in there. Then I said, "Carousel's through line is about escape." And suddenly, I think I know why that is. They understood what I meant. "Are you talking about doing Carousel's through line?" Isaac asked, almost scared at the idea. "Every moment we don't pursue something, we're digging our own graves," I said. "Unless any of you has a better idea, I say we start trying to get the heck out of here." I quickly pulled my 5 tickets from the sweepstakes that Striga had given me and threw them down on the table so the others could look through them. And, of course, they all had questions about what the people were like. They couldn't seem to grasp the idea of immortal wizards so similar to us, yet so different. Immortal business wizards were a bit out of our experience. "The script is written on magic typewriters?" Bobby asked. "Well, yes it is," I said. "What could the normal entrance for players be for?" "Are people coming here willingly?" Antoine asked. "I wouldn't say willingly exactly," I said. "I think the people that come here either have no choice, or no other choice. But it's hard to tell. The consortium talks about this like it's some sort of fun game. And we're just down on our luck. Trying to figure out the truth through that filter can be kind of hard. They talk about us like this is reality television. Big Brother wasn't far off," Logan said as he read through the tabloid. "The worst part is, their sales are through the roof, whatever that means for an economy that runs on magic tickets." "So you said Carousel tried to invite Kevin?" Kimberly asked. I nodded. She had a strange look of disgust on her face. "And it posted pictures from the masquerade ball on my Instagram." "Yes," I said. "Did you see them?" she asked. Trying not to sound vapid, "I saw printouts of them, but they were really small. But they looked good, right? Like prom photos from a rich school," I said. I couldn't quite parse how she took that. So Carousel was just some evil death world that brought in help to turn it into a death game. And now we're going to help it do something ambiguous. "Is that what I'm understanding?" Camden asked. "Yeah, basically," I said. "They asked about MBW, the magic between worlds, but I had so little to tell them. We continued until the planning status turned off. Eventually, we just ran out of steam. There were so many revelations that we couldn't take it. Before this, we had celebrated every little scrap of information, analyzed it, and theorized about it. And here we were, with some semblance of a solid heading. We ended up on the roof, drinking some sort of hard liquor out of plastic cups. The Manifest Consortium could see us if they chose to, though, from what I understood. They could pretty much just fast forward past all the boring stuff. Given the time differential that they could control more or less, we raised our glasses, and we toasted to one word: escape. Whatever that meant, whatever it took. We would die here, however many times it took. But we would not stay here. We were going home. Articles and ads from the Carousel Daily Ledger. Carousel's most trusting news source. Transcription, starting now, prices slashed again, 25 to 30% off store-wide. Food, apparel, SELF defense for more. Come to the Eternal Savers Club for once-in-a-lifetime savings. Stock up before second blood. Whether you're prepping for a neighborhood BBQ or boarding up your windows before the power cuts out mysteriously, ESC has your back. Bulk deals on essentials like family-size garlic knots, great for dinner or deterrence. Gasoline by the barrel, trust us. Throwing axe multi-pack, sporting or practical use. 48-roll pallet of industrial-grade duct tape. Flashlights that definitely won't flicker at the worst possible time. Free samples in aisle 7. Just follow the laughter. Don't miss the final aisle sale prices to die for. Eternal Savers Club, where the savings never die. Membership required. No returns after sundown. See store for restrictions. The Red Chalk Circus returns tonight. BW of Ariel. Staff writer filling in for our of Ariel Low Topico. Present. The Red Chalk Circus, the infamous dusk-only show, has resurfaced on Lot 7. Behind the old Dairy Mart. Yes, the Dairy Mart is still there. Please don't send corrections. Flyers appeared overnight with no schedule, no cast list, and no contact info. Just red letters. Just the same tagline. One night only. Every night. Witnesses from prior years recall acts such as the acrobat who cannot fall, the mirror that watches back, and the final act subject to change. City officials advise attendees to bring exact change and write their names clearly on their wrists and notify a loved one of your evening plans. The tent opens at dusk. The air smells like popcorn and static. They're ready. Carousel Casino opens the Reckoning Room. All bets welcome. BR of Ariel. Staff writer filling in for W of Ariel. The Carousel Casino has cut the ribbon on its newest attraction, the Reckoning Room, a betting hall where you can bet for or against absolutely anything. Casino spokesperson Lucien Graves described the Reckoning Room as a space for speculation, strategy, and a little chaos. He boasted, "Want to wager your neighbor makes it through the week? You can. Bet against your own birthday happening this year. That's on the board." Will the couple tying the knot at the newly renovated 24/7 wedding chapel call it quits by sunrise? Place your chips. Think the plucky survivors crawling around a hell dimension won't make it to credits? We'll take that action. Bets currently circulating on the whiteboard include: Randy finally snaps during horror movie trivia night 3-1, heavy action. Kimmy returns from the cornfield crawl 25. It's all been a dream. Even odds, suspiciously stable. Tonight is the inline shifting hourly. You don't need to know the rules. You just need to believe it could happen. Odds are calculated by the house. Outcomes are final. Disputes are discouraged. Picado's all-D fashion pizza parlor. Estate. 1966 Nashville Market. Northwest Carousel. Call 5557 for 68. Buy 5 pizzas in 1 week. Get your 6 free. No coupons. No cards. We'll keep track. New management has taken possession. Same crust, same sauce. Greater bargain. Open late. Dine in, take out, or delivery. Trespassers be advised. Satisfaction guaranteed. Picado's a slice above. I crept slowly toward the end of the aisle, trying to hide the sound of my breath. You had to be intentional in Carousel. You couldn't just stay hidden. You had to think about it. You had to put your every effort into it. And if your hustle was high enough, a sound. Was he coming this way? I froze. I didn't dare take a breath. On the other side of the aisle, a bearded man screamed and hollered into a cell phone. He hadn't heard me. He was just pacing angrily, yelling at the CBI agent on the other end of the line. "They aren't real," he said. "Don't you get it? I can't kill the hostages because they're already dead. This is not Red Hammond. This is not his wife, Pity. I am trying to tell you that they've been replaced. Why won't you listen to me?" He was desperate and earnest. I was tempted to say he was a good actor, but it felt more like he was repeating lines he had once said in real life. You could almost tell when an NPC was in the storyline that actually got them brought to Carousel. It felt much more real. Across the room from me, Leela was walking, carrying a bundle of rope, a thick, strong rope. It was so heavy she couldn't pick it up for long and had to roll the bundle, which was wrapped around a piece of cardboard tubing. Antoine quietly arrived next to her, picked it up, and started sneaking it out the back. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Red has a glass eye. This thing, whatever it is, has to normalize. I'm not stupid. I know something is going on. The man screamed into the phone. The man, whose name was Coop on the red wallpaper, was desperately pleading with the CBI agents outside to believe him. He swung his rifle around to emphasize his words as he spoke. I surveyed the shelf in front of me. There were 2 omens here. One was a weather vane of a rooster that had been bent up and then straightened back out. It was an omen for a storyline related to a storm. The name of the storyline was Ida Ray. It was a very character-heavy storyline from what we had seen in the atlas. It was on the grab list. Unfortunately, as a weather vane, it was too large to fit into my hoodie's pocket of holding. So I had to carry it around with me. Funnily enough, as soon as I grabbed it, I could feel my hair blowing, as if in the wind. It was subtle and not too big of a distraction, but quite interesting. I didn't have to worry about the omen being activated unless I tripped and accidentally installed it on some outdoor structure. Gotta love an omen that's hard to activate. We were at a hardware store called Better Be Wares. Red Hammond had named the store after his daughter, B. Hammond. I could see them more, at least. The monsters that had replaced them tied up in the back, acting terrified, acting. B herself just seemed annoyed. She had been a nice young lady. I wondered what they had done with her. She stared at me as I went along. These hostages never tried to get us to help them. There had been a stock clerk who would scream and beg if he was taken captive. We had to lure him outside before the hostage situation started. The players who wrote about this place in the atlas had it all mapped out. Every action you needed was documented and confirmed. Coop was right. These were not the Hammonds. They never asked for help. They didn't need it. They were acting. Next to the weather vane, there was another omen of interest. A lantern shaped like a goat that would apparently attract some type of sensual cult to your door if you hung it outside. The storyline for it was called Clover Hearts. It was also within our level range. It also couldn't fit in my pocket, for as useful as having an infinite storage zone attached to my hoodie was, the limitation of not being able to put anything in it that didn't fit through the pocket hole could be quite debilitating while trying to sneak around a hostage situation. Still, I crept on toward my next goal. Coop was at the front of the store. He had let down the blinds to cover the windows and was now peeking through them at the cops outside, who were ordering him around through a megaphone. I couldn't quite tell what they were saying, but they weren't happy. Among the worst jobs to have in a cosmic horror town was a hostage negotiator. The job satisfaction levels had to be in the toilet. They must have never won. Their phone conversation had ended. So, he wasn't screaming anymore. But he was still talking to himself, planning his next action. I needed to get to the register, and luckily, I was very sneaky. I crept across the break in the hall toward where Leela was and handed her the 2 mobile omens I had picked up. "What about this one?" she whispered, nodding her head toward a box full of old antique tools that, at first glance, were very rusty but at second glance, were covered in dried blood. "Not a chance," I said. While Leela did have a good scouting trope for finding omens, hers didn't give her good information on the difficulty of an omen. Apparently, hers only gave her physical signs on the red wallpaper, stuff like stop or yield or caution, telling her that there was an omen, and then giving her a little bit of information about it. She didn't get a lot of information about how to activate the omen, just how to avoid it. I took a glance at it. You had to store the tools in the same building where you slept. Then, their previous owners would return for them. That was a no-go. Kimberly had a strict no killers in the loft rule. My scouting omen, "I don't like it here," told me that those bloody tools would be our undoing. I couldn't even see what the title of their storyline was, it was so tough. She nodded and took the omens I handed her, walking away quietly. She had the highest hustle in the entire group and had virtually no chance of getting caught by Coop unless she was just stupidly careless. Leela was never careless when she was allowed to operate on her own terms. I had the lowest hustle of anyone who had come on this outing, so I had to be really careful. There was a time when my hustle was unmatched by my friends, but my priorities had changed. I needed things like Savvy, Moxie, and, recently, Carousel was all about making choices. I had found. I snuck around the hall and headed up toward the front of the hardware store. My eyes trained on Coop. He was still looking outside. Why the police hadn't shot him yet, I didn't know. Maybe they were hoping for a peaceful resolution. Maybe they just weren't scripted to kill him yet, according to the atlas. That would change soon. The game here was that we could rob the hardware store blind during the hostage crisis. But if Coop ever caught us, that would trigger the omen for the storyline called Cold Skins and those tied-up hostages in the back, who looked a lot like the Hammond family. Well, it would be their time to shine. Up at the cash register, there was some rock candy inside little plastic bags being sold by the Friends of Azure, one of the local cults. Nice people. Poor judgment. The atlas implied that it was not only an omen for a very beatable storyline at the low levels, but that it was some kind of drug, and if ingested, it would allow you to see on a higher plane, at least during the storyline. I didn't want to see on a higher plane, but having an omen for an easy storyline you could trigger just by ingesting it at a moment's notice would make me and all of my friends feel a lot safer walking around in this horror town. You never know what's going to sneak up on you. I grabbed all 10 little baggies of the cotton candy blue sugar crystals, and they fit in my pocket. Other omens I collected included a doorknob that, if installed, would lead you into a storyline regardless of what door you put it on. There was also a tape measure, which would always be wrong when used to measure the room you were in. I theorized that one was actually an omen for the same surreal House of Leaves style horror that had once appeared outside Kimberly's loft, trying to trick us into noticing it. I never intended to use the tape measure, and I hoped we would never be in an emergency where it would be the better option. Cursed architecture was not my jam, but it was a very quick omen to activate, and the storyline was likely somewhere in the mid-30s in difficulty. The storyline was called Rent Control. Into my pocket it went. There was also a jar of loose keys that had a variety of 3 different omens inside it, but I didn't want to mess with that. It was kind of a trap when you picked it up. It would definitely make a sound. At the back of the hardware store, Antoine, Kimberly, and Logan were passing things out of the side window as quietly as they could. We had to take out an AC unit, one of those window-mounted ones, just to get the stuff out of there. Luckily, they managed to do it quietly. Rope, metal gasoline canisters, jugs for water. A bear trap. Climbing gear. They were stealing whatever they could for their next storyline. I took another glance around the store. We were running out of time. The CBO was about to start shooting, and we didn't want to be here when they broke in. I found everything we had scouted out on our trips here before the hostage situation. We couldn't have afforded it all, or at least, we hadn't wanted to. I managed to get a knife, a nice folding one that had a trope called anointed, which made a weapon more deadly if the user had been cut with it previously. I had not expected it to be an exorcist trope. Carousel was full of surprises. I dropped it in my pocket with the omens. In order to get into this situation, we had been in the store when the hostages were taken. We snuck around to avoid detection from Coop while he tied up the fake Hammond family. Now, to get out, we had to crawl through the small window where the C unit had been. Not very dignified but exceedingly practical, funnily enough. As soon as we were out, some SWAT units were politely waiting to enter through that same hole, to go kill poor Coop. Maybe one day we would vindicate him, but not that day. Did you have to steal the whole store? I asked when I saw how much loot they had taken. We're going into the jungle, baby, Antoine said. Gotta be prepared. He had a point. Okay, but you know that most of this is going to fall in a river or something, right? The bridge is going to break, or you'll careen off a cliff, or something like that. And all of this will be for nothing, I said. If that happens. It happens, Antoine responded. He seemed very happy about the storyline they were going to go on. I'm ready for anything. They had their storyline. I had mine. It had been so long since we had enough players to have multiple teams go in at once, and it not feel like everything was on the line. We had learned more about Carousel, more about its plan for us and the Manifest Consortium. We could finally stop reacting to the things thrown at us and start making our own plans. And we did have a plan. I felt hopeful. Maybe that wasn't the right word. The fog was lifted. Even if our situation was the same, we could at least see the terrain. Everything was new and bright and possible. Here we were, surviving. Nowhere to go but the end. The rock candy and the weather vane work well, Camden said. I nodded my head. How about the others? I asked. He shook his head. The door handle might be fine, but apparently, that one's pretty weird when it comes to plot armor. So, I said, we only use it in emergencies. He stared into the massive tome that was the atlas. He ate a Carousel brand Hot Pocket called a tongue torture. I'm not exactly sure what it is the players who wrote the entry were trying to say, but it sounds confusing. He answered after a moment. Yep, emergencies only. The players who wrote the atlas were careful not to spoil storylines, but some pitfalls were so great that they still did their best to warn others off without saying why. And the rest? I asked. PA39.PA 40.40, level 41. Level 40 again, he said, reading off a list he had written and pointing to the relevant omen. We had spent time going to the pawn shop, the psychic shop, pretty much anywhere that sold omens and wasn't dangerous to travel to, so we could build a collection. I understand, I said. There was something very, very dangerous about most of the omens we had collected, and that thing was me. Storylines in Carousel came in different variations of difficulty. Some had a PA20 difficulty, but then, if you brought a player with over 40 plot armor, the whole storyline jumped up to a 40 PA difficulty. There were some advantages and disadvantages to this system from the player's perspective. One benefit was that things like how Eternal Savers Club could be run by players anywhere from level 10 to level 80, and it would still be a plot armor 40 story. If you had enough players over that PA, assigning shopping duties was a breeze. Most stories were not so forgiving. Most stories got more difficult around plot armor 40, which I had just crossed. That made things complicated. If I were around when we needed to use an emergency omen, I would up the difficulty just by being there for most of these. Well, I'll carry around some of the rock candy, I said. Camden nodded. The others had a lot more to choose from as far as emergency omens went. We were in the living room. We had taken all of our omens and put them up on a shelf that we had liberated from the furniture store on one of our trips. We displayed this odd variety of objects as if they were family heirlooms or valuable decorations. Camden said it made the whole entryway look like the inside of one of those restaurants that are decorated by covering the walls with old rusty antiques. So the place looks folksy and not like a corporate chain. This collection was important. The one drawback to Kimberly's loft was that sometimes mobile omens a different type than those we collected. The kind that took mobile literally would knock on the door in some way or another and threaten to trap us all in a storyline if we couldn't find a way to dismiss them. If that ever came, if we could not find a way out of triggering a visiting omen, we had a whole shelf of alternatives, some of which could be activated immediately. You had to pick your poison in life. In Carousel, that was literal. If a nasty omen came to Kimberly's door that we couldn't figure out how to dismiss, we could now start a safer storyline using one of our purchased omens. Sorry, Camden said. Even back when the atlas was written originally, it was always assumed that there would be a wide variety of players at different levels. But you just keep being an overachiever. I nodded. I'm a victim of my own success, I said. Plot armor 41. Never thought I'd see the day. And I still wasn't even halfway to the level we would need to be to do the rescue at Camp Dyer. It was frustrating that I would have to wait for the others to catch up. But that was the game. If I didn't have a team to run the story with me, I was going to have a bad time. While we were in the living room, Kimberly, Antoine, Logan, and all of the other players whose plot armor was in the 30s were planning out their next run. They'd been talking for a while, so when they grew quiet, both Camden and I looked over at them, wondering where the silence came from. And then I heard the ringing. Click. Double quotes. Kimberly. Why do you never call me these days? Kimberly's fake talent agent, Sal, said over the speakerphone. I swear, there are rumors of your retirement spreading around. I just got off a shoot less than a week ago, Kimberly said. I'm not going to retire until I'm dead. She shushed everyone as the giggling started. Yeah, that shoot. The time travel movie. Really took a back seat there, didn't you? Is your name even in the credits? Maybe I can talk to the production company and have you listed as a cameo so no one thinks your career is on a backward slide, Sal said, taking a deep breath. Oh, forgive me, dear. I haven't had anything to eat today. You know how I can get. Sal, Kimberly said, largely ignoring his color commentary. I'm thinking of doing a big blockbuster summer movie. Have you heard anything about The Sunken Cradle? The sound of paper being flipped came through the phone. I always imagined Sal's desk being covered with stacks of scripts. Time to cash in on the goodwill. Huh, Sal asked. Let's make some real money. Look at you. I may have a contact in that production. Is there a chance I could get a leading role in it? Kimberly asked. With your star power, I'm sure you could just walk on set, and they would cast you as the leading lady. I hear they've already got their hero attached. Do they? Kimberly asked. An authorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Everyone closed in and smiled. It was hard not to smile when Sal talked. Not only was he genuinely funny, but he was speaking in code the whole time, giving hints about the storyline. And there was a real sense that there was an actual person on the other side. Sal might have been a real guy, and they might not have been an NPC either. Get this, and you didn't hear this from me, Sal said. The film's final title is Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle. You will never believe who they cast to play Antoine Stone. Who? Kimberly asked, suppressing a laugh. You will never guess, Sal repeated. Meanwhile, Antoine was grinning from ear to ear and suppressing his own laughter. The Sunken Cradle was an adventure story with a very Indiana Jones vibe. It took on the name of its lead player, and that meant Antoine was going to get to be the star and not just the strong boyfriend, or the carpenter, or whatever he was in post-traumatic. More than that, Sal said. They've got this hotshot new director, who you've worked with before. Everyone is expecting great things from this film with a director like this. As soon as Sal stopped talking, everyone looked up from the phone and turned to look at me. The trope that Kimberly used to talk to her talent agent, just ask Sal, worked like many other scouting tropes. It made educated guesses about which players near the user would end up in the storyline. Because I was in the room, it assumed I would be joining. Sal had often referred to me as being the director of the movie that we were scouting out. After all, my aspect was filmmaker. Could you hold on just a second? Kimberly asked. Sure, dear. Let me find my knitting needles, Sal said. Kimberly muted the phone and then looked at me. Do you think that you could? Yes, I said. I can leave. It's not that I don't want you here, she added. I put up my hands in a calming gesture and said, I understand. Don't want to confuse the scouting trope. And I really did need to leave. If Sal thought that I was in the movie, that meant the difficulty of the movie he described would get much harder because of my plot armor, which meant that Kimberly and the others would get bad information. I needed to get out of the range of that trope. All right. Team A gets the loft, I said. Team Deadbeat goes up on the roof. I didn't pick the team names. My team who, aside from me, all had plot armor in the 20s got up. Those of us that were in the room and started heading up toward the stairs. Kimberly shot me a look like, I'm sorry. I must have looked sad. And though I didn't want anyone to know it, there was a strange pang in my stomach realizing that I couldn't stay here to help them plan. Not for sand, at least. I had a new trope called behind the camera that allowed me to help from the sidelines without harming the scores of my teammates. The plan was that I would use that trope to help guide the lower-level players to victory. It was an important task. The storyline we had picked was a bit higher in level than they could safely handle on their own. I put a smile on my face, or as close to a smile as I normally had, and climbed the steps up to the roof. It was a nice day outside, and eventually, all of my team had gathered there with me. All right, so the typical way to use this, I said as I stood next to Ramona, is to open up the blade and then for some reason that defies all logic prick your finger against the end like you didn't know it was going to be sharp. All you need is one little drop of blood. I had seen that happen in more movies and TV shows than I could count. Do I actually have to bleed? She asked. What do you think this is? Goosebumps? I asked. Maybe, she said. What's goosebumps? It was so easy to forget she was not of our world. I shook my head. Do I have to bleed? I repeated mockingly. You do have to bleed, and make sure there's a good shot of it for the camera. You should probably even say, ouch. I had decided to award the pocket knife I'd stolen from the hardware store to Ramona. Its anointed trope gave the user a boost to metal while using it if they got their own blood on it. I was coming up with ways I'd seen in movies for that to happen. We were going to aim for a combat build for her. It might not have been ideal, but a defiant often finds themselves alone in a fight, and I wanted her to be able to protect herself. Also, Ramona already had the instinct to run toward danger, so it all fit. People remember the hysterics that scream and cry and run away, but sometimes they do the exact opposite. Bruisers were not the only archetype of rage. Hysterics were too. Now, pricking your finger, I said. is probably not going to give you a huge boost to metal, but it's an accepted way to show that your knife is sharp so it's believable when you drive it into someone. You got me, she nodded. Now, which end am I supposed to stick into them? She asked. I said. Movie fighting is an art. Okay. And I'm trying to make sure that you excel at it. So, I'd really like it if you'd cool it with the mockery. That's probably not going to happen, she said. Okay. But the real move with this knife, I said, is when you struggle against an enemy and you let them win at first. Last time I let an enemy win in a fight, I ended up buried in a coffin 6 feet underground, she said. Gotta be honest, that's going to happen some portion of the time, I said. What you do is, you let them overpower you for a moment. As they try to push the knife back into you, you guide it into your shoulder, and as soon as the knife touches your blood, the trope will activate and give you some much needed metal so that you can overpower them and kill them with the knife. You understand? There's a bit of pageantry to that move. It was another classic movie fight technique. I remember learning about that in karate, Isaac said. The parents were upset. The others on my team were watching us. My ragtag group of survivors was not particularly balanced. But since when have my team ever been balanced? I turned to them to assess things. All right, Anna is our main fighter. She's also our final girl. So she should be central to the plot. By the Slice does not strike me as a particularly combat-heavy story. But the details are a little fuzzy in the Atlas. What we do know is that there is no death. Isaac pumped his fist. But the reason for that, I continued, is because this storyline has a fate worse than death. I celebrated too soon, Isaac said. What's more, this is a comedy. So, Isaac, Carousel is going to do something to put some pressure on you. Don't waste this opportunity. You're underleveled. So, this might be your chance to make a big splash. That sounds messy. I never claimed to be a comedian, he said. I didn't ask for this. I just want that on record. That was on record many times over. Trust me. None of us asked for our lives to rely on you being funny, Cassie said. The brother-sister rivalry raged on. Before the two of them could get into a shouting match, I asked, Cassie, have you been able to get through with your I'm blocked trope? Her trope could let her learn important information about supernatural enemies. They have me on hold, she said. And then when it looks like I'm about to get through, they hang up on me. I squinted and looked at Camden. He shared my fascination. You're saying that when you try to connect psychically with our enemy, it sounds like you're on the phone with him, he asked. She nodded. Yes, they keep putting me on hold. Honestly, that was kind of funny, but it was also worrisome. Comedic power was nothing to take lightly, especially when your enemy wielded it. I sat back and looked at my team. Anna and Camden were solid. While they weren't exactly experienced actors, they had good heads on their shoulders, and that was what we really needed. Cassie was very promising but not particularly motivated when it came to establishing herself as a character that exists within the story. Isaac could be funny, but he had an instinct to object to anything he worried he might struggle with, usually with some rant about why he shouldn't be doing it to begin with. If he ever decided to give it his all, he might be a contender. Comedians had so many options for what kind of character they could play. He just needed to find a couple that he could pull off. Avery was new to me. She was the candy for Logan's team, and he thought highly of her abilities. I didn't know much about her, and I could tell that she really wished she were on the other team. But I couldn't fault her for that, because I did too. That left Ramona, the lowest level player. The great unknown. She did seem like she had a certain self-awareness and quick-wittedness. She playfully jabbed the closed pocket knife in my direction. I stared at her closely. An article in the disclosures, the newspaper I had taken from the Manifest Consortium, had spoken about our most delicate entanglement, whispered in every drawing room, equal parts enchantment and disquiet. We were on a reality show for immortal gossips. We knew the drill. We all did. To survive, we had to be entertaining. They were watching us every waking hour and then some. Survival meant putting on a show. Ramona stared at me playfully. I reached out and grabbed the knife and her hand. I smiled at her. Somewhere in the sky, a camera saw it all. My new team looked at me. I was the highest level player on, and apparently, some of the things I managed to pull off were impressive. That made them feel brave and optimistic. I just hoped I could do something more than boss them around. All right, just like we practiced. We all stood around the dining room table, fanned out. I handed a rolled-up newspaper to Camden. I had just purchased it from a stand down the street. Any luck? I asked. By the time Camden unfolded the newspaper and had it set out in front of him, he already knew the answer. Looks like we got it, he said, flipping through the pages. Oh, how I had missed his Eureka trop. Within a few seconds, he had found the ad we were looking for. It almost looked normal, just an advertisement for a pizza place. Nothing too special. Buy 5 pizzas in a week. Get the 6th one free. Of course, there was some catch. We didn't know what it was yet, but there was a catch. I had some guesses. The ad itself was an omen, but interestingly, you couldn't see it unless you dialed the number for the restaurant. The atlas talked about this. As soon as I had typed in the number 5557 I could suddenly see the omen staring back at me on the red wallpaper. By the slice. No one said this storyline was their favorite, but it was still a staple to the old-timers. Not the vets from Camp Dyer. From way back before then. So we're good? Antoine asked. We're good, I said. You have the map. I have it right here, he said, holding up a very old and fragile piece of parchment. It, too, was an omen, one that could be activated simply by driving in the direction of the storyline while holding the map. Antoine and Logan had to steal it from a guy at a bar in Southeast Carousel. They would have to steal a car. The vets at Camp Dyer had a strict only steal from storylines rule. The players from before them were more nuanced. They knew there were situations where you could steal things, looting Carousel proper itself. Situations like the hostage situation we had plundered. So, how did you get it? I asked. Got him drunk. As soon as he was passed out. It was easy pickings, Logan said. All right, I said. By the slice and the sunken cradle. I think you missed a part, Antoine interrupted. Oh, of course. How silly of me. By the slice and Antoine Stone and the sunken cradle, both stories are supposed to be really good for grinding out rescue tropes. So that is our goal. Always be looking for opportunities to save other people in very cinematic ways. Do it on screen if possible. It's worth taking the risks. We need those new tropes. Without the ability to steadily rescue people, our levels will stagnate. You know the spiel. Everyone nodded. There was an energy in the room, a nervous energy. How could we not be nervous? We had storylines to run soon. Then, after we get the rescue tickets, we have to get rid of habitation so that we have a place to put all the people we rescue. Logan said, it's like a Rube Goldberg machine. Every single action necessitates a different action before. In the end, we achieve something. He had been drinking, which was to say, pretending to. Logan didn't actually drink all that much, for as often as he had alcohol in his hand, there was an awkward pause after he was done speaking. I think it's more straightforward than that, I said. More like dominoes. Or chess. He nodded. But none of it matters because all of that is just details until we discuss through lines. He said. I took a deep breath. I know that, I said. As soon as we figure out the safest way to trigger Carousel's through line, we'll do that. We just don't want to be caught off guard or go into quickly. Carousel's through line, Logan said. Have we even discussed other possibilities? You said there was a whole list. That's true. Can we discuss this later? I said. Whatever through line we end up picking, our next move is the same. Why later? Why not now? Logan asked. Tensions shot up in the room. I wondered if there was a strange hourglass in the mountain-sized tower out west collecting red sand. I think Riley just wants us to stay focused on what we're about to do. We have storylines to clear, Anna said. Trying to be a peacemaker. We need to tackle one thing at a time. And I need to know the long-term plans so that I don't feel like a schmuck. I think that's a fair request, Logan said. If I'm about to literally go die for your plans, give me all the information I need to know if it's a good idea. In situations like this, I would normally just leave. Social confrontation was not my forte. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. But I had to stay. I don't have a lot of information, I said. I told you about the scientist lady who wants to find the secrets of the universe. And you said you weren't interested in that. But there were others, he responded. You supposedly went and got to peek behind the curtain. But you still keep secrets. I thought that if we went along with your little plan, you'd finally let us in on whatever it is that's going on. But you come back, having seen so many amazing things, and you're still secretive. It's like you have no other mode. Angry eyebrows activate. They don't like being talked about, I said. They don't see themselves as part of the story. They don't want us to mention them. Don't you get that? I asked, gripping the edge of the table firmly. Carousel's throughline is the one Project Rewind was designed to revive. It's the one you were brought here to run. The one with the promise of curing your cancer. I don't think we need to look at the others. Why not? Logan asked. Maybe we're making bad assumptions. Let's double check. I was at a loss for words. I looked around, hoping someone would support me, but the truth was they seemed to agree with Logan. If not with his tone, then at least with his opinion. Well, I'll list them off again for you, I said. There's the guy who wants to collect things like people and objects. A guy who wants to cure some sort of interdimensional zombie virus. A guy who just wants to understand Carousel's magic. There's Silas Stark, and some of you already know him. There's a guy looking for his wife. I got to look at these posters for a total of like 5 minutes. I was in a hurry. And none of that matters because none of them are promising to get us out of here. You understand that, right? How could I understand that? Logan asked. We haven't talked to them. You expect us to see you as an authority because you glanced at a poster or something. But we don't actually know what they have to offer, Logan. They talk about how players always end up dying in their through-lines. And the proprietor guy, he was very clear that no one has ever survived. At least Carousel is promising us a chance to go home. Well, technically, Carousel never promised that, Camden said. Not from what you guys have told me. I am not arguing, I am just putting that out there. Its throughline says, the only way home. But that is not actually a promise. Even Camden was against me now. I looked around the room, absolutely appalled. What is this? I asked. I thought we were all on the same page. We have to choose something. And soon. I don't know if we should choose one of the narrators. I don't, but we don't even have options for them on the red wallpaper. I'm not sure what you expect of me. Look, Logan said. Everything you told us about them makes it sound like they're the closest thing to the good guys we have. They didn't cause our problems. All they did was make winning the game more achievable. I just don't want to move forward until we've at least considered them. I'm not saying we shouldn't, I said. I just don't see how helping them gets us closer to our goals. There was a moment of silence. Maybe we should talk to them, Anna said after a little while. It would make us all feel a lot better, Riley. It's not that we don't believe you, it's just we didn't get to see what you saw. Maybe we would feel better if we heard their side. So talk, I said. They can hear you, I'm sure. As far as I know, they're basically all-powerful, immortal sorcerers. Antoine stretched, exuding an air of confidence. I don't see why we can't do one of their throughline just to learn more about Carousel, Antoine said. And then maybe we could think about doing Carousel's throughline after cure space zombies. Then escape. You said the narrators are supposed to be your mentors. I'm not too proud to say we could really use a mentor. We talked back and forth for a long while, with everyone saying something. Everyone, even Isaac, who would not say the thing we had told him to. I say we make our own throughline, Isaac said. We know it's possible. The only people I trust are in this room, and I don't even trust you all that much. Why bring some shifty people in who don't care about us? Cassie subtly stepped on his toe. Didn't one of the narrators say something about the end of Carousel? Or there being some prophecy? She asked. That sounds right up our alley. If we can somehow trigger Carousel to, I don't know, collapse on itself, wouldn't that be worth checking out? Slowly, we went around and made sure to mention every narrator I had seen. There had been at least 12 of them. Though I had not read all of their bios in my haste. I sat at the table with my head in my hands, exhausted. This is great, I said. I feel like this is a step backward. But if that's what you want to do, we can do it. Let's put an ad in the newspaper, I said, gently tapping the paper that was spread out on the table. Narrator auditions. Must make generous promises. I took a deep breath. Look, I said. Maybe I planned too far ahead. Maybe I made too many assumptions about whether you would agree with me or not. I understand that. If you want to try to find a way to reach out to the narrators just to touch base, see what they have to offer, Maybe ask them a few questions, then I'm not going to stop you. But don't be surprised if they ignore us. To them, we're just passing through. They've seen hundreds, thousands of players just like us. And they'll see thousands more. How can we hope to understand people like them? I intended a sprinkle of flattery. Maybe that was more than a sprinkle. Anyway, we are all in agreement about the next storylines, right? We need rescue tropes and writs of habitation. I guess we'll talk more about this later. Maybe we can go to the craft store and buy some big pieces of paper and put a message up on the roof. Hope they see it, Riley Hannah said, upset that I was upset. I scooted out my chair and started walking away from the table, toward the stairs up to the roof. I'm on board with whatever it is you all want to do. Just don't get your hopes up. Something they told me multiple times was that they couldn't do too much to help us. Narrators can help a bit because they're also trying to achieve something. But the rule is still true. I just don't want you to be dejected if none of them come through for us. I turned and walked toward the stairwell. Ramona followed me. She, of course, had thrown in her vote for Silas Dyerkin. As we walked up the stairwell to the section that Kimberly had assured us had no cameras of any kind, she said, "You gave in too easy." I shrugged. "I'm trying to be open-minded," I said. "I just took a big character hit. That was basically a mutiny. And I don't even know if the audience saw it. I think you should have stormed out of there, cussing and screaming, stole Logan's drink. Show some emotion other than frustration," she said with a smile. "Maybe," I said, turning to her. "Do you think they'll buy it if they see it?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I can't imagine tricking immortal wizards using a little flattery and melodrama. What do I know? When I met a narrator, I basically agreed to help him immediately. I think our desperation is something they rely on. If this is going to work," I said, "we have to bring them into the fold somehow. Get them some on-screen time." "Oh, I know," she said. "You were very clear about that. No, actually, you were vague about it, but you said it multiple times, so I get it." The truth was I wasn't opposed to running one of the narrator through-lines before doing carousels. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. They need to become part of the meta story. And if that's the only way we have to make it happen, we had to go for it. Ramona and I walked up to the roof. I laid out on one of those long pool chairs and stared up at the cloudy sky above, hoping that somewhere, on the other side of the mountain, the narrators had just watched our little show, hoping they were planning a trip eastward. Since we had all agreed that we would never run post-traumatic again, or at least not run it to gain experience points or rewards, we decided to watch the storyline together on my old TV. It was developing into a sort of tradition. Run a storyline, watch the storyline. That way, we weren't playing to entertain cosmic warriors or immortal sorcerers. We were playing to entertain each other. At the very least, it had been a lot of fun when we did it with Stray Dawn. Post-traumatic was not as fun to watch. Oddly, the movie ended up pretty good, just brutal. There was lots of footage that Carousel could put together, and as we had predicted, it pretty much ignored all of the specifics about how time travel worked. Sure, a proper card-carrying nerd would figure it out from what remained, but not the casual moviegoer. The audience would just have to piece it together themselves. Those films we had found in the wall were genuinely disturbing. And Generation Killer was also very creepy when all you could see of him was a glimpse or a strange phrase. I got a standing ovation whenever the footage from the other side of time showed me getting killed by a meteor. Those who didn't know our plan about going to the finale first to create a sort of time loop were amazed when I showed back up. They were grinning from ear to ear. That didn't make the brutal kills more palatable. Whenever Generation Killer was filming, he really liked to get a lot of footage of the pain and suffering and bleeding. Really didn't like that guy, but still, at the end, we all clapped and none of us acknowledged how close we came to losing. Those of us who knew, at least. Some people broke off and decided to go play Reply the Departed upstairs. We still had the board game, and while it didn't seem to have magical powers, it was a fine party game. I sat alone sorting through the various posters that we had collected of deceased players so that we could compare the number against the number of deceased players reported in the newspaper I had found. Their number was about 40 or so players too high. To me, that meant that 40 players had likely been killed by the axe murder. If I showed this to the others, that would start too many questions. Or would it answer questions for them? How much exactly did the Manifest Consortium know about the victims of the ex-murder? Could I even tell the others that the consortium reported 40 more dead players than we had posters for? Would that be a way to cheat around my limitations? I wasn't going to risk it. And if the others wanted to find out about the discrepancy, they could the same way I did. I was a bit relieved. 40 was on the low end of what was possible. Almost 300 players from our world had been brought to Carousel, and only 40 tried to quit or cheat. That was remarkable. I stared around the loft. How did I end up sitting alone? We were supposed to be having fun. We were supposed to be distracting ourselves from the storylines we were going to run the next day. And I was counting the dead. What was wrong with me? I put the posters back into the cabinet in the kitchen where we kept them. Nothing else went in that cabinet. It was a hallowed place. Up on the roof, people were eating food from the restaurant down below, drinking and laughing. I could do that too, even if I had to pretend at first. If the others didn't have to worry, then neither did I. Camden didn't look worried. He seemed thrilled not to be dead. I suppose that there was a time when he was looking at the long dark and begging whatever gods had been brought to Carousel that one day he'd get to see life again. He smiled and joked with the others. I found Ramona with Isaac, Bobby, Leela, and Michael. Isaac had taken his fishing pole that could detect omens, and he was letting it hang loose over the side of the building onto the street below, where people were still filtering in and out of the bars. It was funny to watch the metal weight that Isaac had stuck on the end of the line catch the trail of one omen before getting jerked away by another. He didn't let it hang far enough to interact with anything. It was crazy to think how dangerous our living situation was. Any number of those omens were too powerful for us to complete, and we were hiding from them, and yet it had become so normal. There was a zombie down there in the very early stages of being a zombie, where he could have been confused with a very drunk person or an avid gamer. The omen magnet really liked that zombie. One little bite from him, and this would all be over. His storyline was too powerful for us to even dream of. I couldn't even see it on the red wallpaper. That was one benefit of the fishing rod. It could detect how powerful something was regardless of the user's stats. The weight on the end would pull toward the strongest omen. After the zombie came by, their little game of watching the fishing rod follow omen to omen stopped being as fun because there were none around that were as strong as that one. The little weight just pointed straight to him and nowhere else. No matter what Isaac did, I could see the rod straining. Michael grabbed onto Isaac's shoulder to help make sure he didn't get dragged off the roof. It must have been a fast zombie situation. Slow zombies didn't get that kind of reaction. It's kind of thrilling if you think about it, Ramona said. I stared as Isaac reeled the line back in like he was pulling in a swordfish. Thrilling is a word, I said. Death in the midst of life, she said, as the zombie bobbed and weaved, seemingly unable to decide which bony skull it wanted to crack open and slurp the brains out of. Things are gonna be so boring if we get out of here, I said. She didn't respond because, of course, we didn't even know if she could get out of here. She was born in Carousel, and while she didn't have anywhere else to go, she didn't exactly want the same things we wanted. In fact, I wasn't sure what she wanted at all, but that was true of most women. I probably should have asked her about it at some point in time, but instead, I told her that the dancing woman with the glittering shawl down on the street who held some college student by the hand and lured him away planned to sacrifice him. Death and life, she said. We'll get plenty of both tomorrow, I said. She smiled faintly. The next day, we all worked as a team to distract all of the car salesmen at a used car lot so that Dina could steal a rough and tough Jeep-like vehicle from the lot. Stealing was supremely bad luck unless you had a strategy. Even then, some omens only popped up to track down thieves. I didn't know if that was a moral statement by Carousel or just game balancing. Our plan was pretty simple. We just had to pretend that we really wanted these cars that were on the west end of the lot while she snuck into the store and stole the keys for the vehicle they were after. Easy as pie. Took 2 days to scout out and plan. Had to know where the omens were in the area. That was nothing new. She gave us a lift back to Kimberly's loft, and we gathered outside. We gotta be quick, I said, noticing that the very zombie we had seen the night before was groaning somewhere in the alleyway across the street from the loft. Antoine and his team quickly loaded all of their gear. They were excited. Like this was some vacation. And maybe it was. I hadn't gotten to do much research with them. Remember to keep things clean, Kimberly said, as if we were going to trash her loft while she was off swinging from vines around ancient ruins. They loaded into the Jeep, sitting on each other's laps because there just wasn't a lot of room. Then they headed south, waving to us as they went. I had this weird feeling I couldn't place as they drove away, a strange longing. By the time they got to the end of the block, I could see their map omen activate. They were in their storyline. I silently wished them luck and turned to my team. "Would you like to do the honors?" I said to Ramona, handing her my phone. My team was huddled around me, afraid that nearby omens might find their way out into the street. I was keeping an eye out as best I could, but of course, I had to change out my tropes before we activated the omen for By the Slice. "Just call this number and seal my fate," Ramona confirmed. She had a trope that guaranteed she would be second blood if she triggered the omen. I nodded and looked around at the others, locked eyes with them. We were ready. I was confident. They were a little underleveled, but I was overleveled, though not quite enough to trigger a difficulty jump in this storyline. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. I switched out my tropes as the others confirmed theirs, and Ramona dialed the number. The phone was on speaker. No one answered. Not exactly. They didn't say hello or ask what we wanted. What they said was, confirming 5 pizzas at normal charge and 1 for free to 657 D'Angelo Street, care of Isaac. Is that right? Ramona looked up at me. I shrugged. That sounds right, Ramona said. It'll be there in 30 minutes or less. The woman on the other end said in a heavy Italian-American accent, and you should be, too. Have a good night. And like that, we had made our choice. The humans around us disappeared from the red wallpaper. The zombie man was just a man. "Wait, where's D'Angelo Street?" Isaac asked. "North," Camden said, starting to back down the street one step at a time as he stared at the red wallpaper. "Way north," he added as he turned to run. We knew the storyline would likely take place in that direction because the address for the pizza place was in northern Carousel. That meant one thing: suburbia. Beyond suburbia were some fields and a gorge with a bridge over it usually. And beyond that was Carousel Heights, where the rich people lived. But we wouldn't go that far. Where we were going was the middle-class neighborhoods. And back to a time when middle class meant well off. It meant chain restaurants. Back before that was considered tacky. Or at least, before tacky was a bad thing. It meant quiet nights and neighbors who relied on each other. Yes, that was the place we were going to find hell, or at least one of the various hells within Carousel. We didn't know a lot about this storyline, but we knew enough. We ran down the streets as the day turned to night around us with every step we took. The air grew cool. It was a beautiful summer night, and everyone we saw was smiling and dressed like it was the late 80s or early 90s. We laughed as we ran because we felt so silly and free. We felt young. "It's right up ahead," Camden said. He literally had a map of Carousel in his mind, on the red wallpaper, where some presumably immortal magician must have placed it on his part of the wall in the long hallway, a concept I still refuse to understand the logistics of. The cars got older as we ran. I kept pace with Ramona, and to my shock, I noticed that as we went along, she was getting younger. Not much younger. Teenagers rarely played teenagers in horror movies, but she went from late 20s to early 20s sometime around the first mile. I really hoped I didn't get sent back to my actual teenagers. "Oh my God," Cassie said. I feared she was talking about me, but she wasn't. I knew it was a big deal because she said God in the singular. It took me a moment to see what she was looking at. It was Isaac. In teen movies, there were often 2 different age tiers of teenagers, one played by people in their 20s, and another played by actual teenagers meant to represent freshmen and sophomores. Isaac was the latter, while the rest of us were meant to be older teenagers, probably 17 or 18 years old. Isaac looked like he was just north of puberty. He was a few inches shorter than he had been, and his baby face had come back with a vengeance. His physical age was probably something around 16, but for movies, that was basically a child. He even had braces. We laughed into the night as we rounded corner after corner and made our way into the suburban sprawl and then into the neighborhoods. "It's just up ahead," Camden said. We ran until we could see the house at the end of the street, and we knew it was the house because the lights were on. and people could be seen inside. It was framed perfectly. The door stood open, and there were some NPCs there waiting for us. Avery's gone, Anna said. The first to notice. We didn't lose her, I said. Carousel must have taken her. Rest in peace, Isaac joked. As soon as we get inside, we need to figure out what's going on. We don't know how quick this story gets going, I said. When we got closer, I could finally tell who those NPCs were that were watching us. Not only could I see them on the red wallpaper, but I recognized their faces, standing at the door, smiling to greet us. Were Russell Ruck Johnson, Amber Terry, Evan Whitehouse, and Nathan Greenberg. They were the NPCs from Delta Epsilon Delta. It had been a while. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. His aspect is filmmaker. The filmmaker has a comprehensive understanding of the filmmaking process. They can manipulate the game environment effectively, altering the game's dynamics in subtle but impactful ways. Their abilities are a mixture of meat insight and meat rule trops. They have higher hustle, reflecting their ability to stay out of the way, stay alive, and remain unseen as they manipulate meta movie elements. Riley has a plot armor score of 41, metal of 4, moxie of 11, hustle of 7, savvy of 12, and grit of 7. Notable items: Walkman, sunglasses. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. Quiet on set allows the user to listen to the audio of the current on-screen scene while off-screen, depending on savvy and the information's value. Behind the camera allows allies to benefit from his stats when relaying plans or improvisation, and prevents them from being docked points from his help. Call sheet: the user will be warned of when they will go on-screen. Method to the Madness allows him to speak in character with enemies off-screen. The Dailies allows him to see a selection of raw footage from the day's shoot. Just out of shot allows him to see cameras when sneaking near an enemy to avoid being seen. Ramona Mercer is the hysteric. No aspect has been chosen. Ramona has a plot armor score of 18, metal of 3, moxie of 3, hustle of 5, savvy of 3, and grit of 4. Items: folding knife. Anointed user gets metal buff if their weapon causes them to bleed. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Just Us Monsters buffs her metal and grit when she lets loose fighting against a monster alone. Afraid for Others allows her to harness fear to use moxie as metal when protecting or saving loved ones. Close-up scream allows the user to become the sole on-screen character when screaming about something they see. Just the Jitters allows the user to avoid feeling nervousness or unease by acting out those emotions intentionally. Disappearing Act lets the user go off-screen during or after a dramatic event, with a powerful narrative effect upon their return. Insomniatrix prevents her from falling asleep or feeling the effects of drowsiness if she acts anxious. Pride Before the Fall allows the user to intentionally trigger an omen to guarantee they are second blood. The foil sets up the user as a character whose struggles and mistakes contrast with the protagonist's journey, giving the protagonist actionable insights. Anna Reed is the final girl. Her aspect is Girl Next Door. The girl next door is genuine and relatable, making her the emotional anchor of any group. High Moxie reflects emotional strength and the ability to connect with others, while Grit showcases resilience, enabling perseverance through challenges and the protection of loved ones, though unassuming. Tenacity and emotional intelligence reveal unexpected solutions in the narrative. Anna has a plot armor score of 26, metal of 6, moxie of 7, hustle of 4, savvy of 3, and grit of 6. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Last one alive prevents death until the rest of the party is killed. Who's with me? Buffs allies during the finale. Let's Not Fight buffs allies when she diffuses in fighting. A kind face makes NPCs more likely to reveal important plot information. Shared Experience allows players to gain loot based on her efforts. Stick to the Plan salvages seemingly failed plans through a powerful rallying speech. Borrowed from Riley. The heart allows the user to end the game when they are the last one alive and participate in her own rescue. Buffs those who protect her. Not hers to bleed temporarily debuffs the moxie and grit of an enemy that injures her. Lead in line gives the user narrative momentum when they actively facilitate exposition by high-savvy characters. Buffs uses of that information. Camden Trine is the scholar. No aspect has been chosen. Notable items. Knockoff Zippo lighter. Camden has a plot armor score of 25, metal of 2, moxie of 2, hustle of 4, savvy of 12, and grit of 5. Current trope limit, Eureka. Helps him find important information within text. Right tool for the job. Buffs savvy and metal when fighting an enemy with their weakness. Zippos are cheap boosts. Savvy for plans that expend a Zippo lighter. Hide and seek allows him to use savvy for hustle in a chase with lots of hiding involved. Photographic memory allows him to display visual information committed to memory on the red wallpaper. The mobile genius allows him to send allies off to enact a plan, giving them a temporary savvy boost. Sweat, blood, and chalk buffs his savvy and grit when he is scathed, hobbled, or mutilated. Red thread theory gives the user a visual summary of known information and helps them know what threads to follow next. The author is still alive creates a scene wherein the user questions the author of some document or other important source of information. The players will not be attacked in this scene. Avery Lawson is the eye candy. Her aspect is beauty. This aspect focuses on a character's charm, physical allure, and magnetic presence. These characters naturally draw attention and can use their looks, charisma, and social instincts to manipulate situations, distract enemies, or win over allies. Whether they're the center of attention at a party or talking their way out of danger, their greatest strength lies in turning their attractiveness into influence and survival. Notable items. Avery has a plot armor score of 27, metal of 3, moxie of 9, hustle of 8, savvy of 2, and grit of 5. Current trope limit. Looks don't last makes the user first blood and debuffs enemies the longer she survives their attack. Dungeon glam ensures that when taken captive or attacked, the user will not be harmed in any way that will degrade their beauty. The throes of obsession increases the user's prevalence in the emotional aspects of the story and empowers relationship-based tropes. Broken nail breadcrumb. The user's broken nails will always lead a clue to her demise or whereabouts. Increases metal when attacking enemies with manicured nails. Out on a high note allows the user to scream, which majorly debuffs enemies who help bring about the user's demise. Love at first flight causes enemies to grow fond of the user as they chase her. They will pull their punches or even feel remorse if applicable. The neighborhood boys smiling or winking at NPCs and players before the character's demise will buff them and encourage them to rescue or avenge her. Dream Girl allows the user to enter her admirer's dreams, giving clues or warnings. It's Just Fireworks protects the user and their romantic interest from all damage when reuniting after a harrowing ordeal. Cassie Hughes is the psychic. No aspect has been chosen. Notable items. Antique handheld mirror. Casual glance makes targets oblivious to glances through reflections. Cassie has a plot armor score of 25, metal of 3, moxie of 11, hustle of 6, savvy of 4, and grit of 1. Current trope limit. We Are Not Abandoned. Can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Reflective jump scare allows her to get a glimpse of the enemy when she looks in a mirror, giving her some small insight into what is in store. Foreboding signs gives her insight into who will die next and how in character, allowing her to prepare for what is to come. Clarity of purpose lets the user substitute moxie for grit when enduring tasks that cause constant pain, like handling dangerous objects. The anguish lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. The road not taken allows her to get a sense of whether a certain choice will result in powerful emotions, but not what those emotions are. It's speaking to me. Lets the user detect vibes and weak visions from evil or supernatural objects, which become important if attention is drawn to them. Soul Read provides the user with unearned information, continuing until they fail to utilize it in the narrative. Empathic Shield buffs an imperiled ally's grit by expressing genuine concern for them on screen. Isaac Hughes is the comedian. No aspect has been chosen. Isaac has a plot armor score of 21, metal of 3, Moxie of 6, Hustle of 3, Savvy of 4, and Grit of 5. Current trope limit, if he's still cracking jokes. Allows the player to reduce or eliminate injuries by using humor the next time he is on screen before the audience know how injured he is. Works on allies situationally. Weapons of Nass absurdity using humorous weapons buffs his metal and hustle. The buff extends to weapons that are used if the original weapon fails. Blood loss delirium gives the player a pleasant drunken stupor when they have major blood loss and provides cover for antics. Gallows humor allows him to ease mental pain with dark humor after a tragedy. Let me get this straight. Allows him to buff their current plan by summarizing the situation and plan to the audience. Bleeping censors allows him to take a scene he is in off-screen by cursing in an inappropriate way. I hope I'm wrong, but ensures that the narrative clearly proves or disproves the user's pessimistic predictions, often ironically. Trash talk allows him to debuff the enemy's metal by insulting them on screen. Get away from the door, Isaac said as two upperclassmen stood too close to the entrance. The pizza will be here soon, and I have to answer it because this is my house. The guys gave him a strange look. Cassie, your little brother is being weird again, Ramona said from the couch nearby. The house party was in full bloom. High school students, red plastic cups, a cake in the laundry room. Everything Hollywood had taught us to expect from those classic teenage get-togethers. Don't harass the delivery worker, Cassie said. It's not her fault your pubescent hormones have turned you into a little pervert, Isaac sneered, but only took his attention off the door for a second. I sat alone in a wingback chair in the corner. I would have sat with Ramona, but she was on the couch next to Nathan, her character's longtime boyfriend. She smirked at me from across the room. Camden was playing poker with some NPCs in the dining room. They were gambling with actual Carousel money. Anna and Evan had paired off. I could hear their conversation from where I was. Evan had pursued her romantically in Delta Epsilon Delta, and he pursued her here. I really did write this song, Evan was telling her, referencing the catchy song playing over the living room sound system. I can't believe you think I would lie about this. Anna was genuinely giggling at his banter. This song came out when you were 5. Evan nodded. I thought you would say that. My age at the time speaks to the impressiveness of the feat, not the veracity of the claim. Oh my God, she said. Debate club has ruined you. He shrugged that off. My attention wandered around the room. No, you have no idea, Cassie said to a group of NPCs. He has spent every penny of his allowance ordering from this same pizza place, just hoping she will show up. I don't know what I am supposed to do about this. Men are disgusting. The girls echoed her reaction. You should be happy for me, Isaac said in a dull, John Cusackian meditation. How often does someone find true love in this world? Life is nothing but a black pit of tedium and longing until you find who you were meant to long for. Oh, shut up, Cassie said, walking back toward the dining room and the poker game with her friends. Isaac continued to peek through the blinds on his tiptoes nervously. I decided to circulate. I might find out I was dating one of the NPCs. Who knew? I glanced at Ramona as I made my way into the dining room poker game, where my luck could really turn around. The stakes were low, a few cents here and there, but watching the participants, you'd think it was the Carousel tournament of poker. Camden was cleaning up. That might have been his stats doing the work, however. Do we have another victim? Camden asked as I walked into the room. Care to try your luck? I shook my head. I know my luck pretty well, and I'd rather not try to do anything with it, I said. Pansy, Rook sang out as he pushed his chips all in. Got to risk money to make money. I'm all in. Camden looked over at him for a few seconds, then said, I call. Damn it, Rook said, getting up from the table before even showing his cards. He moved past me, patting his husky paw on my chest a couple of times as he went by. The last time I'd seen him, he was skewered. I wondered what would happen to him here. And like in Delta Epsilon Delta, he wasn't an obnoxious brute. Well, not to the extent that a bunch of people wanted him dead. He high-fived people as he lumbered through the living room and sat next to Ramona and Nathan. She's here, Isaac called. Who's here? Rook asked. The pizza girl. Nathan answered. Cassie's little brother is in love. Don't call it love, Cassie said sharply. A knock came at the door. Isaac had it open wide before a second knock could follow it. The music subtly shifted to proper, beautiful woman entry music, as in the movies. The room turned to stare at the much-anticipated pizza delivery person. The poker game halted, and people crowded the door where I was standing to get a look. And Avery knew how to play that moment. I knew she was attractive, but I still associated her with the sickly caged werewolf she had been when we first met for some reason. Instead of struggling with all the pizza boxes, she'd set them down on the bench on the porch. The boys were agog. The girls turned up their noses. Textbook teen movie stuff. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. It wasn't like she was wearing a fancy dress. She was in a company tee, knotted at the waist like that was just part of the uniform, black bike shorts, clean white sneakers, and a red visor pulled down low over her eyes. Her fiery auburn hair was up in a ponytail that bobbed behind her as she walked, efficient, confident. She was dressed for the era. She smiled at Isaac and said, "I was wondering if you had people over. You got so much this time." He stood in front of her, love-struck. "Yeah, it's a party if you want to come, or stay, I mean. Because you're already here," he laughed. "If you want to stay, that would be cool. Or whatever." He managed to get out. She laughed like he was telling a joke. "I would, but I'm actually working," Avery said with a smile. "You should quit." Isaac blurted out so fast it was hard to parse. "What?" Avery asked. "Nothing." "So you go to Carousel, right?" Avery stood awkwardly, glancing around the room. "Yep," she said. "I'm a psychology major. I love psychology," Ruck announced from the couch a bit too loudly. People in the room turned to look at him. He blushed. "My parents made me talk to a counselor after I flunked out of school last year. Guy made me look at psychological pictures and stuff, so yeah, I love it," he added. Avery nodded. "Okay, that's nice," she said. "Does someone here have money?" "Yeah," Isaac said. "My parents are loaded. This is my place. Well, my parents' place. They're out of town, so I'm having a party. These are my sister's friends." He nodded his head. Then, suddenly realizing what she was actually asking for, said, "But you probably need money for the pizza." "Sorry about that. I was just talking. Talking. Here you go." He handed her a clump of money. "All those dimes and nickels are for you. A little extra, for college." Avery grabbed the wad of money and said, "Thanks so much." She turned to walk away, but not before flashing a brilliant smile at Isaac and the guys behind him. Isaac closed the door and turned around. He fell back against it, sliding down to his butt. "Pizza girl is hot," a random male NPC said. Isaac just stared ahead blankly. "That's not a pizza girl," Rex said. "That's a pizza woman. I want to settle down and have little baby pizza children with her." "You guys are nearly adults," Cassie said, hitting Ruck with a throw pillow. "This is disgusting. At least my brother has the excuse that he's 14, 15 almost," Isaac said. He leaned his head back against the door and looked up at the ceiling, dazed. He pressed his hands firmly over his heart. "You left the pizza on the porch, you twerp," she fired back. "Bring it into the dining room." I was hoping he would play it like puppy love, but Ruck and the boys were trying to take it in a slightly different direction. Avery needed adoration for her tropes. We had to provide it, still dazed but obedient. Isaac opened the door back up and grabbed the pizza boxes. There were 6 boxes. 5 were normal, and the last was differentiated by the fact that it had the word free written on its front and back. On all sides, actually. It was part of the promotion from the ad. Order 5 at full price and get the 6th one free. As Isaac hauled the pizza into the dining room, I cleared out of the doorway. I caught Cassie's eye. She was trying to signal something wordlessly. Something about the pizza bothered her psychic sensibilities. I wasn't going to eat it anyway. But now I for sure wasn't. We had been on screen for a while at that point. There was nowhere to talk casually out of character unless we went into one of the bedrooms. But that might not have the effect we were hoping for in a hormonal story like this. The partygoers absolutely tore through the pizza. Cassie insisted on trying to help divvy up the food so everyone would get some. But the NPCs were determined to defy her. They grabbed slice after slice. Camden looked at me from his place on the other end of the table from the pizza. This was scripted. They were supposed to do this. Cassie must have caught on to that too, because she yelled, Everyone stop. She had a huge moxie score because of her fondness for psychic powers, which used that stat. It also made her persuasive on the occasions she wanted to use it that way. I got closer so I could see what she was making a fuss over. Everyone freeze, she added. Who took slices from this sausage pizza? People looked at each other like a classroom of middle schoolers getting scolded. Who grabbed a slice of sausage? She yelled again. I scooted closer and looked down at the box she was pointing to. It was the free box. There's lettering there, I said. Wait, what? Anna asked, moving in close. Well, you're right. There was a message on this one. I stared down at the pizza. Half of it was gone, but what remained had lettering on it spelled out in little chunks of sausage. I could make out an H, but too much was missing. If you grab the sausage, return it now, Cassie said, really leaning into the bossy older sister thing. Slowly, the teenagers around us dug through their collections of pizza and returned the sausage slices one at a time. You didn't say anything was off limits, Rhett complained. We just need to read this, Cassie said. You can stuff your face later. With a little bit of effort, Cassie and Isaac managed to reconstruct the pizza. Well, mostly. I stared down at it. It roughly translated to hello you hello. You, Rex said aloud. Why we dude? He looked at Isaac. Isaac looked back at him. Pizza girl must have sent this, Ruck screamed. Isaac looked down at the pizza, then back up at Ruck. Hello. You? They both said at once. Dude, you're so in, Ruck said. I told you she comes here all the time, Isaac said. A bunch of silly brothers began hugging it out with Isaac as they grabbed their pizza and left, dragging little Isaac along with them to cheer stupidly. That is so dumb, Cassie said, staring down at the pizza like it was an alien head on a spike. I'm throwing this one away. Something's wrong about it. She grabbed the pizza with the message and started carrying it away. No, wait, Camden said, grabbing the box. Cassie relented. She rolled her eyes and left. It was just me and Camden then. I bet they just sent out that message for everyone, I said. Camden laughed. No, Cassie's little bro is a chick magnet, he replied as we listened to the idiots back in the living room. It's the braces. Camden began rearranging the sausage on the pizza. I think it got messed up in the shuffle, he said, before he could read the fruits of his puzzle solving. A crash could be heard in the living room as Ruck had seemingly knocked Isaac into the entertainment center. Glass shattered. Cassie was having a cow. Ramona was laughing, as were many of the NPCs. Anna was trying to help Isaac. By the time we looked back at the pizza, NPCs had filtered through and taken slices. The message that we never read, the one that was really sent, would have read more like, help us out. Of course, this was a comedy, so I thought we might as well only let the audience see that. Isaac got first aid. Cassie cleaned up the glass. The NPCs left one by one. I went out the back door. Off screen, Avery was standing there waiting for me. Help us, I asked. Thanks for the heads up. She shrugged her shoulders. She had read the message before delivering it, and had stopped at a payphone to call us off screen and tell us. Are you all trapped in there? I asked. At the pizza place. She shook her head. I have no idea why someone would have written that. It's just a normal restaurant as far as I could see. She had gotten a good look at the pizza place. Of course it is, I said. Otherwise, Carousel wouldn't let me speak to you so easily. She nodded her head. So what are you going to do? She asked. We scrambled the message. I said. Better we remain innocent of things on screen until we know a bit more. Smart, she said. I have more deliveries. Gotta go. I didn't know Avery that well. It wasn't that I didn't like her. Bonding was hard for me. And even harder in Carousel. She seemed like a competent enough player. We would have to see. This one is fine, Cassie said as she cut off a piece of her pepperoni pizza with a fork. I'm having trouble understanding what you meant when you said the pizza was wrong last night, Anna said. Can you go into more detail? Cassie had a trope for detecting magical objects called it speaking to me. She did not, however, have much skill in describing what magic felt like. Maybe it was like describing color to a blind person. It just felt wrong, Cassie said as she dipped her piece of pizza into her salad dressing. So, like, cursed. The free pizza was cursed, Camden asked. Like if we had eaten it, something bad would happen. Cassie shrugged her shoulders. She had practically maxed out her moxie for her level, and yet her tropes still only gave her vague feelings and hints sometimes. The pizza was evil, she said plainly. Not like super evil, but definitely not good. I swear I'm not being thick-headed. I think the pizza is just kind of bad. Not super bad, but bad. I am so sorry, ma'am. Was there something wrong with your pizza? An elderly waitress who had just walked behind us asked, sounding utterly concerned. Her name was Francesca on the red wallpaper, just a normal NPC. We were off-screen. So this was clearly a joke on us by Carousel. I know, Cassie said, embarrassed. I love this pizza, it's so good. We were talking about the pizza we had last night. Double quote. So, okay, Francesca said, as if she doubted the excuse and was deeply concerned about Cassie's experience. She walked away, muttering to herself. So the pizza was just sort of evil, is what you're trying to say? I clarified. Exactly, Cassie said. It wasn't that I didn't get a good sense of it, it was that there wasn't much more to say. Evil but not the most evil. Does that make any sense? No, but I do understand what you're saying, I said. The pizza was sort of evil. It had its own cross to bear. We had done it. We had gone to Picato's Pizza to stake out the place. After 30 minutes of staring in the windows, looking for some sign of danger, we decided to go inside. It was a normal pizzeria. Well, normal for the time period. And it was huge. The walls were foam brick painted red. Throughout the restaurant, portraits of the various mascots were displayed. Fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling in strange stained glass fixtures. Although there were lights everywhere, the restaurant was still dimly lit. I couldn't understand that. One room was titled Birthday Zone, another was Party Place. The owner could not decide on a singular marketing vision. So many different phrases were written here and there, some in chalk on a blank spot on the wall, others in neon lights. Piping hot pizza was one phrase. Slice above the rest was another. There must have been a dozen that accumulated over the decades. There were children, families, and teenagers filling the substantial dining area. The place was alive in ways I had never experienced back on Earth, because I wasn't from the right decade. An arcade near the entrance was packed. Kids were playing pool and those racing games with those big mechanical motorcycles that let you sway from one side to another. There was a pinball game and something that looked suspiciously like Pac-Man, except the exact reverse, where you were dropping off dots that the ghosts would have to run into to help sync their hit points. There was a pizza-themed arcade game called Slice Invaders and another called Mushroom Madness. And, of course, all arcade fans would remember Soda Crush too. But, of course, none of that kept our attention, because the things that we couldn't stop focusing on were the larger-than-life animatronics that could be found throughout the restaurant. I had expected there to be some sort of stage with singing and dancing robots, but that's not what we got. These animatronics all had jobs. Poor things. There was Tony the Tosser, who was in the front kitchen, placed in the corner. He was dressed the same as all the real employees, with a black shirt and apron, but his head was covered in dough, like he had tossed several globs of dough that had landed on his noggin, with only his eyes peeking out from the gooey mess. His hands worked in a spinning motion, pretending to spin plastic pizza dough that spun while rising and lowering from the ceiling. Suspended in air, he had lines that he would say occasionally, but because his mouth was covered in the pizza dough, all you heard was ba, ba 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 ba, ba ba ba. Belle Mozzarella stood near him, forever grating a piece of plastic cheese in her left hand with a terrifying-looking metal cheese grater in her right. These characters were cartoonish, but ultimately humanoid. Some sort of formed plastic, perhaps maybe metal, for all I knew. She had her silly little phrases. Once I get done with this cheese, I'm gonna shred the lettuce. The trash twins had giant bobbleheads and huge mouths that would open to reveal the trash cans inside. They would say silly remarks like, "This is why you need to stay in school, kid," every time they opened up. Hothead was a giant head that also served as a functional pizza oven. It took a while of staring for me to understand what I was looking at. From the front, the oven door looked like his mouth, which would open periodically either when he would say something or whenever the pizza makers needed to stick their long wooden paddles in to grab a pie. It was when that mouth opened that I could see all the way through the oven to a secondary kitchen in the back. The one doing the real work. Up front, they did personalized pizzas. but in the back. They handled the deliveries and the pizzas that went out on the buffet. And there was a huge buffet, all you could eat for 7. Hothead had 2 little arms on either side that would move periodically. Every time his mouth opened up, I would peer through at the employees in the back, who were loading him full of pizza from the back end. Camden and I shared a little chuckle at the implication. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Occasionally, when one of the front of house cooks would leave his mouth open too long, a strange little animatronic would stick out. His name was Frankie the Fire Ferret, and he lived in Hothead's mouth. He got very upset if you let the door stay open too long. We watched him stick his head out of the oven door once and say, "Tony, you left the door open." And then Tony the Tosser replied, "Ba ba ba ba, ba ba ba." The pizza boxer was an animatronic that, as far as I could tell, was just designed to hold pizza boxes that had been assembled but not yet used. He had big red gloves because, of course, he was a boxer, and he spoke like Rocky Balboa, which told me a thing or two about the universe this storyline was from. All he appeared able to do was raise and lower the big stack of boxes he carried and say little phrases like, "Yo, extra cheese for the champ." Honestly, it was kind of a fun place. I would have loved to have a birthday party here. The animatronics were more funny than they were scary, though that was probably because they weren't chasing after me at the moment. In fact, they didn't even show up as enemies on the red wallpaper. "Do you think it's a trope hiding them?" Camden asked. "Possibly," I said. "Of course, we all assumed that eventually the animatronics would chase us, just like in real life, but without a plot armor level or an appearance on the red wallpaper. The question was when and how. "Are you getting anything?" I asked Cassie. She stared at the machines, then turned back to me and said, "Sorry." Camden and I looked at each other. "There's no way," he said. "Why would they give her that cheese grater if she wasn't going to use it?" I looked back at Bella Mozzarella and physically recoiled at the thought of her using that giant metal cheese grater as a weapon. "It could be possession," I said. Camden nodded. "That's very inconvenient for our purposes." It was. If the animatronics came to life through possession, it would make sense that they didn't have any tropes or presence on the red wallpaper. It wouldn't quite be them that we were fighting. It would be whatever possessed them, whether it be magic, or demons, or ghosts, or nanobots, or a lightning strike reprogramming them. Well, the list goes on. As much as we were watching the animatronics, we were also watching the employees, trying to get an understanding of things. Avery was still doing deliveries, although because we were off screen, she didn't bother to actually do them and instead just reported them as done. And NPCs went along with it because unless she was scripted to have a scene on that delivery, there was no reason for her to actually go. There were little cheats like that you could do in storylines once you got the hang of it. Isaac was behind the counter, even though it was the next day for us, within the story. It had been weeks, and Isaac and Cassie's parents had returned. Cassie's character had somehow convinced Isaac's character to take the blame for the broken entertainment center. Somewhere between having to pay his parents back for the damage and wanting to track Avery's character down like some sort of lovesick weirdo, he had ended up with a job, and it was stressing him out. I swore the NPCs were messing with him. "I'm sorry, we don't have any sliced fennel to go on the pizzas," Isaac said to one NPC standing in line. Then the next NPC would place their order and say, "Did I hear something about fennel pizza?" Occasionally, he would go on screen for these types of interactions, and he was playing it well. He was having a coming-of-age sort of arc, and we could work with that. But sitting off-screen and scouting things out could never last too long. As Anna, Camden, Ramona, Cassie, and I sat staring around, we noticed some familiar faces arrive. It was the NPCs from Delta Epsilon Delta. Ruck, Nathan, and Evan. To us, that meant the next scene was about to start. According to the timer I had thanks to my call sheet trope, we had 1 minute and 45 seconds. I relayed that to the others. "What are we going to do with all that extra time?" Camden asked. "Waste it, like all the other time," I said. I then got up from the table. The NPCs had gone toward the arcade, which to us meant that that was where the next scene was going to take place. As we got there, we took our places. Ramona got next to Nathan, Anna got next to Evan, Rook tried to smack one of those arcade machines that had a bunch of quarters balanced on a beam that you tried to knock down with a swinging pendulum. It didn't work. I leaned up against a blank space on the wall next to an animatronic fortune teller named Madame Macabre, who I was surprised to find out was also one of the mascots of the pizza place. Even though she seemed off-theme, she was a normal caricature of a Romani traveler or whatever the right term was for the world this story came from. On screen. "Oh, I love these things," Rook said as he rushed from the coin machine over to Madame Macabre. He took a couple of coins from his pocket and activated her. She came alive. "You come seeking your fate," she said in a very thick accent. "How did she know that?" Rook asked in a jokey tone, looking at me. "Another curious soul seeks the truth hidden in their palm," she said. "Place your hand within, and the spirits shall whisper what lies ahead." While she was blocked off with glass like Silas the Mechanical Showman, there was a round slot with a piece of cloth covering the back so that you couldn't see in. You were supposed to stick your hand inside so she could read your palm. "Nice spooky setup. Nothing strange about that," Rook said as he realized what he was supposed to do. But being the puckish daredevil he was, he shoved his meaty paw through the hole and behind the curtain. "Bet it says I'm gonna marry a cheerleader and win the lottery," he said. That would be an obvious prediction. Madame Macabre seemed to consider his hand for a moment, then said, "You are bold and heavy of step. The earth trembles gently beneath your ambition. You are guided by hunger, not just of the stomach, but of the soul." We all sort of looked at each other. Okay. This thing knows I'm fat. "Nice," Rook said. This was a decade of oddly casual fat shaming. "Maybe it measured your wrists," Camden whispered. "My wrists are my best feature, Mr. Tran," Rook shot back. Madame Macabre continued. "In your near future, I see pizza, a slice. No, 3, perhaps 4. With extra cheese, a late-night snack. Alone. In the glow of a fridge door." Rook laughed. He was having a good time. "You laugh now," she continued. "But the spirits say you do not laugh when report cards are due." "Oh, you're good," Rook said. For a moment, Madame Macabre didn't say anything. We were all looking round, because it was very strange how strongly she was insulting him, until we looked down the hallway past the fortune teller and saw a woman standing in the doorway of an office placed up front behind tinted glass. She was holding a microphone, the kind a cop might speak into. The woman's name on the red wallpaper was Jerica. She was in her late 30s or early 40s and had a trickster's grin. "I sense that you are good at football but bad with the ladies," Jerica said into the microphone. Madame Macabre repeated the exact same information in a staticky machine voice. Everyone began laughing, including and especially Rook. "You are so cold," he said, giving Jerica a hug. They clearly knew each other. In fact, it was implied that everyone kind of knew everyone, although I knew so few people that it was hard to be sure. "If you want to earn back those coins, you can apply for a job. Summer's coming up, and there are a lot of tips to be earned," Jerica said to the group. "Of course, Carousel would have a tipping culture." "I'm not a hard worker, ma'am," Rook said. "I am honest, though." "Is that enough?" "Thank you for being so honest," Jerica said with a smile. "We will not be requiring your services. That offer stands for your friends, though. We have a lot of openings, and we could sure use the help. I'm Jerica, the floor manager around here." "Hello," Anna said with a polite smile. We all followed suit. "Don't sell yourself short," Rook said. "She manages way more than just the floors." "I do," she said. "You're Isaac's friends, right? He said you might drop by for an application." I didn't know if he actually did, but if that was the direction she was leading us, "I'll take one," I said. The plot needed to move forward somehow. "Great," Jerica said. She reached back in the office and pulled out some papers. "Gus," she called. "Gus, I have some applicants here. They work for free, 'cause I need some people to come here to work for free." A man's voice called back from within the office. He soon walked out the door, realized we were all standing there, and said, "Oh, that was a joke. We will pay you, somehow." He looked us over. "Got quite a group here." His name was Gustavo Gus Bonaventura Judat on the red wallpaper. He had a friendly face that had aged from stress. Maybe he was in his 40s. "Gotta go make the sauce. You'll take care of them, right, Jerica?" he asked. Heading further down the hallway. You don't gotta make the sauce. The cooks make the sauce. You don't need to, she started to say, then stopped, remembering we were there. Sorry. He thinks he has to do everything around here, but he's a good boss. I've worked for the family my whole life. Good people, they'll do right by you. She handed us applications. Just fill them out and temptation is just hunger in disguise. And you are always starving, Madame Macabre said suddenly, causing all of us to jolt. Ruck stepped further away from the machine. Jerica started to laugh. Don't mind her. She's demented, Jerica said. Ruck, tell your mother to call me. She still has my gelatin mold. Will do, Miss Chase, Ruck said. Good boy, she said, pinching his cheek. And that was the scene. Off screen on screen. I was in the back kitchen, the proper kitchen, where prep cooks were chopping vegetables and cooking off sausage so that it could get to the level of doneness they wanted when it got on the actual pizza. It was my first day, and I was the only player there. The schedule was designed that way to force us to actually get used to the place. To be fair, it was quite a big place. This was no mom-and-pop shop. This was something only an entire family could have put together, and they did. Most of the employees were somehow related to the Bonaventura family. Not Artie, though. The head cook. He made that clear. He must have been 5'4", but I doubt he was like that when he was my age. He just kind of shrank with time into a wrinkled, gnarled old man who drank and smoked on the job and smiled at every joke. Boy, was he a kidder. When I asked him about how he came to work at Picado's, he said this. I was a kid younger than you, maybe 15, just sitting on the street, on the corner like we did back then, us boys, skipping school. Cousin spittin' when Dante Bonaventura comes by. He thumps me on the ear 3 times and says, you gotta do something with your life, Artie. And I put up my fist and say, no, 'cause I don't want a job. I was a bum, and every day. He comes by and thumps me on the ear 3 times. After a week, I'm tired of getting thumped on the ear. So when Dante Bonaventura comes up again, I say, what do I gotta do to make you stop thumping me on the ear? And he says, you gotta come make pizza for me at my family place. And I say, okay, what then? And he says, then I'm only gonna thump you on the ear 2 times. He started laughing, a deep, raspy laugh. He looked at me expectantly. Oh yeah, I asked. Oh yeah, he said. Gus Jr., Dandy's nephew, is in charge now. Still comes around to give me my thumps every morning. I couldn't help but laugh. You laugh at my story, huh? He said. And then an order came through for a pizza with sausage, pepperoni, bell pepper, onions, and mushrooms. Artie jumped into action like some sort of jungle cat. His arthritic fingers were able to weave together that pizza right on the wooden pizza paddle. Without regard to company policy, a well-sanitized and floured countertop was the policy. He must have had the thing in the oven in less than a minute. Then he was back to leaning by the fire exit, smoking cigarettes. Now you work while I take a break, he said. I nodded. And then 5 pizza orders came in. I was on screen sporadically the whole time, so I actually had to make them. None of the relatives would stop to help. The way I understood it was that they all had jobs here. But they just did those jobs, and then they left. Because they had real jobs elsewhere. They were just helping out the family pizza place. Those folks were prepping ingredients, not saving a drowning teenager who had never made a pizza in his life. 5 pizzas at once was quite the challenge. It was a comedy. So, I leaned into my inexperience. All I could think was, if I mess these things up, am I gonna be punished for it? Or are they just going to ignore it if I put enough effort in and make it look like I struggled? I was so afraid of getting complained about that I just took my time. One by one, I stretched out a ball of dough, painted on the sauce, and did my best to copy what Artie had done so easily, onto the pizza peel, and then to the oven. Old hothead, the animatronic oven, looked the same from the back as he did from the front, and he watched me as I made my pizzas. His eyes would move from side to side, and I swore he was judging me. As I put my final pizza into the oven, I stared through the giant stone slab and into the main part of the restaurant. Hothead's mouth was designed to remind you of hell. There was no avoiding it. The base where we put the pizzas was a glowing red rock with strange crevices and fire everywhere. The pizza would get put in and be cycled around until eventually the chefs on the other side would take it out, put it in a box, and give it to the customer, or send it wherever it was supposed to go. I didn't want to reach too far into his mouth accidentally and have the big metal door with painted lips come slamming down on me. Or worse, have me gobbled up whole. Luckily, though, I was done. No more pizzas. Or so I thought. A delivery order for 5 more pizzas came through just as I was finished. I looked around for help, and while Artie was somehow asleep while standing, and all of the relatives were hard at work prepping vegetables, there was one guy, Trip, who I could tell was not just a background character. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Need a hand? He asked. As many as you got, I said. Well, I got 2, he said. Then he jumped in to help me with some pizzas. As even more orders came in, Trip was probably college age, which meant he was older than me in this storyline. He had that kind of cool older kid vibe. He was also the heir apparent, Gus Jr.'s son, so it made sense that he knew his way around the oven. He stepped in with me and started making pies one after another, not with the speed that Artie had, but certainly with more consistency. You just gotta learn a rhythm, he said. It's all about working on that rhythm. How hothead? He asked the oven, which gave no answer other than to have its big eyes move from left to right. Trip wore a visor. I did too. There were 3 options: the visor, the cap, and a paper hat. For some reason, the visor was the least picked option. As soon as we were done with the new rush of pizzas, he told me, I'm supposed to send you down to the office so you can watch the orientation videos. Great. I've been disoriented this entire time, I said. He laughed at my joke. And then I left the kitchen, hoping that I wouldn't have any more scenes there, even though that was technically my job. And who was I to complain? In the kitchens, I never had to talk to customers. Carousel was already a death game. Adding on customer service to that would have been too much. I had spent my entire day trying to find evidence of the supernatural, but all I could really find evidence of was the history of the restaurant, which, from what I could understand, went something like this. Lorenzo Bonaventura came to Carousel with nothing but the shirt on his back and a pregnant wife, and founded the restaurant. Deceased. His 2 sons were Dante and Gustavo. Dante inherited the restaurant when Lorenzo died. Since Dante didn't have any kids of his own, Gustavo inherited it when Dante died. Gustavo was the real founder, in a way. He's the one who had all the animatronics and branding done for the restaurant. He was also in charge the longest. He also died very recently. Gustavo Jr. Gus inherited the restaurant from his father. As I walked down the hallway toward orientation, I could hear Gus muttering, "This is how we've always done it. I don't understand why it isn't working." He was talking on the phone. I was on screen, which meant I was supposed to spy. I got close to the wall and inched my way toward the office, trying my best to hear the conversation. I could only hear what Gus was saying. "Well, I don't know what kind of deal you made with my father," Gus said. "I can tell you now that we don't really need. We're not considering opening up a second location." I didn't say anything about court. I just think these signs about having new management are going to hurt business. We've always been popular. Anyway, I've got to go. I have to actually manage the restaurant. That was all I could hear. Some kind of business partner. I couldn't tell exactly, but I knew it was something in that direction. I decided to stop hugging the wall like an idiot and just walk to the office. When I did, I found Gus inside, slumped over his desk with his hand on his face. I almost felt sorry to see him like that. I knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Bonaventura, I was told to come here for orientation." He immediately sat up straight and ran a few fingers through what remained of the hair on the top of his head. He looked at me and immediately recognized who I was. "Riley, right? You're the new cook. Come on in." He stood up to shake my hand. "Well, the truth is, Riley, you don't have to watch most of our orientation videos. They're mostly about customer service or taking orders. Stuff that you're not going to need to know." "That sounds like good news to me," I said. "Well, you may watch them one day anyway for fun. They're known for being pretty, well, out there." My dad made the videos himself, but I was hoping to know. "How are you fitting in back there? Is Artie giving you any trouble?" He sat down on the edge of his desk. and I was in a chair in front of it. No, he's hilarious. I said, everything's going great. It's an interesting setup with the two-sided oven. Yeah, that's not industry standard, Gus said. That's just us. Great way to make it look like old Hothead is making the pizzas himself. That was the idea, at least. He's just constantly putting out pizza. And nobody knows where it's coming from. Dad sure was proud of Hothead. He spoke very fondly of his father. Yeah, very interesting. Trip seems to know his way around pretty well. Men generally liked it when you complimented their sons. Gus leaned back and said, yep, he's already ready to take over. He laughed proudly. Look, Riley, we get really busy in the summer. We hope you can make some money. You're not going to get rich, but we'll always pay you on time. We just want to make this what you need it to be. If you need to be scheduled at a certain time, just make sure you tell Jerica, and we'll make it happen. There's only one real rule here at Picado's. Do you know what that is? He leaned forward. Don't stay after 1 in the morning, I said. Camden had seen that in the orientation packet. It seemed pretty conspicuous to me. I didn't know if it was a warning in the lore or the meta. I figured asking him bluntly would be enough. He smiled and laughed it off. No, not that. But that's good advice too. Closing time means closing time. I don't care how many customers we have. No, the one rule is, try to ignore my family, okay? That took me aback. My family is very proud of this place. They work very hard here. And they seem to think they're royalty. Try not to upset them, but don't let them upset you. And if any of them do, you come to me, all right? He asked. I nodded. I got some cousins and sisters who will try to order you around, but they're not your bosses. All right, I laughed. All right. You saw on the paperwork that you get a percentage of whatever we sell each day over what we sold on that same day last year. You understood that, right? I saw that, I said. How often would you say that happens? Well, we're hoping it's gonna happen every day, but some days it will, some days it won't. Should end up with a nice little chunk of change, though. You guys work really hard back there, and we want to reward you. Sounds great, I said. He stood up from the edge of his desk, and I stood up from my chair. He shook my hand again. He led me to the door, and I walked out into the hallway more confused than I ever had been. He wasn't the bad guy. He was just an NPC, and from the sound of it, kind of a good boss. What the heck was going on in this story? I decided to swing by the employee lounge area, which was where the schedule was posted, to see when I would be billed with other players. It was a highly orchestrated mess. Tons of different teenagers working at different times throughout the weeks that this storyline would last. I would be getting full hours, and eventually, I'd be working with my fellow teammates. But of course, I wasn't the main character, so who really cared? I could see that there was a huge stack of time schedule sheets behind the one I was looking at. At least 100 pages, probably going back years. All right there for the sleuthing. There would no doubt be important information there about missing employees and strange events. But I wasn't going to search through it with one glance. Camden would be able to get a whole host of information from it, and I would leave it to him. I was more of a director, or a backup on this storyline. I had to let Anna, Camden, Avery, Cassie, Ramona, and Isaac have their day. I wandered back to the kitchen. There had been no orders since I left. Because why would there be? It just looked like a normal place to work if one didn't count the giant head-shaped oven. It was hard not to suspect the giant head-shaped oven, whose eyes moved side to side, and whose giant metal mouth could eat a man, but instead just ate a metric ton of pizza. I watched from the hall as the front kitchen packed up the pizzas I had made. Was I proud? I wasn't sure. I managed to get a glimpse of a delivery driver carrying out an order I had made. 5 pies, a job well done. Except the driver was carrying 6 pizzas, not 5. We did have a buy 5, get 1 free promotion, but still, where did the 6th pizza come from? As I walked back to double-check the ticket to see if maybe the front kitchen had made it, all I could do was stare at old Hothead. Where did that 6th pizza come from? Hothead. I was struck by how normal working at Picado's was. It was too ordinary. It felt like Carousel was rubbing it in our faces. That wasn't to say there weren't some odd things. Camden had looked through all of the timesheets and schedules and found that there were 3 no-call No shows. We followed up with Jerica and found that those were just former employees who had dropped off the face of the earth. We should follow up, Camden said. Track down these people. Talk to their families. See if they really quit. Or if they went missing. I don't know, I said. We were off screen. So, I could speak freely. Do you really want to drill down on the realism aspect? I still think the longer we can go without our characters knowing something is wrong, the better. It's not even first blood yet. He seemed to consider this idea. But what are we supposed to do? We haven't even seen any enemies, he said. Let's try to figure out what story Carousel is trying to tell. For some reason. I don't think it's a murder mystery. After first blood, if we don't make any progress, we can start following all the leads. But for right now, I think it would be best if only you and Anna act suspicious of the place. They were likely the main characters. Though Carousel was picking on Isaac, so that could mean something. We were in the break room, in the middle of our shift. So what do you think is happening? Anna asked. This place is so creepy when you know something is wrong, but you don't know what it is. Anna had gotten to know everyone, the other employees, the family, management, some of the food suppliers, and, of course, the customers. No one even hinted that things had gone wrong. It's driving me crazy, Camden said. The Bonaventures just seem like a normal family. Well, not normal for my family, but like they could be from Earth. The family didn't seem in on the supernatural aspect of the restaurant, or they were faking even better than the Patchers did. Heads up. We're about to be on screen, I said. Look, the Atlas was pretty clear about this storyline. Once you see what it's about, you can't unsee it. And we have the pizza lead. There were not a lot of horror movies where the first clue that something is about to go wrong is that pizza appears from nowhere. We'll always have that sixth pizza, Camden repeated. I could tell he was anxious. This storyline took at least a week and a half, according to the Atlas. We had only been here a few days. It had an extended party phase. Maybe it was meant to give us time to explore. Maybe it was meant to give us the exact anxiety Camden was feeling. Everything's going to be okay, I said. At least it won't be bed bugs, Camden said. Someone had spoiled the storyline for him. At least it won't be bed bugs, I repeated. 5 seconds to on screen. On screen. I don't see the point in touring other schools when I know I'm going to go to Carousel U, Camden said. The point was that we got to skip class, Anna said. They didn't get to finish their little impromptu conversation because the door to the break room opened up suddenly. In walked a giant 6-foot-tall fiery ferret. Anna started to laugh immediately. Don't say anything, Isaac said as he threw off the hat to the mascot uniform. I couldn't help but laugh. Isaac had been a real punching bag for Carousel in this storyline. This was something else. I didn't even know they had mascot costumes, Camden said as Isaac waddled across the floor, dropped his ferret head, and then tried to pick it up, to little success. Why would a burned ferret be a pizza place mascot anyway? Isaac asked. Well, he's a fire ferret, I said, and fortunately, the lava plumes that he's native to were wiped out by forestation. So Frankie the fire ferret searched far and wide for a new home. Until eventually, he found Picado's Pizza Parlor, and Hot had let him live inside his mouth. I'm not at all surprised that you know that, Isaac said, glaring at me. You know me. I love the lore, I said. Frankie was orange and long, and he had a crazed look on his face with his tongue permanently stuck outside of his mouth. He looked exactly like the real animatronic that would sometimes pop out of Hothead's mouth and scream at the other characters. So why are you wearing that? Hannah asked. Did you forget your uniform again? No, Isaac said. There's a birthday, and we all have to go sing. I looked at Camden. All of us. I asked. Even back of house people. Isaac gave me a defiant look and a smile. Everybody, if you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. And so there was a little girl whose birthday had come, and she had chosen to spend it with us at Picado's. We all had to sing, which was great for me because it meant I could not sing and no one would notice. Ruck, who had not actually gotten a job there, still hung out trying to get attention from Avery. He sang louder than everyone else. If it had been my birthday, I would have been mortified. But the little girl smiled and clapped and blew out the candles on her cake. And nothing really happened. Not to me, at least. This scene was about Avery and Ruck. He would playfully ask her out, and she would turn him down. It was a totally normal thing to see in an 80s or 90s movie, but it probably wouldn't hold up for modern audiences. Look, Avery, I heard him saying, one day, you're gonna pick a guy to settle down with, and people are going to say things about it. They're either going to say, oh, you two are perfect for each other, or they're gonna say, well man, she's way out of your league. Could you imagine the self-confidence you would get from constantly being told that you're out of your husband's league? Husband? Avery asked, shocked. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, Rex said. Way ahead, Avery said. They continued to banter back and forth. And it was important that they did. Avery had a trope called the neighborhood boys, which empowered her character's admirers to help save or protect her. It would seem that was what Ruck was being set up for here, which made it important. And she really needed to set this type of thing up soon, because despite us not learning a whole lot about the storyline, we were getting close to first blood. Isaac tried to inject himself into the conversation, too. His crush, which had mostly maintained a veneer of innocence, would also give him access to buffs from Avery's tropes. So, he really needed to continue playing up that angle. The fact that he was wearing a giant ferret costume did not bode well for him in his attempts. I thought we were doing all right. I really did. This was not a heavily plotted storyline. It was more about atmosphere and the individual scenes. That was part of the reason that I discouraged Camden and Anna from trying to run down the names of those missing employees. At that moment, they were just some teenagers who quit their jobs without calling in. But if they became missing people, the stakes of this storyline would rise even further than they naturally were. We wanted cartoonish stakes for as long as possible. Anna and Camden had not been around to learn those lessons. Cassie had not gotten a job, but was still a regular customer. She would come to talk to Anna or Ramona. She would gripe at Isaac. Ramona was handing out balloons for the birthday party. She did not appear to be a big character in the storyline, and while I wanted her to level up, I could understand why she might not be that important of a character. Hysterics were great for pushing along a plot, especially one with Ramona's tropes. And this storyline, well, its plot came secondary to the vibes. I wouldn't be surprised if this were the type of story where the characters were just wiped out one by one until the main characters found a way to survive. That was yet to be seen. Part of me wanted something that simple. Another part of me wanted there to be a secret, deeper level. I always craved that. The party came and went. The work stuck around. It was late, verging on 11 at night. The dine-in area was officially closed, but we were still taking orders by phone. The Bonaventura family had all converged on the parlor and were devouring what remained of the buffet. I still didn't know how they fit into this. They did just seem like a normal family. They bickered and gossiped, and slicked their thumbs and wiped smudges off their nephews' cheeks. Uncles told made-up stories while smoking cigars. And since they all worked in the restaurant, as soon as they were done eating the buffet, they started cleaning right along with all of us employees, and while they cleaned, they continued their conversations. Gus Jr.'s 3 sisters were the loudest people I had ever met. They could easily continue talking about some guy one of them dated, even though they were in 3 different parts of the building. Gus Jr.'s mom was walking around trying to get the employees to eat the leftover tiramisu and wouldn't take no for an answer. She had been here from the beginning of the restaurant, and so had her tiramisu. Tripp tried to take charge, organizing people to clean tables and stack chairs while the cousins vacuumed. I just tried to stay out of the way. It felt really awkward being there with the whole family. They were so used to having random employees around that I was mostly ignored in matters unrelated to stale tiramisu. All I had to do was clean up the back kitchen. I could do that without a problem. In fact, I had done it hours earlier, and we hadn't gotten an order for pizza since then. In reality, I was pretty sure that within the world of the storyline, we were busy, but there was no need to make me make pizza when all they had to do was let the ticket machine run and spit out new orders. Carousel always was pretty fair when it came to gathering footage. I didn't just have to make pizza for no reason. So, having cleaned up and finished my side work, I was ready to leave. I was walking down the hallway, past the office where Gus Jr. was still inside, stressing about this thing and that. I thought about striking up a conversation with him, but all I could do was stare. He had a stack of papers in front of him, as well as multiple stacks of tickets and receipts. He was trying to make sense of it all. I figured I should find a way to get Camden inside there, to look at all those tickets, to see if there was anything worth finding. However, it seemed like a stretch because pizza orders probably didn't contain too many clues. If I wasn't going to talk to him, I needed to walk on past. I was on screen. I had to be careful, or else I might accidentally become more than a side character. As I made it a point to continue past the office door, Gus Jr. came to life from his stress-induced catatonia and said, "Riley, you heading home?" I turned around immediately. I knew it was too good to be true. "Yep," I said. "Got the kitchen all cleaned up." "Good, good." He leaned back in his chair. "You liking the job? Everybody treating you well?" "Everything's been great so far," I said. "Good," he said in a tired, defeated tone. "Always like to hear that. If you need anything, just ask." "Will do," I said, and then, despite my best efforts not to be a real character, I turned back to him and asked in my least intrusive tone of voice, "We do good business here, right? I mean, we're always busy." Gus ran his fingers through the place where his hair would have been about 10 years earlier. He started to laugh. "Oh, we're always busy," he said. "Thank Adele for that. We might even one day crawl out of this hole." Gus was always stressed about something. That made sense to be the thing. "Oh," I said. "I didn't mean to pry." No, you're fine. You'd find out eventually. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's what my dad used to say. I just wish he didn't venture quite so much. This was none of my business. But if he was going to talk, does it have something to do with the partner? I asked. Gus Jr.'s face turned white. "So you heard about the business partner? People talk," I said. "They sure do. Especially if their last name is Bonaventura." He sighed. "Yeah, Dad took on a business partner. Didn't find out about it until his death. Supposedly, they helped with the renovations to make this place what it is today. But he sure gave them a sweetheart deal." I don't know what he was thinking. Gus looked legitimately distressed. Maybe he even looked ashamed. "Are we ever going to meet them?" I asked. "Are they part owners?" He bit his lip. "You just might," he said, staring forward at the wall of his office. "You just might." There was an awkward silence. And then Gus seemed to remember something. "Riley, could you do me a favor? I just remembered that we have a last-minute delivery. I was going to make it myself, but I could sure use some help." "Sure," I said. But what I really wanted to say was, "How dare you?" He handed me a ticket with a simple order on it. Didn't even have 5 pizzas. So, I didn't expect a 6th one to appear magically. "And can you find one of the delivery drivers who can deliver it? The address is there on the ticket. This guy gets a pizza every week like clockwork. He has difficulty getting out and about." "Okay," I said. "Sure thing." And then I trudged back to the kitchens, but not before sticking my head out the front and noting that there was only one delivery driver still around, Avery. And if I took the time to make the pizza, and she delivered it to this address, I had to wonder, could she be back before 1 a.m.? I told the others to go home and lock their doors. I couldn't kick the feeling that anyone who got caught trying to watch what happened to Avery that night might share her fate. Of course, that didn't apply to me. My build was designed for reconnaissance. First, my call sheet trope would tell me the next time I was to appear on screen. And as long as that timer was hours in the future, I know I was safe from being drawn into the scene. But even if that wasn't true, my just out of shot trope would help me metaphorically see the cameras and avoid being picked up when evading enemies. And of course, if that failed, oblivious bystander could prevent me from being attacked even if I ended up on screen. Yes, I was definitely prepped for my stakeout that night. I might not have been good at killing a ravenous monster, but I could watch a scene from afar with little danger to myself. It turned out I wasn't the only one staking out the pizza parlor, waiting for Avery to get back. Rhett Johnson had parked his car on the far end of the parking lot and was waiting with something small and rectangular in his hands. A quick glance at a clock conveniently built into a large sign for a bank nearby told me that I had 30 minutes before 1 a.m. I had plenty of time. I cautiously walked around to the part of the parking lot where Ruck waited. He saw me coming and smiled a mischievous smile. "We were off screen, of course. So, I guess in this movie you're a stalker of some kind," I said. Not really expecting an answer, he shrugged his shoulders. Better than getting stabbed in a deck chair. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I knew that Ruck and the NPCs from his storyline were meta aware. They had to be for their storyline to work. As the elder Dr. Halla had stated, NPCs remember whatever they need to be better at their jobs. Still, I didn't expect such an out-of-character response. I took a deep breath and stared at him. So you're going to protect her, whatever happens? I asked. Ruck nodded. He didn't have his usual obnoxious confidence. He was scared. I'll do whatever I can. But I usually don't last long in stuff like this. Fat guys don't survive this type of movie. Don't you know that? I nodded. It was a fate worse than death situation. But I got his point. Well, whatever happens. I started to say. But then I saw what he was holding in his hands. Is that a mixtape? Ruck smiled. The script suggested flowers or something. But I thought this was better. What do you think? I agreed. There's a certain amount of vulnerability that comes from making a mixtape for a woman who's way out of your league. It might even redeem him for how much he had annoyed Avery with his incessant date requests. I wanted to ask him questions, but I didn't want to press my luck. I couldn't imagine being in his position and being aware of what was going on. Good luck, I said. I turned to walk away and head back to my hiding spot. But then I thought better of it. There was a question I wanted to ask. Do you remember us? He smiled, but only in the corner of his mouth, and nodded his head gently. This wasn't important, but I wanted to ask him who actually killed him in his native storyline. The gimmick of the Delta Epsilon Delta movie was that there was a whole host of different people who wanted him dead. I wanted to know what real-world scenario could create a storyline like that in Carousel, or if it had been crafted from scratch. But that would have to be a question for a different day. The time on the sign across the street jumped ahead 10 minutes. I quickly jogged across the road. Ruck had not been de-aged for this storyline, so he was very clearly in his early 20s. But I supposed I might have been too. He was a big guy and hopefully a strong guy. But I didn't know how much that was going to help Avery. I just hoped that the mixtape would survive the storyline so that I could listen to it. Time drew nearer, and I watched the pizza parlor, even as 1 a.m. approached. Nothing seemed to change. Maybe I was foolish to assume that the entire store would transform into some sort of funhouse version of itself, or that perhaps a black hole would open up, trapping all who came near. The 1 a.m. restriction was very subtle, but to me it had flashed in red blinking letters. Something strange was going to happen here after that time limit. I just didn't know what. As I pondered this, I saw Avery's car pull into the parking lot. I was hidden behind a bush across the street from the restaurant. She parked in front of the restaurant and emerged from her vehicle, distraught at being late. It was 1:06 a.m. She rolled her eyes and cursed. I had put my headphones on, so my quiet on-set trope would allow me to hear everything that was happening across the street. She was on screen. All attention was on her. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Unable to open the front door, I saw her start to make her way around to the back side of the building, holding a wad of cash that had no doubt just been given to her by the customer. I would have to move positions to be able to see the other side of the building, but that was okay. I had mapped everything out and had my route planned. I could stay out of shot, and fortunately, it would require a whole lot more movement from me to get a good view of the backside of the restaurant than it would for her. So, I had to book it, all while ducking down and hiding in the shadows. I couldn't complain. As far as I understood it, this was what Dina did in almost every storyline. I made it to my next hiding position with a full view of the backside of the building. Although I was seeing it from an angle, Avery tried the back door. It was locked too. Typical, she said. She started to fold the money up tight and then tried to stick it through the side of the door. Something told me there should have been a drop box for this exact situation. But if there were, there would be no high drama. As Avery tried to stick the money through the door, a limousine pulled into the parking lot and swung around behind the building, its headlights flashing right into Avery's eyes. She held up a hand to block out the lights so that she could see. The back door to the limousine opened up, and a large man in an expensive suit stepped out. He was slow and cautious. He walked forward half a step at a time. "Are you the broker?" he said, in a nervous voice. Like he was afraid of Avery. "What?" she asked. But before he could answer, the back door that she had just been trying to shove the money through opened abruptly. Red light shone out, and two nondescript men stepped out, forcing Avery to jump back. Avery looked from one man to the other. They just looked like ordinary men in business suits. And yet, something was off about them. They weren't showing up on the red wallpaper, not as NPCs, not as enemies. Were they that powerful? I didn't know. Avery was probably wondering the same thing. "I'm just trying to drop off the money from my last run," she said. And sure of what was happening, the men looked at each other. "Pretty girl," one of them said, in a voice far too high-pitched for a man or even a human. Avery backed away. "I'll just turn it in the morning," she said, stammering. The other men also said, "Pretty girl, poor girl." And it wasn't just because they were perverts or anything like that. Avery had a trope that would cause many enemies to develop some sort of feelings for her during a chase scene. Feelings that might make them sloppy. And in the blink of an eye, Avery had just entered into a chase scene. And she was on top of it. She had been through this before. She turned to run around the side of the store, and the men took off after her. Her vehicle was probably 100 feet away from her. But the men were upon her, and one of them grabbed her arm. They were incredibly quick. They moved faster than their steps should have taken them, as if they glided, and their steps were all for show. Instinctively, she let loose a scream that pierced the night. The men grabbed their ears, and if my eyes didn't deceive me, something was strange about the way their skin moved as they slapped their hands over their ears, as if maybe their skin wasn't attached to whatever was underneath. Avery's scream should have debuffed them, but since they didn't appear on the red wallpaper, I couldn't directly confirm that. Avery took the opportunity and ran as fast as she could toward her car. The men looked at each other and then, in an instant, their skin and clothes fell to the ground, leaving nothing but shadows standing where they had been. At least now I understood why they didn't show up on the red wallpaper, because those sets of skin were just a costume. And when the shadows revealed themselves, I saw good and well what they were on the red wallpaper: repossessor plot armor. Tropus Night Terrors. All information from Insight tropes directly related to this entity will come in the form of on-screen nightmares or visions. A repossessor. I couldn't even see their tropes. Not in the way I typically did. If I understood it correctly, the other tropes would come to me as nightmares. And given their one trope that I was able to see, it was quite clear that they were demons of some kind. And that wasn't just from my meat and knowledge. It was deep in my core. I understood that what I was looking at was a demonic entity. And yet, the demons didn't pursue Avery directly. Instead, they molded into the shadows in the parking lot, screaming with a dozen anguished voices. One turned into a strange, long thread that wound its way up the nearest light pole and burst the bulb, leaving the entire area in darkness. The other shadow spread across the ground and went right past Avery, blending into the shadow underneath her car. Avery still ran to the driver's side door, opened it, and jumped inside. But this act sealed her fate. In the darkness, she must not have seen where the demon went. I couldn't see exactly what was happening, but I could hear it. Something wrapped around Avery. I thought it was the seatbelt, and it started to tighten. I could hear it clicking, and I could hear her struggling to get away from it. The car roared to life. The demon that had burst the light on the light pole had already returned to his skin suit and was walking toward the car, adjusting his skin so that it fit better. Avery, desperate, began honking the horn of her car as the man got closer to the driver's side door. He reached it, and the door flew open, clearly under the influence of the second demon. But before the man could reach out and grab Avery, something large and surprisingly quick flew right through him. It was Rook. "Don't worry, I'm here, Avery," he cried out as he tackled the man. Of course. When he landed on the ground, all he had gripped in his arms was a deflated man's suit, and this realization freaked him out. He began screaming and throwing the suit, skin and all, away from himself. He looked up, seeing the shadow, the demon itself. To be fair, Rook was really good at this part. He really did look afraid, and maybe he was. He started to scream, and his scream joined in with Avery's and with the thousand screams that emitted from the demon's body. Rook quickly got to his feet. He seemed to consider running away, but then he saw Avery bound inside her own car, and he decided to be brave. He ran toward her, but as he did, The car came to life with a roar of its engine and pivoted, moving forward quickly. It hit him in the knees, luckily. All this did was knock his legs out from under him and land him directly against the windshield with a large crack. He didn't go flying off the back end, no. The windshield seemed to crack on its own after his impact, and it embraced him, almost binding him to the car. It looked ridiculous. But this was a comedy, and this type of possession fit right in. The car, now having captured both Avery and Ruck, began driving back around to the backside of the building slowly, confidently, and quietly. One skin suit stood up as the demon re-entered it. The man, if I could call him a man, brushed some dirt off his suit, walked back toward the backside of the building, picked up his partner's skin suit, and continued on around. I rushed back to the second vantage point so that I could see the rear of the building. What I saw was more men in suits hauling Avery and Ruck into the restaurant. The wealthy man who had gotten out of the limousine was standing there, clearly having an out-of-body experience as he observed what was happening. He was in way over his head. He was just a normal NPC. I had no idea what he was doing there. I didn't know who he was or how he was connected to the storyline. But there was a woman standing next to him now, a woman who, like the other demons, did not show up on the red wallpaper. She was short, with gray hair tied up in a bun, a woman who held onto the man's elbow tightly, as if preventing him from running away. In a small way, I was glad that something had finally happened, something supernatural, something we could sink our teeth into. But the truth was, as I stared from my hiding spot, the woman, who wore her own business suit and was not physically intimidating, stared across the street where I was hiding. And though I was not in her direct line of sight, she could still see me. I knew. And just her seeing me was enough to make my incapacitation status flutter. The rich man waved off his limousine nervously, and it drove away quickly. Its driver was clearly ready to get away from whatever he had just seen. The large man in the fancy suit followed the short woman into the back of the restaurant, into the red light that shone out. Then the door shut, and everything was again silent at Picado's Pizza. I had been through a lot since coming to Carousel. I had been a puppet on the strings of many a puppet master. I had run through mazes like a rat and danced when told to dance. But perhaps the most annoying enemy trope I had ever come across was night terrors. The ability that the repossessors had made it so that my insight tropes came in the form of nightmares. Not such a big deal. It didn't actually block my ability to gain insight. It just punished me for wanting to use it. My character's parents were out of town, go figure. It took me a long time to figure out where my character's house was supposed to be. It was a small, quiet neighborhood, and the house was nothing impressive. But the doors locked and seemed sturdy, so I wasn't going to complain. I lay down in the living room on the couch, with the TV still flickering on low volume, to get some sleep. And that is when the nightmares began. I was on screen for part of it, both the version of me that was tossing and turning on the couch, accidentally knocking over a bowl of melted ice cream. What could I say? I was a teenager. And also the version of me that was trapped inside of a hellish version of Picado's Pizza Parlor. I didn't remember a lot of events, but I remembered the feelings, the terror. I remembered swimming in pizza sauce. I remembered being chased down a long hallway that looked a lot like the hallway between the back kitchen and the main office. I was being chased in this dream by Tony the Tosser, the animatronic character. It was largely a non-event, just something that kept repeating itself. Then there was a jarring end that went all fuzzy in my mind. It was scary and unsettling, but it came with rewards. I was able to add more to the total of tropes I had seen, and I was able to explore a place that felt real. This nightmarish version of the pizza parlor didn't seem like some one-off recreation from my dream. It felt like a real place, like some version of me was really there. I fully expected I would be there again and not in a dream. When I woke up in the morning, I could hardly remember much, but I did remember the tropes. When I saw the various demons taunting me in my dreams, the tropes appeared to me on a demented version of the red wallpaper: repossessor, plot armor, tropus night terrors. All information from Insight tropes directly related to this entity will come in the form of on-screen nightmares or visions. Stickler for the rules. This entity has a set of rules or goals that it will always strive to abide by or achieve. Whether it is able to is another question. Fate worse than death. This entity does not want to kill its victims, Though, in the end, they will wish it had your soul to take. The entity seeks human souls. Bender of truth. This entity may not directly lie, but will use wordplay to deceive and take advantage of opponents. That wasn't a complete list, but it was enough to confirm my theory that we were dealing with demons and, more specifically, the kind of demons that made deals. I dreaded the nightmares to come that would give me more tropes. I woke up covered in sweat, so I had to take a shower before I left for work. Call sheet was really handy. Knowing that I didn't have a scene for a few hours was a huge relief, and it cured an anxiety that I had suffered through in most storylines. As I showered, the memories of that place faded away. And not a second too soon. "How's Avery?" And I asked as soon as we were all back in the restaurant. We had to gather around for a meeting that had been called. For the most part, we were just standing there waiting while Carousel got footage. We knew the drill. "I think she may have been dragged to hell," I said. I wasn't going for shock value. I was just trying to answer truthfully. I wish I had been more tactful. Anna's eyes got big. "She'll be okay," I said. "So it's demons," she said. I nodded. "I'll tell you more later." We're about to be on screen. We waited as more employees trickled in, including Ramona, who seemed to be having a pretty good time considering we were in the middle of a storyline in which her own trope sealed her fate. She would be second blood. When she got near me, she leaned over and said, "Cassie and Isaac both had a rough start. Nightmares or something." Ramona's character and Cassie's character were friends, so they had a sleepover. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Moments later, Cassie and Isaac came in through the door looking ragged. My nightmares had mostly been a fever dream that I had forgotten. I had to wonder what Cassie and Isaac had been dreaming about that left them so mentally scarred. I wondered which tropes Cassie was suffering nightmares for. Might it have been her unblocked trope she had used to scout this storyline? Camden came in soon after. He was in a good mood. No nightmares in the Tran household, apparently. Cassie wanted to talk to me, but she didn't have the opportunity. She wasn't an employee. She was just there to drop off Isaac and Ramona. After she had gotten my attention and signaled that she wanted me to meet her outside, I nodded. I would have to wait until after the next scene. Isaac came in. His little eyes dark and tired on dash screen. "I had the worst dream," he said. At first, I wasn't sure if he should be talking about that on screen, but then the nightmares themselves had been partially on screen. I was still going to play mine off. I hardly remembered what happened in my dream, and I was a minor character. I didn't need to make myself the focus of anything. Isaac could talk about his nightmare all he wanted. "Let me guess. You dreamed that you had a low-paying job at a pizza parlor with irregular hours during the last summer of your youth," Camden said drearily. "Had the same one." Isaac ignored him. "I dreamed something happened to Avery," Isaac said. "That she's in trouble." I nodded, though perhaps I shouldn't have. It would seem that Isaac's dream wasn't related to the night terror trope but was instead related to Avery's dream girl trope, which allowed her to give information to her admirers through dreams after her demise. "I'm sure she's fine," I said. "I talked to her last night when we were closing up." We stood and waited for a few moments. After a while, the moment we had been waiting for arrived. Gus Jr. stood in front of us, hat in hand, a look of shame across his face. There were no customers in yet. The restaurant didn't open up until lunch. "Well, team, as many of you might know, we've been having a slow period for the last few months. Now, first, I want to say that I don't blame any of you. You've been working your tails off, and I appreciate you all, each and every one of you." He looked down at the floor for a moment but then continued. "When my dad needed to make renovations on the store, he brought in some outside investors. And according to the contract that he signed, if we ever went through a down period like we are right now, his investors could come in and make changes. Today, a woman from the investment company will be making a trip to the store just to watch. All I ask is that you follow your training and do your best." There were several NPC employees. One of them called out, "Do we have to worry about our jobs?" I wouldn't have minded getting fired. Gus shook his head. "You do not have to worry about your jobs. I will make sure that each of you can stay on and get whatever hours you need. We're just going through a slow time, but we're doing it the way we've always been doing it, and you'll see. Things will turn around." Gus talked more with the normal pep rally style encouragement, but that happened off screen. Eventually, he broke us up and sent us to start opening up the restaurant. While we were off screen for the most part, Isaac was getting some attention from the cameras as he walked around asking if anyone had seen Avery. I tried to listen in, but I couldn't exactly pull out my headphones while I was prepping the back kitchen. Not in my first week on the job at least. I knew where she was, and he knew where she was because I had told everyone off screen, but still, he needed to look very concerned. Eventually, while I was getting everything set up in the kitchen, Isaac came to me, and I went on screen. He walked up to me slowly and quietly. "What's up, buddy?" I asked. "Avery quit," he said softly. "She left a note in Gus's office." So that was how they would play it. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "I know you liked hanging out with her, but if it's any consolation, wherever she is, it's better than being here." Isaac breathed out sharply through his nose but didn't quite laugh or smile. The joke was that she was probably still around this place. And if I was right, the entrance to her current whereabouts was less than 10 feet away from me, inside the mouth of a giant animatronic oven. Off screen, I like to think Carousel did a smash cut to whatever she was doing down in hell at that very moment. Maybe the camera just panned down slowly until it found her down below. After the announcement that the investor or partner, whatever she was, would be arriving that day, things went back to business as usual. Orders came in. I hastily prepared them and threw them in the oven. Isaac and whoever was working with him in the front kitchen would take them out when they were done, package them up, and send them where they needed to go. Of course, I didn't actually have to cook that many pizzas, just enough for Carousel to get its footage. And when the orders stopped coming in, I made my way to the back door. On dash screen, I didn't know why I'd gone on screen, but I had been watching the time tick down for hours on the red wallpaper. I expected some NPC to come start a scene with me, but none had. When I opened the door, I saw the reason. There were 4 scrapes along the back door on either side of the door jamb. I stared at them in confusion. I had seen what happened to Avery. My character had not. So he would just be a dumb idiot and stare at it. But the audience and I would know what I was looking at. The long streaks in the black paint around the door were from fingernails. Avery's fingernails. She had a trope that allowed her to leave clues just like these. First, I looked at those marks, and then I followed the direction that they went and saw, down by the oven, a bright pink piece of plastic. Or at least that's what it looked like at first. I bent over and picked it up to examine it. It was a paint chip. Avery had fought tooth and nail, quite literally, against what had happened to her. I knew my assignment. I stared at the marks on the door, at the nail, and then up at the oven. I even stared into the mouth of Hothead himself, into the oven, as if expecting Avery to be there, despite that being quite impossible. All I saw were the 5 pizzas I had just put in. 6 pizzas, not 5. It had happened again. I was trying my hardest to be a side character, just a face in the crowd, but I was going to have to kick it up, clearly. Carousel wanted me to communicate these findings. That was okay. I could be helpful without risking becoming a main character. Off screen, I went outside to talk to Cassie, and luckily, the entire conversation was off screen. She looked really worried. "Nightmares?" I asked. She nodded. "Yeah, the bad guys here have a trope that only allows you to access your inside abilities in the form of nightmares, at least when you're trying to learn things about them. The same thing happened to me last night." Cassie was still and quiet. "We're dealing with actual hell here," she said. "I know it's dressed up to look like some sort of comedy, but there are tortured souls. I can still hear them screaming." Was she asking for advice? Or did she just want to talk to someone? I decided to just talk around the issue. This wasn't originally a comedy. Not when it happened the first time. I said, "Everything's going to be dressed up to look wacky and weird. I mean, they're even using the old demons dressed up in human skin cliché just to try to make things look funny. But we're dealing with actual evil here. Don't overexert yourself." She nodded. "Avery is in hell," she said, "and there are a lot of people there with her. And somehow it all relates back to that stupid pizza." She stared blankly forward. "I woke up last night before the nightmares started," she said. "I went to the bathroom, and I looked in the mirror, and I saw what we're up against." I was off screen, but I never want to see it again. Can we just beat this one? We don't have to do well. I just don't want to see it again. We just have to get to the end. This demonic story had been dressed up to look goofy and comedic, and that's how I had largely experienced it so far. But if there was any archetype that was going to see the evil things underneath, it would be psychics. I'm sorry you had to see whatever it was, I said. We'll try to get this story beat and keep things surface level. Maybe that'll help. She nodded. There was a tear forming in her eye. She dressed like a grungy hippie, which may or may not have been fitting with the setting of the storyline. But it did make her look tough. And she was tough. Cassie had on multiple occasions sacrificed herself using her anguish trope. I didn't know what she saw when she looked into the mirror, but I had to imagine it was something terrifying to have her this worked up. I had seen the demons, but they mostly looked like shadows. Like the demons in the movie Ghost. They looked like tortured spirits, terrifying. Sure, but whatever she had seen must have been worse. Don't worry, I said. We'll try to get this wrapped up. I gotta get back to work. She just stood there. I wish that I had a better rapport with her. Kimberly would have known what to do. All I could do was send Anna her direction the next time I saw her. And that's what I did. I went back through the restaurant, found Anna, and sent her outside. I started racking my brain, trying to remember who on our team had mental health tropes. I barely made it back into the kitchen in time for my next scene. Luckily, that scene didn't involve much from me. It involved listening. Of course. It also involved whipping up some pizzas, 5 of them, to be exact. Isaac was in the front kitchen. He ducked down, looked through the open mouth of Hothead, and called out to me. That last order got cancelled. That order of 5, I responded. Looking at the last ticket. They just called in, he said. What am I supposed to do with all of these? Asked Jerica. I called back. She had worked there all her life. She would know what to do. She was the floor manager, after all. And that was the end of the scene for me. I went back off screen. Artie and I just stood around waiting. He was by the back door, smoking cigarettes again like he had the first time I'd met him, and not paying a lick of attention to me. The guy only made pizzas when I was falling behind or we were being watched. I didn't mind, since this was basically role-playing, but if it were a real job, that would have me livid. I had brought my headphones so that I could easily put them on and listen to what was happening on screen. What I heard was Isaac talking to Jerica. 6 pizzas, I heard her say. There was frustration in her voice. Put the deluxe ones on the buffet line, she said. You can put the plain sausage in the employee lounge. The plain sausage was the only one I hadn't made. It was one that just appeared in the oven, which my character had to assume was made in the front kitchen. That mystery still needled my brain. What was the deal with the extra pizzas? That day work dragged on and on. I swore that the clock wasn't moving as fast as it should have been. Luckily, I could take regular breaks because I knew when I would be on screen next. The employee lounge had plenty of seating and a pinball machine, one we already had a copy of up in the arcade. I spent my time playing it. Although I wasn't trying to get a high score, I just needed to look busy. I wore my headphones and listened to whatever was happening on screen. That was the beauty of being a side character. I had a lot of time just to observe. About halfway through my lunch break, someone I had only seen from a distance arrived, and she became the central figure of everything that happened on screen for the rest of the day. We didn't learn her name when she arrived. She didn't show up on the red wallpaper. She was just the partner or the investor all day. I made sure to glance out into the front of house area to get a good look at her. I half expected to have another company meeting, but we didn't. She wasn't the type for meetings. She wasn't the type for speeches. She watched closely. She waited until after she had observed you before she pounced. She was watching Isaac at first. Of course, he would be the guinea pig. She watched him for 15 minutes without saying a thing. Carousel gathered footage. But I didn't know what it was filming if not her piercing gaze, her pursed lips, and the gray hair rolled into a bun tightly against her head. It was the same woman I had seen, the one in charge of the demons. And I had to assume a demon herself. So woman might not have been the right term. After 15 minutes of watching Isaac, she laid into him. It was possible Isaac really wasn't that good at the job. It was also possible that no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, She was going to give the same speech. She must have used the word slovenly 6 times to describe the way he talked to employees, the way he boxed up pizzas, the way he retrieved pizzas from the oven. You peck away at the cash register like a caveman who just discovered a spaceship, she said. All of this is time. You see that line of customers, she said. Pointing to the customers I assumed, but couldn't confirm, because I was just listening in. That's money waiting. Every customer who gets fed up waiting for you to slovenly pick number by number is money that doesn't end up in the till. Do you understand that? I knew she was making part of it up. Electronics in Carousel pretty much operated properly, no matter what button you pressed. Unless the narrative demanded you struggle with them, the cash register would have worked no matter what Isaac did. Either he was acting intentionally obtuse for laughs, or she was just a jerk for a similar reason. Isaac, to his credit, was pretty good at playing a kick dog. I understand, he said nervously. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. That was an unfortunate choice of words, because then she apparently stepped back and waited for him to tend to the next customer. As soon as that customer was finished, she stepped up and spoke to Isaac in a whispered tone. Evidently, it will happen again. And then, suddenly, she was off Isaac and on to one of the NPCs who worked the buffet. She critiqued everything, from the arrangement of the pizzas, to how cold the salad bar was, to one little speck of Parmesan cheese that had been on the counter too long. I listened as she went through. There were no bombshells. It was all petty stuff. That was probably the point. Carousel was collecting footage that would likely end up in a montage. I even had the foolish audacity to smirk, as I found her gimmick quite funny from an outside perspective. She was very good at it. For a long time, I actually forgot that she was a literal demon and thought of her as just a metaphorical one, which, somehow, was worse. But of course, after she was finished criticizing how the arcade was arranged and how cheap the prices were on some of the high-traffic games, which was a valid critique, actually, she made her way to the back kitchen. I went on screen against my will and started working my butt off on a new ticket just as she walked in. Since I knew when I was supposed to go on screen, she couldn't surprise me. And fortunately, Artie wasn't as quick as I was, even though I warned him. When she came into the back kitchen, he was still at the exit with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He made a big show of putting it out quickly, washing up, and jumping up to the line to help make pizza. But by then the damage was done. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. I was very happy to be a side character. She largely ignored me. She stood right behind Artie as he made pie after pie. I wanted to yell at him and tell him he wasn't supposed to make it directly on the pizza peel, that he was making the pizzas too big, using too many ingredients. I could almost see her mind ticking away as she watched him. But he was doing things the way he had done them for longer than I had been alive. And it had all come to this. After 15 minutes of piercing eyes and pursed lips, she finally spoke, as he was placing mushrooms onto a pizza that was about ready to go into the oven. Half that, she said. Half what? Artie asked, genuinely confused. Half of the ingredients that you've been using. This is food waste. No wonder this establishment can't make a profit. Artie just stared at her. We're supposed to put the same amount of ingredients as there are in the pictures. See, he said, pointing up to various Polaroids of different pizzas that were pinned above the counter. Artie was putting in too many ingredients. Sure, but half of what he was doing would be far less than what was in the pictures. It was downright stingy. This wasn't the kind of pizza place that could afford to be stingy. Half, she said. We aren't running a charity. Artie complied, grumbling under his breath in a language that sounded like Italian, but a version of it that only had curse words. Wash your hands, she said out of nowhere. I just washed my hands, he said. He had. Wash them again, she responded. And so he went back to the sink and washed his old arthritic hands again. Sure, he wasn't doing a surgical amount of washing, but he used soap and water and dried them on a paper towel. It was about as much as you might expect from a fast food place, and more than you would expect from a fast food place in the 80s. He went back to start working on the next pizza, which I had already rolled out on the counter and sauced. Wash your hands again, she said. I had no idea what she was getting at. I continued making the pizza on my own as she continued to hound Artie over his hygiene. She talked about his shirt having flour on it because he let the top half of his apron hang down, and how he smelled of cigarettes. She even walked over and grabbed a cigarette but that had missed the trash can. I couldn't really fault her on the cigarettes thing, but it was pretty normal at that time. Okay, I'll be more careful. Miss, is that what you want? Artie asked. I want you to wash your hands, she said. Artie looked her on and said, you already had me wash my hands 10 times. He held them up, and they looked about as clean as they could be. Even his nail beds were clean. And then I saw it. A small splotch of sauce on his elbow. I saw it right before she commented on it. How can you be clean when you have food dripping off of you? She said, grabbing a paper towel and wiping the sauce from his elbow, then putting it right next to his face as if she thought him nearly blind, and maybe he was. I didn't see that, he said. I continued making pizzas as I processed what was happening. The only way this business partner, or investor, or whatever she was, would be this openly evil already was if the audience already knew what she was. This wasn't a the fun is over scene. This was a demons run amok scene. This was way too over the top. She was doing this for fun and humor, maybe not the audience's, her own. While I was trying to understand the scene, the way it ended jumped out at me as I heard her say the words, "You're fired," to Artie shortly before walking over to me to watch me work. Artie just stood there, unsure of what to do, leaning on the sink still. I knew what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to be terrified at what I had just seen, or at least terrified in that I might lose my job way. My character would have no idea she was a demon, or at least, not that kind of demon. How long have you been working here? She asked me. About a week, I said, though I wasn't actually sure. We'll see, she said. That was her only response. She turned to walk away as we went off screen. Artie still stood over the sink, and he looked like he could cry. He might have been crying, I couldn't tell, poor guy. As soon as we went off screen, she stopped walking away. She turned around and looked me in the eye. She didn't say anything, but I was using method to the madness trope so that we could speak in character off screen. And she was liable to speak out of character, too, as had happened to me in the past. It was like she was expecting me to say something. She wasn't the no-nonsense businesswoman she had been playing. I could see a fire in her eye, like she was daring me. You know, I said, if we really wanted to save money around here, we should discontinue the buy 5 pizzas. Get a 6th one free promotion. I don't know what we're getting from giving away all that free pizza. She smiled. A devious smile. If she were wearing a skin suit like the other demons, I couldn't tell. It's not about what we're getting from it, she said. It's about what we're offering. She thought that was funny. Then she turned and walked away. After the partner or whatever she was finished making the rounds, we gathered for another team meeting. But this time in the employee lounge. It was Gus Jr.'s idea. He liked meetings. Only then did he decide to introduce us to her. I couldn't see her on the red wallpaper, so I had no idea what her name was, even if it was faked out on dash screen. This is Miss Verity Price, he said. She is going to help us whip things into shape. I want you to give her your respect and help work with her to make this restaurant the best it can be. All right. He looked nervous as he stared at her. He was trying to be positive, but that was bouncing off of her like rubber balls off cement. She spoke up. I know that a lot of waste occurs here, both inadvertently and purposefully. During the busy season, such waste can be missed. But when we are struggling for our survival, everyone must be precise. We are going to have to tighten the belt around here. And to some of you, that won't be terribly comfortable. I just hope that you. She stopped her speech. Her attention immediately stolen away by something she saw at the back of the room. Why is there product back here? She said. I followed her a line and saw that she was looking at a pizza box on the back table. It was the same one that Isaac had been instructed to leave for the employees. It was a 6th pizza. No one answered at first. But then Isaac got brave and said, "We had an order canceled. We put most of the pizza on the buffet. But this one we brought back here because it was only sausage. And we already had sausage on the buffet. So you thought that you would just take it and eat it yourself." Then, Miss Price asked. No, Isaac said. I asked Jerica, who was at the front of the room, then spoke up. I told him to put the pizza in the break room for the employees. We didn't need it out front, and there was no use letting it go to waste. Jerica must have been in her late 30s. She had a slender frame with curly hair hanging down from a ponytail. She was used to dealing with unruly customers, and she didn't back down when Miss Price stared daggers at her. Of course, Miss Price said, we would hate for anything to go to waste. She paused for a moment and then said, Isaac. Your name is Isaac, right? Isaac looked down at his own name tag, as if to check. Yes, ma'am, he said. We would hate for that pizza to go to waste. So could you go make sure it gets eaten? He nodded. She paused and stared at him. Now, she said, we don't want your pizza getting any colder. Isaac looked around the room. No one said a word. Then, compelled, he walked to the back, opened up the box, and saw the room temperature pizza, and touched. You want me to eat it? He asked. In what other ways could one use a pizza? She responded. Isaac knew that there was something wrong with these 6 pizzas, but this did seem to be a scripted moment, and it was looking like this was where the plot was headed. He looked at me, and I hated having the decision in my hands. I had to weigh the odds. We didn't know what these strange pizzas were. Cassie had worked her psychic powers on them, and while she didn't like the pizzas, she thought they were evil. She didn't see them as being cursed. It was my call. I was the so-called director, and we needed to know what these pizzas were about. If I hadn't been there, he would be eating it. I couldn't protect him from his role in this story. I could only make sure that he got the best shot. It was looking like Carousel wanted him to be front and center anyway. I nodded subtly. Isaac turned back to the pizza, picked up a slice, and took a big boy bite. And then he took another bite, and another until the whole slice was gone, and then, his mouth still full, said, that was good. And he seemed sincere. That's wonderful, Miss Price said. Perhaps in the future we will find ways to make sure that the customer is the one who eats our pizza. After all, you do get free reign over the leftovers at closing time. And while Isaac is quite thin, I don't think he needs any more fattening up, do you? She wasn't talking to anyone directly, but she did glance over at Jerica, and then again at me. Off-screen Miss Price smiled. I got the sense that she wasn't just playing this character because the script told her to. She was playing the overbearing authoritarian for fun. She enjoyed this. I didn't care what they said. Demons just weren't good people. Stop pacing, Cassie said for the 10th time. And take out the trash. How many times do I have to say it? Isaac ignored her. He walked from one end of his family's living room to the other. He was jumping at every sound. His eyes darted out the windows every time the wind blew. It was dark outside. All that could be seen was darkness and streetlights. Mom and Dad will be home in a couple of hours. You better have that trash to the road, Cassie said. Isaac nodded, but not at what she had said. He stopped in the middle of the living room and looked around at the rest of us. The gang was all there. Me, Ramona, Camden, Anna, even our NPC friends were hanging out. But I wouldn't call it a party. We were all basically just passing through. Camden and I were going to the movies later. Ramona and Anna were allegedly going on a drive with their NPC dates to Hanging Tree Lookout, which was like a makeout point type of place. I didn't know if that was really where they were going, but Evan, who had been pursuing Anna for the entire storyline, had declared that's where they were headed, and Nathan, who was officially dating Ramona, had agreed. That didn't matter. That was just our loose justification for having all gathered together. What mattered was the conversation between Isaac and Cassie. I wasn't used to saying that in storylines, but they were coming into their own. I think something happened to Avery, Isaac said. This again? Evan asked. Didn't she put in her 2 weeks' notice, or something? Evan had not taken a job, and neither had Nathan, despite filling out an application. I wasn't even sure if they were named characters. She left a note on Gus's desk, Isaac said. But how would she leave a note? The door should have been locked. How did she get in? She could have left it before she left for the night, Evan said. Did you think of that? Evan didn't normally play his character as a bully or anything like that, but someone had to be a counterpoint to Isaac, and I didn't want it to be any of the players. Isaac was going to end up being pretty sympathetic, so arguing with him or teasing him too much might turn the audience against us. Evan, being somewhat meat-aware, understood that, and he was playing the role well. Speaking of people missing in action, I said, where did Rut go? He crashed his car again? Who knows, Nathan said. Probably went to his dad's place. He can do whatever he wants there. He'll be back when he wants a home-cooked meal, I'm sure. Nathan was sitting next to Ramona and practicing his public displays of affection. So he just up and left, Isaac asked. You know, I bet that's why he bought the car, Evan said. So he could drive places. You know, I think you're right, Nathan responded. Isaac started pacing again. Take out the trash, Cassie said again, as she, Anna, and Ramona left to go to her room. You know what is interesting, Hamden said, speaking up for the first time. I looked through a lot of the calendars going back years, and at some of the employee schedules. A few people did quit just by leaving a note on the boss's desk. Well, yeah, I said. That's the type of job we have, right? Plus, I don't think I could look Gus in the face and tell him I wasn't coming in. He's too nice, it'd break my heart. Hey, I'm not arguing, he said, but it is kind of weird. Since Gus is almost always the last person to leave and the first to arrive, we needed some way to get this mystery rolling. And that was our best approach at the moment. Sometimes delivery drivers are out working past closing time, I responded quietly. I was trying to play my character as someone who suspected something was going on, but was in extreme denial about it. I stared into the distance. What do I know? I continued. Isaac is right. I was with Gus when he locked up. I don't know how Avery would have gotten in to put that note on his desk in the morning. Must have used the back door, Evan said. Must have, Camden agreed, though he didn't seem comfortable with the explanation. I decided to get quiet. I didn't want to drive the narrative or be too much of a talking head. I had already been given enough meat for a side character and maybe more. Instead, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a little plastic baggie. Inside that baggie was a brightly colored pink piece of material that very well might have been a paint chip. I furrowed my brow. I tried my best to convey worry or uncertainty. What color were Avery's nails? I started to ask before a crashing sound interrupted me. For all I knew, the camera wasn't even focusing on me, and I was only on screen because I was in the room. But still, I tried my best. Isaac, who had still been pacing, clumsily collided with an end table next to the couch. That end table happened to be home to a family portrait of Isaac, Cassie, and to random people who never showed up in the film but were clearly their parents. Cassie stormed out of her bedroom. Can you not be careful? She asked. Why are you constantly breaking things? She went to the end table and set the picture back up properly. Isaac looked like he had seen a ghost. His eyes were darting around the room, into the corners. Of course, he hadn't actually seen a ghost, and he wasn't the only one to see it, but he was the only one to acknowledge it. It had been a shadow, just a blip, nothing prolonged, nothing humanoid, but a shadow flashed across the wall. He had seen it and bumped into the corner table. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen virgins. He had reported seeing them all day, ever since the incident with the pizza in the break room. We had been preparing for this moment ever since. Okay, I'll take out the trash, he said, as if he hadn't heard anything Cassie had just yelled. And so he walked out of the room, eyes darting left and right, on the lookout for more shadows. He has been so weird today, Cassie said, trying to sound like an angry older sister but also sounding concerned. Did something weird happen at work? I shrugged. The new boss lady forced him to eat a piece of pizza, Camden said, with a shrug to match mine. Something about food waste. Is he being bullied? She asked, as if she didn't constantly bully him. We don't know yet, I said. So far, she's been doing the same thing to pretty much everybody. Cassie didn't respond but looked in the direction Isaac had left, with concern. Off-screen. I immediately put my headphones on and leaned back in the rocking chair that I had posted up in. Funny enough, all of the other characters in the room, players and NPCs alike, just watched me at first. It was lonely in the director's chair. Isaac was humming a tune that I almost recognized. I had asked him to, so that I could hear what was happening, and of course, I'd asked him to mumble to himself. He happily obliged. So you're going crazy, he said to himself. Most mental illnesses start showing up after puberty. Why couldn't I have just gotten chest hair instead? I could hear him moving bags and trying to lift one of those round metal trash cans and carry it along. From then on, I didn't really have to just listen in because he passed by the house and started moving toward the front yard, where he was going to leave the cans to get picked up by the garbage truck. We could see him through the living room windows. We all mimed talking and laughing and whatever we needed to appear normal through the windows of any exterior shots. But in reality, our eyes moved toward Isaac at every opportunity. We were being vigilant. Why does the boy always have to take out the trash? Isaac whispered to himself. Cassie needs to learn how to take out the trash. She's going to be single her whole life. He stopped and went silent. It's just a tree, he said. It's just a tree. He continued to repeat that to himself. He was seeing shadows again. But of course, in this storyline, shadows had a way of growing faces. Hello, Isaac said, concerned. I moved to scratch my right temple and glanced out the front window. Those same pale-faced men in suits were walking by on the sidewalk. There were 3 of them, and I wasn't sure if they were the same ones I had seen before. But I knew what they were. Their skin suits would pass even close inspection. They weren't rubbery or anything. It was the way they walked and moved that revealed them. Once you had seen them shed those skins, you could never see them as anything but a costume afterward. They wore their human disguises with such disdain. Oddly, Miss Price didn't have such a problem, but I was no less confident that she was a demon. The men did not respond to Isaac, but they did stop on the sidewalk. "What are you doing here?" he asked. I wondered the very same thing. What kind of scheme were these demons up to? Finally, one of them answered. He sounded very normal, no high-pitched voice. Just like an ordinary person, except what he said was not ordinary at all. The promotion has been redeemed. The trespasser has been advised. The consumer has indulged freely. Satisfaction must be guaranteed. Isaac dropped the trash can. My dad is gonna be really mad if you don't just keep going, he said. Dad, he called out, bluffing. The men seemed to stare at Isaac, and then they just walked off down the sidewalk. I was ready to jump out of my chair. Weirdos, Isaac said. Once they were a good distance away, those of us inside had basically been holding our breath. We finally breathed when we could no longer see the strange men. They faded into the darkness of the night. Isaac picked up the trash can and moved further with it, all the way to the curb, with no incident. But the thing was, there were 2 trash cans, so he had to go back to get the second. I could see a little screen on the red wallpaper counting down. Isaac was about to go off screen, and we were about to go on screen. I held up 5 fingers and counted down silently for 3, 2. I then took off my headphones. On screen. So, when you say you're going to Hanging Tree Lookout, like, the 4 of you, Camden started to say, what exactly does that entail? Anna, Ramona, and Cassie were back in the living room. Anna was the first to be able to get back into character. She sort of blushed and said, we're just going to look at the vista. Then she looked at Evan and repeated seriously, we are only going to look at the vista. Evan put up his hands. We're just going to look at the vista, he said with a smile, maintaining prolonged eye contact with Anna. We aren't, Ramona said, putting her hand on Nathan's shoulder. Nathan turned and looked at her with a big, goofy grin, unable to look cool for just a few moments. Anna and Cassie gasped and chased after Ramona into the kitchen. But before they could get there, a loud crash came from the far end of the living room. No one was over there. The picture frame containing the portrait of Cassie, Isaac, and their family had crashed back down, but this time, it didn't just fall over, it fell onto the floor. Cassie, suddenly awash with concern, walked quickly back over to look at the portrait. She picked it up and stared at it. I couldn't get a good look at it, but later, I was able to. It had a singular crack in the glass. A crack that went right across Isaac's chest and stopped where his heart would be with a big sunburst pattern. Cassie held tightly to the picture and said, where's Isaac? She turned around and looked at the rest of us. Where is Isaac? She repeated, still outside, taking out the trash, Camden said. Cassie went and looked up at the front yard, where only 1 trash can had been brought to the road. She put down the picture frame onto the couch, tossing it like a frisbee, and started to run out through the kitchen and out the back door, to where the second trash can waited. The room was silent. I stood up and followed, as did Camden and Ramona. The others kind of crowded in that direction, but didn't go outside, and fortunately, we needed to divide up who saw definitive proof of the supernatural and who didn't, so that we could maintain conflict and tension later on. It was an unfortunate reality because I would have preferred everyone to storm out with us, knowing what we were walking into. As soon as we were outside, back toward the second trash can, which had been knocked over onto its side, the three demons again. They still looked like men. One of them was grabbing onto Isaac, holding his neck like he was picking a giant flower. Isaac, not one to go down easily, had grabbed a trash can lid, one of the nice metal ones, and as we walked outside and got closer, I saw him absolutely hammer one of the men in the face with the trash can lid. He hit the guy so hard that the demon lost possession of the head of his skin suit, and it just sort of deflated for a moment. That was probably Isaac's weapons of mass absurdity trope at play. Cassie stormed those men with a rage that was more than just an act. "Put him down," she screamed. "What are you doing? The promotion has been redeemed. The trespasser has been advised. The consumer has indulged freely. Satisfaction must be guaranteed." The man holding onto Isaac's neck said as if he wasn't in a fight, and as if he wasn't constantly getting banged with a trash can lid by a struggling Isaac. Camden, Ramona, and I ran to help, tugging on Isaac's legs to prevent him from being kidnapped. Cassie raged. She didn't have any good offensive tropes against demons or anything else, for that matter. But her high moxie was still a valuable asset. Supernatural entities like ghosts and demons could be affected by moxie, though it wasn't exactly clear if she had a way to use it. I had told her to pretend she was some sort of fiery preacher, condemning the demons to hell. I couldn't help but feel it worked, as she screamed at them, allowing us to pull Isaac away from the three attackers. "This is my brother," she screamed. "Let go of him." The demons were clearly frustrated. Their skin suits were not fake enough to hide their expressions. "He has made an act manifesting assent to a contract," one of them said. None of their mouths moved, so I didn't know which one. I didn't know where we were supposed to go from there. We didn't have a good way of attacking demons or anything else. Was it really just going to be a tug of war? Luckily, it didn't come down to that. "He can't enter a contract with you," Cassie screamed with venom. "He's a minor." I didn't know if she was making a joke, or if that was just the first thing that came to her mind, or if perhaps her soul read trope had led her to that line. But the men in their skin suits stopped pulling and let go. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. And then they just left. They walked away slowly. For some reason, they just gave up. Cassie might have yelled after them, but then all of us got quiet. We just stared at each other. Finally, Ramona said, "Did you see that guy's face?" No one answered. "His face was crooked," she said as if she couldn't believe it. She was right about that. The bash from Isaac's trash can lid had totally ruined the fit of the skin suit. We stared after the three men, and the one with the crooked face comedically pulled the material that made up his head, rearranging it so that he looked like a normal human again and again. We all just stared at each other. Screen on screen. We were back inside in the kitchen. "Lock the doors," Ramona called out. Nathan quickly ran to the front door and locked it. "Are you okay?" Cassie asked Isaac, cradling him despite his desire to pull away from her. "I'm fine," he said. "They didn't hurt me. They just got my neck, that's all." Thank goodness it was only his neck. Cassie took a moment to look closely and examine him. Then she slapped him hard on the shoulder. "What did you do?" she asked. "I didn't do anything," he said, looking betrayed. "They just started following me and saying weird stuff." "They said you entered a contract with them," she responded. "They were lying. I've never seen them before in my life," Isaac said, but after he spoke, his eyes glazed over, and a look of fear crossed his face at the same time. A shadow seemed to dance against the ceiling, if only for a split second. "What?" Cassie said. "What is going on here? Something is happening. You have to tell me." "I don't know," Isaac said. The kitchen was pretty big, and everyone stood around. Those who had not gone outside were acting confused, and those who had gone outside were even more confused but also scared. Yes, there was a certain level of goofiness to demons wearing skin suits, but there was nothing goofy about those demons. Just being around them, they radiated an evil presence. Maybe I picked up on it because I had equipped my grandmother had the gift as a background trope, which made me like a junior psychic. But I doubted I was the only one who felt it. Just looking at Ramona's face told me that. She was supposed to look afraid, but I didn't think she was acting. Luckily for her, she had tropes that would help her soothe nervousness and unease by acting nervous and uneasy. Am I the only one who noticed that that guy's head wasn't real? His face was just like a mask or something like a costume. She asked, freaking out like a good hysteric. I backed away and leaned against a countertop next to the oven, which I glanced at, as if remembering old hothead back at the pizza parlor. I don't know what I saw, Camden said. I think they're shadows, Isaac said. He stared ahead blankly. Or at least, I think they can be shadows. What are you talking about? Cassie asked, trying to sound annoyed at his assertion, but clearly showing interest and fear. I've been seeing shadows all day, he said, ever since this afternoon. You've been seeing shadows? Cassie asked. Why didn't you say anything? I don't know. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, he said. It was quiet for a moment, and people stared at him. Just flickers of darkness where it shouldn't be, Ramona asked. Like you think you shut your eyes, but you didn't. Isaac looked at her. They zoom around, but when I hit that guy's head, I swear I saw one. Ramona got quiet. What is going on? Anna asked. No one answered, and for a moment, there was just more silence. The trespasser has been advised, Camden said. Satisfaction must be guaranteed. Is that what he said? What a strange thing. But I can't shake the feeling I've seen it before. He looked around the room to see if anyone knew what he was referring to. Of course you've seen it before, Evan said. It's on every advertisement, or at least the part about satisfaction. What are you guys talking about? What happened out there? Camden talked to himself, just muttering with a furrowed brow. As Cassie explained what had just happened at the trash can. Do you have a newspaper? Camden asked, interrupting Cassie's explanation. Cassie thought for a moment and nodded. There's a magazine rack next to the recliner. Camden was quickly out of the kitchen and back into the living room as Cassie finished her explanation, which was just a quick rundown. Those men tried to kidnap him, Anna asked. What would they want to do that for? They must not know him very well, Evan said. I shot him a stern glance. He needed to cool it with the subtle bullying. Luckily, I could do that in character. They weren't men, Cassie said. There was something strange about them. Something strange has been happening for days now, and I just can't put my finger on it. Cassie struggled in the way that a psychic would struggle, attempting to reconcile their awesome powers with the mundane veil she had to hide them in. It was challenging to establish her vague abilities while also allowing her to be a genuine character who loved her little brother. Despite having a tumultuous relationship with him, she was doing a fine job. She had a trope that would increase his grip by showing concern for him, and she had used it several times, empathic shield. I had a feeling Isaac was going to need it. I know I had seen it, Camden said, coming back into the kitchen and plopping the newspaper down on the island prep station in the middle of the room. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. I looked closely and saw the very ad that had been the omen to bring us here. Picado's all-D-fashion pizza parlor. Estate, 1966 Bashfa Market. Northwest Carousel. Call 5557-468. Buy 5 pizzas in 1 week. Get your 6 free no coupons. No cards. We'll keep track. New management has taken possession. Same crust, same sauce. Greater bargain. Open late. Dine in, take out, or delivery. Trespassers be advised. Satisfaction guaranteed. Picado's a slice above. Look at this, he said. Trespassers be advised. Satisfaction guaranteed. Why in the world is that in an advertisement for a pizza parlor? I thought it was a joke, I said. That ad's all over the place. But it makes no sense, Camden said. For these advertisements, they pay by the letter or something. Why would you add in a joke like that? That's the ad for the buy 5 pizzas, get 1 free, Isaac said. We all read over it again. The promotion has been redeemed, Cassie said. She looked at Camden, then at Anna, and then at me. The man said, the promotion has been redeemed, right? Something like that. Yeah, that was one of the first things he said. What was it again? Camden asked. The promotion has been redeemed. The trespasser has been advised. He paused for a moment, not able to remember what came next. The consumer has indulged freely, I said. Right. The consumer has indulged freely, Camden repeated. Then, after a few moments of thinking, he said, satisfaction must be guaranteed. Wait a second. What in the world are we talking about? Anna asked. The pizza promotion. No one wanted to defend our line of thinking. Camden turned to Isaac. Didn't you eat one of the free pizzas at work today on first shift? I didn't want to, Isaac responded. The boss lady told me to. Well, she suggested it forcefully. It was supposed to be a free pizza. Yeah, but the customer canceled. A sixth pizza, I said. It was time for me to reveal perhaps the most important plot point that my character was meant to contribute. Look, this is going to sound crazy, but, Isaac, when you work in the front kitchen and there's an order for 5 pizzas that we make in the back, do you make the 6th pizza, the free one? Isaac looked at me like I had grown another head. No, he said. I just grabbed them out of the oven and put them in boxes. Everyone looked at me, confused about why I would bring that up. I've never made the 6th pizza, I said. I know this sounds insane, but I only make 5 pizzas. And then later, I look in the oven, and there's a 6th pizza. I always assumed it was the front kitchen, but I never saw you putting it in there. What are you talking about? Ramona said. What does it have to do with this? She wasn't wrong. Our reasoning was not first rate, but luckily, it was a comedy. So acting so serious about something silly might play well. We're discussing the possibility that the free pizza we give away as part of a promotion summons demons. Camden said, you have to admit, there's something weird going on. Why would those men say so much related to the pizza and otherwise? That's ridiculous. Ramona said, I ate a piece of that pizza. I ate it right after Isaac did, and I'm fine. She was doing her best to sound nervous, to be our skeptic, but more importantly, to be Isaac's foil. Suddenly, a flicker of darkness moved over the room. It happened in an instant, and everyone except Isaac and Ramona ignored it. She jumped out. Isaac yelped. Did it happen again? Cassie asked. Screw this, Ramona said, afraid. I'm leaving. She might have been going too soon. We needed to establish the character dynamic we were going for. But she was new and would improve. Ramona, did you just see what Isaac saw? I asked. She closed her eyes. And to her credit, when she opened them, there were tears forming. I didn't see anything, she said. I just want to go for a drive. Nathan, let's go. Wait, Nathan said. Aren't we going to call the cops or something? He wasn't really paying attention, apparently. When Ramona continued walking toward the front door, he turned to Evan and said, come on. Evan nodded his head, apparently weirded out by the entire situation. All right. Well, when you figure out which of the advertisements in the newspaper are cursed and which ones aren't, get back to me. Anna, you still want to see that vista and nothing else. Anna, confused more than anything else, looked at Cassie, Isaac, and then at me and said, yeah, Cassie, are you okay for me to go? Cassie didn't look sure, but she nodded. Anna reluctantly left the room with Evan. Then the 4 of them got into Evan's car and drove away off screen. The hanging tree lookout overlooked the town. It was supposed to be quite a sight. I had to hope this scene was enough setup. Ramona had a very powerful trope called the foil, and in exchange for its power, it required a lot of prep. It allowed her to become a sort of metaphorical counterpart to one of her main character allies. In this story, she was Isaac's counterpart, where they had both eaten from the cursed pizza under my instruction. Ramona was going to react poorly. She was going to be in denial and refuse to accept help. She would try to run. Isaac would do the opposite of that. And thanks to Ramona's trope, he would be rewarded immensely. She would be his foil, making the opposite of all his decisions. It would cost her dearly, but it might allow Isaac to rise above it all with a nice burst of narrative momentum. And if he kept on his current trajectory, he was probably going to be the main character. If only the rest of us were able to keep him alive and set him up for success. Off screen, I let out a deep breath. That whole sequence had been intense. Something about those demonic shadows got my heart racing and made decision-making an uphill battle. Isaac and Cassie each went their own way, while Camden and I decided to walk home. You sure about what we're doing? He asked. Referring to the Ramon Isaac play, "Yep," I said, as sure as I can be. "How is it going to turn out, though?" he asked. "I mean, we don't even know what the deal is with these demons or what kind of contract they got into by eating that pizza." I shrugged my shoulders. "I never know," I said. "If you wait until you know the whole situation, you've waited too long. I'm just feeding story elements out into the ether, hoping that Carousel will play off of them and won't punish us." He nodded. We walked in silence for a block. "Red thread theory is popping off," he said. "A lot of new information. A lot of new connections." "Yeah, what's that like?" asked out his new trope. The red thread theory helped keep track of all the evidence and different theories we had formed, while nudging him to consider whether those theories were sound. But it was hard to picture how it might work. He scratched his neck as we walked down the street, jaywalking freely because we knew the NPCs wouldn't dare run us over. "Well, I thought that the pizza was some sort of trick to make him give up his soul, so that appeared as a theory on the red wallpaper," he said. "But the connections too, it's like, there's a lot of slack in the line. You know how there's supposed to be a red thread connecting the evidence and the theories, but it's slack. I think Isaac did have a contract of something, but I don't think he sold his soul. The language of that isn't suggestive of that type of contract." "A pizza for a soul," I said. "It is pretty simple, but kind of thin, I guess." "Too bad." Camden nodded. "We have to do research," he said. The night was cold, and he was just wearing a short-sleeve button-up shirt with blue Hawaiian flowers on it. He had started wearing more colorful, lax clothing like that, as if to assert that he wasn't just some scholar. "Well, the internet hasn't been invented yet, or at least not for the common folk," I said. "So, the library first thing in the morning." Camden looked over in the direction of the library. "It wasn't that far of a walk." "Sounds good," he said. "You turning in for the night?" "Yeah," I said. "Depends. How far away is Hanging Tree Lookout?" He laughed under his breath. "You afraid Ramona might fall in love, or worse?" I said. "She could get attacked by a shadow demon." He stopped in his tracks. "Do you think that's likely?" I wasn't sure. The setup was there, but it was too soon. One attack right after the other. We weren't even halfway through the movie yet. We weren't in the constant barrage portion of the film yet. Ramona was also guaranteed to be second blood, so she should be safe. "I think she'll get freaked out by some shadows," I said. "I doubt she'll get kidnapped. I'll be listening in." I didn't realize how weird it would be to listen in on that sort of scene until later. They didn't just look at the vista, those liars. He nodded, and we continued walking, headed in the general direction of our various housing situations. "Is Ramona like your girlfriend or something?" he asked. I continued walking for a bit, took a deep breath, and said, "I have no idea." And then we both laughed and ran off into the night. I couldn't really complain about nightmares, could I? That was the worst I had seen of these demon enemies of ours, at least as far as my suffering went. But when I woke up covered in sweat, it was difficult not to regret choosing this storyline. As strange as it might seem, sleep was something that Carousel rarely denied players. Goodnight Neighbor being an exception. Sure, it might wake them from their slumber to chase them around with monsters, but that was for the camera. There was generally time to rest between scenes. Here, every time I went to sleep, I learned a few new tropes that the repossessors held, and in order to acquire them, I had to run through some sort of surreal, hellish version of the pizza parlor, chased sometimes by shadows, but this time by possessed animatronics with cracked limbs that allowed them to contort and twist in ways their design was not meant to. My pursuers never caught me that I remembered. Worse yet, I had a feeling that the night terrors trope the repossessors had was interacting with my psychic background to give me insight into the hell world that existed beneath it all. But because this was a nightmare, I was having difficulty remembering what happened. After the first night, I had set out a notebook and a pen, hoping to write down everything. So when I woke and dried my sopping, sweaty skin with a towel, I began writing, trying to record everything I had seen in my nightmare. Despite the surreal nature, I got the feeling that this endless, exaggerated maze, composed of things found in the pizza parlor, was a physical place, not just a figment of my imagination. Worst of all, I felt I remembered something only in part, something I had seen but couldn't recall upon waking, except for the feeling it had given me. A feeling of true dread. A feeling that, though this was dressed up as a comedy, we were dealing with something that had once been quite terrifying, and I had seen something related to it in the darkness. As I ran through a maze of arcade machines and pizza buffets, I had seen people who had asked me for help. My memory couldn't be relied upon to make that conclusion, but my heart remembered. My heart remembered because a single thought resonated in my mind. That thought was, "We didn't come here to save you." And from that, I could piece together what the aching sensation in my chest was. For us, this was a fake hell. But not for everyone there. We possess our plot armor, Tropus night terrors. All information from Insight tropes directly related to this entity will come in the form of on-screen nightmares or visions. Stickler for the rules. This entity has a set of rules or goals that it will always strive to abide by or achieve. Whether is able to is another question. Fate worse than death. This entity does not want to kill its victims, though, in the end, they will wish it had. Victims are written off instead of killed. Your soul to take. The entity seeks human souls. Bender of truth. This entity may not directly lie, but will use wordplay to deceive and take advantage of opponents. Fomax. Although this entity is very powerful, some limitation prevents it from being physically dominant. Fairyland. This entity has a home world, realm, or dimension relevant to the plot. Wordplay over swordplay. The final battle will not be a battle of brawn. On the bright side, I did learn 3 new tropes that these enemies had. First, I learned that they were limited physically. I felt I had seen that limitation in action when I had seen Avery taken. The shadows didn't seem able to touch a person when they were shadows, but only when they were possessing a physical object. They had to possess Avery's car or possess the skin suits they wore, however ridiculous those might have been. I also received confirmation that the final battle wouldn't be a physical fight. Based on what I had seen, it would likely be a battle of wits, and to that end, it would come down to Camden, or Scholar. What a coincidence that I was supposed to meet with him that morning to discuss this very problem. The plan had been for Camden to conduct his research scenes at the library independently. I was going to hover off-screen as moral support, for sure. But it would just be him researching within the scene. But then he got a phone call from Anna, the night before. While they were at Hanging Tree Lookout, the shadows had come back as predicted. No men in strange skin suits accompanied them, but the shadows were enough to terrify Ramona and freak Anna out. I had listened in on the scene. We had tried to preserve Anna's innocence, so to speak, by preventing her from seeing evidence of the supernatural. That way, she could have plausible deniability for why she would do silly things like going back to work. But that experience in the car had ruined whatever ignorance she had of the issue. The shadows had made themselves apparent, and their demonic nature was evident to everyone there. Still, Carousel would have to use a lot of precious screen time to show these scenes we were making. That would eat up a lot of the hellish torture scenes that might otherwise take their place. It also meant that Anna could join in on the research scene. I was already pushing it as far as being a main character went, so it was unlikely I was going to be able to join Camden in his research-heavy next phase. Or at least, I wouldn't be able to join him on screen. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. We went to the library. Luckily, the main Carousel library was actually very close to the storyline, so we could just walk there. We had no reason to worry about any of the omens inside the library because we were already in a storyline. The only issue, if there was one, was how we would approach our research. I waited outside while Camden had an on-screen interaction with a librarian. She pointed him to the right section to search and gave him some tips. I was listening and using my headphones and my quiet onset trope. Camden didn't need the directions, but maybe the audience did. Who knew? Anyhow, that was how we ended up sitting at a long wooden table with little green lamps in the folklore section of the Carousel library. I believe these demons are associated with L. Camden said. Illegal. I don't know. It's spelled in multiple different ways. He's called the Great Forger. That's interesting. I think it means like blacksmith forger, not like counterfeiter. Yeah, that would have been way more fun, I said. So does he have, like, a cult presence or something in Carousel? Camden had 6 books in front of him, all open and all so easily accessible to him that it was basically pointless for Anna or me to try to help. Eureka was a powerful trope. I had missed it at moments like these. No, Camden said. It would seem he has a major religion behind him in this storyline. Something like 70% of people in Carousel attend a church of Elidel. There's a third spelling at least twice a year. Oh, I said. So that's probably our religion. I didn't even think to probe for that. I would bet so. I think Cassie and Isaac's family is definitely religious because they had some of his iconography on the walls. We just didn't notice. He held up a book and pointed to some pictures and inscriptions. Is that a peace sign? Anna asked. It did look like a peace sign, the circular kind with the Y inside, but it had another circle in the middle. No, Camden said. It's the three-spoked wheel. It's a major symbol of the religion. But anyway, the Hughes family had some of this on their walls. I can look up the lore on demons in this religion, the Church of Elidel, if you want. Or, I asked. Well, there's like a separate section that's just folklore-based, like Elidelian mythology rather than scripture. I nodded my head. We need to try to keep this as far away from the actual religion as possible. We haven't put in the prep to be able to succeed at a religious fight. And I sense religion's not really the strongest angle. From the tropes I've seen, I think this is just a simple Faustian bargain or something about tricking the devil at a crossroads or so. Camden nodded. Well, that narrows things down, he said. Of the 6 books he had collected, he took 5 of them and pushed them away from himself, leaving only 1 remaining. An old cloth-bound book with a simple title, Rotten Deeds. Rotten Deeds, I said. Yeah, he answered, flipping through the book. Demons in this folklore are big on deal-making, but the deals, or contracts, or rules that they make always have some flaw in them that makes them non-binding. They'll still try to drag you to hell anyway. But the deals are bad. And that's why they're called rotten deeds, like a deed to a house. There's always something wrong with the deal, I asked. Yes, he said. It's very clear about that. They don't want to make a deal with you to send your soul to hell fair and square. They want to trick you into it. At that point, I was fairly sure that Gus Sr. had made a deal sometime in the decades preceding his death. How was he tricked? I started to say something else, but then I looked to my left and saw Anna sitting there quietly, listening. And I realized that, for no reason at all, I was steamrolling things, even if we weren't on screen. Anna and Camden would be scene partners very soon. They needed to start working on a rapport. Anna had even brought the trope lead in line, which gave her a lot of narrative power when she was the one talking to the savvy-based Li and drawing out all those important details. Like, what kind of deals do demons make? And how do you get out of them? You to practice your back and forth, I said. We need to know the nature of these deals. And we need to know how to get out of them. And more than that, we need to know what's going on with that 6th pizza, because the idea that eating a pizza could send you to hell is just, well, as we said before, it's a thin plot device. And so they did. They practiced asking questions over and over. Camden must have turned through every page in that little book half a dozen times. As hard as it was to admit, it was really difficult to just sit back and watch. This was my job. It had been my job in so many storylines. I felt like I was useless, but I know I had to do it, because I was just there to help them along and nothing more. It went against every instinct I had developed. Every time Anna missed the opportunity to ask the perfect question to hone in on something Camden had said, it was difficult. Luckily, I could just write things down. And since the camera wasn't going to be zoomed in on the pads of paper they had in front of them, well, I could help Anna develop a cheat sheet that would, at the very least, help relieve some, if not all, of my anxiety about just watching. As the details poured out, I realized that the coming scene was incredibly important, because these demons were not like the ones from the legends back on Earth. Not exactly. They were similar, though. When it came time for the scene, I left the room and went to the other side of a bookshelf, where I sat knowing I would be off screen. I could hear what was going on even without my quiet on-set trope. I just had to trust them. Soon, they were on screen. They spent time establishing the scene. Please tell me that we are officially crazy, Anna said. I would rather just find out that I was hallucinating. Anna had just poured out her soul about what she had just experienced the night before, in case Carousel needed that footage or explanation for her motivation. Camden had a perplexed and troubled look on his face as he held the book titled Rotten Deeds in his hands. Well, if we're not crazy, he said. I think I know what might be going on. He had a nice tremble to his voice. Well, Anna said expectantly. Well, it's demons. He said. I know it's demons, Anna said. I saw something in that shadow. Saw it with my own eyes. But not just with my eyes, you know. Yeah, I know, Camden said. What do they want? She asked. Souls, Camden said, almost exclusively souls. There's all kinds of lore about them scheming, making deals, making contracts, all with the goal of obtaining souls through trickery. Trickery? Anna asked. Like the thing where they tried to make a deal with Isaac even though he's underage. Camden was hesitant. Maybe, he said. Well, what does maybe mean? Anna asked. Camden bit his lip and then tried to explain. Normally, people who they tricked into going to hell know that's what's happening. Or at least they know that they're selling their soul, even if they don't know they're being tricked. Isaac and Ramona ate a piece of pizza. And now they are going to hell. It just doesn't make sense. It makes as much sense as anything else, Anna said, looking down at the paper I had given her. Did you look at the ad in the newspaper? Maybe there was, like, some hidden clause or something that said if you ate the free pizza, you go to hell. There wasn't, Camden said. I know that the ad is related to this, but I don't think it's a contract or a trap or anything. It just doesn't have the right language for that. So why'd they try to take Isaac? Why did they terrorize Ramona? I don't know, Camden said. But I do know that what happened when Cassie told them Isaac was a minor is very interesting because traditionally, that's the way you're supposed to get out of one of their little devil's traps. Their fake contracts, their arcane laws, their deals. There's always a problem, and you're supposed to point it out. And when you do, well, they have to leave you alone. If you don't, as soon as they get you to hell, it doesn't matter anymore. So maybe that's what they're doing, Anna said. They're making these bad deals that aren't really contracts and hoping nobody calls them out on it before they get to hell. Yeah, maybe, Camden said. There's maybe again. Can you speak your mind? Anna asked. It feels like you're afraid to talk. No, I just don't want to say it out loud, he said. I'm still working on a thought. Say it anyway, Anna said, reaching across the table and grabbing his hand briefly. He picked up the newspaper and started reading from the ad. Trespassers be advised. Satisfaction guaranteed. He looked up at her, hoping that she would come to the same conclusion he had, so that maybe he wouldn't seem so foolish. Okay, it's weird that they have the trespassers part. What about it? She said. Well, this is a dictionary for the religion of Elidel, Camden said. Look at this. Look at the definition of trespasser. He turned the book around so she could see. So it means sinner. She read, someone who does wrong against another person. That wasn't just true in this carousel religion. Okay, and check this out. He then flipped some pages. Check out the definition of satisfaction, he said. Anna stared down at where he was pointing. Forgiveness, she said. Or something like that, kind of, Camden said, technically. It's Elidel who forgives you. But satisfaction is about wiping the slate clean and making up for your sin. But there's other stuff in the ad to same crust, same sauce, greater bargain. That's another word for a deal. What are you getting at? Anna asked. You're saying that this is a coded message about sinners bargaining to wipe their slate clean. Why would a demon do that? Isn't their whole thing about sending people to hell? Kind of. Their goal is to trick people into going to hell. I don't think that this prevents them from doing that. But here's the thing. Here's the real clincher. I was looking at the phone number. I thought maybe there's some sort of hint as to what this ad is actually about in the phone number. Because if the ad's not for people just buying pizza, then the ad is for people wanting to get their slate wiped clean, right? So, what does the phone number say? He turned around his own pad of paper where he had written 5557468. The phone number to Picato's Pizza, 7468. He said. That could spell out riot on the telephone. But I don't think riot is the right word. And I kept messing around with stuff. But I hadn't been able to find anything. Until I thought maybe 746 stands for a cyan. On older phones, users could type words by pressing numbers corresponding to specific letters. Anna stared down. Okay, well, the 8 would have to be, what, TUV so, sinu, probably not, Camden said. But what if the 8 isn't a substitute for a letter? What if it's just 8? Anna stared at him. Sin 8, she said. Sin 8. Camden repeated slowly. Sin 8, Anna said again, realizing what he was trying to say. Oh my goodness. Camden nodded. Maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I figured out what's in those free pizzas. I walked through the back halls of the pizza parlor like I was walking through a haunted house. We had put off the realization that something supernatural was going on for as long as we could. But now all of the principal characters should know that something was amiss. My character had been there to witness Isaac's near kidnapping. I had constant nightmares about some subterranean hell based entirely on the aesthetic of this pizza parlor. I had seen pizzas appear from nowhere, and I had found what appeared to be a paint chip from Avery's fingernail polish. I was suspicious, but I could not be the one to pursue this mystery. So I walked down the halls, looking spooked, hoping to get some footage for Carousel, and hoping that would be enough. Carousel wasn't going to make things easy for me. Being a side character was hard work when it seemed to test me constantly. On one of the walls, there was a family portrait, not a recent one. It featured Lorenzo Bonaventura, the family patriarch who founded the original restaurant. His two sons, Dante and Gustavo, now Gustavo Sr., sat beneath him on the stoop of what must have been their small family shop before Gustavo Sr. took over and renovated the place, expanding the dining room and everything else in the mid-60s. Dante was the handsome older brother. Gus was chubby and smiling. Their mother, a meek little woman, sat between them, and they all reached out to hug or place a hand on her. She was gone now. They all were. The picture had a simple phrase etched into a small gold plate at the bottom of the frame. For family, always, it said. Lorenzo and Dante had passed away as owners of the restaurant before Gustavo got it. It was with him that the story got interesting. What was it that he did for family? What did he give up? And what did he get in return? I thought I knew. But the devil was in the details. Somewhere in his deal was a flaw that would have gotten him out of the whole bargain without a scratch. What was it? Those weren't my questions to ask. They were Camden and Anna's. I moved further down the hallway until I reached the entrance to the back kitchen. It was just me in the back today. That would have been completely unrealistic in a real kitchen. But this was a movie kitchen. I took some time to stare at Hothead. His giant features and the goofy expression stared back at me. His eyes had not been turned on, so they didn't move. They stood affixed at the doorway, looking at me. I looked at him with reverence and fear. Then I swallowed those fears and got to work. Off screen. Today was a big information gathering day, and I would have to miss most of those scenes. I was getting too much screen time. I could listen in on them, though, with my headphones. At least that way, I wouldn't have to be as nervous about what was going on. We wanted to know about the circumstances that led to Gustavo Sr. making a deal with the demons, which we assumed must have happened. It was pretty explicitly spelled out. The partner, or their representative, it wasn't quite clear, as she never really defined what she was. She also showed up that day. She had the front of house workers rearrange all the tables and chairs in the dining area. All of them. It was a monumental task. And then, 20 minutes before the restaurant opened. No, I was wrong, she said. Put them all right back where they were, and quick, before customers start coming in. She wasn't the type to smile or gloat about her petty torments. She kept in character, but I knew that she was smiling on the inside, where the shadows and screaming spirits lay. All I got was a glimpse at the front of house when both oven doors were open at the same time. I didn't see the whole thing. That was okay with me. Isaac didn't show up to work that day, at least not on time. Neither did Ramona. Anna and Camden certainly did, though. And they were hard at work on information gathering while we still could. I would often abandon my kitchen duties and go post up outside of whatever room they were in so that I could get a visual on what was happening. Not that I was able to help. It turned out it wasn't hard for Anna to get Gus Jr. to talk about his uncle Dante. In fact, it wasn't hard to get anybody to talk about Dante, or at least the people who were old enough to know him. He had died 20 years prior. Dante never married, Gus Jr. recalled. We always joked that he was married to the job. And he was. He was here night and day. He always dreamed of having a big, busy restaurant that could provide for the family. Of course, Back then we didn't have all the staff or the fancy equipment. It was just him, slaving in a kitchen. One of Gus's sisters was there, and so was Jerica, the front of house manager. If I had been on screen, I would have looked like a complete weirdo standing just outside the doorway to the arcade where they were all casually hanging out while Gus emptied out the machines, pouring their coins into a 5-gallon bucket. He wasn't just married to the job, Gus's sister Anita said. You could not keep him away from the waitresses. He didn't need a real wife. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, Anita, Gus said, scolding her. It's true, she said in her defense. She turned to Anna. You don't know how lucky you are. Half the girls we hired back then would quit by the end of the day, and then the other half would fall in love with him because he was handsome and made promises. And then they worked here for years. In fact, some never left, she said. Glancing at Jerica, there was a pause and an awkward moment that Anna didn't know how to fill. He was pretty bad about it, Jerica said, glaring right back at Anita. I was warned about him before I even started working here. He would be all friendly, asking you questions, offering to buy you stuff, to give you money. But I never took him up on it. Anita leaned against one of the arcade machines and filed her nails. She rolled her eyes. I could see Gus Jr. waiting to scold her if she said something, which was probably why she didn't. Well, he must have died pretty young then, right? Anna asked. He wasn't that much older than Gus Sr. He was pretty young. It was devastating, Gus Jr. said. My dad took it the worst of all. Suddenly, he had a lot more responsibility trying to take care of the restaurant, trying to take care of the family. I don't think he was ever the same after that. I can't even imagine, Anna said. But he did manage to renovate the place, right? He did really well. To that, Gus didn't respond. Anita said, well, we sure thought he did. And then she left. Jerica put her arm around Anna and walked away with her, out a different direction than the door I was skulking around. So, a lost sight of them. Back to the kitchens for me. Anna and Jerica kept talking. Gus Sr. loved his older brother, and he devoted himself to making Dante's dream come true, Jerica said. Sometimes his kids aren't as appreciative of that as an outsider might expect them to be, especially after they found out that he must have taken out terrible loans or something. Anyway, don't spread this around, okay, Anna? I can trust you, right? Yeah, she said. Of course. This is all family stuff. Private. As soon as she was off screen, she was in the back kitchen telling me everything that she had heard. Sad story, I said. So, he sold his soul because he was trying to make his older brother's dream come true. To make the restaurant successful. That's what it sounds like, she said. Where's Camden? He's in the break room, reading that old book, trying to understand the common man's law that demons abide by. Common man's law, she asked. Like the general set of laws, you know. Because they try to trick you. You have to know the law to prevent yourself from being tricked. Laws on things like theft and ownership, contract rights, and inheritance, stuff like that. You'll have to ask him about it on screen sometime. She nodded. I quickly held up 5 fingers, then 4. Anna nodded. She understood. On screen, Miss Price appeared in the doorway. I didn't get much of a warning on that one. Anna Reed, Price asked. That's me, Anna said cheerfully. Are you training to work in the back kitchens? She asked. I don't see any other reason for you to be back here bothering our chef. I almost blushed when she called me a chef. Anna paused for a moment, detecting sass, then said, no, but I'm willing to train in any area that you see fit. Miss Price smiled. Her lips stretched too far, too thin. That won't be necessary, Miss Reed. I think you're a good fit back up front, as a waitress. In fact, I think it's time that you took a menu test. A menu test? Anna asked. Well, yes. You need to know what items are on the menu, what the ingredients of those items are, in case anyone asks, for allergies or other reasons, and the price. Come, follow me. This will only take a few hours. Anna worked to maintain a smile as she followed the demon woman out of the room, off screen at first. I thought I was going to get a break for a while. Not that I hadn't been on break for basically the entire day. But then I got another timer showing me that I was about to go on screen in about 7 minutes. I idly waited to figure out what storyline or subplot might concern me. But as I looked around the restaurant, all was normal. Camden was doing research in the break room, hidden behind the arcade machine that Miss Price had unplugged and moved to the back. You would only know he was there if you went in and leaned over the back table. Anna was pulling her hair out over a menu test, and a bunch of NPCs were running around looking like they were working. As time ticked by, I wondered. By the time I heard the knock on the back door, I had kind of already figured out what was about to happen. Just by process of elimination, I was on screen the moment I opened the back door. It was Isaac, dressed in his uniform, looking panicky. We had not planned this out, but we didn't always have the opportunity. "What are you doing? Man, you're like 3 hours late. You're gonna get fired," I said. "Get in here." He looked up at me. "I'm not here to work." "Well, neither am I. But you still need to clock in," I said. "No, you don't get it," he said, grabbing onto my collar in desperation. They were demons. The men who attacked me. I pulled him off. He was going full steam ahead. "I don't know," I said. "We don't know that they were demon things. They were probably just guys wearing rubber masks. And we got ourselves freaked out." "No," he said, "they were demons." I wasn't trying to play a true skeptic. I was trying to play it as if I were in denial. "Why?" I said. "Why would there be demons roaming around Carousel of all places?" "I don't know," he said, "but they have Avery." I rolled my eyes in frustration. Not this again." She left a note saying she was quitting. "It's fun to speculate, but this is getting ridiculous," I said nervously. We were still standing in the doorway, and the door was open. I glanced up at the door jamb at the place with the scratches that looked suspiciously like fingernail marks. I let fear and doubt flash over my face. "Why are you here?" "If you're looking for Avery," I asked. "I had a dream," Isaac said. "She was reaching out to me. She said she needs help." "Isaac." I started to say. "Come on. Man, I feel like she's here. Like she's somewhere here. I just know it. I still see the shadows. I think they are leading me here." "Okay, now. You said that you never made the 6th pizza whenever someone got a free pizza." "Well, I never made it. I never saw it get made. I just assumed you were making it." "I didn't." "You know something weird is going on. Just let me look around." I took a deep breath and looked over my shoulder, watching to see if Miss Price was going to be walking in on us. "Okay, but be quick," I said. I glanced back up at the fingernail marks. Isaac followed my gaze. "Avery," he said, reaching up to trace those scratches that may very well have been caused by a human hand. "No, you're crazy," I said. "Those have been here the whole time, I think." "Look," Isaac said. "Something weird is going on here. Cassie thinks so too. That's why she locked me in my closet." I hadn't heard about that. "There is one thing," I said after taking a moment to react to the closet remark. "What?" he asked, as I pulled him inside and closed the door. "What color fingernail polish was Avery wearing?" Isaac looked at me like it was the dumbest question in the world. "Pink," he said. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a plastic storage bag. I held it up to him. "It's only contents. A little pink paint chip." Isaac stared down at it, then back up at me. "Where did you find that?" I thought for a moment about whether or not I should tell him. Then I said, "It was over by the oven. The day after Avery quit." Isaac pushed past me and ran to the oven. Old Hothead had been plugged in, and his eyes were moving from side to side. His oven mouth opened at the press of a button. Inside were the fires of the pizza oven. The front kitchen didn't have their oven door open, so despite the flames, it was actually kind of dark in there. There was a darkness and red fires, reminiscent of hell. "I think this is the entrance," Isaac said. "You have to help me. I'm going in." "You're going into the oven? Are you crazy?" I asked. "You'll burn your skin to a crisp. Your sister would kill me if I let you do that." "I'm not just going into the oven," Isaac said. "I'm going to hell." We were moving our plans up, apparently. I had to drag Isaac along as soon as we went off screen so that we could confirm an actual plan. We had talked about the inevitability of going into hell for a rescue. After all, if we didn't rescue anyone, we wouldn't get rescue tropes even if we won. I had put it off because we didn't actually know what we were dealing with in terms of risks. What was the fate worse than death? Was it simply entering hell? If that was the case, then Isaac might have been safe, relatively speaking, to just dive right in. But if something happened to you there, Something that affected your mind or your body. If there was torture of some kind, we needed to know about it. This was a comedy. So, I didn't expect the worst. But I did like to prepare for it. Luckily, I knew just the guy to talk to. He was hiding in the break room. I was glad that when we found him, we didn't immediately go on screen. We need you to give Isaac a quick rundown on hell, I said. Is that all? Camden asked. I've been searching for ways to figure out how demons do their tricks. What kind of clues there might be. But I guess I can take a break. I might have to review my notes, though. Of course. When he said review his notes, he meant to review the red wallpaper, where all his observations and clues were collected neatly and organized by topic. Thanks to red thread theory, he started to read off everything he knew about hell within the theology and folklore of this storyline. We talked for a bit about how he should deliver that. As I waited for the countdown timer, Camden had to crawl out of his little hole. We didn't want this scene to include him in his hiding spot. It might spoil a later scene we had planned. He would occasionally leave it to go film a scene, actually working up front at the cash register. But then he would return to his little hidey hole. So we sat outside on our breaks, on the curb or on the side of the store where we wouldn't get seen on screen. Camden folded a piece of pizza in half and held it up above him, lowering it down into his mouth as he said, "What do you mean? You want me to tell you about hell? Do you think I've been? You go to church," Isaac said. Like, what is hell about? I stood back at a distance, like I was too nervous to participate, too embarrassed to let anyone know that I was seriously contemplating the existence of a hellish parallel world beneath us. Camden chewed on his pizza. Well, that depends, he said. In church, it's just the bad place. The place you don't want to go. So you do good, so you can go to the good place. Isaac tapped his foot while thinking. What if I'm not talking about that? What if I'm talking like a physical place, like a trap? Camden was stuffing his face with another bite of pizza, and he paused to look at Isaac. Oh, you mean that kind of hell, he said, pizza still in his mouth. He chewed quickly, fanning his tongue from the pain of eating hot pizza. Like in the old stories, Isaac asked, you know, like legends. Mythology. Folklore. I've been reading about them after those things try to abduct you, where demons try to trick you into hell. Usually, it is just like a hole in the ground that leads to some other place. Some terrible place, that sort of thing. The actual term within the canon was hellhole, but that sounded too on the nose. So, we were shy about using it. Hole in the ground, Isaac repeated. He looked up at me, and I looked back at Camden, even though I wished he hadn't looked at me in the first place. I wasn't supposed to be important. Say more about that, he said. Well, they're like little underground kingdoms where demons reign supreme, right? They're a mockery of the above ground, of the realm of Eladel. I mean, these are old folk stories, that type of thing. They used to tell them around the fire back in the medieval days. We don't know how much is real and how much is just entertainment. Could there be one in a pizza parlor? Isaac asked. Camden looked at Isaac and seemed to be contemplating something. Look, buddy, he said. I know something freaky is going on here, but maybe you should take a step back. Whatever's happening, it's best we don't lose our heads, you know. I'm surprised you even came in today. I had to come in, Isaac said. I have to go save Avery from hell. Like, you think a literal hell is in the pizza parlor? Camden asked. He seemed to think about that, giving it the weight that the question deserved. After all, his subplot was about figuring out the details of a demon deal. He couldn't balk at the idea that there was a mini hell within spitting distance, stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. You think that there is a hell world below the pizza parlor, and you want to go there to save a woman who probably doesn't even remember your name. She remembers my name. She said hello several times, Isaac said. I think that you focused on the wrong part of that question, Camden said. Look, these little hell worlds were thought to be allegorical. But if we take the stories literally, what you would expect to find would be a sort of cave, right? Or a dungeon. But it wouldn't look like that. It looks like the pizza parlor. The demons are wearing suits that look like the animatronics in the store. There's pizza everywhere, Isaac said. I saw it in my dream. I stared at Isaac because my character had been having similar dreams. and I was trying to shoehorn in a disbelief angle. Were you being chased? I asked. No, Isaac said, but Avery was. That would be my entire contribution to the scene. Carousel had been trying to tempt me to take a bigger role. If I did, every other player would miss out on some rewards. I would just have to take the hit to my rewards. Look, we're onto something here, Camden said. I think I know what they're up to. What is it? Isaac asked. Well, if your theory is right that there's a hell underneath the pizza parlor, then that's probably why they made the deal with Gus Sr. in the first place. They needed access to our realm. It has something to do with sin eating. I don't know what yet. What eating? Isaac asked. Look, I don't understand the full extent of it, Camden said, but they need the store for something. They're using it for something. I just need to figure out what the deal was about. And I don't think you should be running around in that hell if it even exists. Isaac was quiet and sullen for a moment. There are a lot of people down there, he said. They need our help. And Avery might not have known my name, or at least my last name, but she's scared. I can tell. Isn't that enough? Camden took a deep breath and finally relented. All right, he said. Here's what I think is happening. I think that when you ate that free pizza, you unknowingly took on the sins of someone who did something terrible. And once you did that took on a mortal sin, the demons were able to drag you to hell. Or at least, they would have been, if you hadn't been a minor. The thing is, you can't trick somebody into carrying a mortal sin for long, because of satisfaction. That's what they call it. You know, penance. Hell forgives instantly. But to ascend to heaven, you need to change your ways, which is really easy when you were never evil to begin with. That's why they had to be so quick about dragging you to hell while you still bore the penalty of mortal sin. So much for keeping the religious aspect out of it. Oh, Isaac said. And it was funny, because he was a little kid, and he was having a hard time taking in what he had just heard. He sat for a moment, and then said, So that means I'll be able to get in? Camden looked up at me, then back at Isaac. That's the part you were worried about, Camden asked. Look, there are stories about people going to these hellholes, as they're called, and making it back out. The Cobblers 3 managed to do it because they stuck together and they fought off the dancing shoes, which was apparently a big feat. Okay, Isaac said. How do I fight demons? They're bound to the objects they possess. If you can destroy those objects, it's the same as hurting them. But they won't go away forever, supposedly. The image of the 3-spoked wheel will also weaken them. But I don't know about that. Again, I don't think you should try to find the entrance to hell. Cassie would freak out. I'm not worried about Cassie, Isaac said. She's probably just going to blame you guys for helping me. Camden and I looked at each other. Off screen on screen. It's really hot in here, Isaac said, but I could barely hear him over the fan of the oven. I pulled him back, and his head came out drenched in sweat. You may have miscalculated a bit here, but, I said. No, I've got to do this, Isaac responded. He started jumping up and down, either to build up bravery or momentum, and then he charged for the oven. As soon as he stuck his head in, he stopped in his tracks. He tried reaching one hand up into the oven, but he couldn't even brave touching any of the sides. He backed away and looked up at me, very unsure of what he was supposed to do next, both in character and out. Well, maybe you shouldn't jump into the oven, I said, then shrugged my shoulders. Right on time. A familiar voice filled the room. We looked back at Hothead and saw a furry creature stick his head down from the inner workings of the oven. It was Frankie the fire ferret, a rambunctious animatronic who lived in Hothead's mouth and usually stuck to the front opening of the oven instead of the back. But he could go to either one. He wasn't truly inside the mouth of the oven. He was in the electronics up above. But the illusion was very successful. He did appear to be a creature that lived in a fiery furnace, with his burnt fur and all. Will you shut that door? He said. You're letting all the hot air out. We had been standing in front of the oven with the door open for quite some time. Isaac and I looked at each other. In the distance, we could hear Tony the Tosser responding to the fire ferret with his characteristic ba 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 ba. Cut to the strangest arming sequence I had been a part of. Isaac had gotten an idea. He'd gone to the break room and grabbed the fire ferret mascot costume that he had to wear for birthdays. He donned it on screen, one piece at a time. as if he were putting on plate armor to protect his castle. He stared at Hothead's mouth the entire time. It was actually pretty funny. He looked ridiculous in that outfit. And yet it would be a good idea for him to wear it. Not just to avoid getting burned inside the oven, assuming there was actually a portal to hell in there, but also because there were demons dressed up like the animatronics down there. He might even be able to blend in. I had instructed him to try that, but not to rely on it. And a final gift I gave to him after telling him how stupid this was, and begging him not to do it, while simultaneously being so freaked out that I couldn't think properly, or at least, that's what I wanted to convey. I used the insert shot on the pizza paddle leaning up against Hothead. He looked at me after I did it. We had an understanding between us. He needed to go down there and kick butt. His weapons of mass absurdity trope would certainly work on a pizza peel. It was basically a bow staff, but with a paddle, and by giving it more narrative weight with the insert shot, well, there was a chance we weren't just condemning him to hell, but instead empowering him to give hell. He walked up to the oven and grabbed the sturdy wooden spatula, which was taller than he was. He looked up at it as if it were Excalibur. "No, that's the good one," I whispered for a bit of humor. And then he bravely climbed into the oven. The oven door shut behind him. I threw my hands on my head. "What did I just do?" I said, and rushed to open the door back up. But by the time I got it open, old Hothead's mouth held nothing but a few pizzas the cooks up front had put into it. Isaac was gone. I was glad to finally have some momentum in this storyline. Finding out that many insight tropes were completely corrupted was a terrible surprise. Trope Master took forever to use because I had to wait for a new nightmare each night to get a little more information about our enemies. But it was the loss of the dailies that was most upsetting. At the end of the day, I didn't get any information in the normal way the trope presented. I got no raw footage, boring or otherwise. Not until I went to bed. When sleep found me, I did get footage. For sure, I got the footage in my nightmares. The trope was practically useless. Not just because of the nightmarish inversion, but because I could barely remember my dreams when I woke up. It was frustrating. But we were making do. I was in the pizza place, hiding from Gus Jr. as he locked up.